Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 109, Shura Field, what a spectacle. Before she could finish speaking, Tsunade opened the door. Turning her head, she saw a woman sitting on the couch in the living room, someone who looked vaguely familiar but whom she couldn't quite place. You are. The woman in the khaki coat stood up proudly, straightening her back with confidence. Just as Tsunade was narrowing her eyes in suspicion, Uchiha Hikaru entered from behind. She's the kunoichi I mentioned at the pub earlier, Orochimaru's former disciple, Mitarashi Anko. The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed. No one had moved, yet a heavy sense of pressure filled the space like a rising storm. Shizun, who had come out to greet the guest, now only wanted to vanish from sight, her instincts screaming to escape before a bloodbath broke out. Haha. You two should catch up. Since we have a guest, I'll go grab a couple more dishes. With that, she fled to the kitchen like a rabbit escaping a pack of wolves. The air between the three remaining people remained frozen in awkward silence. But that didn't last long. Anko moved first. With her signature sway and a sultry smirk, she walked to Hikaru's side and hooked her arm around his, pressing herself against him. Then she looked directly at Tsunade and said with a playful, cutting tone. Hokage-sama, from what Shizun said earlier, have you been staying at Hikaru's place for a while now? I've been away on a mission and just got back. Mind catching me up on what happened while I was gone? Why did her aura feel suddenly so overwhelming? Shit. Hikaru felt a jolt of panic run through him like a bolt of lightning. Tension coiled through his muscles as he slowly turned to glance at Tsunade, only to see her standing in the doorway, her grip tightening around the doorknob, so tight that the metal groaned in protest. A split second later, the iron handle snapped off in her hand and dropped to the floor with a loud, echoing clatter. Hikaru's survival instinct screamed. Tsunade. He spoke gently, trying to gauge her mood. But before he could say more, Anko leaned in, gave him a playful peck on the cheek, and whispered, chirp. The kiss echoed like a slap in the dead silence of the room. Then she let go, stepped away, and turned to Tsunade with faux innocence in her tone, though a glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. Hokage-sama, I'm sure you and Hikaru have important matters to discuss. I won't disturb you. Until next time. And just like that, she vanished into the woods, her expression one of smug satisfaction. She'd seen enough. Uchiha Hikaru wasn't as honest as he seemed. First Kurenai, now Tsunade, she wasn't even surprised. Sure, part of her was disappointed. But she knew from the start that she wasn't going to win this fight. After Orochimaru left, it was Hikaru who stayed by her side, who let her vent and break down. That made him an enemy. But at least today she'd made her point to the Hokage. Loud and clear. Humming a tune, Anko disappeared into the night. Back inside, the kitchen door creaked open slightly, and Shizun peeked her head out cautiously. Hikaru. Lady Tsunade, the guest is gone. Should I bring out the extra dishes? Her voice trembled as she spoke, the tension still thick in the air. Tsunade forced a stiff smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. Shizun, eat without us. Hikaru and I already ate at the pub. We're going to bed. Before Shizun could respond, Tsunade spun on her heel and grabbed the back of Hikaru's collar like a misbehaving cat. He didn't even have time to resist. She dragged him toward the bedroom while he flailed slightly, unsure whether to fight back or just surrender to fate. Slam. The door slammed shut with a bang that rattled the frame. Shizun exhaled a long, weary sigh. The tension had finally dissipated, but the atmosphere earlier had been pure hell. In the bedroom, Tsunade hurled Hikaru onto the futon. You bastard. You pervert. Hikaru, you're such a damn jerk. She plopped down hard, legs splayed, her voice cracking with a mixture of sobs and curses. Tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes as she kicked off her heels. Thud. Thud. Both sandals flew across the room and snapped the remaining two legs off the already damaged bed. Hikaru flinched. Thank the gods she didn't throw them at me. If she had, he might have needed Susanoo just to block the impact. Watching her cry like that, Hikaru felt helpless. There really wasn't anything he could say. She'd been the one wronged, first drugged by Anko, then tricked while drunk. This is a mess. But he was a man of responsibility. All right, stop scolding me. If you keep going, I won't hold back. His exasperated voice drifted over to Tsunade, making her lift her tear-streaked face. She stared at him, her anger tempered by sorrow, and something else. Did he lie to her? Was it really just a fluke? Or was it the pride in Anko's eyes that haunted her most, that look of triumph, like she had won? Tsunade stood and walked over to Hikaru, eyes narrowed like a predator locking onto its prey. How many times has this happened before? Huh? Hikaru blinked, startled by her tone and her aura. I said, how many times? Her voice was sharper now. Dangerous. He hesitated. Then, slowly, he answered. I can't remember. Crack. She slammed her hand onto the mattress beside him, hard enough that the bedframe split further with a jarring crack. The tears on her face were gone now, replaced by the cold fury of a woman scorned. How many times, Hikaru? At most. 7. Tsunade's expression was eerily familiar now, like the look he'd given enemies before charging into battle. Without another word, she tore off the white bandage tied around his waist. Tsunade, wait. Calm down, don't be rash. But her determined expression only deepened. This was the legendary fury of the Shura field. And the only way to survive was to fight back. Not long after. Hikaru, carrot pen carrot. And so, a new kind of battlefield was born. A world where only Shizen couldn't sleep soundly, and the next morning she'd have to clean 2 rooms. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 110, 9 times. The sun had already risen high into the sky. Suddenly, the bedroom door was pushed open. A hand braced itself on the doorframe. Uchiha Hikaru staggered out, barely managing to straighten his back as he leaned against the frame for support. He slowly shuffled to the sofa in the living room, collapsed onto it, and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Then, from the inner pocket of his coat, he pulled out a few of the Nara clan's specialized soldier pills. He also reached into the nearby drawer, retrieving a pack of cigarettes. Lighting one up, he took a deep drag. 1 cigarette wasn't enough to calm his nerves. He lit a second. Then a third. By the time he'd finished 7 or 8 cigarettes, Hikaru finally felt somewhat recovered. Thankfully, in the shinobi world, chakra flow cleanses and circulates through the body, so damage to the lungs from smoking wasn't something ninja had to worry about. Ordinary civilians might suffer from it, but even they could go to the hospital and pay for a B-rank medical ninjutsu, cellular extraction technique. It wasn't easy, but a few medical nin in the village could perform it. Crazy. Tsunade's gone completely insane. Even if it means injuring herself as much as me, she's determined to win against Anko. The will to compete, and the bloodbath between women, is truly terrifying. 9 times. Even with the enhancement of Hashirama's cells in his body, Uchiha Hikaru was completely spent. It wasn't that he lacked stamina, it was his waist that couldn't handle Tsunade's intense, relentless pace. It should have ended after the 8th round, but then. Anko had left a note under the bedroom pillow. Kurenai and I will come visit you together next time. That single sentence reignited Tsunade's cosmic rage, and she went in for round 9. Besides, Anko and Kurenai weren't the same. Anko was known for her flexibility. Kurenai had beautiful, porcelain-like skin. But Tsunade was a taijutsu master with explosive power behind every move. Her legs were long, firm, and devastating, elegant in appearance but packed with terrifying strength. That woman could split the ground with a single punch or kick. Hikaru glanced at the clock on the wall. There were still a few minutes before his shift at the Konoha police force was supposed to begin. Forget it. I'll be late. I'd like to see Fugaku try and lecture me today. After scarfing down a quick breakfast, he turned back and glanced at Tsunade, who was still fast asleep on the bed. He silently pulled the blanket over her exposed shoulder, kissed her gently on the forehead, and quietly left the house. What he didn't notice was the small smile that curved Tsunade's lips after he turned around. A few minutes later, Hikaru arrived at Nara Shikaku's house and knocked on the window. Knock knock knock. Shikaku, reading a scroll in his study, turned toward the noise. Seeing it was Hikaru, his face immediately soured, but he still opened the window. Hikaru slipped inside without a word. Shikaku started grumbling the moment his feet touched the floor. Hikaru, I've only been away from the Hokage's office for about a week. 3 months, 3 months of unpaid overtime. I finally get some time off, and now you show up again. Shikamaru is already 7 years old. As a father, I need to spend time with my son. He was about to continue ranting when Hikaru cut him off. Okay, this isn't about the village. It's personal. Shikaku exhaled in relief and slumped into his chair, picking up his tea. A personal favor, huh? Alright, what strange request is it this time? He was used to Hikaru's odd needs. First it was a custom sheath made from treated medicinal wood. Then, a few months later, it was a tailored blend of high-grade soldier pills. Shikaku had accepted long ago that this man, the deputy head of the Uchiha clan and vice-captain of the Konoha police force, had no shortage of money or strange ideas. So, he waited. Hikaru hesitated for over 10 seconds before he finally spoke. Shikaku, do you have any prescriptions that enhance physical stamina and strengthen the body? I want to focus on taijutsu training. Shikaku raised an eyebrow, immediately suspicious. Hikaru, the Uchiha aren't known for taijutsu. And your physical skills are already decent. Why the sudden interest? Hikaru didn't respond right away. For once, the normally composed tactician looked like he was struggling to find the right words. It wasn't a topic any man wanted to talk about openly. Shikaku squinted and took a closer look at him. Something was off. His posture wasn't as straight as usual. He looked worn down. His gait was sluggish. Shikaku's eyes narrowed in concern. It was common for middle-aged men to struggle with stamina, but Hikaru was barely in his 20s. Just then, Hikaru noticed the probing gaze and curled his index finger slowly. Shikaku froze. No way. 9 times. You're trying to get yourself killed. Hikaru shook his head helplessly, then made a sequence of hand gestures, 5, 7, 9. Shikaku's jaw dropped. Over 3 days. 5, 7, then 9. This wasn't normal. This was inhuman. And then it hit him. Only one kunoichi in the entire village could possibly push someone to that extent and still look elegant doing it. Tsunade. Only she had the physical prowess to back up such insane demands. Suddenly, respect surged through Shikaku. He gave Hikaru a slow, solemn thumbs up. Damn, brother. Most men dream of becoming Hokage. You just became the Hokage's men instead. High. Truly high-level tactics. He didn't say a word, but his expression said it all. They locked eyes, and both men chuckled quietly in mutual understanding. Hikaru clapped him on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. I'm perfectly healthy. My back's just a little sore, that's all. Just give me something to help recover faster. Shikaku scrutinized him once more. His complexion was rosy. Chakra flow stable. Vital signs normal. TCH. Youth really is wasted on the young. Still, even for a young man, that much activity was overkill. He sighed, reached for his drawer, and scribbled a prescription on a slip of paper. Take 1 pill a week. Bring this to the Nara pharmacy, they'll mix it up for you. No charge this time. Consider it a favor. Hikaru accepted the note and waved goodbye. As he walked toward the Nara clan's pharmacy, another thought struck him. Why not just sign a summoning contract with the slug sage? Wouldn't summoning Katsuyu for healing be faster than taking medicine? Or, maybe he could learn senjutsu from the Shikatsu forest. He'd already mastered the Toad Sage arts from Mount Mayaboku. The transition should be easier now. After all, he'd been eyeing Hashirama's sage body for quite some time. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 111, Konoha High-Level Meeting begins. March 15th, year 60 of the Konoha calendar. More than a month had passed since Tsunade had been appointed the 5th Hokage. Under the guidance of Uchiha Hikaru and Tsunade, Orochimaru publicly announced his return to Konoha 2 weeks ago. The S-rank criminal warrant against him was officially revoked, legitimizing his return to the village. Many of Orochimaru's former subordinates had returned to his side, reuniting with their once feared Lord Orochimaru. Anko had even specially dressed in black thigh-high combat stockings, something Uchiha Hikaru had long fantasized about, and engaged him in a night of intense passion. Of course, that's beside the point. Over the past month, Tsunade had been buried in the aftermath left by Danzo's disbanded route and the corruption of Utatane Koharu and Mitokedo Hamura. The medical corps was facing a financial black hole, and the civil affairs department's infrastructure and housing conditions were appalling. Tsunade was completely overwhelmed. Unable to handle the burden alone, she finally accepted Uchiha Hikaru's suggestion to appoint Shizune as her secretary. With the combined efforts of the master-apprentice duo and Uchiha Hikaru, the reform blueprint for the medical and public welfare systems was finalized in under a month. And today, it was time for the results to be announced at Konoha's High Council meeting. The Hyuga clan, the Ino-Shikacho alliance, the Inuzuka clan, the Aburame clan, and many mid- and small-tier families were already watching this development with interest. They had caught wind of it through their own intelligence networks and informants. Not that Tsunade or Uchiha Hikaru had tried to hide it. If you want a horse to run fast, you have to feed it well. As for unruly horses, let them weed themselves out. Those who don't measure up don't deserve the best feed or treatment. The others will drive them away, even without intervention from the Hokage. After all, fewer mouths at the table means a larger share for the rest. On the second floor of the Hokage building, inside the meeting hall, all the major clan leaders of Konoha were already seated. Each one was a prominent figure in the village. Nara Shikaku, clan head of the Nara, leader of the Jonin Corps, and administrator of over half of Konoha's medical resources. Yamanaka Inoichi, clan head of the Yamanaka, ANBU Intelligence Division leader, and controller of Konoha's entire flower and plant cultivation economy. Akimichi Choza, clan head of the Akimichi. Although he held no administrative post due to his straightforward nature, his clan monopolized Konoha's food industry. After all, who knew food better than the Akimichi? Hyuga Hayashi, head of the Hyuga clan, leader of Konoha's reconnaissance division, and commander of the village's border defenses. His clan also held a monopoly over Konoha's funeral and memorial services. Ninja missions were inherently dangerous, and when tragedy struck, the Hyuga, known for their impeccable sense of tradition and etiquette, were entrusted with all posthumous rites. Also present were clan leaders like Aburame Shibi, Inazuka Tsum, and even the elders Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuditane Koharu, and Mito Kado Hamura. Everyone was seated on either side of the long conference table, leaving the head seats vacant in anticipation. Time ticked on. Finally, just as the brown clock on the wall neared 9 o'clock, Tsunade stepped into the chamber. Behind her were Uchiha Hikaru, whose name had soared in Konoha's ranks over the past 6 months, and the cold-eyed Orochimaru, who had only recently returned to the village. Wearing her iconic green haori, Tsunade calmly took the head seat. Uchiha Hikaru and Orochimaru sat to her right and left, respectively. As for Jiraiya, it wasn't that Uchiha Hikaru hadn't invited him. That guy simply turned up his nose, saying politics were too troublesome and not worth his time. He only wanted to focus on Naruto, ignoring even the great Toad Sage's prophecy. Then again, Uchiha Hikaru understood. Naruto's surgery had only concluded 2 months ago. The boy was still young and needed at least another 6 months of rest before resuming his long-awaited training. Jiraiya had been restless ever since. Naruto's body might be down for now, but his mouth certainly wasn't. And knowing Naruto, even his words could one day shake Obito to the core. So now Jiraiya had his hands full. Still, Hikaru couldn't help but smirk. Does that mean my word release ability also counts as mouth persuasion? Maybe even stronger than Naruto's. Maybe it was just the soul of a transmigrator at work. After all, I have a system. And I'm the protagonist, aren't I? Using persuasive jutsu should be second nature. A voice snapped him back to reality. The first high-level council meeting convened by 5th Hokage Tsunade is now in session. The clerk's announcement rang through the silent hall, returning Uchiha Hikaru to the moment. The meeting began with Tsunade delivering a summary of the past 4 Hokage administrations, naturally, a manuscript written by Uchiha Hikaru. First Hokage, Hashirama Senju, founded the hidden village system alongside the Uchiha, ushering peace and building Konoha. Second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, created the ranking system, lowered ninja casualty rates, increased mission success rates, developed forbidden jutsu, left behind the scroll of seals, and optimized the village's administrative system. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appointed during wartime, stabilized Konoha during the Shinobi Wars, and abdicated after the Third Great Ninja War, managing its aftermath. Fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the Yellow Flash of Konoha, sacrificed himself during the Nine-Tails attack, a heroic yet tragic figure. Though Tsunade's overview was succinct, it hit all the major points. And behind his low gaze, Hiruzen's face darkened. Yes, after decades of power, his legacy had become the most unremarkable. The clan heads exchanged glances, picking up on the subtle jab in Tsunade's delivery. Every Hokage had been a genius in their own right. But Hiruzen's entry sounded uninspired. That wasn't just disappointing, it was dangerous. Because mediocrity, for a Hokage, was a sin. A tense silence hung in the air. Across the hall, many clan leaders began reflecting. Had they gotten too cozy with the Sarutobi? Even the smaller families now wore complicated expressions, resentment, disappointment, uncertainty. Just the opening statement had already drawn a dividing line between the ambitious and the unworthy. Tsunade hadn't even laid out any reforms yet, and half the room was already on edge. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 112, The Struggle for Power, The Battle of the Ninja Clan. The meeting proceeded in an orderly manner. Every additional word Tsunade spoke added pressure to the clan heads seated before her. Next are the rectification notices from the Civil Affairs Department and the Medical Corps. Shizen calmly announced the next agenda item, recording the proceedings onto a scroll with practiced ease. The moment those words left her mouth, the expressions of the clan heads shifted. No longer calm, they were visibly shaken. Beads of sweat formed at Yamanaka Inoichi's temples. He clenched his thighs, trying to suppress his anxiety. The Civil Affairs Department was something the Yamanaka clan had long been eyeing. If he could secure the position of minister, it would bring enormous benefits, not only to his clan but also to the entire Ino-Shikacho alliance. The former Minister of Civil Affairs, Mitokado Hamura, is hereby dismissed for abuse of power and misappropriation of village funds. He is fined 1 billion ryo. Tsunade's voice was firm and final. Mitokado could only clench his teeth, his aging face dark and grim. He no longer had the courage to protest. Yes, Hokage-sama. Accepting his punishment, he leaned back in his chair, his expression blank with regret. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. If I had confessed to Tsunade myself, would things have turned out better for me and my clan? No one else was to blame, it was his own greed, his refusal to let go of power, that had led him here. His frustration became fuel for everyone else's ambition. Yamanaka Inoichi opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by an unexpected challenger. Hokage-sama, a calm voice spoke, though the Aburame clan tends to keep a low profile, our insect-based jutsu can handle complex logistical work efficiently. Now that the civil affairs post is vacant, I wish to apply for the position. It was Aburame Shibi. The room stirred. No one had seen that coming. Even Uchiha Hikaru narrowed his eyes. He had spoken with Shibi in private not long ago, and at that time, the men had expressed interest in becoming the Minister of Intelligence. Given the Aburame clan's unparalleled skill in reconnaissance and information gathering, Uchiha Hikaru had agreed, and they had reached a quiet understanding. So why the sudden change of heart? Yamanaka Inoichi immediately reacted, seizing the moment to push his own case. Hokage-sama. The Yamanaka clan specializes in floriculture and the management of entertainment sectors. I also wish to run for the position of Minister of Civil Affairs. And frankly, if there are bugs flying all over the village, it'll ruin the scenery and disturb the peace. In his panic, Inoichi blurted out what he truly thought, without any tact or forethought. The atmosphere froze. Tsunade maintained a thoughtful expression, but under the table, her hand reached out and tugged at Uchiha Hikaru's sleeve. With his index finger, Hikaru drew the character for Yamanaka on her thigh. Tsunade understood immediately. Then the position of Minister of Civil Affairs will go to Inoichi. Yamanaka Inoichi finally relaxed, the anxiety that had been coiled in his chest melting away. Aburame Shibi quietly pulled up the high collar of his coat, hiding the faint smile on his face. No one noticed. Narashikaku furrowed his brows slightly. Something had deviated from his plan, but the impact was minimal. As for the medical corps, Tsunade appointed someone none of them had expected. The former root intelligence specialist. The wandering nun. Yakushi no. The clan heads didn't bother vying for this position. None of them practiced medical ninjutsu, and without it, the position was little more than a burden. Shikaku, for instance, could prescribe herbal remedies but had no formal medical jutsu. He could handle basic treatment for civilians, but the responsibilities of the medical corps went far beyond that. Research and development of new medical ninjutsu, surgical protocols, emergency response units, battlefield triage, it was a level of complexity they simply couldn't handle. They had all mentally prepared to lose this round, but everyone was curious who would take up this heavy post. Yet none of them had anticipated her. Yakushi no. Though not widely known among civilians, every village's ANBU and intelligence divisions feared her name. Her spy missions were legendary. Perfect completion rate. Zero exposure. During the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, her covert intelligence work gave Konoha the upper hand time and time again. Now she sat here, completely unrecognizable. Uchiha Koharu, seated beside Mitokado, suddenly lifted her hand and peeled away the transformation from her neck. A woman with soft brown hair and a gentle face emerged before them. Yes, Hokage-sama, she said softly. No one had even noticed her disguise. Even Orochimaru's face lit up with interest. It wasn't a standard transformation or disguise technique. The intricacy of the disguise intrigued even him. Not a face-erasing technique. How did they manage this illusion? Fascinating. Mitokado glanced at Yakushi no but said nothing. It has nothing to do with me anymore. I'm already lucky my name and clan were spared. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed. He turned to Tsunade, troubled. Tsunade. Uchiha Koharu. Old man, Orochimaru interrupted before she could respond, his tone half amused, half predatory. You should be calling her Hokage-sama now. He spoke like a venomous serpent, mocking, dangerous. Sarutobi paused. Yes. Tsunade was no longer his disciple. Jiraiya had distanced himself from him. Even Orochimaru. His once favorite student had been forced into exile, blamed for crimes he never committed, crimes that actually stemmed from Danzo's orders. and he had allowed it. Regret. When he held the Hokage seat, he'd never felt it. But after stepping down, alone in his home, he had regretted it countless times. Was it really worth sacrificing your humanity to hold on to power? He looked at Tsunade once more. Hokage-sama. Koharu's crimes. They don't warrant execution, do they? His voice was soft. He had no one left now. No more loyal allies. No more power. Danzo was dead. He didn't want to lose his last two comrades, Utane Koharu and Mito Kado. Tsunade arched an eyebrow, puzzled. I'm not Danzo. We're from the same village, why would I kill her? She thought she'd never be able to repay the 2 billion ryo debt, so she voluntarily went to Konoha Hospital to teach medical ninjutsu. For every medical jonin she trains, I'll reduce her debt by 30 million ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled deeply, finally feeling a hint of relief. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 113, the first family to stand on the Uchiha side. The meeting continued. Some of the more significant positions might not have been contested by the smaller and mid-sized clans. But the roles overlooked by the major clans, those seemingly minor in importance, had become the center of fierce competition between families like the Gecko and Shiranui. It gave the clan leaders a rare chance to breathe and reconsider their strategies. Next, the Konoha Intelligence Division. This time, Abirame Shibi didn't speak first. Instead, the head of the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka Tsum, rose to make her case. Hokage-sama, our Inuzuka clan excels at intelligence gathering and tracking missions. Our ninja hounds are not just companions, they're our lives. Our family. If there are no other candidates, I humbly request that this division be entrusted to me. Her expression radiated confidence. Tsum had originally assumed that the Abirame clan would be their fiercest competitors for the intelligence division. But to her surprise, the usually reserved Abirame Shibi had chosen to compete for civil affairs instead, and had now withdrawn from that arena entirely. She couldn't make sense of it. What the hell is going on with that bug freak? Has he finally gone senile? The wildness in Inuzuka Tsum's expression was unmistakable. Her tense skin, sharp eyes, and assertive posture made her seem more like a huntress than a diplomat. She was, without question, the most imposing female clan leader present. In many ways, she reminded Tsunade of herself. For a brief moment, Tsunade's eyes reflected that admiration. If she were her younger self, perhaps she would have handed Tsum the role right then and there. But as Hokage, things weren't so simple anymore. High-level political maneuvering and clan dynamics didn't allow decisions based solely on personal preference. Just as Inuzuka Tsum finished speaking, Abirame Shibi finally raised his voice. Hokage-sama, the Inuzuka clan indeed has strong capabilities when it comes to intelligence work. But the Abirame clan is no less qualified. Our insects can cover far more ground and gather intelligence with greater subtlety. I may have been presumptuous earlier in pursuing the civil affairs post, but it should be clear now that the Abirame clan is more suited for leading the intelligence division. Tsum's fighting spirit surged instantly. Old teammate, old rival. They had once completed missions side by side, evenly matched in their skills. Their strengths complemented each other, neither had ever truly bested the other. It had been years since they last worked together, but now, this clash for the intelligence division reignited that fire in Tsum's heart. Hokage-sama, why don't you give us a test mission, she suggested boldly. Let Shibi and me compete, and may the better shinobi win. True to her nature, Tsum didn't hide her intentions. There were no layered strategies or quiet manipulations in her approach. To her, ability should speak for itself. Abirame Shibi glanced at her through the dark lenses of his sunglasses. Behind his high collar, he sighed quietly. Though the two had always maintained a good relationship, Tsum had an inexplicable need to prove herself in the oddest ways. She could be so exhausting. Uchiha Hikaru, observing their clash over the intelligence division, quietly analyzed Shibi's earlier behavior. Was that interruption during Yamanaka Inoichi's bid for civil affairs intentional? A move to fragment support? Or was it a declaration of allegiance? Historically, before Konoha's founding, the Ino-Shikacho alliance had stood alongside the Sarutobi clan. After the formation of the village, they supported the first and second Hokage, and later the third and briefly the fourth. In essence, the Ino-Shikacho clans didn't support the Hokage because they revered the title. They supported the Hokage because their allies became Hokage. Long ago, the Sarutobi and Ino-Shikacho clans migrated to Konoha alongside the Senju. The Senju invited many clans, but the Uchiha were different. Diplomatically inept, often aggressive, and steeped in the warring state's bloodshed, the Uchiha made few friends among the other clans. The Senju made overtures. The Uchiha made enemies. Eventually, Tobirama Senju gave the Uchiha control over Konoha's military police force. It was a calculated move. If the Uchiha could overcome their pride, the position would temper them and integrate them into village life. If they failed, the position would isolate and suppress them. Predictably, the latter occurred. Shibi's earlier challenge to Yamanaka Inoichi hadn't been about civil affairs at all. It was a signal. A gesture of goodwill, directed at Hikaru. Even if Shibi and Hikaru weren't close personally, that didn't matter. In the world of clan politics, alliances were forged not from affection but from mutual interest. Just like his alliance with Shikaku Nara. It had started not from friendship, but from Uchiha Hikaru's strange requests, ones Shikaku had fulfilled without hesitation. And from there, the two had joined forces to depose the third Hokage and bring down Danzo. Without those shared interests, there never would have been a partnership. Shibi's overture marked something more than a political maneuver. It signaled the birth of a new power structure within Konoha's leadership. The Senju and Sarutobi had once formed the village's dominant faction. Now, around Uchiha Hikaru, a second faction was taking shape. Many clans might eventually align with him, but only one could be the first. And the Aburame had claimed that role. It was a bold gamble. Shikaku had seen that, which is why he'd reacted the way he had earlier. Under the table, Uchiha Hikaru once again drew a character on Tsunade's thigh with his finger. The word, Shibi. Tsunade's eyes, which had briefly softened in sympathy for Tsum, hardened once more. Her face showed no emotion as she delivered the verdict. Tsum, there's no need for a test. The intelligence division will go to the Aburame clan. You once said your Ninkin are like a second life to you. Intelligence work is dangerous, full of risk and unknown threats. I don't doubt your abilities, but in terms of survivability, the Aburame clan's techniques provide far more escape options. You wouldn't want to see your comrades lose their other half, would you? Tsunade's words struck home. At first, Inuzuka Tsum felt the sting of disappointment. But as the Hokage's reasoning sank in, her expression softened into a quiet, accepting smile. She had been caught up in the thrill of the competition. She hadn't thought about her family, her clan. Too many of their shinobi had returned from war broken. Too many had lost not just comrades, but the precious Ninkin that were like their very souls. And those losses left scars that never healed. You're right. Hokage-sama, she murmured. Tsunade had reminded her of what truly mattered. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 114, Uncle Snake Master's Core Technology. As the meeting progressed, the power structure once established by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was steadily being overturned and reshuffled. Some were pleased. Others were not. The massive shares of medicinal herbs, timber, and food service industries, once nearly monopolized by the Ino-Shikacho alliance, were now revoked. Naturally, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza were disappointed by the decision. But at least their core authority within the village remained untouched, and their official positions had not changed. The other clans, however, were secretly thrilled. This change signaled an opportunity. With the Ino-Shikacho monopoly broken, the rest could finally extend their influence into those industries and claim a slice of the economic pie. Unfortunately for them, everything was unfolding exactly as Uchiha Hikaru had anticipated. Among all present, only 3 people, Uchiha Hikaru, Tsunade, and Shikaku Nara, could see the trap laid beneath the surface. Those industries weren't being opened up for the benefit of other ninja clans. The true reason behind Hikaru's decision was to stimulate the untapped potential of the civilian population in Konoha, unleashing their creativity and economic innovation. His long-term goal was clear, to lead Konoha toward a future where it could surpass the other 4 great nations economically, not just militarily. While the clan heads were still busy scheming over how to seize control of the newly vacated markets, the meeting quietly moved to the next item on the agenda. Shizun massaged her sore wrist and spoke again. Next agenda item, the establishment of the Konoha Ninjutsu Academy. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room turned tense. Even Shikaku looked taken aback. The expressions of the major clan leaders turned grim in unison. Ninjutsu Academy? Is he planning to analyze and dissect clan-specific techniques and Kekkei Genkai? Would this mean the village would gain control over the secrets that made each family unique? Everyone present understood that the strength of a ninja clan came from their secret techniques and inherited bloodlines, passed down through generations. To give that up would be crossing a line none of them were willing to approach. Seeing the shift in their expressions, Tsunade felt a blaze of rage rise in her chest. This was exactly why she had left the village once before. Whether it was Konoha or any of the other hidden villages, their structures were fundamentally the same, military institutions built to serve the daimyo, who funded them. These villages, for all their culture and identity, were nothing more than powerful interest alliances, with the Kage as the one entrusted with dividing the spoils. And the only way to maintain stability was to balance and restrain the power of the clans. Smack. Tsunade slammed her palm down onto the table, her voice tight with frustration. You were all so enthusiastic when it came to fighting for power and position just now. But now that you're being offered something, even something that might reduce your clan's private advantage, you look like you've swallowed poison. She narrowed her eyes. Orochimaru, explain the purpose of the Ninjutsu Academy. I've already assigned it to you. Her words made many of the clan heads lower their heads in shame. No one dared speak in protest. Earlier, they'd fought tooth and nail for status and profit, showing their ugliest sides. Now the Hokage was clearly angry, and no one wanted to be the first target of her wrath. As the silence thickened, Orochimaru's lifeless expression lit up for the first time in the meeting. The listlessness that clung to him evaporated. He leaned forward, resting his hands on the edge of the table, and began to speak with growing fervor. The Ninjutsu Academy, as the name implies. From this point forward, I will oversee the research and analysis of all existing ninjutsu and forbidden techniques within the village. To put it simply, this academy will carry on the innovative legacy of the second Hokage. Many forget that a large part of Konoha's strength today comes from the sealed book he left behind. Within that scroll lie countless powerful jutsu, some even forbidden. Mastering just one can elevate a shinobi to the level of elite jonin, or even a legend of the shinobi world. At that, the clan heads began to see the picture more clearly. Of course. The water-style scrolls left by Tobirama Senju were practically holy scripture to Konoha's jonin. For any shinobi with an affinity for water chakra, the first jutsu they'd exchange merit points for was always one of Tobirama's. Even Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist, supposed masters of water style, had once tried to steal them. In past wars, there were absurd scenarios where mist ninja found themselves completely overwhelmed by Konoha jonin using water-style jutsu. They'd spend precious seconds performing a dozen seals for the water dragon jutsu, only to die mid-casting as a Konoha shinobi executed the same jutsu in just 4 hand signs. Instant kill. Some of the mist shinobi died with open eyes, stunned not just by death, but by the sheer skill disparity. Is this guy actually a water-style master? Are we the fake ones? Is Konoha the real hidden mist? And when it came to forbidden jutsu, well, Orochimaru didn't need to elaborate. Everyone in the room understood what that meant. Even a single forbidden technique, once mastered, could create a powerhouse. Take Might Dway, for example. Once written off as an unremarkable genin, he opened the 8 gates and single-handedly destroyed the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. 4 of the 7 died. The remaining 3. They ran for their lives. Biwa Juzo and Kurosuke Raiga survived, but both were left with lasting trauma. The third, the wielder of Same Hada, lost his mind entirely. He was so mentally shattered that his own subordinate, Kisame, ended up killing him. Biwa Juzo. He abandoned the village altogether. Why? Because a no-name Konoha genin kicked his sword in half. 1 kick. That's all it took. Do you understand what kind of monsters Konoha raises? Since then, every time he saw a Konoha shinobi, Juzo remembered that moment, his weapon snapping like a twig. He used to say, my broadsword isn't bad either. Now. I don't want it to break again. As for Kurosuke Raiga, no one knows what happened to him. He just vanished. But rumors say there's a man out there now, wandering aimlessly with long green hair, holding funerals for imaginary corpses. He threatens villagers to attend funerals that never happened. Delusional. Broken. That's what became of Kurosuke Raiga. Mentally destroyed. And why hasn't anyone taken him out? Because no one wastes time killing a washed-up chunin with scrambled brains. Just bad luck. Nothing more. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 115, bonus chapter. Seeing that everyone was starting to realize the implications, Orochimaru didn't mind increasing the pressure. After all, it was the same in his experiments. If a subject couldn't withstand the strain, it simply meant their willpower was inadequate. I won't go into detail about taijutsu, you're all familiar with it, he said, fingers tapping rhythmically against the table. The 8 gates technique is powerful, yes, but the side effects are far too severe. Once the 8th gate is opened, death is guaranteed. The purpose of the Ninjutsu Academy is to optimize techniques like this, reduce their side effects, lessen their risks. Many in the room lowered their heads slightly in guilt, ashamed of their earlier shallow judgments. Indeed, what use is a powerful forbidden jutsu if it comes at the cost of one's life? Orochimaru's voice remained steady as his fingers continued tapping against the table. Another goal of our Ninjutsu Academy is to lower the entry threshold for forbidden techniques. Take the Flying Thunder God technique as an example. Yes, it's powerful. The side effects are minimal. But if I handed you the scroll right now, could you learn it? Since the founding of Konoha, countless jonin have attempted to master it. Alongside the Shadow Clone Jutsu, it's one of the only 2 high-level techniques allowed for widespread study. But only 2 people have ever succeeded, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. At the far end of the table, Shiranuigenma couldn't help but raise his head, lost in memory. He had once followed that man, the golden flash of Konoha. Minato Namikaze. A streak of light across the battlefield, the 4th Hokage. In his youth, they called him the little son of Konoha. But once he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, that bright sun transformed into something far deadlier. Hence, the name, Konoha's Yellow Flash. How strong was he? Ask the shinobi of the Third Great Ninja War. Ask the veterans of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages, if they're still alive. Minato had haunted their nightmares. 1 man. 1 battlefield. 1 pouch of Flying Thunder God marked kunai. As long as he had chakra, he could dominate everything. That was Minato Namikaze. A rumor had even circulated at the time. If you see signs of the yellow flash on your mission, abandon it immediately. The village won't pursue the matter. Of course not. Why would they punish a dead man? Most never even saw him coming. Speed is power. And you can't defend against a flash. Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique was already formidable, but too difficult to learn. Then came Minato Namikaze. He restructured the jutsu, merging it with summoning and sealing techniques. Increased flexibility, improved practicality, but also heightened the difficulty to near impossible levels. When Minato passed it on to his escort team, the trio had to divide the workload, one specialized in spatial sensing, another in spiritual inscription, and the third in sealing. It had taken the 3 of them an enormous amount of time to pull it off together. And Minato? He just smiled, scratched his head, and said, "Is it really that hard? Didn't I already streamline the theory?" That's the difference between genius and the rest. That's the difference between a shinobi genius and ordinary ninja. Seeing that the clan heads had finally grasped the significance of the Ninjutsu Academy, Orochimaru decided to bring his presentation to a close. But just then, Uchiha Hikaru caught his eye and subtly winked. A question mark formed in Orochimaru's mind. What's that supposed to mean? Uchiha Hikaru rubbed his thumb, index, and middle fingers together with a sly grin. Orochimaru instantly understood. His gaze shifted toward the clan leaders, his expression turning sharper, more snake-like. A shiver ran down the spines of many in the room. To Orochimaru, these greedy, short-sighted clan leaders suddenly looked endearing. Living, breathing research grants. Danzo had once been fooled into bankrolling his work. Now, with a little extra manipulation, Orochimaru wouldn't have to worry about funding for a long, long time. His gaze locked onto one man in particular, Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi's scalp tingled. The normally composed patriarch of the Hyuga clan suddenly felt cornered. Orochimaru, Hayashi said, narrowing his eyes, "What is it?" Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked smile, equal parts confidence, arrogance, and the mysterious aura of a man who had read the secrets of another world. Even if he only understood a fragment of that knowledge, it was more than enough for him. "Patriarch Hayashi, I'm sure the recent unrest within the Hyuga clan regarding the caged bird seal is weighing on your mind. There's always been friction within your clan, hasn't there?" Hayashi's expression darkened instantly. Displeasure showed clearly on his face. "Orochimaru, this is an internal matter of the Hyuga clan. The village has no right to interfere in the affairs of a clan." But Orochimaru only shook his head, voice low and gravelly with temptation. "Patriarch Hayashi, what if I told you? I could restrict the caged bird seal to only affect the Byakugan. What if I could remove its control function altogether, transform it into a one-time use protective seal, rather than a tool of oppression?" Hayashi bolted to his feet, bowed deeply, 90 degrees, and spoke without hesitation. "Lord Orochimaru, please forgive my earlier tone. I wasn't aware of the situation. If the caged bird seal can truly be improved to that extent, the Hyuga clan will be forever indebted to you." The other clan heads were stunned. They had always known the Hyuga clan had internal divisions, but was it really that bad? Uchiha Hikaru, however, understood perfectly. He remembered the caged bird seal etched into Niji's forehead. He remembered how Hisashi, Hayashi's twin brother, had once been punished by his own sibling for a minor infraction, through that cursed seal. If it weren't for that cruel system, that damned distinction between main and branch families, maybe the Hyuga could have lived in harmony. Instead, the main family grew fat with power and privilege, while the branch family simmered in resentment and silence. Hisashi had obeyed the rules, played the role he was given, and still, he'd been sacrificed. That event had haunted Hayashi ever since. And that pain, that guilt, had reawakened his humanity. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 116, Orochimaru, the village's scientific research environment is amazing. The original intention behind the caged bird seal was good. It was a curse sealing technique created by the Hyuga clan to prevent the Byakugan from being leaked outside the village. But as time passed and the social hierarchy within the clan became rigid, the caged bird gradually evolved into a tool the main family used to suppress the branch family. Now, the possibility Orochimaru had proposed reignited hope in Hayashi's heart. If Orochimaru's theory could truly be realized, then all the hatred and estrangement between the main and branch families could be erased. And his nephew, Hyuga Niji, would finally regain his freedom. He wouldn't have to look into the mirror every day, tears silently falling as he stared at the cursed blue seal on his forehead. Hayashi could already imagine a future where the Hyuga lived in harmony, where kin took care of one another without the barrier of clan hierarchy. Seeing the hope flickering in Hayashi's eyes, Orochimaru couldn't hide the smirk creeping across his face. He was very interested in the so-called reward Hayashi had just hinted at. Patriarch Hayashi, Orochimaru said smoothly, as long as I have sufficient research funding, I can begin cracking and modifying the caged bird seal immediately. I've just returned to the village and haven't started delving into the forbidden techniques yet. So let's begin with the caged bird. Hayashi simply waved his hand with a confident expression, as if to say, take all the money you need, I'm ready. Lord Orochimaru, in that case, the Hyuga clan will officially sponsor the Ninjutsu Academy. We'll start with a donation of 500 million ryo. If Lord Orochimaru needs more after using that up, we Hyuga will continue funding you. The entire conference room went dead silent. Then, a soft buzzing filled everyone's ears. How much? Did he just say, 500 million? Even Uchiha Hikaru's ears rang. That kind of money, not even the Uchiha clan could cough up 500 million ryo in one go. Are the Hyuga seriously this rich? No. I need to find a way to seize, assist with managing, the Hyuga's assets in the future. Ugh. No, not seizing. Sharing their burdens. That's right. Surely the Hyuga are suffering under the weight of such wealth, unable to spend it all. It would be cruel not to help them relieve that burden. Yes. I must liberate this wealth. But if I want to make it look legitimate, then, actually, it's not impossible. What's wrong with calling him father-in-law? From now on, we can just keep things casual. I'll call Hayashi father-in-law, and he can call me younger brother. Perfect. Though, I'll have to wait a few years. Hinata and Hanabi are still too young. They need proper nurturing. Bah. What do I mean by nurturing? It's not like that. It's training. As fellow Dojutsu clans, we must strengthen the alliance between the Uchiha and Hyuga. It's about unity. Collaboration. Mutual benefit. Yes, that's it. Uchiha Hikaru nodded solemnly, deeply moved by the righteousness of his own thoughts. Orochimaru caught the nod and smiled meaningfully. Nice. Brother Kitty, no, Brother Hikaru. He turned to Hayashi and spoke with deliberate politeness. If I were to reject Patriarch Hayashi's generosity, it would be incredibly disrespectful. Rest assured, once this meeting concludes, I'll begin cracking the seal immediately. At that moment, many clan heads began silently contemplating whether their own bloodlines had any inconvenient side effects. Whether they might need Orochimaru's help. Then, a young man sitting opposite Shiranui Genma slowly raised his hand. He wore a scarf. His face was pale, his eye sockets shadowed, and his cheeks sunken. He looked so frail, it was hard to believe he was a teenager. Cough, 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 cough. The harsh coughing echoed through the chamber. Everyone had the same thought. Is this kid about to cough himself to death? Ahem. Lord Orochimaru, the boy rasped. Our Gekko clan has a hereditary bloodline illness. Do you have a cure? Whenever one of us awakens our clan's energy release ability, our bodies grow weaker and weaker, ahem. Uchiha Hikaru quickly raised his hand and cut in. Gekko Hayate, don't worry. The village won't abandon you. We'll address your clan's bloodline illness. But for now, you'll need to suspend use and training of your Kekkei ninjutsu. I believe it won't be long before your condition improves. A rare glimmer of joy spread across Gekko Hayate's pallid face. Ahem. Thank you, Lord Hikaru. The Gekko clan's hereditary illness prompted others in the room to start asking questions of their own. Yamanaka Shikaku. Is it possible to use mind transfer without suffering backlash when disrupted mid-transfer? Abirame Shibi. Can we raise insects externally without using our bodies as hosts? Akimichi Choza. Can we practice partial expansion jutsu without gaining weight? The questions quickly grew stranger and stranger, until even Sarutobi Hiruzen chimed in with a straight face. Our Sarutobi clan all grow thick beards, which makes it hard to attract wives. Could that count as a bloodline issue? Slam. Orochimaru slammed both palms on the table, his patience finally snapping. This is a ninjutsu academy. Not a damn health and beauty spa. At present, we are only addressing the Hyuga's caged bird and the Gecko clan's bloodline illness. That's it. With that, Orochimaru stood up and stormed out of the meeting hall. But the moment he passed through the doors and shut them behind him, his entire expression changed, from anger to unrestrained glee. This money is way too easy to earn. Coming back to Konoha was the best decision I've ever made. I, Orochimaru, love this feeling, the joy of being buried in Rio and not knowing what to do with it all. Eternal life. Uft, who needs dreams when you're swimming in cash? Suddenly, he paused. Wait, it's already been a month. What about my path to immortality? Damn it. I forgot to ask Hikaru again. I'll bring it up after the next meeting. Can't risk dying before the research even starts. That would be tragic. Back in the conference hall, with Orochimaru's dramatic exit, the Ninjutsu Academy proposal was considered closed. His departure left the room unusually quiet, as everyone mentally reset and prepared for the final topic. This time, no one spoke. Tsunade raised the teacup on her right side and calmly took a sip. Silence stretched out for 10 long seconds. Uchiha Hikaru glanced at her smiling face and understood. Looks like our Hokage is still stuck on the absurd questions everyone asked earlier. Hikaru reached under the table and pinched Tsunade's thigh. Hiss. A strange, almost ticklish sting traveled up Tsunade's leg. It was oddly electric, sharp, but not unpleasant. In the next second, Tsunade blinked in surprise. Wait, what was she forgetting? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 117, Hokage Assistance. Cough, cough. Tsunade cleared her throat twice, trying to cover up her embarrassment. But the expression on her face gave everything away. No one in the room dared to say anything. After all, she was the Hokage, regardless of what they might be thinking, no one would dare voice it. Looking at the clan leaders seated at the long conference table, Tsunade straightened her posture, regaining her composure. Then she began to announce the most critical decision of the meeting. To ensure the stable development of the village and to prevent it from heading down the wrong path. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated toward the back, instinctively lowered his head as soon as those words left her mouth. She didn't even need to name him, everyone knew exactly who she meant. She was one sentence away from calling out his ninja registration number. Tsunade continued. The 3 former Hokage's advisors, Shimura Danzo, Kohara Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado, are all officially dismissed for abuse of power. Although most of the clan heads had already guessed this outcome, hearing it spoken aloud still left them stunned. Since the founding of Konoha over 60 years ago, a Hokage advisor had never been formally dismissed. The most they'd seen was someone like Danzo, who existed in a sort of Schrodinger's advisor state, fired one day, reinstated the next. Tsunade's move was a bold warning shot at the entire table. Her message couldn't have been clearer. Do your damn jobs. I can change the Hokage's assistant at will, who the hell do you think you are? Most of the clan leaders were already filling in the rest of that sentence in their heads. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hayashi's expression began to stiffen with unease. He had been the first to lead the Hyuga clan into an alliance with the Uchiha. But considering the long-standing rivalry between the Hyuga and Uchiha, each vying for the title of Konoha's strongest Kekkei Genkai, he couldn't help but worry. Would this alliance cost him the position of Hokage's assistant? Tsunade let the silence stretch, heightening the tension. Then finally. Hyuga Hayashi. Uchiha Hikaru. From this moment forward, the 2 of you will serve as Konoha's new Hokage assistants. As soon as Tsunade finished, Hayashi felt a wave of relief crash through him, followed by a rising tide of pride. For years, the position of Hokage's assistant had been out of reach for the Hyuga clan, largely due to the internal issues surrounding the main and branch families, and the limitations of the caged bird seal. If mobilized in war, the main family risked losing Byakugan to the enemy. It had happened before. During the Third Great Ninja War, a Hyuga clan leader's Byakugan was taken and is still in the hands of Ao of Kirigakure. That loss has always been the Hyuga clan's deepest shame. Since then, Konoha grew cautious with Hyuga assignments. Even when Kimogakure tried to abduct Hinata, the village forced Hayashi's twin brother Hisashi to take the fall and die under the guise of peace. Now, after all those years, after the fall of the third Hokage, Hayashi had finally earned his clan their rightful recognition. Konoha's border security specialists now had a voice at the highest table. Hayashi glanced toward Uchiha Hikaru with deep gratitude. Because everything he had today, all of it, came from choosing to follow him. The caged bird reform. Restored dignity. A legitimate seat at the table. Of course, this was all Hayashi's own inner reflection. He would never say such things out loud. Meanwhile, the other clan heads weren't even looking at Hayashi. Their eyes were on Uchiha Hikaru, seated to Tsunade's right. The seat of honor. It was an unspoken rule that dated back to the Warring States era, the person on the right had precedence. And Uchiha Hikaru was sitting there, not just as a clan head, but as the Hokage's assistant. Several of the clan leaders who had schemed against the Uchiha under Hiruzen's reign now found their foreheads covered in sweat. Uchiha Hikaru sat quietly in his seat at first. His hand, however, had wandered beneath the table, idly exploring the texture and elasticity of Tsunade's deep blue cropped pants. But then, he felt a wave of eyes on him. His good mood was cut short. A sharp glint flashed in Hikaru's eyes, and that familiar nuclear-grade smile crept onto his face. "Why are you all staring at me? I know I'm a bit handsome, even for an Uchiha, but there's no need to look at me like that." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's gazes scattered awkwardly. Then Hikaru's expression darkened, and his tone turned cold, laced with subtle threats. "Or maybe, you don't dare to look me in the eye. Because you're guilty of something. After all, it's not my fault I'm this good-looking. I only said a few words and suddenly you all went silent. Are you embarrassed? Or is there something you don't want to admit?" The air in the conference hall thickened with tension. Tsunade glanced at the heads of each clan, all of whom had lowered their eyes, and felt pride surge in her chest. That's my man. So domineering. Not only was he more powerful than her great-grandfather Hashirama was in his youth, but politically and mentally, he was already a match for her granduncle Tobirama. Without realizing it, her legs lifted under the table, crossing leisurely. Hikaru suddenly felt his hand get clamped, like he'd brushed against a cold northern forest. Tsunade swiftly yanked his hand away. He blinked, surprised, and turned to look at her with a curious expression. Thankfully, no one noticed. Uchiha Hikaru kept his composure and tone, unflinching. "I'm not going to dwell on the past. But if I ever find out that any of you are doing harm to our fellow villagers again, well, I'm sure you all remember what happened to Danzo." Threat. Uchiha Hikaru just threatened us, blatantly. Everyone understood exactly what he meant. Fellow villagers. Please. He was obviously talking about the Uchiha. Just like that, everyone's earlier pride about securing influence vanished into a cold sweat. Then, without another word, Hikaru grabbed Tsunade's hand and helped her to her feet. He turned and walked out of the room with her in tow. The meeting had gone on long enough. And while his hand was still warm from hers, he figured, might as well go home and settle things properly. Tsunade's face flushed as she followed him, her thoughts still spinning from the rush of emotion. Everyone watched the pair leave, and a single realization struck them all. She wasn't just cautious of Hikaru's power. She admired him. As a man. So cool. Maybe you didn't need to become Hokage to be with the kind of men who could make others silent. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 118, Uchiha Hair Salon. In broad daylight, to avoid being noticed by the villagers, Uchiha Hikaru picked Tsunade up and began using the body flicker technique repeatedly, flashing through the hidden corners of Konoha. Having more chakra really does bring confidence. If you have chakra and no ninjutsu, why not use it? Besides, a night of spring is worth 1,000 ryo. It might not be midnight, but as long as Uchiha Hikaru and Tsunade want it, any time can be night. After returning to the room, he tossed Tsunade onto the bed and drew the curtains shut. With Tsunade's surprised gasp, the battle began. An hour later. Uchiha Hikaru lay contentedly with Tsunade wrapped in his arms, lighting a cigarette in silence. He smacked his lips. TSK. The flavor was strange, not nearly as good as from his past life. Currently in sage mode, Hikaru suddenly thought of a brilliant way to make money. In his previous life, the tobacco industry alone had supported the entire defense budget of the Dragon Nation. In the high-pressure environment of the ninja world, it was no different. Most shinobi lived under the constant shadow of death. Missions were life or death, filled with pressure. If he marketed this stuff properly, he could be richer than a daimyo in no time. Hikaru acted as soon as the idea struck him, delivering a sharp slap to Tsunade's ass. Smack. It jiggled. What the hell was that for? Tsunade, body aching and nerves worn, had just been introduced to an entirely new world of techniques by Uchiha Hikaru's very diverse experience. She was just beginning to catch her breath and drift in the afterglow when the sudden smack jolted her again. The sensation sparked something familiar in her. With a grunt, she pushed herself out of Hikaru's arms. Where did you learn all this weird stuff? I'm not doing this again, I need actual rest. Hikaru blinked, surprised, then looked at his hand awkwardly. Wait, that wasn't what I meant. He waved it casually in front of her, trying to clarify. No, I just came up with a business idea. Something to make money. Money. Tsunade, instantly intrigued, rolled herself back into his embrace with a flick of her wrist. Her golden eyes shimmered with Rio-hungry curiosity. What kind of idea? Take me with you. I need money, how else am I supposed to have fun at the casino? Hikaru smacked her again. Tsunade's body gave a little twitch. I'm thinking, a tobacco factory. He then launched into the details of his grand plan. They discussed the logistics, scale, and profits, talking of ventures worth billions. By the end of it, Tsunade's appetite for Rio had been thoroughly whetted. The restructuring of Konoha's upper leadership had triggered a total reshuffling of power among the major clans. After Uchiha Hikaru assumed the position of Hokage's assistant, he passed the role of deputy director of the Konoha police force to Uchiha Inahiko. Truthfully, he'd initially wanted to give it to Itachi, but the guy had become so annoying. With a cold face and that stiff expression, Itachi had muttered, "Don't expect me to work for you for free." That attitude seriously pissed Hikaru off. Wasn't he supposed to be the aloof, emotionally repressed prodigy? Now he was acting like some stubborn old man. It wasn't just Itachi, either. A lot of younger Uchiha had started mimicking him, right down to the clothes and mannerisms. Blue combat uniform, white sash, long spiky hair. Some boys even went to local salons to get their hair styled just like Hikaru's, abandoning their previous sleek styles for something more wild and pointed. Even worse, civilians in Konoha and other ninja who admired Uchiha Hikaru were copying him too. But sadly, none could truly match the majesty of Hikaru's perfect, hedgehog-style hair. Hikaru's look was pure natural brilliance. The others. Without 2 pounds of hair gel in the hands of a chakra-level barber, they couldn't even come close. Soon, hair salons across the village became overwhelmed. Not from lack of business, but because everyone started saying the same thing. I won't go to a salon that doesn't do thorny hair. In the midst of this frenzy, a particularly crafty Uchiha civilian, Uchiha Shamat, came up with a bold idea. He ran straight to Hikaru's house and presented it with glowing eyes. Lord Hikaru. I want to open an Uchiha-exclusive salon. I want your personal endorsement, please. Hikaru had just opened the door, still bleary-eyed from sleep. The boy standing in front of him had the exact same spiky hairstyle. But something about the kid's vibe gave Hikaru a strange, uneasy feeling. Still, he didn't think much of it. Sure, whatever. Go ahead. He gave permission without even asking for the guy's name. A few days later, while walking down a street not far from the Hokage building, Hikaru noticed a new salon had opened. Its name stopped him cold. Shamat Hair Salon. For a second, Hikaru felt like he'd been hurled back to the 2008. No wonder he'd been spotting Uchiha kids with all kinds of bizarre hairstyles lately, they were all coming from here. Out of sheer curiosity, and half hoping to find a fellow transmigrator, Hikaru stepped inside. Colorful lights flickered from the ceiling, a glowing disco ball spun above. Sofas lined the walls, packed with teenage boys. And then, 2 familiar faces. Hikaru walked over and tapped one of them on the shoulder. Jiraiya. Why the hell did you bring Naruto here? Hearing Hikaru's voice, Naruto leapt up and shouted enthusiastically. Big bro Hikaru. You're here too. Are you getting your hair done like yours too? Hikaru blinked. Huh? Me. Get my hair cut. But, if I change my hairstyle, even if it still looks like my style, doesn't that mean it's no longer my style? Am I getting my style cut into my style, or cutting it into something else that looks like my style? He violently shook his head. Damn it. This is what happens when I let Naruto talk too long, my IQ takes critical damage. At that moment, another excited voice called out. Lord Hikaru. It's me. Remember me. A bright-faced teen with spiky hair identical to Hikaru's stepped in front of him. Hikaru squinted. He looked vaguely familiar. Then it hit him. You're that kid who came to my house the other day, right? Your name was, what again? Uchiha Shamat grinned, gave a confident thumbs up, and pointed at his chest. Lord Hikaru. The shop's named after me, I'm Uchiha Shamat. Hikaru immediately facepalmed. He closed his eyes. Heaven take me. TCH. The old memories were bubbling up again. He forced himself to clear his mind, silencing the intrusive BGM playing in his head. I should have known. Of course there wouldn't be any other transmigrators around here. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 119, Out of the darkness, into a darker place. Out of curiosity, Uchiha Hikaru visited the Shamat hair salon, then left. He arrived at the foot of the Hokage building, once the secret base of Root. A young man with smooth white hair and a blank, faceless mask was already waiting for him. The moment Hikaru appeared, the figure dropped to one knee before him. His voice was cold and emotionless. Lord Hikaru, by order of Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi reports. Uchiha Hikaru casually waved his hand, his tone relaxed. All right, Kabuto, drop the act. You're only a few months younger than me. In private, just call me Brother Hikaru. Anyway, how's Kimimaro doing? Kabuto raised his right hand and removed his mask, revealing his true face. Orochimaru-sama managed to suppress the effects of the heaven curse mark. But, the bloodline illness is progressing. Even with the boost from the curse mark, at best, he has another 10 years. His expression darkened, a flicker of sorrow in his gaze, regret for Kimimaro's tragic fate. Uchiha Hikaru sighed. 5 years. If he's not cured in 5 years, I'll take him to the Ryuchi cave and try senjutsu. After all, Hikaru wasn't a medical nin. If Orochimaru and Kabuto couldn't find a cure, maybe learning Sage Mode could extend Kimimaro's life. As for the 5-year limit, Hikaru knew Kimimaro. That kid wouldn't rest. He'd push his body past its limits, doing everything in his power for Orochimaru. Hikaru reached into his sleeve and pulled out a scroll. His face turned serious. Kabuto, have you really thought this through? Once you accept this mission, your life may be buried in shadows forever. Kabuto took the scroll, bit his thumb, and stamped it with his blood. His expression softened as memories from the past month flickered through his mind. I've made up my mind, Brother Hikaru. I can't watch the director fall into danger again. She's not my mother, but she's more of a mother than anyone ever was. How could a son watch his mother step into danger alone? In truth, when Orochimaru and Itachi returned to Konoha a month ago, Uchiha Hikaru had already asked Tsunade to send ANBU to contact Nono Yakushi and Kabuto in Iwagakure. At first, Nono didn't recognize Kabuto. She'd been fooled for too long by Danzo's lies and his forged photos. Even when she heard Kabuto recount his past, she tried to remain stoic, afraid it was just another one of Danzo's twisted tests. It wasn't until she returned to Konoha, saw with her own eyes that Danzo was dead and Tsunade was now the 5th Hokage, that she dared to believe it. Shortly after their return, Uchiha Hikaru and Tsunade met privately with Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto had initially planned to keep lying, to stay close to Orochimaru, to spy from the shadows until the day Orochimaru rose again. That was when he would drop the mask and reveal everything. But then a question gnawed at him. Why had they called him and the director back? He looked at the three before him and couldn't hold the question in anymore. There must be a reason you summoned me and the director. Hikaru nodded. He had always admired Kabuto. Even in the original timeline, Kabuto was a genius who had transformed himself from nothing, rising step by step from a snake to a dragon. Hikaru didn't want Kabuto to follow that same dark path again. That admiration came with a deep regret. Kabuto, I'm appointing you as director of Konoha's medical corps. Kabuto stared in disbelief. Could this really be happening? Could he really take on such a vital role? Could he really walk in the light again? He couldn't hide the joy and asked quickly. What about the director? What position will she hold? This Kabuto, before trauma and despair had twisted him, asked his question with hopeful innocence. Orochimaru stepped forward and answered. Yakushi Nono will be assuming leadership of the new Root Division. It felt like a lightning strike through Kabuto's chest. You want her to do the same dirty work Danzo did? Before he could continue, Tsunade stepped up and slapped him across the face. Smack. Who the hell do you think I am? You think I'm like Sarutobi Hiruzen? Like Danzo? The sting across his cheek grounded Kabuto. His thoughts cleared. Tsunade, seeing that he wasn't lost to anger, continued calmly. Nono will lead Root. It will still operate from the shadows, but we will never again allow it to commit atrocities like before. No more turning on our own. No more using villagers as pawns. We can't afford to abandon all espionage in other villages, and right now, only your director is qualified to manage it. Kabuto, now sitting on the floor, finally understood. Of course the village couldn't abandon information gathering. But this new Root wasn't the same monster it had been. And as the new director of the medical corps, he could help the children in the orphanage live better lives. He could do some good. Director of the medical corps. Wait a second. Something sparked in Kabuto's eyes, hope, resolve, a sudden decision. The director's medical skills are excellent. Let her be director of the medical corps instead. Hikaru instantly saw through his intention. You want to lead Root yourself? Take her place in the darkness. Hikaru's question made Orochimaru pause. Tsunade looked at Kabuto, then exhaled softly. A faint smile tugged at Kabuto's lips. That's right. I'm just as capable in espionage as she is. I can do it. If I'm not around, the orphanage has others who can help. But if the director is gone, no one will take care of those children. Hikaru weighed the options. Originally, he'd hoped Kabuto would stay in the medical department, to study the Sharingan, to pursue scientific research with Orochimaru. But if Kabuto took over root, that plan would fall apart. And he wasn't sure if Nono's skills in medicine were as high level as Kabuto's. Boom. Kabuto dropped to his knees. Tears streamed down his face, wetting his bangs. Please. Lord Hikaru. Lady Hokage. Lord Orochimaru. This is all I ask. Hikaru's expression shifted. Then he smiled, a warm and rare smile. I am Uchiha Hikaru. Why worry so much? Whatever the challenge, I'll face it. Why hold back now? Power matters, but following your heart matters more. If this is your wish, why would I refuse? You have 1 month. Use it however you want. After that, report to the base beneath the Hokage building and take over route. Joy overflowed in Kabuto's chest. Tears fell freely now, not of sorrow, but of relief. He had escaped the darkness, yet he chose to step back into an even deeper abyss. And he did it for her. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 120, the one who escapes from the darkness and stands in the sunlight. Northern suburbs of Konoha. The Konoha orphanage stood quietly amid the greenery. A brand new gate had been erected, and fresh grass sprouted across the lawn. The old, decaying wood of the building had been replaced with strong, polished timber. Everything felt renewed. Children gathered outside on the lawn, laughing and playing joyfully. All right, little ones, go play outside for a while. The director has to speak with the kind big brother who helped us. Be careful when you're playing, don't get hurt. Nono smiled gently as she addressed the children. Okay. Go, sister director. Don't keep the guest waiting too long. Didn't you say we have to be polite to our guests? Nono smiled faintly. Her long undercover mission in Iwagakure had made her forget she'd taught the kids such manners. She turned and walked back inside, gently closing the door behind her. Inside, Uchiha Hikaru sat cross-legged on the tatami, calmly observing the refurbished orphanage that he had funded himself. So. Are you satisfied with my sincerity, mysterious witch lady? Nono offered a small, graceful smile and knelt across from Hikaru. Thank you, Lord Hikaru, for supporting the orphanage. Thanks to your generosity, the children's lives will be much more comfortable. The name, the Walking Witch, belongs to the past. Let it fade away. Hikaru glanced once more at her modest attire. Her black robe completely concealed her voluptuous figure. Her long brown hair, soft and smooth, was mostly hidden beneath a white hood resembling a nun's veil. From behind, her pale hair was barely visible. It was a shame. Her face was striking, beautiful enough to make men sin and women swoon, yet carried an air of holiness, untouchable. Her eyebrows held a gentleness tinged with sorrow, and her light blue eyes seemed dull, lacking light. It reminded Hikaru of Tsunade after long training sessions, her eyes equally glazed. But in Nono's case, it was just nearsightedness. Hikaru reached into the ninja pouch on his back and pulled out a small, elegant case. Gray-black in color, outlined with gold-etched patterns, it bore the kanji for medicine in carefully embroidered strokes. He handed it to her. Since I brought gifts for the children, I figured you should have one too. Please accept it. Nono hesitated. She wasn't sure if she should accept something so personal. After all, she was nearly 30, and in all her years, no man had ever given her a gift before. Her heart began to flutter, her mind adrift in uncertainty. Could this be more than a gift? No. Impossible. Lord Hikaru is kind to all the children, he wouldn't have any feelings for someone like me. He's not even 20 yet. I'm almost 30. She tried to convince herself it meant nothing, but couldn't shake the quiet pang of regret buried deep inside. Take it, Hikaru said with a teasing tone, or you won't be able to see properly when you're working in the medical department. His voice pulled her out of her daze. She opened the case with both hands. Inside was a familiar pair of black, round-framed glasses. Try them on. See if you like them. Nono stared at the glasses, surprised he had noticed such a personal habit. She preferred round frames, they gave her the widest field of vision, which helped her keep track of all the children at once. She brushed aside the hair at her temples, tucked it gently behind her ears, and slipped the glasses on. Then she looked up at Hikaru. Only now did she see him clearly, a young man with sharp, masculine features, exuding strength and danger. His hair, jet black and spiked, framed his striking, confident face. A flush of pink bloomed on her cheeks like early peach blossoms, and a subtle shyness lingered in her gaze. Though she was older, she was still a virgin. Facing a man as charismatic as Uchiha Hikaru, it was impossible not to feel moved. "You'll be near the medical department often from now on," he said, "so you won't have as much time to be with the children." Nono nodded slowly, her eyes drifting toward the window and the playing children. "I've thought about that. I can only care for so many children alone. But now that the village is providing for them, I can let go of that burden and focus on my work in the medical department." She paused, her mind wandering through the memories of her life. Her parents had died during the Second Great Ninja War. She was taken in by the orphanage, then recruited into route for training. Though she later left, Danzo and the elders had used aid funding to force her return. Now, the orphanage was secure. The Hokage and her assistant had placed their trust in her. She wouldn't let them down. "Starting tomorrow, I'll move to a place near Konoha Hospital. It'll make things easier." Hikaru was momentarily stunned. She was really willing to leave the children behind. Seeing the confusion on his face, Nono laughed quietly. "You're worried I'll miss them? Konoha doesn't need me to watch over them anymore. They'll grow up fine, even without me. I was never meant to stay in their lives forever. I just wanted to help a few lost kids avoid the tragedy I went through. Training at Root stripped us of most emotions. Even the care I showed the children, it wasn't purely instinct. I used hypnosis to implant a self-suggestion, repay the orphanage. That's how I held on all these years." Hikaru finally understood. Her dim pupils weren't just the result of nearsightedness, but a symptom of years of self-inflicted hypnosis. His heart ached a little. His gaze softened. He reached out and placed his hand gently on her forehead. Startled, Nono flinched and tried to back away, her cheeks burning. "Don't move." Hikaru's voice was calm, commanding. It rooted her in place. She slowly closed her eyes, heart thumping wildly, mind running in all directions. What is he going to do? Release, Genjutsu dispel. What she expected didn't happen. Nono lowered her hands to her chest, quietly calming the startled flutter of her heart. Then, suddenly, clarity. Her mind cleared. The compulsion vanished. "You're free now," Hikaru said softly. "Live the life you truly want." And with that, Uchiha Hikaru vanished, his body flickering out of the room like smoke. His parting words lingered in the air. "Oh, and don't wear your nun outfit to the medical department. Try a nurse uniform or a white coat instead." A wry smile curved on Nono's lips as her cheeks reddened once again. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 121, There is no way to immortality. Are you kidding me? After leaving the orphanage, Uchiha Hikaru headed straight for the cliffs of Hokage Rock. Following the route stored in his memory, he arrived at what was once the secret base of Root. It now had a new identity. Konoha Science Academy. As he descended through the hidden passage, he came upon the iron gates, etched with 7 bold characters in powerful strokes. The brushwork was both wild and elegant, like flying dragons and serpents. It had been a spur-of-the-moment thing. Hikaru had written those words himself. The moment he stepped into the academy, he noticed that the formerly empty training hall had been converted into Orochimaru's experimental storage facility. Rows of glass containers of all shapes and sizes filled the space, preserving countless strange and grotesque biological samples. Transparent snake skins, enormous spiders, sharks, and other unfamiliar organs, many Hikaru couldn't even identify. It left him marveling at the sheer biodiversity of the shinobi world. He passed through the storage hall and entered the lab deeper inside, opening its reinforced door. Inside were Orochimaru, Kimimaro lying on the operating table, and a strikingly familiar figure. "Anko, you're here too." Hikaru's words reached the ears of the two. Anko put down the scalpel she was holding, stripped off her rubber gloves, and ran up to Hikaru, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. Then, with a smug smile, she turned to Orochimaru and struck a victorious pose. She said nothing, but said everything. Orochimaru raised a hand to his forehead in exasperation. It's over. Not only had this brat Hikaru spared Tsunade, now even his former disciples were falling for him. Forget it. Let the young deal with their own entanglements. He waved a hand. Anko, that's enough for today. Hikaru and I have matters to discuss. Anko touched her cheek with one finger, stuck out her tongue playfully, made a face at Orochimaru, then threw Hikaru a wink and sauntered out of the lab. Orochimaru turned to Hikaru with a grim expression. Do they know about this? Hikaru raised an eyebrow, calm and confident. Of course. Orochimaru said nothing. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, he only hoped Hikaru would treat his disciple well. Then the two turned to the matter Orochimaru cared about most. Hikaru, it's time. I've been waiting ever since Itachi told me about it. The secret to eternal life, the one I've dreamed of for decades. His snake-like pupils contracted, and his face twisted with obsession and barely contained madness. You've already realized the flaw in your soul, haven't you? Hikaru said calmly. Itachi likely pointed it out. Constant body hopping through living corpse reincarnation gradually erodes your soul. If you keep going like this, one day your soul will be too weak to survive another transfer. And once your soul shatters, you'll lose even the chance to pass on to the pure land. Even the impure world reincarnation won't bring you back. Kimimaro, lying on the table, suddenly struggled to sit up. His eyes widened in fear. That's impossible. Lord Orochimaru can't die. To him, Orochimaru was a god, his entire reason for living. But Hikaru's words shattered that belief like glass. He couldn't accept it. In a flash, Orochimaru appeared beside Kimimaro, formed a quick seal, and whispered. Nirvana abode Jutsu. Feathers, soft and white, began to fall around Kimimaro. Sleepiness surged through him like a tidal wave. Lord Orochimaru. Thud. He collapsed onto the operating table, unconscious. Orochimaru gently stroked his cheek. His golden snake eyes softened, showing rare affection. This child doesn't have much time left. He looked at the body he once had such high hopes for. At first, he was thrilled to find a vessel so powerful, until the blood disease shattered that dream. But even after that, Kimimaro's devotion touched him in a way nothing else could. Orochimaru turned back to Hikaru. After Itachi pointed out the flaw in my reincarnation technique, I did some calculations. With my current soul integrity, I can perform about 5 more transfers, 15 years, at most. So tell me, is it too late for the method you promised? Orochimaru's expression was conflicted, on the edge of madness from his obsession, yet oddly serene, as if preparing for death. Hikaru pointed directly at Orochimaru's chest. The secret to eternal life lies in the harmony between body and soul. The two must adapt, depend on each other, and grow together to achieve true immortality. Tell me, do you still have your original body? Orochimaru hesitated, then turned to the back of the lab. Follow me. The two walked even deeper underground until they reached a solid rock wall. Orochimaru formed hand seals. The wall dissolved into a mass of gray-brown serpents, slithering away to reveal a sealed chamber. I never succeeded in mastering the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru muttered. But I managed to create something close to it myself. Beyond the snake stood a 3-meter-tall glass tube filled with thick green fluid. Inside floated a pale, emaciated Orochimaru, connected to electrodes and life-supporting wires. His skin was like parchment, his eyes closed, face expressionless. This is what remains of my original body, after failing to master Sage Mode. The natural energy corroded me, my cells stopped regenerating, my motor function deteriorated, and even my soul took on the form of a white phosphorus snake. For a brief moment, Hikaru found himself speechless. In Boruto, it was never clearly explained how Orochimaru regained his youth, only that it involved cloning. But looking at this broken husk, where would Orochimaru even get intact cells to clone from? Wait, do you still have any viable cells from your original body? Orochimaru stiffened. His expression began to unravel. You want me to clone my own body? Then transfer into the clone using the reincarnation technique? If I had access to intact cells, don't you think I would have done that already? All this time, and this is the great secret to immortality you're offering me. Are you fucking kidding me? His voice cracked with despair, his composure collapsing like a dam breaking. Ding, Orochimaru's mental defenses have broken. Successfully copied, Senjutsu Chakra Curse Mark Technique, Snake Ninjutsu, and Impure World Reincarnation. The system message echoed in Hikaru's mind, but now wasn't the time to gloat. The rewards could wait, he needed to stabilize Orochimaru before he completely lost it. Calm down. Orochimaru, listen to me. Trust me. There's another way. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, I am an expert at finding bugs. At this moment, Orochimaru looked like a venomous snake on the brink of death. His yellow-golden snake-like pupils were starting to bleed at the edges, glowing with a faint red hue. If he hadn't known that he couldn't defeat Uchiha Hikaru, he might have attacked him the moment he understood what Hikaru had just implied. Hikaru glanced at Orochimaru, who was clearly ready to pounce, and let out a small sigh, shaking his head with a trace of exasperation. If I dare to claim I can help you achieve immortality, then of course I have a method, he said calmly. Just stand back and let me handle it. I'm about to show off a little. Those confident words sparked a flicker of hope in Orochimaru's heart once again. He slowly began to calm himself. Yet now he had a clearer understanding of Itachi and Hikaru, those damn Uchiha. Was making others uncomfortable a clan trait or something? No wonder they'd struggled to get along with others back in the Konoha police force. Hikaru took a deep breath, steadying himself. What he was about to do wasn't for the faint of heart, it would be gruesome. He'd considered attempting this more than once before, but never found the right moment. Now, Orochimaru's original body, corrupted by Senjutsu chakra, was the perfect test subject. If it worked, it might even tie Orochimaru more tightly to Konoha. If not, well, Hikaru could always force him to stay. Orochimaru couldn't beat him anyway. Of course, Orochimaru had no idea what Hikaru was really thinking. He just assumed the younger Uchiha was about to use some unique ritual technique. Watching Hikaru begin to focus, Orochimaru suddenly thought of the monks from the Fire Temple, those self-proclaimed sages, and the spiritual rituals of the land of demons. In all his knowledge, only a few obscure jutsu required such ceremonial preparation. Hikaru reached into his all-purpose ninja tool pouch and pulled out 2 small vials filled with pale nutrient solution. One contained an eyeball suspended in fluid, the other was just nutrient fluid. He lifted one hand and placed it in front of his right eye. Puffed. The stabbing pain in his eye was sharp but bearable, it didn't hurt as much as he'd expected. Was this some kind of Uchiha-specific physical resistance? The thought flickered through his mind as he calmly removed his right eye and dropped it into the empty vial filled with nutrient solution. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. They trembled slightly. The image forming in his mind, the possibility that Hikaru was using some form of ancestral sacrificial jutsu, seemed to be turning real. Could this be one of the forbidden rituals used by the ancient Uchiha shrine maidens? As Orochimaru reeled, Hikaru took the 3-tomo Sharingan from the other vial and inserted it into his right eye socket. ZZZZT. Wisps of light and thin streams of blood-red chakra mist began to seep from the freshly implanted eye. Hikaru focused his chakra and sent it surging toward the right eye. With Hashirama's cells in his body, he figured this would be easy. After all, if Madara could swap eyes mid-battle and still wreck everyone, there was no reason he couldn't do the same. The nerves in his eye twitched from the sudden intrusion. A few seconds later, Hikaru tested the movement. 10 more seconds passed. Then, slowly, he opened his right eye, closed his left, and gazed around with the newly implanted Sharingan. Not blurry. Clear. Sharp. Easily 1080K resolution. The original owner of this eye definitely took good care of it. Under Orochimaru's baffled stare, Hikaru stood there silently, holding both vials. He didn't do anything flashy. Just held them. Orochimaru was slowly overwhelmed with question marks. Was this a sacrificial ritual? A special Uchiha rite? What kind of ridiculous clan was this? Then, with no warning, Hikaru formed hand seals while still holding both vials. Mao, Hai, Wei. Hand seal accuracy. Please. Which real ninja even needed proper hand signs these days? Aside from that honest-to-a-fault Gaiki-same, who even cared? This was symbolic. Style mattered more than form. Izanagi. The 3-tomo in Hikaru's right eye spun rapidly. Orochimaru immediately felt it, a freezing, suffocating presence surrounding him. That was ocular chakra, pure eye power. And this man was casting a jutsu while holding a glass bottle. As expected, he was offering his own eye as the sacrificial price. While still holding the vials. This was insane. Everything around Orochimaru began to feel surreal. Almost like he was trapped in a genjutsu. But Hikaru, who was standing in front of the massive glass container that held Orochimaru's original body, wasn't concerned with the Sannin behind him. All his focus was on the test. His right eye's power rapidly depleted, streaming into the container as a swirl of chakra. The crimson chakra flowed toward the Orochimaru clone floating inside. Hikaru, using his left eye to observe, watched carefully as the corrupted gray-black chakra inside the body began to shift. Starting from the head down, the unnatural hue was slowly overridden, restored, transformed into a healthy light blue chakra signature. That's right. He was using Izanagi to exploit a loophole. Since Izanagi could convert illusion into reality for up to a minute, why not use that window to rewrite Orochimaru's corrupted Senjutsu chakra into ordinary chakra? Izanagi could rewrite death. Rewriting a bit of Senjutsu corruption should be child's play. 1 minute passed. And Orochimaru's original body, entirely restored. Orochimaru stood speechless, staring at the body suspended in the green solution. He couldn't believe it. This defied every scientific law he believed in. Then Hikaru, without flinching, plucked the Sharingan back out of his eye socket and dropped it into the vial it came from. Puffed. Just like that. Then, as if nothing had happened, he carefully opened the container holding his original eye and reinserted it. With Hashirama cells and chakra running through him, the eye healed in seconds. He blinked a few times, moved his gaze around. Yeah. That borrowed Sharingan had been nice, clean resolution, no lag, but nothing beat the feel of your own eye. More natural. Easier on the chakra. More stylish. Hikaru turned, sauntered up to Orochimaru, clapped a hand on his shoulder, and flashed a cocky grin. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the restored body. Well. What are you standing there for? Just a small issue, wasn't it? Handled it easy, bro. Only then did Orochimaru fully realize. This technique required a Sharingan sacrifice. But not even your own Sharingan. You could just use someone else's. Uchiha truly were terrifying. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, gradually becoming a wasted scientific research snake. After Uchiha Hikaru finished speaking, he stepped aside, giving Orochimaru enough room to perform the technique. After all, Hikaru remembered that Orochimaru's white snake form was massive, easily more than 10 meters long. If that slime splashed on him, even though he wasn't a clean freak, it would still be disgusting. Orochimaru stared at his former body, and his expression began to shift. For years, he had lived in fear of death, haunted by the idea that one day it would come for him. He would often jolt awake in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat because of it. He turned his head slightly to glance at Hikaru, his eyes filled with unspoken gratitude and acknowledgement. The process had been unpleasant, but the result was everything he had hoped for. With newfound conviction, Orochimaru began forming hand seals, preparing the forbidden jutsu he had created himself. Living corpse reincarnation. Hikaru watched as Orochimaru's mouth opened wide, producing a grotesque crackling sound. A massive white snake covered in countless smaller snakes erupted from his mouth, smashing through the giant glass tube and plunging into his original body. The husk of Orochimaru collapsed limply to the floor. Several minutes passed. Then, Orochimaru slowly rose to his feet. He casually tore off the electrodes still attached to his body and raised his arms, clenching his fists, feeling his original body once more. His snake-like pupils trembled with excitement. This power, this chakra, it was greater than anything he had ever known, even beyond his prime. The Senjutsu chakra that had once corrupted his body, a gift from the white snake sage, hadn't disappeared. Instead, Hikaru had rewritten it into normal chakra using his Anaji. With such vast chakra now nourishing his body, Orochimaru underwent a miraculous reversal, a regression. His body had reverted to that of a man in his early 30s. His chakra reserves had increased by at least 4 or 5 times. Even the gnawing ache in his soul, the toll of countless reincarnations, had begun to fade. He could feel his soul healing, slowly but surely, being nourished by the stability of his original body. If things continued like this, his soul would fully recover in half a year, returning to its state before he had begun using the reincarnation technique. Just as Orochimaru was still basking in the joy of rebirth, Hikaru interrupted. He turned his head to the side and raised a hand to cover his eyes. How about you put some clothes on first? I get that you're thrilled, but I'm not into watching naked men. But Jiraiya, he might be. For a second, Orochimaru froze, then hastily grabbed a surgical gown from the nearby table and put it on. Immortality no longer haunted him. It was now only a matter of time. His mood had lightened considerably. And so, his curiosity shifted to the forbidden technique Hikaru had just used. His tongue flicked out unconsciously from the corner of his mouth, a sign of the greed that once again stirred within him. He wanted to test it. To understand it. To possess it. Whoosh. An immense pressure exploded from Hikaru's body, wrapped in killing intent and cold fury. The dark blue combat robe he wore flared in the wind, chakra swirling around him like a storm. Orochimaru, Hikaru said coldly, don't let your thoughts stray where they shouldn't. If I can heal your body, then I can destroy it just as easily. Hikaru stood tall, his gaze sharp and condescending as he looked down at Orochimaru beside the operating table. In an instant, the fire of greed in Orochimaru's heart was snuffed out by the suffocating pressure. So this was Uchiha power, but there was something else mixed in. Another chakra signature. Could it be Hashirama's cells? Orochimaru quickly composed himself, his expression returning to one of calm and submission. I merely wanted to ask, he said smoothly, what was the forbidden jutsu you used just now? Hikaru withdrew the chakra pressure and let the killing intent fade, then walked slowly toward Orochimaru with a faint smile on his lips. Good. Keep it that way. But if you want to study the Sharingan, Hikaru added, I won't stop you. Orochimaru's pupils constricted slightly. What do you want in return? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Only a fool believes in gifts falling from the sky. Hikaru nodded with satisfaction. Orochimaru, at least, was someone who understood how the world worked. I need you to continue researching Hashirama's cells and the impure world reincarnation. You'll have unrestricted access to the prisoners in Konoha prison as experimental material. And one more thing, stay in Konoha. Immortality is no longer your shackle. It's just a matter of time. These two conditions shouldn't be hard for you. Orochimaru was surprised. That's all, he asked, genuinely curious. He had assumed Hikaru would demand far more. But these were all things he would have done anyway. Staying in Konoha, now that his name was cleared, was the logical choice. He would much rather conduct his research in the village's labs than wander the world like a fugitive. I'm sure, Hikaru said with a grin. You can't beat me anyway. In this village, I'm the Hokage's right hand. And Tsunade is mine. If you ever need something, I can just assign you the mission myself. For a moment, Orochimaru felt like he'd been swindled. Everything had been orchestrated with precision, and now the net had closed around him. But he considered the two most important facts. First, he couldn't beat Hikaru. And second, Konoha had excellent research facilities. He swallowed his frustration. Fine, fine. Just don't be stingy in the future, Orochimaru muttered. Once I dive into research, my expenses are terrifying. Hikaru waved a hand. As long as it's not wasteful and you're making results, spend all you like. Orochimaru laughed. Was this real? Did he really just get a blank check? Who was he? Orochimaru. In the shinobi world, if he claimed to be second best at scientific research, no one dared claim to be first. This was perfect. Wait, what was that catchphrase again? Oh, right. Don't worry, he grinned, it's easy. I can definitely do it, bro. Hikaru watched him copy his words and expression, and felt the whole atmosphere take a weird turn. You bastard. You've given up trying to fight me, haven't you? And why wouldn't he? From Orochimaru's perspective, once he attained immortality, he could tap into the village's resources and achieve all his lifelong ambitions. He had clearance, access to endless test subjects, and now Konoha's full support. Why leave? This version of Konoha. It was a paradise tailor-made for Orochimaru. And from now on, if anyone dared suggest destroying Konoha, Orochimaru might be the first one to stand in their way. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, the Sharingan is cursed, but I have Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Hikaru casually tossed the glass tube containing the Sharingan to Orochimaru. Startled, Orochimaru fumbled to catch it and immediately began cursing inwardly. This is experimental material. How could he throw it around so carelessly? Cradling it like precious treasure, Orochimaru held the tube up to his eyes and examined the Sharingan carefully. The scarlet hue and black tomo were gone. The entire eyeball had turned a lifeless white, the pupil now a dull gray. He frowned. He couldn't immediately figure out what had caused this. Hikaru, meanwhile, adjusted his clothes, disheveled from the burst of chakra pressure earlier, and walked over to the lab bench. He sat casually on it and propped his right leg up. That's a side effect of using Izanagi, he explained calmly. Within 1 minute of activating it, the caster can blur the boundary between illusion and reality. Whatever happens in that minute, even death, can be rewritten into something else. But the price is the loss of sight in the eye that casts it. Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel. The technique was outrageous. The cost was heavy, yes, but its power was overwhelming, enough to justify the risk. So this is the power of the Uchiha bloodline. No wonder they reigned during the Warring States period. Even their forbidden jutsu are this terrifying. By the way, Orochimaru asked, why does the Sharingan evolve like that? I still don't understand why the Uchiha's Sharingan can suddenly advance under emotional stimulation. Back during the war, I witnessed plenty of Uchiha awaken new tomo in the middle of battle. He had wondered about this for a long time. He had even collected a few Sharingan to study, but his experiments had yielded no useful data on how the eye evolved. Even Danzo's arm, one of his more infamous creations, was a haphazard result built on trial and error using a crude balance of yin and yang chakra. That's why it had been so unstable. If the chakra flow went out of sync, the arm would immediately lose control. The Uchiha, Hikaru said, when experiencing extreme grief, produce a special chakra at the surface of the brain. That chakra travels through the optic nerve to the eyes, turning them scarlet. As the pain deepens, the number of tomo increases, eventually resulting in the fully matured 3-tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru's brow twitched. So that's why Uchiha become so unhinged after awakening their Sharingan. Their minds really are affected. It's almost like a psychological disorder. Like Tsunade's fear of blood, but the opposite, born of trauma and turning them into maniacs. What about the Mangekyō Sharingan? He asked. He remembered vividly how Itachi used terrifying eye techniques, Amaterasu, the black flames that incinerated everything, and Susanoo, the ethereal warrior of chakra. And earlier, when Hikaru had taken out his eye, it hadn't looked like a three-tomo Sharingan. It had a unique black pattern. That meant Hikaru must have awakened the Mangekyō. Hikaru didn't mind the question. In fact, he hoped Orochimaru's curiosity would one day help the Uchiha clan find new ways to stimulate and evolve their Sharingan. A faint scarlet glow shimmered in Hikaru's eyes. The three-tomo rotated, shifting into the complex, ominous shape of a Mangekyō. This is the Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru was briefly entranced by the sight, its blood-red brilliance, its intricate symmetry. The eye looked less like a weapon and more like a work of divine art, dangerous and mesmerizing. Then Hikaru shut his eyes and deactivated the dojutsu. The Sharingan is also called the Eye of Mental Insight. Only members of the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan can awaken the Mangekyō. But to do so, they must undergo immense grief. Usually, it's the death of someone they love. That pain awakens a unique pupil technique tailored to their heart. Anyone with the Mangekyō can also use Susanoo, but it burns through chakra like nothing else. Orochimaru recalled how Itachi had taken special pills before activating Susanoo. Even someone as powerful as him needed chakra supplements to sustain it. So the Mangekyō is like my own living corpse reincarnation technique, it demands a ridiculous amount of chakra just to function. But Hikaru wasn't finished. There's also a side effect to the Mangekyō, he added. Orochimaru raised a brow. Even more drawbacks. After all that chakra usage, what else could possibly go wrong? The more you use it, the weaker the eye becomes. Eventually, you go blind. Orochimaru's excitement dulled. So that was it. Another flaw. It wasn't as catastrophic as a bloodline disease like Kimimara's, but blindness was still a devastating trade-off. Still, even knowing that, Orochimaru couldn't let go of his obsession with the Sharingan. Maybe it was because he had once been helpless against Itachi's illusions, defeated, humbled. But just as he began to feel disillusioned, Hikaru spoke again. But in history, Uchiha Madara found a way around it. After going blind, he replaced his own Mangekyō Sharingan with his brother Izuna's. The result was a brand new pattern, a fusion of both Mangekyō. A new eye, something stronger. When Orochimaru heard Madara mentioned, it all clicked. Hikaru didn't have a brother, but Itachi did. And Itachi's brother was Sasuke. You plan to test that theory using Itachi and Sasuke, don't you? Orochimaru asked, eyes narrowing. That's what you're thinking. He thought he had finally seen through Hikaru. At last, he had outwitted him. But the next sentence crushed that brief moment of triumph. Huh? No. I was already injected with Hashirama cell serum back when I was at Root. As long as you've got Hashirama cells in your body, you can replenish pupil power. You won't go blind. The room fell into stunned silence. Orochimaru's expression began to distort slightly. One part of him was reeling from this absurd revelation. The other part felt like he had been trolled again. Hashirama's cells can replenish Mangekyō power. Can yang release be used to restore yin release? Then what the hell have I been doing all these years? All my research into yin-yang release, wasted. Why did it go berserk when Danzo used it, but works fine for Hikaru? What the actual hell is going on? My head hurts. Am I going to grow a second brain from the stress? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, I have a bold idea. Orochimaru had just returned to his original body. Maybe he'd spent too long soaking in the nutrient solution, his brain waterlogged and his mind sluggish. And of all times, this was the moment Uchiha Hikaru chose to drop such world-shattering information on him. It was like discharging lightning into standing water, a direct torpedo blast to Orochimaru's brain, triggering a total cognitive overload. He stood there, dazed, as if his entire thought process had short-circuited. Hikaru, ever the considerate one, thought about it for a moment, and decided to just go all in. Since he's already confused, why not confuse him completely? Better to get it over with now than let him recover, only to break his brain again later. That would just be cruel, he reasoned. So, just as Orochimaru was struggling to comprehend how Hashirama cells, so densely packed with yang chakra, could possibly replenish the yin chakra of the Sharingan, Hikaru kindly delivered the next mental death blow. In fact, the Uchiha and Senju clans were originally one family. Orochimaru? Oh. Hikaru, _. It's recorded on the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha clan, Hikaru continued smoothly. Legend says a celestial being descended to Earth, a rabbit goddess named Kaguya. Kaguya fell in love with a human and gave birth to two sons, the legendary sage of six paths, Hagoromo, and his younger brother, Hamura. But Kaguya's rule became tyrannical, steeped in bloodshed and cruelty. The two brothers ultimately joined forces to seal her away, on the moon. Hamura remained on the moon to guard the seal, while Hagoromo taught the people of the world how to use chakra. Thus, the shinobi world was born. By this point, Orochimaru was genuinely starting to question whether he was in a genjutsu. How had they gone from a technical discussion about Sharingan chakra dynamics to ancient divine mythology? The sage of six paths had a brother. Kaguya was a rabbit goddess. He had read countless ancient scrolls, but never anything like this. And before he could fully process it, Hikaru doubled down. Hikaru, Orochimaru, I'm doing this for your own good. Really? Would I ever mislead you? Orochimaru, you better not. Later, Hikaru continued, the sage of six paths had two sons, Indra, the elder, and Azura, the younger. Indra was gifted from birth. He inherited the sage's ocular powers, the Sharingan, and even created the first ninjutsu seals. But because no one around him could match him, he grew arrogant and isolated. Azura, on the other hand, didn't inherit any eye powers. What he did inherit was his father's powerful physical body. But he was slow-witted and relied on others to accomplish anything. It was that humility, though, that drew people to him. He learned to work with others, and in doing so, gained many loyal followers. When it came time to choose a successor, Hagoromo gave them both the same task, bring water to a drought-stricken village. Indra used brute strength to break open the ground, drew up water, and left. Azura worked side by side with the villagers for half a year before they finally dug their well. In the end, Hagoromo chose Azura as his successor. Naturally, Indra was furious. Hikaru paused, letting the tension hang in the air. The sage brought Indra to see the village he had helped. Because the water was so easy to access, greed took root. People began hoarding it. Fights broke out. The village was a mess, chaotic and broken. But Azura's village, bonded through shared hardship, remained united and at peace. Indra wasn't convinced. He didn't believe Azura had the strength to lead. And so, they fought. Indra, with the Mangekyō Sharingan, overwhelmed Azura in combat. But Azura, supported by his allies, managed to defeat him. And with that defeat, Indra's hatred turned into a curse, one he swore would be passed down through his descendants. To this day, Hikaru said slowly, the descendants of Indra are the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru sat in stunned silence, his earlier thoughts about Yin-Yang release drifting into oblivion. So, the Senju are the descendants of Azura? Yes, Hikaru confirmed. It wasn't until the Uchiha and Senju finally reconciled that Konoha was born. I don't need to explain the Warring States period to you. The records are in the village archives. Orochimaru stared off into the distance, lost in thought. Everything Hikaru had said, though wild, lined up too well to be nonsense. If the Uchiha and Senju shared a common ancestor, then the Mangekyō Sharingan and Hashirama's so-called sage body were both inherited powers from the sage of six paths. That means, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, created by combining two Mangekyō from the same bloodline, is only one path. The other is using the power of the sage's body to sustain and restore the eyes. Either way, you can maintain the Mangekyō without losing your sight. Orochimaru's mind whirled again, he was off the rails now, thoughts spiraling faster than he could process them. Then a wild idea struck him, and he turned sharply to Hikaru. The sage of six paths' eyes were the Rinnegan, weren't they? But the leader of the Akatsuki, he has the Rinnegan too. Don't tell me, is he the sage's illegitimate child? Hikaru, parched from all the explaining, reached into his ninja pouch, pulled out a water bottle, and took a long gulp. But before he could swallow, Orochimaru's absolutely unhinged question hit him. Puffed. A full mouthful of water sprayed out into the air. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, accepts disciples. Rolling on the floor laughing, insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. A few days later, Tsunade grew tired of running back and forth between Uchiha Hikaru's house and the Hokage building. So, she and Shizen finally moved back into the ancestral home of the Senju clan. Shizen finally got a proper night's sleep after settling into their new residence. As for Uchiha Hikaru, over the past few days, his home had turned into a revolving door for clan leaders of all ranks, coming in and out non-stop. They discussed everything from reallocating village institutions to the division of shopfronts on Konoha's streets. At the same time, he had agreed to the requests of Hayashi Hyuga and Shibi Aburame and was preparing to take both Hinata and Shino as his disciples. But since the standard genin team setup was 1 instructor and 3 students, Uchiha Hikaru considered another candidate, Gekko Hayate. After all, he had promised Gekko Hayate's father, Uchiha Hikaru's old friend from the battlefield, that he'd teach their clan's Yen-fan sword style to Hayate one day. And now he was short one disciple. Why not choose him? The next morning, Hinata and Shino arrived early at an empty training ground within the Uchiha clan compound, each accompanied by their father. Hayashi Hyuga and Shibi Aburame were the first to notice the sickly-looking boy leaning against a tree, flipping through a scroll. It was Gekko Hayate. Why was the Gekko heir already here? Then they remembered the clan's situation. Most of the men with the Gekko bloodline had either died from the clan's hereditary illness or perished on ANBU missions. Now, aside from a few women and children, Hayate was the only male with a surviving bloodline. His circumstances were bleak. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly swept through the clearing, stirring up a vortex of leaves at the center of the training ground. As the gust dissipated, Uchiha Hikaru appeared in its place. Following Hikaru's silent glance, Shibi Aburame vanished from sight, retreating behind Shino. Hayashi Hyuga gave a small nod, then turned and leapt into the trees, leaving quietly, but not before glancing back with a trace of worry in his eyes. Hinata's timid nature was deeply ingrained. He could only hope that under Uchiha Hikaru's guidance, she would finally change. Gekko Hayate looked up from his scroll as Hikaru approached. He immediately stood, coughed a little, and walked forward slowly. Looking at the men in front of him, only 4 years older, yet already the Hokage's assistant, Hayate's eyes were filled with admiration, longing, and silent gratitude. He was the young head of a declining clan, just 13, and had only just made Chunin. He didn't understand why Uchiha Hikaru would choose to teach him. But no matter the reason, Hikaru was the Gekko clan's benefactor. Of the 3 children, only Hinata was still hiding behind a tree trunk, peeking out nervously at Hikaru, too shy to approach. Uchiha Hikaru looked at her flushed cheeks and sighed. Honestly, with Hinata's personality, Hayashi really had the guts to entrust her to him. Wasn't he worried she might end up even more corrupted? Then again, could she really get worse? Hinata saw the sigh and instantly felt dejected. Had she already disappointed her future sensei, before they even started? She lowered her head, a look of self-blame appearing on her face. Doubt crept in. If you're not coming over, then I guess I'll come to you. Hinata flinched as Uchiha Hikaru suddenly appeared behind her, leaned in close, bent down, and stared at her from the side of her face. Ah! Her entire face turned scarlet. Too close. This was the closest she had ever been to anyone in her life. Even her own father had never gotten this close. Flustered, she shut her eyes, turned around, and blindly stumbled forward. Bonk. She walked straight into the tree trunk. The impact knocked her back onto the ground. She sat there holding her forehead with both hands as it turned bright red from the bump. Uchiha Hikaru wasn't sure if she was blushing from embarrassment or from slamming her head into the tree. Sighing, he raised his hand. Green chakra began to glow softly from his palm as he pressed it gently to her forehead. He had only studied the most basic medical ninjutsu, but thanks to the vitality of Hashirama's cells within him, his healing was as effective as an A-rank medical jutsu. In seconds, the redness on her forehead vanished. But the blush on her face remained. Yeah, it wasn't the bump. Hikaru finally confirmed, this girl wasn't going to be easy to train. If she stayed like this, the efficiency of their sessions would drop drastically. Without a word, he grabbed Hinata's hand, pulled her to her feet, and brought her to stand beside Shino and Hayate. Facing the 3 genin, Uchiha Hikaru crossed his arms, his expression turning serious. Your father's entrusted you to me. My responsibility is to guide you until you graduate from the academy. Hayate. Here. Gekko Hayate straightened up immediately. The pressure radiating from Hikaru made his nerves tighten. Your Gekko clan specializes in kenjutsu. I'll be teaching you the sword style I inherited. Once you've mastered it, I'll consider my promise to your father fulfilled. Hayate nodded firmly, though questions still stirred in his mind. Was there an agreement between his late father and Uchiha Hikaru? Was that why Hikaru chose to teach him swordsmanship? But he didn't ask. If Hikaru hadn't brought it up, there had to be a reason. His father had died on a mission, the news delivered by a masked ANBU operative. It was then that 2 uninvited guests suddenly entered the training ground. Brother Hikaru. I want to be your disciple too. A high-pitched, familiar voice rang out from the forest. Uchiha Hikaru turned his head. Sasuke. How the hell did he know I was here? A second figure followed closely behind. I'm sorry, Hikaru. Sasuke insisted on coming here. He wanted to ask you personally if you'd take him as your student. I couldn't stop him. Itachi's voice was filled with helplessness. He had always doted on his younger brother, afraid Sasuke would catch a cold if he touched the ground, and afraid he'd melt if held too tightly. Uchiha Hikaru had once taught him some brother-rearing techniques, no, child-rearing advice, but clearly, Itachi wasn't following any of it. Sasuke stomped over to Uchiha Hikaru, pointing accusingly at his big brother. Ever since Oni-chan came back from his mission last month, he's been making me do mountains of homework. That's not the kind of ninja training I want. I don't want to train with him anymore. I want to train with Brother Hikaru. Brother Hikaru is way stronger than you. He ended his complaint by sticking his tongue out at Itachi. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, I don't want to do my homework. Angry Itachi. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Itachi couldn't hold back anymore after Sasuke's public complaint. For the past month, he had tried his best to maintain the image of a warm, gentle older brother. He would often rely on Sasuke's cute, childish face to soothe himself, to numb the guilt of all the time he couldn't spend with him before, when clan duties and ANBU missions always came first. Now that he finally had time to be with Sasuke, he wanted to make it all up to him. But who could have predicted that the once adorable Sasuke had transformed into something completely different? He had started imitating their father's tone, crossing his arms like Fugaku, speaking in stiff formality, even mimicking his stern expressions. Every word, every posture, reminded Itachi of his own miserable childhood, buried in jutsu scrolls, buried in theory, buried in endless training. His fists began to tremble. Uchiha Hikaru glanced between Itachi and the smug little Sasuke standing in front of them and couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for his friend. Well, at least Jiraiya is training Naruto now, so that little monster isn't causing me trouble. But you, Itachi. You've got a different kind of problem on your hands. You're the big brother now, dealing with your own little hellion. And right there, in front of Hikaru, Hinata, Shino, and Gekko Hayate. Itachi snapped. Without warning, he shoved Sasuke to the ground. Sasuke didn't even have time to react. His face twisted in confusion. Ah! Why am I suddenly so close to the dirt? Then came the pain. A sharp, stinging slap on his butt. Smack. Call me a bastard again, will you? Ow. You bastard, Oni-san. How dare you hit me? Smack. How dare you call me a bastard? You don't pick up anything good, just bad habits. Damn it. Even Dad never hit me like this. I'm gonna tell on you, ah. Smack. 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 3 consecutive slaps rang out with crisp, echoing sounds. Itachi's movements were precise, rhythmic, and clearly cathartic. Each slap seemed to cleanse months of built-up resentment from his heart. Sasuke's yells, combined with the satisfying feel of punishing his little brother, brought peace to his soul. Ah. Deputy Clan Leader Hikaru really is amazing. That guide to raising younger brothers really works. Itachi shot a grateful glance at Uchiha Hikaru. Then came the scolding. You're gonna complain to Dad? He's my father too. And even if he showed up right now, I'd beat him too. Smack. This time, Sasuke stayed silent. He had learned the hard way, the louder he yelled, the more satisfying Itachi's slaps became. The image of his perfect big brother shattered in an instant. Frustration and humiliation bubbled to the surface. Something cold stirred in his mind. Chakra surged. It flowed through his optic nerves, and with a burst of emotion, the dark irises of his eyes shifted, replaced by red. A single tomo rotated slowly within his newly awakened Sharingan. Sasuke blinked through the tears, glaring up at the brother pinning him down. Resentment and sorrow filled his gaze. Itachi raised his hand again to strike, but froze. He was stunned. He awakened the Sharingan. I was 8 when I awakened mine, after watching a comrade die on the battlefield. But Sasuke awakened his just from a spanking. Genius. Absolute genius. He'll surpass me one day. Uchiha Hikaru, watching the absurdity unfold, was speechless. In canon, Sasuke only awakened the Sharingan after witnessing the massacre of his entire clan and the death of his parents. And even then, it was only a half-formed tomo. But now. A few slaps from his brother, and bam, Sharingan unlocked. These two. One's a brother-con. The other's a full-blown brother-con in training. Ridiculous. Itachi's rage evaporated instantly. He helped Sasuke up. But Sasuke's bitterness remained, his backside still stung like hell. He glared at Itachi one last time before turning toward Hikaru with blazing determination in his eyes. Brother Hikaru, I want you to be my sensei too. Oni-san can't beat you, so you must be even stronger. Uchiha Hikaru immediately caught the subtext. He wants to surpass Itachi. He's already thinking about revenge. Suppressing a laugh, Hikaru ruffled Sasuke's spiky hair and looked at Itachi with playful amusement. Sure. You can stay with the other 3 starting tomorrow. I'll train all of you together. Sasuke jumped with joy, but the movement jolted his sore butt, and he collapsed back onto the ground. Itachi, still beaming with pride over Sasuke's Sharingan, completely missed the underlying rivalry in his brother's words. He bent down, picked Sasuke up onto his back, and turned to Hikaru. Thanks, Hikaru. That's enough for today. Let Sasuke rest for now, I'll bring him back at this time tomorrow. Sasuke, hearing Itachi's words, thought his brother was thanking Hikaru for accepting him as a student. His resentment faded, and he leaned into Itachi's shoulder. But Itachi was actually thanking Hikaru for the brother-raising manual he'd once shared. Thus, the 2 brothers each misunderstood the other's intentions, and everything worked out fine. As they leapt through the trees, Itachi asked gently, Sasuke, did you notice what happened to your eyes just now? Sasuke turned his head and pouted. So he doesn't care about my butt. He only cares about my eyes. He snorted and looked away. You awakened the Sharingan, Itachi said quietly. Sasuke's eyes widened. His entire expression lit up. Really? I finally activated it. Yes. His cheers were so loud they echoed all the way back to the training ground. Hikaru watched them disappear into the woods, smiling to himself. Now that is an Uchiha worth protecting. And who the hell keeps saying all Uchiha are crazy? That's slander. They're loving and emotionally complex people, even if some of that love comes in the form of brotherly beatdowns. He turned back to the others, Hinata, Shino, and Gekko Hayate, and considered something. Sasuke's out today due to a butt injury. So there's no point starting formal training yet. Might as well take these 3 out for some fun and begin tomorrow when the whole squad's present. 4 of them. Perfect genin team. Maybe we'll even pick a team leader. That could be fun. Hikaru clapped his hands to get their attention. Well, since Sasuke's indisposed, I'll take you all around Konoha for a bit of fun. Training starts tomorrow. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Hinata is actually a foodie. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. The orange-red sunset stretched across the sky. Uchiha Hikaru had spent the entire day walking through Konoha with the 2 little ones, showing them around and even stopping by the Nara clan's estate to pick up a custom medicinal prescription for Gekko Hayate to help strengthen his blood and chakra flow. Hayate carried the medicine pouch while glancing at the invoice in Hikaru's hand, his gratitude swelling uncontrollably. Over 1 million ryo. Just for 1 prescription. He knew the cost of medicine. After being promoted to Chunin, he'd only earned a few 100,000 ryo per C-rank mission. Even teaming up with Jonin to complete a B-rank mission barely brought in 300,000. This month's medicine bill alone was more than double his average income. And what shocked him most was that Hikaru had already arranged everything with the Nara clan. Moving forward, all his medicine expenses would be charged to the Uchiha account. The weight of it all brought tears to the 13-year-old boy's eyes. As for Shino, he wasn't one for words. He'd barely spoken all day, only answering Hikaru when directly asked. In the end, Hikaru decided to use the most efficient method he knew to break through Shino's shell, money. He brought Shino straight to a ninja beast breeding shop, bought a variety of rare insects, and handed them over to him. He even shared detailed stories about the Kamizuru clan of Iwagakure. After all, in the entire history of the shinobi world, only 2 clans were famous for insect-based combat, the Kamizuru and the Aburame. Naturally, Shino was fascinated. His thirst for knowledge sparked to life, and before long, he was the one asking questions. Hikaru had finally unlocked Shino's voice. As for the expense, 5 million ryo. No big deal, it was going on the Uchiha tab. Let Fugaku handle it. But the one who gave Hikaru the biggest headache was little Hinata. If he hadn't been pulling her along the entire day, she probably would have just followed the group from a distance. Even after dinner, once they'd eaten at Ichiraku Ramen, Hinata kept her head low and her face red, barely saying a word. As Hikaru held her wrist and prepared to escort her home, a strange sound suddenly echoed beside him. Gurgle. Hikaru turned toward Hinata, a question mark practically floating above his head. Wait, that deluxe ramen bowl didn't fill her up. She's only 9 years old. Hinata's face burned with shame, her head sinking lower, almost disappearing into her collar. At home, her father was always strict, especially now that her younger sister, Hanabi, was nearly surpassing her in training. Too shy to speak up, Hinata had learned to bottle up her feelings. She coped the only way she knew how, by eating. Over time, her appetite had quietly surpassed even Choji Akimichi's. And today, the ramen bowl she ate was only a third of her usual portion. After a full day of walking, it wasn't enough. She was barely even half full. Though she tried to suppress the hunger in her stomach, it had betrayed her. Her cheeks glowed crimson like ripe apples, her eyes filled with watery shimmer. She looked ready to cry at any moment. Panic surged through Hikaru's chest. Shit. I'm about to starve the poor girl. If Hayashi finds out, will he think I'm abusing his daughter? He remembered all the memes and clips from his previous life, especially the rumors about Boruto and how terrifying lawyer Hinata was supposed to be. And then he remembered the legendary tales of Hinata's eating feats at Ichiraku Ramen. Sweat beaded on his brow. He immediately turned to drag her back for a second round of ramen. But after 2 steps, he paused. Ichiraku is great, but that's too many carbs for a little girl. I need to feed her something healthier. Without another word, he steered her toward the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. They arrived quickly and were escorted to a private room. Hikaru scanned the menu, circled a few vegetarian items, and handed it to the waiter. The waiter blinked. This is all. I don't want the circled ones. I want 2 of everything else. Right away, sir. The waiter bowed and disappeared, clearly trained to handle outrageous orders without blinking, standard for any Akimichi-run establishment. Hinata sat quietly across from Hikaru, her hands folded at her chest, index fingers tapping together, looking hesitant and overwhelmed. She clearly wanted to say something, but couldn't. She looked adorable, yes, but the silence was frustrating too. Hikaru felt helpless. He couldn't just scold her like he would an Uchiha kid. If this were Sasuke, I'd slap him twice and be done with it. Just then, the waiter returned, pushing a cart loaded with sizzling dishes. Please enjoy your meal. Hikaru got to work. He placed the red and white cuts of meat onto the grill, cranked the heat to high, and activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. With enhanced dynamic vision, he monitored the grill with perfect precision. Chopsticks flew across the table as he flipped the meat, dipped it into cumin, chili powder, and special sauces, then placed the finished pieces neatly onto Hinata's plate. He spoke as he worked, his tone calm and instructional. This is pork belly, alternating fat and lean layers. The fat enhances the flavor of the meat, rich but not greasy. Coated in spice, the aroma explodes. This one's shoulder blade meat, full-bodied and tender. This is tenderloin. Try it. The savory aroma filled the room. The meat glistened under the warm light, and Hikaru's voice, smooth and precise, described each dish in vivid detail. Hinata could take no more. Shyness gave way to hunger. She slowly picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of meat, and placed it in her mouth. The flavor burst on her tongue, succulent, rich, seasoned perfectly. The fatigue of the day melted away with every bite. For a moment, all the unhappiness in her heart disappeared. She looked up, her eyes misty. Her future teacher was sweating, cooking meat for her with quiet focus. So different from the cold, silent servants of the Hyuga clan. This warmth, was real. It was the first time someone had cared for her like this. The first time someone had fed her not out of obligation, but out of kindness. The first time something tasted like happiness. And in that moment, a tiny flower bloomed deep in her heart. A crack formed in the walls she'd built around herself. Through that crack, for the very first time, a beam of sunlight reached her darkness. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 130, after eating, I naturally have to send her home. Rolling on the floor laughing, insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. As Uchiha Hikaru grilled meat at a speed fast enough to leave after images, Hinata's movements also began to speed up. By the end, she had completely abandoned her ladle-like image, devouring the barbecue in large, eager bites, savoring the explosion of flavor in her mouth. After more than an hour, every plate on the table had been cleared. Uchiha Hikaru called the waiter to bring out a few fruit platters. Hinata glanced at Hikaru's sweat-dampened face and suddenly realized, he'd been grilling for her this whole time, and he hadn't eaten a single bite himself. Without thinking, she picked up a toothpick with her small hand, pierced a piece of watermelon, and gently offered it to him. Hikaru froze for a moment, then instinctively opened his mouth and accepted the watermelon. The next moment, his face turned bright red. Damn it. I just got fed by a little girl. That's so embarrassing. So humiliating. At the same time, Hinata realized what she had just done. Her hand dropped immediately, and she began waving both in front of her chest in panic. No. Ah. I'm sorry, Sensei Hikaru. The blush that stained her cheeks reached all the way to her ears. Seeing her flustered expression, Hikaru couldn't help but chuckle. Ahem. It's fine. The watermelon was tasty too. After that, Hikaru walked Hinata out of the barbecue restaurant. The two strolled slowly under the dim village lights, the spring night breeze brushing against their skin. A gust of cold wind swept past. Hinata shivered, a tickle crawling up her nose. She tried to hold it in, but... Achoo! Without hesitation, Hikaru removed his blue coat and draped it over Hinata's shoulders. This is Hayashi's daughter. If that overprotective dad finds out I let her catch a cold, I'm dead. His combat uniform, which fit him perfectly, looked massive on her. The dark blue hem nearly dragged on the ground. Hikaru looped the sleeves around Hinata's collar like a makeshift scarf and adjusted the coat so it wouldn't trail behind. Hinata blushed again as she felt his movements. Her hands clutched at the sleeves near her neck. The coat was still warm from Hikaru's body heat, comforting on her skin, and even more so in her heart. At last, they arrived at the Hyuga compound. Knock, knock, knock. Hikaru tapped on the door, and soon, hurried footsteps echoed from deep within the estate. When the door swung open, Hayashi's expression shifted immediately, from the worried gaze of a father to the strict, stoic face of a clan leader. Hikaru, thank you for bringing Hinata home. His change in demeanor was so fast that, if Hikaru hadn't been an Uchiha, with his superior Sharingan reflexes, he might have missed it entirely. It was nothing. As her teacher, it's my responsibility. Then, still under Hayashi's scrutinizing gaze, Hikaru squatted down and looked Hinata in the eye. He reached out and gently ruffled her short black hair. All right. You're home now. Don't make your dad worry too much. Be sure to come to training tomorrow. Though soft, Hinata's response was clear enough for Hikaru to hear. He stood up, gave a final nod to Hayashi and Hinata, then leapt onto the rooftop and vanished into the night. Hayashi stood silently at the entrance, watching Hikaru's retreating figure. A storm of emotion surged within him. That damn Hikaru. I've never even patted my daughter's head like that. Damn it. And putting your coat on my precious girl like that. You're dead, Uchiha Hikaru. Even though he raged internally, he kept his usual stern expression on the outside. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and gently took Hinata's hand, leading her into the house. Hinata blinked in surprise at the warmth of her father's hand. Her mood brightened instantly. It's been years since father held my hand like this. Her thoughts drifted to Hikaru, who had walked hand in hand with her earlier. So warm. A smile tugged at her lips, and her voice was lighter than usual. Sensei Hikaru took us around Konoha all day. She began recounting everything that had happened, her tone full of joy and awe. Hayashi, walking beside her, noticed the change in her mood. Even his heavy footsteps grew a little lighter. That brat Hikaru might be annoying, but I can't deny he's good with kids. Hinata seems happy. And besides, she's still so young. That guy's with Tsunade, there's no way he'd have any thoughts about her. Yes, Uchiha Hikaru truly didn't. Hinata was still just a child. He wasn't a pervert and had no interest in little girls. But what Hinata herself thought, only she knew. As they stepped into the entryway, a 4-year-old fireball shot toward them and clung tightly to Hinata's leg. Hanabi looked up with puffed cheeks and a pout. Where did Wani-chan go today? I was so bored practicing all by myself. Nisan Niji always looks so gloomy. It's no fun. Hayashi let out a sigh, rubbing his temples. He scolded her with his usual stern tone. Hanabi. Don't talk about Niji that way. He's your older cousin. Apologize to him tomorrow. Hanabi turned her head and gave a loud humph. I don't care. You don't even have time to train yourself, what right do you have to scold me? I'm going out to train with Wani-chan tomorrow too. Big sis looks so happy today. I bet her new teacher is super fun. Hayashi's eye twitched. Even Hanabi is talking about Hikaru now. The faint spark of goodwill that had formed was instantly crushed by another wave of fury. Damn it, Hikaru. If I were stronger, I'd beat the hell out of you. Without another word, he turned on his heel and stormed off to his training room. No. I need to hit some wooden targets. If I don't release this rage, I won't be able to maintain my strict father persona any longer. Back in the hall, Hinata gently took Hanabi's hand and led her toward their room. You want to come with me, but you're still a little too young. You'll have to wait a bit. Hinata's tone changed around her sister. With Hanabi, she wasn't shy or reserved, just a sweet, loving older sister. Hanabi puffed up her cheeks in protest, clearly displeased. I don't care. Ask for me tomorrow, okay? It's too boring staying at home. Hinata looked at her sister acting spoiled and gave in with a soft smile. Okay, I'll ask him tomorrow. She had completely forgotten how timid she was in front of Hikaru, and had no idea whether she'd regret that promise tomorrow. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 131, Actual Combat. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Uchiha Hikaru arrived at the training ground and saw that Hinata, Shino, Hyatt, and Sasuke were already gathered there. He raised his hand and waved to greet them. Good morning, my lovely students. Have you filled your stomachs? Today won't be as easy as yesterday. It's time for real shinobi training. Sasuke jumped excitedly. The injury to his backside had been treated at Konoha Hospital yesterday and wouldn't affect today's session at all. Beside Shino, a group of parasitic insects formed the word and an exclamation point. Hinata's voice was louder than the day before, and she made a small cheering gesture with her hands in front of her chest. Hyatt shouted with passion, his blood boiling. Sensei. I'm ready. Seeing the four of them already full of spirit, Uchiha Hikaru formed hand seals and created a shadow clone, then swaggered over to the edge of the training ground. He pulled a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, then took out a blue lounge chair, a massive parasol, and 2 glasses of juice. He placed one cup on the platform beside the chair, kept the other in his hand, and lay down leisurely with his legs crossed, fully enjoying the beautiful spring morning. Meanwhile, the shadow clone stood in front of the 4 students and began to explain the training exercise. From now until noon, you have 4 hours. I'll be here on the training field. I won't use any ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu against you. All you have to do is land a single hit on me. The one who manages it gets to rest and enjoy a cold drink. Then he tossed a small stone into the air. Hinata, Sasuke, Shino, and Hyatt all locked eyes on the spot where the stone would land. Thud. The moment the stone touched the ground, the 4 of them sprang into action. Byakugan. Parasitic insects, deploy. Let me test my blade, sensei. I'll be the first to take down Brother Hikaru. The 4 attacked from all directions with their respective specialties. The shadow clone dodged Hinata's gentle fist strike by shifting his body to the side, then spun around and tapped Sasuke on the shoulder with his fingertip. But Hinata's palm strike hit his ache appointment dead on, sending a jolt of numbness through his arm. The kunai in his hand dropped instantly. As Hyatt drew his sword from his back, the clone capitalized on the moment and chopped at his wrist with a swift hand strike, forcing the blade to fall. Shino's bugs swarmed toward the clone, but Uchiha Hikaru's clone responded with fire style, fireball jutsu, incinerating them midair. Meanwhile, the real Uchiha Hikaru reclined on his chair, observing the chaotic, uncoordinated assault with his hand on his forehead. It's the same old problem. Whether it's the academy or clan training, no one teaches teamwork. Among the 4, only Hyatt seemed to grasp the basics of coordination. He had deliberately delayed his attack, letting Hinata and Sasuke move first, hoping to take advantage of an opening with a precise sword strike. But his movement was still too broad. If Shino's insects had managed to seal off the escape routes more tightly, they might have forced the shadow clone to use a substitution. Hyatt recognized this and quickly gathered the other 3. He lowered his head and began whispering a plan. Sensei, Hikaru's shadow clone won't attack us, only dodge using various means. Hinata, you go first with gentle fist. Sasuke, use your clan's shuriken technique to cover her blind spots and anticipate the clone's movement. Shino, try to circle around and trap the back with your insects. I'll strike from above to seal the air. This way, we'll block every direction. He won't have a way out. Truth be told, Hyatt becoming a Chunin at 13 was no fluke. He might not have been as gifted as Kakashi, but he had earned the rank entirely with his swordsmanship. His combat instincts were already well above the others, who were still just 9. The 4 of them plotted openly, fully aware that Hikaru's clone was watching, but he didn't react, only raised an eyebrow and pretended not to hear. Still, he was secretly excited. Let's see what they come up with. Hyatt jumped onto a nearby tree branch and crouched low, gripping his sword's hilt tightly, his eyes locked on the clone. Shino's insects began to swarm from beneath his feet and circle behind the clone. Hinata activated her Byakugan, veins bulging around her eyes as she took a gentle fist stance. Sasuke retrieved a dozen shuriken, clamping them between his fingers, a near-invisible wire looped between them. In the sunlight, it shimmered faintly. The coordinated assault resumed. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 16 palms. Her right hand struck forward with precision guided by the Byakugan, aiming for the clone's chest. Her left hand followed rapidly, both palms striking one after another. As Hinata approached, the clone twisted and dodged, narrowly avoiding her blows. Her accuracy's improving. But she's still too slow, and not aggressive enough, Hikaru thought. Sasuke's Sharingan flared open, and he tracked the clone's movement, anticipating its dodge path. With a focused breath, he flung the shuriken in a fan-shaped arc toward the clone's upper body. Hikaru, still reclining, observed the trajectory. Good aim, but still basic. No use of the wire technique yet. Itachi clearly gave him strong fundamentals, but he lacks real-world experience. The shadow clone extended 3 fingers, firing off senbon needles. Just 3 were enough to knock every shuriken out of the air. Shino's insects were already behind the clone now, boxing him in. As the clone twisted to dodge Hinata again, he spun behind her and gently tapped her on the back. Hinata, seeing the dense swarm of bugs closing in from the front, panicked and dropped to the ground. Ah! At that moment, Hayate's eyes caught the flaw, the only moment of vulnerability in the clone's movement. As it twisted, momentum prevented a clean recovery, its right foot was still pivoting, and its right hand had not yet returned to guard. Only the left was usable for seals or defense. Now. 2 more shadow clones sprang out beside Hayate, and the 3 figures blurred forward with a burst of wind. In an instant, they appeared behind the shadow clone. With one coordinated strike, they attacked the top of the head, back, and the clone's feet. Konoha-style Kenjutsu, Crescent Moon Dance. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Secrets of Konoha Village. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Bonus. In an instant, a flash of silver-white blade light sliced across the shadow clone's body. For a brief moment, Hinata, Sasuke, and Shino all lit up with joy. Finally. We did it. We actually. As expected of you, Hayate. Only Hayate, who was half kneeling on the ground, wore a bitter expression as he recalled the moment of impact. Something's off. When cutting through a shadow clone, the blade should feel like it's slicing through empty air. But just now, there had been a slight pause before the blade passed through. The next moment, the shadow clone the 3 of them thought they had defeated suddenly flipped backward, somersaulted, and landed smoothly on the ground again. A few steel wires glinted in the air, reflecting silver in the sunlight. Phew, that was close, the shadow clone said with a relaxed grin. If it weren't for Sasuke's wire technique, I wouldn't have been able to hang a few lines up top in time. Maybe Hayate would have landed that hit. Hayate slowly stood up, the realization dawning on him. So that subtle resistance just now, he finally understood. The shadow clone had bit down on a steel wire and used his left hand to straighten it, while a clone in the air above had blocked the sunlight, concealing the wire's presence. Then, using an unbelievably narrow angle, he'd redirected Hayate's sword stroke just enough to deflect it. Hinata, Sasuke, and Shino couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and discouragement. So this is the level of the Hokage's personal assistant. We've seriously underestimated him. Hayate gripped the hilt of his sword tighter and voiced the question forming in his heart. Even so. How did you know my real body was in the center, instead of blocking one of the other 2 clones? Did you just guess? The shadow clone lifted his index finger and wagged it. That kind of thing isn't guesswork. This is what comes from years of real combat experience. Only your real body gives off a killing intent that's different from your clones. Hayate's eyes widened. He recalled something now, from over a year ago, during a B-rank mission with a Jonin squad. The team leader, a Jonin named Bayan, had said something similar during a morning briefing. But when Hayate had asked, he'd simply waved it off, calling it an old ninja's danger sense. Uchiha Hikaru's explanation finally cleared that lingering mystery. As for the others, Hinata, Sasuke, and Shino were completely lost. They weren't even genin yet. What would they know about killing intent? Damn it. I'm not giving up. Hinata. Shino. Hayate. Let's go again. I refuse to believe that after 4 whole hours, we still can't land a hit on a shadow clone that won't even fight back. Sasuke rolled up his sleeves and charged forward before anyone else could react. His microcosm ignited, his pride flaring, Sasuke launched himself straight at the shadow clone. Uchiha Hikaru, lying lazily on his lounge chair, suddenly curled his lips into a wicked smile. The same grin appeared on the face of the shadow clone. It ducked beneath Sasuke's straight punch, spun low to the ground with 2 fluid twirls, then pressed its hands together, index fingers and thumbs forming the unmistakable tiger seal. Hayate's eyes widened in horror. Sasuke. Move. But Sasuke had already committed to his charge. He turned just in time to see the clone crouching behind him, fingers locked in the tiger seal. His heart dropped. No. He wouldn't. Tiger seal. He'd been practicing the fire style, fireball jutsu non-stop recently, of course he knew that seal. Brother Hikaru, you traitor. You said no ninjutsu. I'm gonna end up in the hospital again. But instead of a fireball, the clone's expression twisted into one of unhinged mischief. Secret leaf taijutsu of the Hatake clan, 1,000 years of death. With that, the clone launched its hands, together, straight into Sasuke's backside. Hinata squealed and shyly covered her face, but still peeked through the gap between her fingers. Shino silently clasped his hands together in front of his chest, offering up a solemn prayer for Sasuke's soul. Hayate's jaw dropped so far he nearly unhinged it. So, the Hatake clan has such a terrifying secret technique. No wonder Hatake Tsukumo was feared across the shinobi world. Ayag. Sasuke was launched into the air by the sheer force of the strike, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Face planted in the dirt, but high in the air, he looked like a defeated, broken child. Damn you, stupid brother Hikaru. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes. In just 2 days, his poor but had been assaulted by both his beloved older brother and now the men he admired most. The Sharingan in his eyes even flickered, almost transforming into 2 Tomo, but the evolution still failed. From his lounge chair, Uchiha Hikaru narrowed his eyes, carefully observing Sasuke's reaction. Yesterday, Itachi gave me an idea. I figured I'd give it a try too. He had hoped the back-to-back stimulation, Itachi yesterday, and him today, might push Sasuke's Sharingan to its next stage. But, unfortunately, his own emotional weight in Sasuke's heart was clearly nowhere near Itachi's. I'll leave that kind of emotional trauma to Itachi in the future. I definitely didn't do this just because I wanted to poke Sasuke for fun. Everything I do is for Sasuke's bright future. Sasuke dragged himself upright, tears of frustration welling up as he stared at Uchiha Hikaru with his blood-red eyes. The shadow clone scratched its cheek, unsure what to do, then awkwardly gave a thumbs up to the real body. With a wink, it formed a hand seal. Poof. It disappeared in a puff of white smoke. Uchiha Hikaru stepped toward the still sulking Sasuke and reached out to ruffle his hair. Sasuke turned away in anger, trying to dodge, but Hikaru wasn't having it. He pressed down firmly on Sasuke's spiky head, forcing the younger boy to bend slightly under the weight of his hand. There was no mockery in his expression, only seriousness, with a touch of pity. Sasuke, I wanted to use the method Itachi used yesterday, to help stimulate the evolution of your Sharingan. But I guess, it didn't work. Sasuke's face fell even further. Damn it. I got hit again, and I still didn't evolve. But Hikaru wasn't finished. He casually removed the forehead protector wrapped around his right arm and angled it so Sasuke could see his reflection. But it's not like there was no progress. The Sharingan didn't evolve, but your pupil strength did increase. Look carefully, don't your eyes seem a little redder? Sasuke stared intently at the reflection in the polished metal, and slowly, a smile crept onto his face. It did seem just a little redder. Maybe, just maybe, he really was getting stronger. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 133, chapter. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Sasuke looked at his Sharingan, now slightly redder than before, and suddenly felt much better. Even the pain in his butt seemed to have eased a little. Uchiha Hikaru patted Sasuke's head with his right hand and unconsciously smoothed out his hair. Kids are so easy to fool. His eyes were red from crying, which just made his Sharingan look more intense. He hadn't expected Sasuke to believe such a flimsy explanation. Is he even easier to fool than Naruto in the original timeline? And just like that, with Sasuke clutching his backside with one hand and a smile on his face, Uchiha Hikaru's strength assessment of the four ended. After all, they had already displayed all their current abilities. Any further sparring would just be unnecessary punishment. And Hikaru wasn't the type to torment children for no reason. He gathered all 4 of them under the large parasol he brought along and handed out the juice he'd prepared in advance. 1 cup per person, no refills. He then pulled out 10 ultra-luxurious bento boxes from a storage scroll. At first, Shino assumed they were for his bugs. But then, to the shock of Shino, Sasuke, and Hayate, Hinata, under repeated reminders from Uchiha Hikaru to not waste food, proceeded to eat all 6 bento boxes. After lunch, Uchiha Hikaru activated his brain and began planning his personalized training programs for each of the 4. He looked seriously at Hayate first. Hayate, your chakra reserves are far higher than the average Chunins, but your chronic illness has always held you back. It prevents you from using ninjutsu frequently. Hayate nodded. He understood what Uchiha Hikaru meant. Exactly. That's why I haven't learned too many ninjutsu techniques. Using chakra puts too much strain on my body. That's why I focus almost entirely on swordsmanship, and I rarely even use taijutsu. Uchiha Hikaru was satisfied with Hayate's self-awareness, but he had an idea. From now on, I'll begin teaching you how to perceive space. And I'll teach you a unique sword technique that only I use. Hayate's eyes lit up with anticipation. What kind of sword style did Uchiha Hikaru use? He had never seen him draw his blade in battle. Noticing Hyade's eager expression, Hikaru walked over to a nearby tree trunk and clenched his right hand in the air. The spirit blade suddenly materialized in his grip. With a casual swing, he slashed toward the tree trunk. A sharp crack split the air, followed by a sharp explosion. Hyade's eyes widened as he saw the trunk cleanly sliced into 3 distinct segments. His pupils trembled. One swing, how did it cut 3 times? Uchiha Hikaru released the sword from his hand, and vanished into white smoke, sealing itself back onto his right wrist. This is a technique that incorporates spatial perception into swordsmanship, he said calmly. I call it, Flame Fan. If you can master this move, you won't need to use chakra to create shadow clones in combat. Every strike will carry a hidden, deadly threat, perfect for unexpected counters. And one day, once your illness is cured, you'll be able to combine Earth Release with Flame Fan to kill your opponents without them ever realizing how. Hyade's mind raced. He couldn't help but envision how such a technique would transform his future combat style. If his talent in spatial perception proved strong enough, he might one day slash through space itself, cutting enemies tens or even hundreds of meters away. Next, Uchiha Hikaru turned his attention to Shino. Shino's heart started to race. What sort of guidance would he receive? Shino, your biggest problem is your chosen path. Do you want to breed stronger individual parasites? Or cultivate a massive swarm of them? Shino was taken aback by the question but began to seriously reflect on it. It was exactly the dilemma he had been facing. He had split his efforts, trying to find exceptional individuals among his insects and nurture them, while also trying to increase their numbers. This dual focus was not uncommon within the Aburame clan. It was also the reason their clan had never produced a Kage-level shinobi. Even during the Warring States period, they had survived only by relying on other, more powerful clans, and the information-gathering abilities of their insects. After a long moment of thought, Shino clenched his fists, steeled his nerves, and made his decision. Sensei. I want to cultivate a larger swarm of parasites. He had weighed the pros and cons. Breeding strong individual insects might grant occasional bursts of power, but their lifespan was short, usually only around 3 months. That meant he'd always face a gap in strength between generations. Trying to maintain 2 separate batches would split his attention and efficiency. In that case, he'd rather go all in on numbers, quantity over quality. Uchiha Hikaru nodded, satisfied. Good choice. I agree. The greatest advantage of insects lies in their rapid reproductive cycle and overwhelming numbers. He recalled the terrifying Zerg rush strategies from his past life's games. The brutal effectiveness of swarm tactics left a deep impression on him. As long as the swarm is big enough, even ants can bring down an elephant. That's the path I want to guide you on. But it will take a significant investment of time and money. You'll need to talk to your father. This is going to cost your family quite a bit. You'll need a large supply of highly toxic substances to screen and condition your parasites. Then, you'll train them again using different chakra natures to further refine their resistance. If you're going the route of numbers, then you'll need to make up for it with lethality. It's best if touching them alone is fatal. Shino nodded seriously. As an Aburame, he understood exactly what Uchiha Hikaru meant. It was a process of brutal natural selection, using poisons to isolate the strongest insect larvae, ones that not only survived toxicity but also became venomous themselves. Then, using elemental chakra to push their resistance and evolution even further. In the end, he'd be left with a colony of elite insects, reproducing rapidly and ready for mass deployment. Yes, it would take time, money, and during the initial phases, his strength might fall behind. But once complete, it would represent a qualitative leap, not just for him, but for the entire Aburame clan. And now that Orochimaru had returned to Konoha to open a ninjutsu academy, surely more efficient training methods could be discovered, ones that might even cut the cost. Shino's heart swelled with gratitude. Not only for Uchiha Hikaru's personal instruction, but for what it meant for the legacy and strength of the Aburame clan. Of course, Uchiha Hikaru had his reasons too. The Aburame were the first clan to stand publicly with the Uchiha in the village's political structure. And loyalty like that deserved reward. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Be a Kugan Long-Range Sniper. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Next, Uchiha Hikaru turned his attention to their adorable little Hinata. Hinata's eyes were already sparkling with admiration. Although her expression was still shy, there was a clear yearning in her gaze, a desire for growth and a better future. Uchiha Hikaru couldn't help but raise his hand and gently ruffle Hinata's hair. Sasuke, watching from the side, rolled his eyes and grumbled internally. Why is he so gentle with Hinata? When he ruffled my hair, he nearly knocked me out. My hair's still a mess and my head's still spinning. Hinata, your father told me you're not well suited for the gentle fist style, right? Hikaru asked. Hinata had been enjoying the warmth of his hand, but the moment he brought up the gentle fist, a look of sadness washed over her face. Yes. When Niji and I was my age, he could already perform the 8 trigrams 32 palms. But I've only just learned the 8 trigrams 16 palms. Seeing her so disheartened, Uchiha Hikaru felt a wave of pity for her. Such a poor girl, to be carrying so much pressure at her age. But to him, this wasn't a problem. With Hinata's current personality, his new training methods might suit her perfectly, and maybe even allow her to surpass expectations. Hinata, he asked gently, can your Byakugan see farther than others your age? Hinata blinked, a little surprised by the question, but answered honestly. Yes. Compared to other children in the clan, I can see nearly a kilometer farther. But, how did you know that? Hikaru smiled and pointed at the stack of empty lunchboxes beside them. You eat a lot, but you don't gain any weight. That means your body is absorbing the energy somewhere. And since you're a Hyuga, it's obvious, your Byakugan is the one absorbing the most energy. That's why your range is so far. It was the first time Hinata had ever heard such an explanation. She had always been self-conscious about her big appetite. Now, that shame was instantly replaced by a sense of pride. Her mood visibly brightened. So it's not because I'm greedy. It's because my eyes are stronger than everyone else's. Then, filled with curiosity, she asked, so, what kind of training will you give me, Teacher Hikaru? Uchiha Hikaru pulled out a bow and a bundle of arrows from a scroll and laid them in front of her. The greatest strengths of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan are its insight into the human body and its incredibly wide field of vision. But all this time, the clan has used that insight only for gentle fist, or for gathering intelligence. What a waste. His expression turned serious and resolute. If your enemy is still far away, then why not use your superior vision and anatomical insight to shoot them with arrows before they even get close? Isn't that far simpler? Close-range gentle fist gives the enemy time to react, and possibly counterattack. You experienced that during the earlier sparring. But long-range attacks are different. You can miss as many times as it takes, and as long as the enemy hasn't reached you, you're still safe. If the enemy makes even one mistake, they die. Uchiha Hikaru painted a vivid picture of her future training. It was a direction Hyuga Hayashi had never considered. Hinata didn't fully grasp the impact this would have on the clan, but instinctively, she felt it. This path fit her quiet, reserved nature. A bow, long-range attacks, it felt right. As she looked at Hikaru's confident profile, her heart began to flutter. It was a warm feeling, different from the warmth she felt around her father. What about me? What about me? Hikaru-ani, give me your training too. Sasuke suddenly shouted, cutting through the moment. Still admiring Hinata's cute expression, Hikaru was dragged back to reality by Sasuke's voice. Without a word, he yanked Sasuke over, pressed the boy's head into his lap, and began scrubbing it vigorously. Damn it, Sasuke. Ah, I can't breathe, you bastard, Hikaru. You dare curse me. Hikaru immediately sped up, his hands a blur, practically leaving afterimages. I'm sorry. I give up. Hikaru-ani, please. Hikaru finally released him after he begged for mercy. Sasuke sat next to him, arms crossed, hair a wild mess. He pouted, but his voice betrayed his anticipation. Well, what about me? Their training plans all sound so cool, mine has to be even better, right? Hikaru looked at Sasuke's expectant face and the flicker of rebellion in his eyes. For a brief moment, memories from his previous life surfaced, Sasuke with eternal Mangekyō Sharingan in mobile games, infinite firepower, broken mechanics, the dreaded purple dog. Gana. But he shook it off. That was the past. Now I'm even more broken than those characters were. I'm your older brother figure, aren't I? As a fellow Uchiha, I'm the best example for you to learn from. Sasuke frowned slightly. But I don't know how strong you are, Hikaru-ani. It was true. Aside from the few poor kids who had sparred with him, no one really knew Uchiha Hikaru's full strength. Without a word, Hikaru activated his Sharingan, 3 tomo spinning, and met Sasuke's gaze, instantly dragging him into a genjutsu. Sasuke's world shifted. Suddenly, he was floating above vast mountains and forests. High above a peak, he saw Hikaru standing. A massive, roaring blue Qilin surged from the stormy clouds above. Bolts of lightning crashed to the earth, vaporizing an entire section of forest in a deafening boom. Before Sasuke could recover, hundreds of water dragons surged toward another peak, shattering it into rubble. Then came waves of flame, raging hurricanes, and massive landslides. Finally, a towering black giant appeared, 100 meters tall with 3 pairs of wings unfurled behind it. It wore dark, menacing armor and held an enormous ninja blade, dozens of meters long. The sword shattered into countless shards, cutting down everything in sight. Darkness consumed the sky. The earth trembled. The giant looked like a demon hellbent on destroying the world. Then, Hikaru released the illusion. Sasuke gasped for breath, heart pounding, the images still burned into his mind. Did you see it? Hikaru asked, his voice calm and firm. That is the ultimate power of the Uchiha. And now, you're going to start at the beginning. Your training will begin with mastering every nature transformation. As a proper Uchiha, you must master all 5 basic chakra natures. His words struck Sasuke like a divine command, etching themselves into his heart. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, a fire lit in his eyes. That's right. As an Uchiha, he was destined to be strong. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. And I will become stronger, strong enough to make the Uchiha clan proud. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Letter from the Daimyo. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. The entire afternoon was spent in simple yet effective training. As the session wrapped up, Sasuke, Hinata, Shino, and Hayate all returned to their homes and families. Uchiha Hikaru had just stepped out of the training grounds, and realizing no one was home to make dinner, he considered heading to Ichiraku Ramen to end the day with a hot meal. But then he suddenly stopped, turned around, and moved swiftly toward the northwest. It had already been over a week since Tsunade and Shizen moved back into the Senju ancestral home, and he hadn't visited them yet. Perfect opportunity for a free dinner and maybe even an overnight stay. Nothing unusual about that. Besides, with just Tsunade and Shizen living in such a massive house, it must feel lonely. What if the two of them get scared at night? He thought with a grin. Located near the heart of Konoha, in the prestigious northwest sector, stood the Senju clan's ancestral estate. Uchiha Hikaru followed the path he remembered. When he reached the entrance, he didn't bother with the door. What kind of ninja uses the front gate like a civilian? That's just tasteless. With practiced ease, he vaulted over the wall. The front yard was lined with a perfectly manicured lawn and a small koi pond. This place looks even better than mine. Damn it. I need to teach her a lesson. Bang. 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 He knocked on the red door a little harder than necessary. Who is it? Why are you disturbing me so late? Came Tsunade's irritated voice from inside. I've already been exhausted all day. Can't you just? The door opened mid-complaint. The moment Tsunade saw the person she'd been thinking about day and night standing at the door, all her irritation vanished in an instant. Uchiha Hikaru leaned in, his mouth brushing against her ear, and whispered softly. What's wrong, Godame Hokage? Not happy to see me? Should I leave, then? The warm breath in her ear sent a tingling sensation down Tsunade's spine. She gave him a flirtatious side-eye. You've got some nerve showing up after all this time. Despite her words, she turned away, grabbed his wrist with one hand, and pulled him into the house without hesitation. Hikaru dropped himself onto a wooden chair in the living room and took in his surroundings. Nearly all the furniture was made from fine wood. A closer look revealed a subtle, pulsing vitality. Wood release, huh? Even after 60 years, it still holds chakra. Then an idea struck him. His Sharingan activated, 3 tomo spinning as he scanned the room, trying to observe the structure through the lens of his dojutsu. But after a few sweeps, nothing. That can't be. His body, rich with Hashirama's cells, had a sensitivity to chakra that couldn't lie. He narrowed his eyes. The tomo spun again, this time transforming into the Mangekyō Sharingan. He pushed his visual prowess to its limit, approaching the strength of the eternal Mangekyō, and examined the room once more. Finally, at the edge of one of the wooden shelves, he caught a faint trace. Tiny blue chakra particles drifting through the air were ever so slowly clinging to the furniture. So that's it. This furniture isn't just old, it's constantly being nourished by ambient chakra. If Hashirama laid down massive wood-release constructs beneath the estate, this whole place might be sitting on a natural chakra battery. That kind of energy reserve could be used for almost anything, medical ninjutsu, seals, even strengthening the village barrier. Hikaru, get in here. Tsunade's voice called from the study, snapping him out of his thoughts. What's up? As he stepped inside, he saw Tsunade pressing her fingers against her temple, visibly frustrated. She pushed an envelope toward him on the crimson desk. Take a look yourself. Ugh, my grandfather left so much crap to deal with. Hikaru frowned as he examined the envelope, decorated with golden inlay, trimmed with fine animal hide. A letter from the daimyo. If this is some political stunt, I swear. He opened the letter and skimmed through it quickly. My dear granddaughter. I heard that you have returned to Konoha and become the 5th Hokage. I am filled with joy. It has been far too long since we last met. If you have time, I hope you'll visit me. For the development of the village, I would like to do my part by providing assistance and support. Hikaru's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. So that's how he wants to play it. As expected of a seasoned politician. The daimyo hadn't mentioned his title once, referring to himself solely as grandfather and placing himself in a humble position throughout the letter. At the end, he promised a massive financial grant to Konoha. Hikaru tossed the letter back onto the desk, walked up behind Tsunade, wrapped his arms around her from behind, and rested his chin on her right shoulder. Your grandfather's got a good head on his shoulders. He didn't make things hard for you, and now he wants to fund the village. You know, back when the third Hokage was in charge, Danzo had to threaten the daimyo just to get funding. Tsunade blushed as she felt the solid warmth behind her. Cough, cough. Hikaru chuckled and let her go, sensing her flustered reaction. I get what you mean, she said, composing herself. But that was over a decade ago. The old man isn't the problem, it's the ministers under him. They kept trying to push their sons on me. Proposing political marriages. Over and over. It disgusted me. That's why I stopped visiting the capital altogether. In the next moment, a violent, freezing chakra burst from Hikaru's body. Boom. Crack. A howling gust of wind accompanied the chakra surge, shattering the window glass and sending papers flying around the study like a blizzard. The walls and furniture, made with wood release, held firm, testament to their legendary craftsmanship. It's fine. I'll go with you. As the Hokage's assistant, I've got every reason to accompany you to meet the daimyo. I'd love to see which one of those pompous nobles dares lay a finger on my Hokage. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. Is it really just as Hokage? Who the hell dares touch a woman of Uchiha Hikaru, he muttered darkly. This is the perfect chance to meet the family. Tsunade shot up from her chair, her face scarlet, and shoved Hikaru with both hands. Ugh. Hikaru's back slammed into a wooden pillar. And then, a battle of wills ignited between them. Half an hour later, Shizen stood outside the study, holding a tray of dinner, ready to call Tsunade for the meal. But then, she heard those sounds again. The ones that had haunted her ears last week. Her cheeks turned crimson. Screw it. They'll eat when they're hungry. I'm going to bed. Thank the sage this house is big enough. Maybe they won't shake the whole place tonight. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Courage is worthy of praise, but this is the only thing that can be praised. Rolling on the floor laughing. Insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. In the capital of the Land of Fire, deep within the daimyo's estate. The day after receiving the letter from the daimyo, Uchiha Hikaru and Tsunade temporarily handed over all village affairs to Shizen and Hyuga Hayashi. It was also the perfect time to let the students return home and discuss their futures with their families. Would they choose to follow Uchiha Hikaru's training path, or stick to the traditional routes passed down through their clans? The daimyo's grand hall was packed with Fire Country nobles and ministers. At the head sat the elderly daimyo himself, robed in lavish garments embroidered with the Fire Nation's crest. To his right sat Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru. To his left sat the two most influential ministers in the Land of Fire, Minister of Finance, Minister No. 1, and Minister of Taxation, Minister No. 2. Behind them stood their respective heirs. Minister No. 1's only son, Noble Son No. 1, loomed proudly, while Minister No. 2 had both of his sons, Noble Son No. 2 and Noble Son No. 3, positioned right behind him. Uchiha Hikaru found the power distribution here absurd. A country dominated by finance and taxation, with no ministry overseeing the military. No infrastructure or foreign affairs. Wait, military power. That belonged to the Hidden Leaf Village. To Konoha. To him. If that's how it was, then fine. It all worked out perfectly. Behind the daimyo sat his three sons, eldest son No. 1, second son No. 2, and third son No. 3, whose generic and uninspired names nearly made Uchiha Hikaru twitch with annoyance. In the ninja world, if you had no talent or clan name, you didn't even get a proper surname. Yet here they were, holding positions of nobility with laughably ordinary titles. It was pathetic. The daimyo wore a fan-like crest on his head, the word fire painted boldly across it. His smile stretched as he looked fondly at Tsunade. "Ha. My dear granddaughter," he said with false warmth. "I'm already 92 years old. If you'd waited much longer, I might not have lived to see you again." Tsunade forced a polite smile. Though the man was her grandfather in name, she'd met him only a handful of times. There was no real bond between them, just obligation. Uchiha Hikaru didn't hesitate to speak on her behalf. "Lord Daimyo, as you know, the village exists to safeguard the land of fire. It is Konoha's duty to ensure the nation's peace and security. Tsunade, descendant of the first Hokage, has stepped into the role of Hokage to honor that duty. She carries a great burden on her shoulders, and I ask that you understand her position. The daimyo's gaze flicked to Uchiha Hikaru, his weathered eyes studying him with faint interest. He raised his fan slightly and chuckled behind it. Well said. That makes sense. And you are? All eyes in the hall turned toward Hikaru. He answered firmly, calmly. Uchiha Hikaru. Deputy head of the Uchiha clan. Assistant to the fifth Hokage. A hush swept through the chamber. The room, thick with political weight, seemed to pause. But Hikaru felt nothing. These weak nobles. They thought they could intimidate him. He'd already faced down scheming Uchiha elders, rebellious clansmen, and high-level shinobi. This pathetic attempt at pressure was laughable. If not for Tsunade's blood ties to the daimyo, he'd have marched the Uchiha here and seized the entire estate in one night. The daimyo's narrowed eyes remained fixed on him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. In his mind, the aged ruler was comparing this young Uchiha to another legend, Uchiha Madara. That same arrogance. That same silent strength. And yet, something about Uchiha Hikaru reminded him of Hashirama too. The way he carried himself. The way he stood beside Tsunade. At that moment, Minister Number 2, the taxation minister, picked up on the daimyo's thoughts. His gaze flicked toward the noble sons behind him. A brief signal passed between them. Noble son Number 2 traced 2 fingers across Minister Number 2's back, forming a silent message. Danzo. The minister's eyes lit up. Right, this guy must be another Danzo. Another arrogant advisor who thinks he can do as he pleases. He slammed his hand on the table. Bang. Pain shot through his wrist as the wood rattled. But he gritted his teeth, pointing accusingly at Uchiha Hikaru with his other hand. How dare you, a mere assistant, interrupt a conversation between the daimyo and Lady Tsunade? This is a family matter. Your interference is not only inappropriate, it's insubordination. Tsunade, who had been tolerating the ceremony with growing annoyance, exploded. Boom. Her fist came down like a thunderclap, shattering the wooden table. A deep crack spiderwebbed across the tiled floor, leaving a gaping hole beneath her knuckles. My private matter. If it's my personal business, then why the hell are you butting in? The gathered nobles screamed and ducked under the furniture, some visibly trembling. Minister Number 2 went pale. But when he glanced at the daimyo, the old man's face remained unreadable, calm, detached, as though lost in memory. Encouraged by the silent approval, or lack of disapproval, Minister Number 2 pushed forward. He bowed his head slightly. Forgive me, Lady Tsunade, I spoke out of turn. But I must ask, what right does Uchiha Hikaru have to speak for you? He's just an assistant. He interrupted his Hokage and overstepped his station. That is treasonous. The room fell into dead silence. Even the sound of the floor tiles cracking under Tsunade's fist had faded. Then, laughter. Ha 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 ha. The mocking laughter echoed off the walls, arrogant and cutting. Uchiha Hikaru stood slowly, his voice colder than ice as he looked down at Minister Number 2 and his sons as if they were insects beneath his heel. I saw every little sign you gave. Every little twitch. Every word passed behind the scenes. You thought you were clever. That you could manipulate this meeting like a chessboard. How bold of you, and how foolish. He took a step forward, his chakra beginning to rise. Let me explain something very clearly. I do not take orders from anyone here. And if you try that shit again, I'll make you regret it. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 137, just because I'm her man. Rolling on the floor laughing, insert some funny memes or gif rolling on the floor laughing. Who am I to speak for her? Uchiha Hikaru's voice was cold, like a blade pressed to the throat. Because I'm her man. The entire hall froze. Finally, the daimyo seemed to snap out of his senile daze, blinking a few times as he looked at Tsunade with a strange expression. Then, slowly, his gaze turned back to Uchiha Hikaru, scanning him twice from head to toe. One man. One woman. No gender confusion. The man was handsome and formidable. The woman, beautiful and dignified. No issue there. As for strength and status, he was young, yet already the Hokage's assistant. Clearly, his capabilities spoke for themselves. The Uchiha and Senju clans had founded Konoha together. Their bloodlines and positions were on equal footing. But what got him was the age difference. Tsunade was definitely an older woman in this relationship. An old cow eating young grass. But then again, back in his youth, hadn't he been the same? He loved young women, how else would he have fathered 10 children? 6 daughters and 4 sons. Only his first daughter had survived childbirth and gone on to have Tsunade. His wife had died giving birth to Nawaki shortly after. He sighed quietly and looked at Tsunade with a glimmer of approval and faint nostalgia. Tsunade had originally been ready to echo Uchiha Hikaru's words with a proud, "He's my man." But when she caught the weird look in her grandfather's eyes, she instantly swallowed the words. Instead, she just consoled herself internally, whatever. This old man liked young girls too back in the day. Finance Minister, Minister Number 1, had a small smile on his face as he looked at Uchiha Hikaru. Unlike Minister Number 2, who had just made a fool of himself, Minister Number 1 was genuinely pleased with Tsunade's partner. Unlike the power-hungry and ambitious Minister Number 2, Minister Number 1 had the full trust of the daimyo and had long pledged unwavering loyalty to the ruling house. The daimyo had entrusted him with the kingdom's finances for that very reason. Minister Number 2, on the other hand, had clawed his way up from the business world. He was clever, but greedy, and most of the noble faction that followed him only did so out of self-interest. Every year, all tax records had to pass Minister Number 1's audit. Any irregularities were immediately reported to the daimyo. Now, seeing his longtime rival fall from grace, Minister Number 1 was inwardly pleased. His expression remained calm, but a weight had lifted off his chest. Among the Fire Nation's high nobility, nearly half supported Minister Number 2, only interested in their personal gain. The rest remained loyal to the daimyo. Had Minister Number 1 not kept the accounts clean and transparent, the Fire Nation wouldn't still be hailed as the strongest nation in the shinobi world today. Now both the daimyo and Minister Number 1 were at ease. But Minister Number 2 could no longer contain his panic. Who could have predicted that this seemingly young man, barely in his 20s, was not only the Hokage's assistant but also Tsunade's future husband? It made him reflect on everything he'd done just minutes ago. He looked like a clown. The situation had completely reversed. Now he was the outsider. With no one else to blame, he shifted all his fury onto his second son, noble son Number 3. It was his suggestion. That idiotic whisper had pushed him into this mess. Meanwhile, noble son Number 3, his youngest, was also frozen in dread. That idea was his. They were both doomed. As for noble son Number 2, the eldest son, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. His cruel younger brother, who always belittled him for being born of a commoner mother, had finally tripped over his own ego. Now, maybe his chances of inheriting the Ministry of Taxation just got a little better. Ahem. The daimyo's 2 light coughs broke the tension. With a smile, he motioned for Uchiha Hikaru to sit down. Hikaru didn't move at first. He merely smiled back and extended his chakra quietly, sensing the old man's condition. His body was failing. His vitality flickered like a candle in the wind. So that was it. The reason he'd called Tsunade here now wasn't just sentiment. It was about securing a smooth succession while she still held power as the 5th Hokage. Leverage. Timing. The daimyo seemed to notice the subtle probing of chakra. He didn't resist. Instead, he returned the look with knowing eyes and nodded ever so slightly in understanding. "Let's not make this bigger than it is," he said. Minister Number 2 overstepped, yes. But his concerns were misguided, not malicious. Misunderstandings happen. Let it go. He turned to Tsunade, his expression softening. "You've lost so much, Tsunade. Your mother died giving birth to you. Your brother, gone. Now, after all these years, you've finally found someone. I can rest a little easier now." In that moment, the daimyo looked less like a ruler and more like an old man at the twilight of his life, genuinely moved, seeking peace. Tsunade looked at him, startled by the shift in his demeanor. Maybe this trip wasn't the burden she'd feared it would be. At the very least, she could see the only blood relative she had left in this world one more time. For the first time in years, she felt a trace of familial warmth. It reminded her of the kindness she once felt from her grandfather Hashirama and granduncle Tobirama. She raised her right hand slowly and looked at the old man's face. As a medical ninja, she didn't need a detailed diagnosis. She could already tell he was only alive because of rare herbs and chakra control. He was already fading. This was just the final flicker. "I am at the age where I should be finding someone," she said softly. "And as the Fire Nation's princess, it was never that I couldn't find a man. My standards were just high. And now, I've found him." As she spoke, she gently reached for Uchiha Hikaru's hand and leaned her head on his shoulder, her eyes warm, her heart at peace. Looking at his granddaughter's expression, the daimyo smiled with rare contentment. He raised his hand and addressed the room. "All right. That's enough for today. You've all seen what you needed to see. I'd like to speak with my granddaughter and her future husband in private. You're dismissed." Just then, the daimyo's eldest son, Heir number 1 began frantically signaling to Minister number 2 with his eyes. Minister number 2 got the message immediately, but after the embarrassment he'd already suffered, he didn't dare act rashly. Suddenly, noble son number 3, his second son, stood up, legs trembling. But Lord Daimyo, didn't you summon us here today to decide on your successor? This concerns the entire land of fire. How can we just leave now? His voice was tight with panic. He knew that if he didn't act now, he was done. He had already made one critical mistake earlier. If he couldn't steer the conversation toward succession, then not only would he lose favor, but his father would likely disown him to save face. He clenched his fists. This was his last chance. Because both father and son, sharp businessmen to the core, knew exactly what was at stake. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Controlled Mizukage, War. Inside the daimyo's mansion, the sudden outburst from noble son number 3 caused the smile on daimyo face to freeze. He coughed twice. Cough, cough. The room fell silent. I'm an old man. And today, I'm in a good mood. I want to speak to my granddaughter and her husband first. Is there a problem? Why are you in a rush, when I'm not? With the daimyo's loud voice, the farce came to an end. The daimyo, Tsunade, and Uchiha Hikaru made their way toward the inner residence. Meanwhile, across the sea, in the hidden mist village of the Land of Water. Inside the Mizukage's office. A pale, spiral-faced white Zetsu phased out from the wall. Oh, Uchiha Hikaru and Tsunade are in the daimyo's mansion. The plan can begin now. Yagura sat rigidly at his desk, his eyes blank and face expressionless. A deep, calm voice emerged from behind him. You weren't seen, were you? Obito's form slowly appeared from the spiral distortion of space. The white Zetsu unraveled into a cloak-like layer that wrapped around Obito's limbs and torso. Obito removed the tiger-striped mask from his face. In its place, a new spiral-patterned mask formed, centered around 3 Sharingan Tomo. 2 aligned with his vision, the last sat above his forehead, like a third eye. I'm the most elite white Zetsu. How could I be caught? Smug answer earned a cold smirk from Obito. With a flicker of space-time, both vanished from the office. Moments later, several mist ninja entered. Lord Mizukage. Our forces are assembled. This is the perfect time to strike the Land of Fire, while the new Hokage is still consolidating power. My same Hada is thirsty. The voice came from a large, brutish man with orange hair tied into buns, a twisted grin stretching across his vicious face. A tall, voluptuous woman with long brown hair frowned. Lord Mizukage, are you really planning to go to war with Konoha now? Tsunade's appointment may stir internal conflict over power, yes, but for the shinobi corps, her return has boosted morale. Behind her, Ao nodded in agreement. She's right, Lord Mizukage. Launching an attack now is dangerous. The outcome is far from certain. Why don't we just... Bang. Yagura slammed his staff into the ground, silencing them all. The Bloodline clan's discontent is at its peak. This war isn't just about carving a piece out of Konoha, it's about redirecting that anger outward. This is an order. The command sealed the fate of many. Mei Terumi clenched her fists tightly. This damned 4th Mizukage. How could he make such a reckless decision? Meanwhile, the brutish swordsman, same Hada swordsman, grinned. He didn't care about politics or consequences. He wanted blood. The last time he fought a Konoha genin, the trauma had lingered far too long. This time, he would turn that fear into pain, and unleash it tenfold on their comrades. There was no way Konoha had another physical monster waiting for him, right? By evening, the Mist's massive shinobi force set sail, launching a direct offensive toward the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. Obito and the Zetsu-possessed Afe appeared in the coastal region ahead of the invasion. From the earth before them, a strange figure emerged, half black, half white. Obito. Nagato supports your decision. He believes this is a prime chance to weaken Konoha's forces. All for the goal of collecting the tailed beasts. Kakuzu and Haiden will arrive tomorrow. Obito looked down at Black Zetsu, a cold smile twisting beneath his mask. Oh. So Nagato wants the fire to burn hotter, does he? That's convenient. But let's be honest. It's not about the plan, it's about revenge. His parents died by Konoha's hands, he's just dressing up vengeance in ideology. Black Zetsu's face twitched. You idiot. You think this is about you? If it weren't for Uchiha Hikaru, I'd let you play your little war games however you wanted. But now, with 3 Mangekyō Sharingan awakened under Uchiha Hikaru's banner, your arrogance is suicidal. And yet, he couldn't say any of that. In his heart, he cursed. Madara, why the hell did you choose this thick-headed brat? On the surface, he kept smiling. Obito, don't forget. This is all for Madara-sama's infinite Tsukuyomi. Don't let your emotions ruin the plan. Obito stiffened, something had hit a nerve. TCH. You don't have to remind me. No one is more committed to the infinite Tsukuyomi than I am. Without another word, Obito vanished into his Kamui dimension, taking Tobi with him. But the sting from Black Zetsu's words lingered. Within the darkness of Kamui's world, memories erupted. That night. The laughter. The betrayal. The wounds. What? You're not actually in love with me, are you? Obito. Rin likes me. Seriously, look at yourself. You're not even half as handsome as Kakashi. Why would Rin like you? Uchiha Hikaru's mocking voice. Kakashi's blunt honesty. They echoed like knives. Aagag. Obito screamed, unleashing a storm of wood style inside Kamui. Rocks shattered. Dust clouded the air. He rampaged for minutes. Eventually, silence returned. The chaos subsided. He stood in the debris, panting. He activated Kamui again and emerged back on the coastal cliffs. Far in the distance, through the mist, his Sharingan could already see the sails. Dozens of mist ships. Hundreds of shinobi. The hunger for destruction reignited in his chest. Behind the mask, his face twisted into a mad grin. Konoha. Hikaru. Kakashi. Kirigakure. Rin. This war is for you. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 139, War Mercenaries, the Undead Duo. On the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire. The stationed ninja forces led the same dull routine as always. Only a handful of ninja squads and a few Hyuga branch members stood guard at the shore. The remaining forces, numbering in the thousands, were positioned several kilometers inland. After all, the harsh seaside conditions made it impossible to keep any ninja stationed there year-round. Because of this, border defense along the coast operated on a rotating schedule. A few teams were assigned to patrol each coastal zone every week. Suddenly, one Hyuga ninja activated his Byakugan and peered into the mist rolling in from the sea. What he saw made his blood run cold, hundreds of enemy shinobi advancing across the waves. He turned sharply to shout a warning. But before he could make a sound, a grotesque black tendril lashed out, wrapping around his throat. The arm, black, stitched, and lined with chakra threads, tightened violently, cutting off his air. The Hyuga ninja's mouth opened, but no words came out. He struggled, fingers twitching toward his pouch. From the mist stepped a man dressed in a black cloak with red clouds. A bounty headband slashed through the insignia of the hidden steam village rested on his forehead. His green pupils shimmered faintly, his scara tinged with red. Konoha Ninja. Hyuga Branch. Chunin. You're worth about 3 million ryo at the bounty exchange. More than your teammates. Lucky you. The Hyuga ninja writhed in the air, desperately reaching for his kunai to sever the black tendril binding him. Crack. His spine snapped. His body fell limp as his vision faded. I hate damaging merchandise, the man muttered. Whole corpses are worth more. The Hyuga's eyes glazed over, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. Kakuzu retracted the thread-like arm and slung the body over his shoulder. He turned and disappeared into the woods. Blood was everywhere. Limbs. Organs. Shredded flak jackets. Ah. Why don't you come worship Jashin with me? No. Then I'll show you the glory of pain. Schlick. Inside a crimson triangle drawn in blood, Haydn stood grinning, driving a steel pike directly into his own heart. A few meters away, a burly Konoha ninja collapsed, screaming, blood pouring from his chest in sync with Haydn's. Spurt. A torrent of blood splashed onto Haydn's face. He lifted his head. A moan of ecstasy escaped him. Akimochi-ai. Jashin-sama bless me more. Kakuzu stood nearby, visibly disgusted as he watched his partner of the last 2 months go through his usual demented ritual. Oi, Haydn. I told you, do your cultist crap if you want, but stop mangling the bodies. How am I supposed to cash them in at the exchange if they're in pieces? Do that again, and I'll kill you. Haydn pulled the pike from his own chest and slid it back into the 3-bladed scythe strapped to his back. The black symbols tattooed across his skin slowly faded, returning him to his usual pale self. Crack, crack. He twisted his neck dramatically, sighing in delight. Allah, you've tried that already, Kakuzu. 2 months together, and you still don't get it, I'm immortal. But fine. Next time, I'll try not to go overboard. It's just that these Konoha sacrifices were so damn cute, I couldn't help myself. Kakuzu rubbed his temples. This lunatic. He just ruined the value of at least 3 million ryo in bodies. Good thing he took the Hyuga first. Ignoring Haiden, Kakuzu knelt to collect usable corpses and scroll-sealed what was left of the Hyuga ninja. Whoosh. Whoosh. More than a dozen Kirinin dropped from the trees, surrounding the 2 Akatsuki members. Haiden's eyes sparkled, giddy again. Just as he reached for his scythe, Kakuzu grabbed his arm. Stop. Kakuzu's gaze swept over the mist shinobi. A woman appeared on a branch overhead, elegant, dangerous. Kakuzu quickly estimated her chakra reserves. She was strong. The leader. From his sleeve, he withdrew a scroll and unfurled it. He displayed it plainly for Mei Terumi to see. Akatsuki. Contracted war support. Hired by your Mizukage. The surrounding mist ninja scoffed in disdain. TCH. Kirigakure hiring mercenaries. How shameful. 2 young fools, overconfident and stupid, lunged forward. Whoosh. Shunk. Kakuzu's arms shot forward like lances, skewering both through the chest. He lifted their still-beating hearts with his blood-soaked hands. I was contracted by the Mizukage. Your safety isn't my responsibility. Mei Terumi stands tensed, both hands clutching kunai. TCH. Not good. These 2 are no ordinary enemies. Those genin were reckless, now they're corpses. Just when it seemed another battle would erupt, Kakuzu casually dropped the bodies and retracted his arms. He turned, walking away. I only carry out assignments. So long as you don't get in my way, do as you like. If you need more work done, find me at the exchange. With that, Kakuzu vanished into the trees. Mei's eyes narrowed. So that was Kakuzu, the infamous bounty hunter. His behavior, tone, and strength matched the rumors. So he hadn't died after vanishing months ago, he'd joined Akatsuki. The fact that the Mizukage had hired 2 S-rank rogues like this. It meant he was absolutely serious about this war. The money spent to contract them must have been enormous. They had to make gains in this war, territory, resources, something. If not, Kirigakure might not survive what comes next. Thousands of mist shinobi now surged inland. The other 2 Konoha outposts had already fallen, silently taken by Fugaku and Ao's strike squads. No warning had been sent. No resistance offered. No one had expected the hidden mist to launch a war. Not after everything. It had been less than 10 years since the 3rd Great Ninja War ended. The 2nd and 3rd wars had already drained the 5 great nations to the brink. Villages were still rebuilding. Especially Kirigakure, ravaged by civil unrest, torn apart by the Blood Mist era and the persecution of its own bloodline clans. This attack was perfectly timed. And Konoha. Konoha had never been more unprepared. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 140, Eastern Coast Crisis. In the eastern region of the Land of Fire, at a Konoha ninja camp just a dozen miles from the coastline. The stillness of night was shattered by the roar of exploding paper bombs. Many shinobi, already deep in sleep, never had the chance to open their eyes again, killed in their sleep by the sudden assault. Leading the charge was Fugaku Suikezen, bringing with him hundreds of Kirigakure shinobi, launching a frenzied assault on the camp. He fought the Konoha shinobi with reckless abandon, trading blows without care for his own safety, staking his life on this battle. The commander stationed along the eastern coastal border was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke. At this moment, Shinosuke, gripping a chakra-forged ninjato in both hands, was locked in a stalemate with Fugaku Suikezen. The 2 were evenly matched, but each time their blades clashed, Shinosuke could feel the chakra infused into his weapon being siphoned away by the strange sword in Fugaku's hands. The balance of chakra between them kept shifting, his chakra slowly diminishing as Fugaku surged. Before long, the tide turned against him. Yet in the broader battlefield, Konoha's forces began to push back. Under the leadership of Captain No. 1 and the seasoned genin, Mariboshi Kosuka, they gradually overcame the initial disadvantage. A large number of Kirigakure shinobi were cut down during Konoha's counteroffensive. By the time Fugaku Suikezen realized what was happening, only around 200 of the nearly 700 shinobi he had brought remained. A surge of dread welled up in his heart, and he immediately ordered a retreat. Once the enemy withdrew, Sarutobi Shinosuke surveyed the wreckage of the camp and compiled a rough report. There had originally been more than 1,500 shinobi stationed here, but after the enemy's surprise attack, fewer than 1,000 remained. And this was only the enemy's vanguard. Despite their numbers, they had only managed to inflict casualties on a 1-to-1 ratio. Without hesitation, the entire camp transitioned into wartime readiness. A second-level alert was issued, and a meeting was convened inside the command tent. During the meeting, Nara No. 1 delivered the battle damage report and current supply status. Of the remaining 1,024 shinobi, 9 are in critical condition and require immediate medical attention. Another 103 have sustained minor injuries that won't impact combat readiness. As for supplies, we have enough to hold out for a month if there's no renewed attack. However, the warehouse was destroyed. What food and weapons remain will last us 3 days at best. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shinosuke felt the crushing weight of command bear down on him. What about communications? Has word been sent to the village requesting reinforcements? The supplies, 3 days. It'll take at least 2 for backup to arrive from Konoha. Captain No. 1 stepped forward calmly to ease Shinosuke's growing agitation. It's already been taken care of. Shiranui Ginma, Reido Namishi, and Tatami Iwashi once served as guards to the 4th Hokage. They can perform the Flying Thunder formation together. I instructed them to use it the moment the enemy struck, to transmit intel back to the village. Give it 2 days. Reinforcements will arrive. Sarutobi Shinosuke exhaled heavily in relief. Thank heavens those 3 could use the Flying Thunder formation. Without it, the entire eastern border of the Land of Fire might have been lost. But just then, shouts erupted from outside the tent. Shinosuke, Captain No. 1, Mariboshi Kosuka, and Nara No. 1 rushed outside immediately. A wounded shinobi collapsed before them, his shoulder pierced through. Using the last of his strength, he gasped out his dying message. 2 enemies, black cloaks, red clouds. And then, silence. The 4 immediately mobilized, leading surrounding shinobi toward the breached front line. But when they arrived, they found the northern edge of the eastern defense line had been completely overrun. More than 20 Chunin lay dead, their bodies dismembered, pieces scattered across the earth. The corpses of 4 Jonin and nearly a dozen more Chunin were missing entirely. Mariboshi Kosuka drew the chakra blade from the scabbard strapped behind his back. The once gentle lines of his face now hardened, stern and steeped in killing intent. Looks like we're not just dealing with hidden mist shinobi. I'll hold this line. You and Shinosuke will reinforce the other 2 defense lines. I may be old, but I still have this blade. I won't let the Nidame's water-style legacy die here. Kosuka wasn't wrong. Judging from the devastation, ordinary Jonin didn't stand a chance. With just 2 enemies, the entire defense line had been annihilated. Their strength likely rivaled that of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In fact, given the sheer speed and damage, they might even surpass them. Nara No. 1's mind raced as he observed the battlefield. Wide scorch marks stained the ground. Trees bore lightning-scorched wounds. The soil was soaked, puddled where water-style attacks had drenched the area, leaving behind strange, faint red circles. A faint black scorch trail scarred the ground. Clues everywhere. Pieces to a puzzle. Eyes closed, he visualized the scene in reverse, reconstructing the events from the residual evidence. 1 mutilated corpse had been bludgeoned by something massive, but not smoothly. The wounds weren't clean like a sword's cut. More like a scythe. The body bore no single lethal wound. Could he have bled out from the severed limbs? No, judging by the man's expression, that didn't fit. His face was frozen in fear and confusion, blood still fresh at his mouth. Nara No. 1 placed a palm on the man's chest. A shadow tendril stretched from his fingers, slipping into the chest cavity as he searched. Then, he opened his eyes. Captain No. 1 approached quickly. Did you find something? The torso was intact, but his heart was pierced clean through. There are residual markings on the ground. Could be part of a ritual, or a trigger for a cursed technique. The others were taken out by large-scale ninjutsu. These 2, whoever they are extremely powerful. The one who uses curse techniques prefers a large scythe. That's all I can conclude right now. I'm sorry. Shinosuke clapped him on the shoulder firmly. This is more than enough intel. Don't worry. Reinforcements are coming in 2 days. There's no way we're letting this slip through our hands. Shinosuke's words drew a bitter smile from Nara No. 1. He knew it was meant to raise morale. But as a Nara, he couldn't lie to himself. If he were to make a worst-case assumption about the enemy's strength, it would be Kage level. He just didn't say it out loud. Because someone had to keep hope alive. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 142, Border Crisis, Unexpected Decision. Late at night, Konoha was as peaceful as ever. Beneath the Hokage building, in the depths of the root base, Kabuto Yakushi sifted through layers of intelligence relayed from various covert networks spread across the Land of Fire. Suddenly, pop. A distinct sound rang out from the spell-sealed platform behind him. The moment Kabuto heard it, his mind immediately recalled the warning Uchiha Hikaru had given him. Once an intelligence scroll appears on the table, you must deliver it directly to Tsunade or to me. If we are out of the village, hand it to the next highest-ranking official immediately. Both Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru had left the village due to a summons from the daimyo. They were currently at the capital of the Land of Fire. That left only one person to receive this classified intel, Hyuga Hayashi, acting Hokage in their absence. Kabuto stood abruptly. The chair beneath him toppled backward with a loud clatter. By the time the chair hit the ground, Kabuto had already vanished from the room. He raced across rooftops under cover of night, moving swiftly toward the Hyuga compound. Who goes there? The sudden movement alerted a Hyuga branch family jonin patrolling the grounds. Route, priority command. Kabuto hurled a scroll forward, then ignored the guard entirely, leaping straight into the Hyuga clan's courtyard. The branch jonin examined the scroll and the mask Kabuto wore. Unfurling the scroll, he quickly read the message. It bore Tsunade's direct seal. Without another word, he stepped aside, though unease twisted in his gut. He had a very bad feeling about this. Within the hour, the roof of the Hokage building was packed with clan heads and leaders of Konoha's departments. Hyuga Hayashi stood at the center, his expression more solemn than ever. Everyone present understood instantly, this was serious. The Hidden Mist Village has launched an assault on the eastern coastal border, Hayashi announced. Their advance force alone numbers nearly 1,000 shinobi. Effective immediately, the village is under second-level combat readiness. We will deploy 5,000 shinobi to reinforce the eastern front. Then he turned to Orochimaru, who stood quietly near the front. You have the most experience with battlefield command, Hayashi said, placing full trust in the Sannin. The command is yours. Orochimaru wore a blood-stained white lab coat. Crimson specks from his last experiment were still drying on the fabric. The glint in his serpentine eyes sharpened. The icy strategist of the second and third great ninja wars, the one who once terrified entire enemy nations, was back. A flicker of long-dormant flame reignited within him. No problem. He turned toward Aburame Shibi, giving him a brief, knowing look. Shibi returned the glance with a nod. Orochimaru's lips curled upward. Just like before, the Aburame clan will accompany me into battle. No one objected. In previous wars, the Aburame had always served as Orochimaru's most trusted battlefield support. But then, an aged, gravelly voice broke the silence. Orochimaru, this time, let the Sarutobi clan stand beside you on the front lines. A small, hunched figure emerged from the crowd. Orochimaru froze for a moment, stunned by the familiar voice. Then he turned, hesitating briefly, before locking eyes with his old master. Lord Third, at your age, can you still wield the adamantine staff? Ha! Sarutobi Hiruzen ripped off his white cloak, revealing a full black combat uniform underneath. Armor covered his forearms, and a hood shadowed his eyes. I am the so-called Professor of Ninjutsu. Once known as the hero of the Hidden Leaf. I ate 3 bowls of rice last night. Don't you dare think I can't swing my big stick. Hayashi gave a sharp nod. Orochimaru and Lord Third will each lead their respective forces, 2,000 Sarutobi clan shinobi and 3,000 additional troops. They'll deploy to the eastern border immediately. He hesitated for a moment longer, then finalized the remaining deployment orders. Jiraiya would lead 1,000 shinobi to the west to counter any movement from the hidden sand. The northwest border was entrusted to Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka. Fugaku Uchiha would lead the Uchiha clan in defending the northeast. If full-scale war broke out, the other great nations could strike Konoha from any direction. The borders had to be secured now, while there was still time. In an instant, the rooftops of Konoha were filled with flurries of movement. Shinobi leapt between buildings in waves. The noise woke many civilians from their sleep. Windows opened across the village. What's going on? Is it another war, like before? Mom, it's loud outside. What's happening? Don't worry, sweetheart. The ninja will protect us. Everything will be fine soon. Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves, the military engine of the Land of Fire, was already running at full speed. In less than an hour, 2,000 Sarutobi shinobi and 3,000 civilian ninjas were fully equipped, each wearing their combat vests and forehead protectors. They moved out, heading for the eastern border. At the Uzumaki residence, Jiraiya quietly placed a sealed envelope on Naruto's bedside table before slipping out silently into the night. Elsewhere, both Fugaku and Itachi left letters at Sasuke's bedside as well. Across Konoha, many shinobi wrote letters to their loved ones before departing. No one could guarantee they'd come back. And for some shinobi, there was no one left to write to. Those letters were never written, not because they didn't want to, but because the people who mattered were already gone. Kakashi stood atop an electric pole, gazing down at the peaceful village now roiling with tension. The faces of civilians watching from their windows. The anxious movement of shinobi. It all stirred something deep in his mind. Without realizing it, the image of Rin's death began to flash behind his left eye. He instinctively raised a hand to cover his Sharingan beneath the forehead protector. Obito. Is this your doing? Rin. I swear I'll stop Obito. With that, Kakashi disappeared from the pole and reappeared at the Hokage's office, where Hayashi Hyuga sat at the desk, buried in midnight material coordination and troop assignments. Acting Hokage. Kakashi's voice made Hayashi instinctively glance up, clearly overworked and bleary-eyed. Kakashi. Do you have a report? He returned to scanning scrolls and mission rosters without waiting for a reply. I'm requesting to deploy to the Eastern Front, Kakashi said. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 143, Master and Disciple together, facing the enemy in the mist. At the eastern border of the Land of Fire, inside the Konoha border camp, the atmosphere was heavy with fatigue and tension. With war looming, patrol squads rotated every 3 hours to monitor the forests beyond the perimeter. Each unit ventured into the trees, knowing full well that if they didn't return within 3.5 hours, it meant they'd been wiped out. The ones responsible for these deaths were none other than the immortal duo, Kakuzu and Haiden, roaming the dense jungle, relentlessly hunting Konoha shinobi. From the very beginning, Kakuzu understood one thing: there were far too many Konoha ninjas stationed here. It would be suicidal for the two of them to take them on head-on. Attacking the hidden mist forces directly wasn't an option either, not with those lunatics going wild without regard for ally or enemy. Sure, Kakuzu and Haiden could likely survive the madness. But Kakuzu wasn't interested in pointless chaos, especially when that lunatic Haiden kept destroying corpses beyond usability. If they got swept up in the mist's madness, they'd lose too many intact bodies, and bodies meant bounty. That was all that mattered. Small-scale ambushes like this. That was the key to collecting more usable corpses, which could then be exchanged for profit. As for the so-called war commissions, Kakuzu gritted his teeth every time he thought about it. That bastard, masquerading as the fourth Mizuki's puppet master, had personally issued the mission scroll, claiming they'd earn 100 million ryo. And what did they get? Not even 100. Toby had the nerve to say that the Mist Village was broke and that all the funds were held by the Land of Water's daimyo. If you've got the guts, go ask the daimyo yourself, he'd said. Bullshit. If it weren't for the leader's direct orders, Kakuzu would have quit already. Suddenly, while storing 3 still warm bodies into a sealing scroll, Kakuzu sensed new chakra signatures within his detection range, about 2 kilometers behind him. TCH. Are those mist maniacs moving already? Haiden. Let's go. He tucked the scroll into his cloak and immediately darted northward. At that moment, Haiden was still tormenting a half-dead civilian shinobi sprawled on the ground. TCH, couldn't you at least leave me one more? This is getting boring. Sooner or later, I'm gonna cut you to pieces. Crack. He grabbed his victim's head and twisted it 180 degrees with a casual grunt before taking off after Kakuzu. Kakuzu-chan. Wait for me. Wait for your precious. Meanwhile, more than 3,000 Kirigakure shinobi had arrived at the coastline, led by Fugaku Suikezen, Terumi Mei, and Ao, pushing steadily toward the Konoha encampment. Inside the camp, Sarutobi Shinosuke, Captain No. 1, Nara No. 1, and Mariboshi Kosuka stood with the remaining 800 Konoha shinobi, immediately deploying a network of traps after receiving intel from the Hyuga branch scouts. War was inevitable. And the enemy had arrived faster than anyone expected. In less than 2 days, the mist forces had crossed to the coast, a record time. Such a rapid assault was unlike any previous war. Historically, aside from the brutal Battle of Mount Kikyo, most engagements had been scattered, skirmish-style confrontations. Massive direct offensives were rare, thousands of shinobi attacking at once was simply impractical. Large-scale jutsu could easily injure allies. Coordination was always an issue. But now, the mist had gone completely mad. Over 3,000 shinobi thrown recklessly into battle, like fodder. It was suicidal. All it took was a rain of explosive tags and ninja tools, and the mist ranks would be devastated. Nara No. 1 mind raced with analysis. He wasn't the only one who noticed something was off. All the Konoha ninja could sense it, something about the mist's behavior wasn't right. It felt like there was an invisible hand behind the curtain, forcing the war forward. A conspiracy. A trap. No one could have guessed that the true culprit was the Mizukage himself. Or rather, the one controlling him. Suddenly, the first wave of mist shinobi entered Shinosuke's field of vision. No hesitation. Attack. Whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of explosive tags rained into the forest ahead. The mist shinobi responded in kind, unleashing volleys of their own tags and ninja tools toward the Konoha camp. In moments, the battlefield descended into chaos. Explosions ripped through the woods. Fire and shrapnel tore bodies apart. Blood soaked the soil. The mist lost hundreds. Konoha, too, suffered heavy casualties. But the mist just kept coming, wave after wave, trampling over the corpses of their own comrades without pause. Clang. Blades clashed. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. The forest was engulfed in chakra-fueled destruction. Ninjutsu clashed and exploded in all directions, leveling trees and scorching earth. After more than an hour of brutal combat, only about 200 Konoha ninjas remained. Sarutobi Shinosuke had taken 2 kunai to his right shoulder, bleeding but still standing. The mist had suffered even worse. Only about 1,000 of their 3,000 shinobi were still alive, many of them wounded or deranged. Some had become so blood-crazed they started attacking their own allies. The madness of the mist had cost them dearly. Shinosuke began to pull back with the survivors. Just a little longer, just hold out. Any tactic. Any delay. Just a few more hours. But then. From the trees ahead, a towering, heavy-set figure stepped into view, flanked by mist shinobi. Fugaku Suikeisen. Shinosuke, he growled. You slipped away from me 2 days ago. But today, you die. How much chakra do you have left? Let's see if you're enough to satisfy Same Hada. He. With mist forces now encircling them on both sides, Shinosuke, Captain No. 1, Mariboshi Kosuka, and Nara No. 1 exchanged grim looks. They were outnumbered, exhausted, wounded. But none of them showed fear. Their eyes held nothing but fierce resolve. They were ready to die. And just as they steeled themselves for a final stand, screams erupted from behind Fugaku's ranks. Explosions detonated, and fire lit up the night sky. Oh. Damn it. Konoha's reinforcements. Didn't the Mizukage say they wouldn't arrive for another day? A small, hunched figure burst into view in front of the 200 Konoha survivors. Shinosuke, Kosuka, No. 1. Sorry I'm late. Father. Shinosuke's voice trembled. Tears welled in his eyes as he stared at the old man standing before him. For a moment, he saw not the aged third Hokage, but the fearless ninja hero of the past. No, Shinosuke whispered. You're right on time. Let's fight together. And kill every last one of these mist bastards. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 144, Terumi Mei's suspicion. Immediately afterward, a white figure appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi-sensei, you really refuse to acknowledge your age. You're old, yet you still want to compete with me, your disciple, for speed. As he spoke, Orochimaru bit his right thumb and began forming hand seals with both hands. His right palm slammed into the ground, and black summoning symbols instantly spread across the earth. Summoning Jutsu. Bang. A huge cloud of white smoke erupted on the battlefield. The nearby trees were instantly crushed beneath the sudden pressure. A deep, resonant voice echoed from within the smoke. Orochimaru, you haven't summoned me in so long, I thought you were dead. Orochimaru leapt atop the massive summoned serpent and gently stroked the purple scales beneath his feet. Many of the Konoha shinobi immediately recognized the towering figure and erupted in cheers. It's Lord Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda. We're saved now. Manda is invincible. Everyone. It's time to strike back, charge. Hearing the adoration from the little humans behind him, Manda, who hadn't been praised in years, actually felt his mood lighten. His enormous tail began to sway lazily as he negotiated terms with Orochimaru above. Orochimaru, I trust you haven't forgotten the sacrifice for summoning me. Orochimaru's gaze swept across the army of Kirigakure shinobi ahead. There are at least 2,000 of them out there. I doubt you can eat them all. Humph. Then I'll feast like a king today. Before he even finished, Manda began slithering furiously across the ground, his massive body crashing through everything in its path. Opening his maw, he spewed purple venom across the mist shinobi, then began swallowing them whole, one by one. To a creature the size of Manda, a human body was no more than a bite-sized snack. In his eyes, they were like chocolate beans. Black. Small. Crunchy. Delicious. Yes. Chocolate beans. Seeing his former student's imposing figure standing tall atop Manda, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of vitality, as if he had shed decades in an instant. He bit his own thumb and formed seals. Summoning Jutsu. Ape King Enma. A monkey over 3 meters tall appeared, covered in white fur, wearing a Konoha forehead protector and black shinobi garb beneath a tiger skin vest. Hiruzen, after all these years, you finally call on me again. To protect the village, I need you, Enma. Then don't let your age stop you from dancing with me, Hiruzen. With that, Enma transformed into the adamantine staff, a thick, dark pole with yellow golden ends. Hiruzen caught it with both hands, spun it in front of him, and launched himself toward the mist troops. Wind chakra wrapped around the staff as he swung it forward. Adamantine staff, gale. The staff spun rapidly, stirring up a violent whirlwind. Dozens of mist ninjas were sucked into the gale and flung violently through the trees. Manda saw the whirling crowd of shinobi forming a giant human sphere to his right. He opened his mouth wide and chomped. Blood splattered from between his fangs, drenching the shattered trees. Gulp. He swallowed the ball of meat in one bite, glanced back at Hiruzen, and muttered to Orochimaru. That old one's pretty useful. Makes my meals easier. Orochimaru only scoffed, then began weaving hand seals again. Wind style, huh? Let me show you a real wind style, Manda. Wind style, great breakthrough. But this wasn't an ordinary version. Instead of spreading the chakra outward, Orochimaru reversed the flow, concentrating the force inward, drawing his enemies in. This unconventional chakra control was something he had learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. A vortex stronger than the previous one formed, pulling hundreds of mist ninjas toward Manda's jaws. Thanks to the modifications Uchiha Hikaru had made to Orochimaru's body using Izanagi, all of Orochimaru's senjutsu chakra had been successfully converted into his own. The power of his ninjutsu now far surpassed what it had once been. Manda lunged again, swallowing the cluster of enemies whole. Bigger. More. More. Juicier. This time, the mass of flesh was so large, even Manda couldn't swallow it all in one bite, blood and viscera spilled out between his fangs. But still, he was elated. Orochimaru, if you keep feeding me like this, I'll grant you 3 free summons in the future. Manda, once greedy and stubborn, was surprisingly generous now. Orochimaru shook his head, amused. If you show up next time without demanding sacrifices, maybe I'll rename you Mandamaru. You bottomless glutton. At that moment, the full force of 5,000 Konoha shinobi under Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, attacking the Kirigakure forces from the rear, forming a pincer movement. Meanwhile, the mist shinobi who had been chasing Sarutobi Shinosuke's group vanished in the chaos. 3 miles behind the front lines, a Kirigakure shinobi with a Byakuganai jumped from a tree and landed beside his commander. Lady May, Konoha reinforcements have arrived. So fast. It should have taken 3 days just to deliver the message, let alone get help back. For them to arrive in under 2 days, something isn't right. Mai Terumi clenched her fists. Her doubts were slowly becoming truth. She exhaled and finally voiced the suspicion that had weighed on her heart for some time. This war, the reason behind it was flimsy. The manner in which it began was insane. The Kirigakure troops charged like rabid animals without strategy or discipline. I suspect. The Mizukage, Lord Yagura, is under some form of control. Ao went pale. Cold sweat beaded down his forehead. He wanted to deny it, but all the evidence was right there before his eyes. His lips trembled as he struggled to process the truth. Mai turned to him, locking eyes with the pale Byakugan implanted in his right socket. Ao, I'm counting on you. Only your Byakugan can confirm whether the Mizukage is still himself. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Protecting the Two Ninjas. The capital of the Land of Fire, just before the war broke out on the Fire Country's borders. After leaving the daimyo's residence, the daimyo led Uchiha Hikaru and Tsunade to the private quarters behind the mansion. Once the maids had served tea, they quickly excused themselves and left. They knew this was a conversation between the daimyo and his personal guests, ones of significant status. After years of service, they had learned when to step away. The 3 of them sat on pale gold tatami mats around a lacquered table. Just as the daimyo was about to speak, Uchiha Hikaru raised his hand, stopping him with a faint smile, and a flicker of coldness behind his eyes. After all, I'm your future grandson-in-law. It wouldn't be proper to let outsiders eavesdrop on family matters, would it? What do you say, future grandfather-in-law? Suddenly, a shadow darted across the rooftop. In the next instant, 6 figures landed around Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru, surrounding them. The leader was a man with medium-length black hair, clad in dark shinobi attire. A kunai was clenched tightly in his hand, and arrogance radiated from his posture as he stood behind the daimyo, looking down on the pair before him. Humph. We are the 12 guardian ninja, personally selected to protect the daimyo's life. You're merely an assistant to the Hokage. What gives you the authority to dismiss us? Kazuma, that's enough, a voice interrupted. Asuma Sarutobi stepped forward, wearing his dark blue Konoha uniform under a tan flak jacket. His jaw was lined with a few days of unshaven stubble. Though he had left Konoha years ago, he had never stopped keeping tabs on the village. And the young Uchiha Hikaru before him, the man who had indirectly caused his father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to fall from power, was no ordinary shinobi. In both ability and cunning, Hikaru was far beyond the likes of these men. The daimyo raised a ceremonial fan to cover the lower half of his face and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. My grandson-in-law is right. Kazuma, stand down. Kazuma clenched his fists in frustration at the command. His lips parted, as if to protest further. Kneel. The word cut through the air like a divine order. Suddenly, a crushing wave of killing intent mixed with raw chakra descended from above like a mountain of corpses crashing down. Kazuma and the 3 other guardian ninja behind him were instantly overwhelmed. Bang. 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 One after another, the 4 men collapsed to their knees, pinned down by the invisible force. The daimyo instinctively looked toward the source, and his eyes widened. Uchiha Hikaru's eyes, once a dark onyx, now gleamed with the ominous, swirling patterns of the Mangekyō Sharingan. So similar. For a moment, the daimyo saw not a young shinobi before him, but a shadow from the past. Uchiha Hikaru tilted his head slightly, his gaze ice cold as he stared at the 4 kneeling men. A dog that serves a master should know its place. Don't try to guess the minds of your betters. Don't take yourselves too seriously. I can always call up a few more jonin from Konoha to replace you. Don't provoke gods just because you think you've grown teeth. Do you understand? None of the 4 dared speak. Bang. The tatame beneath them sank another 10 centimeters. Kazuma, now trembling under the weight of the chakra pressing down on him, struggled to lift his head. He needed, to look the men in the eye. But the moment their eyes met, all courage, all will, all pride, disintegrated. What he saw wasn't a man. It was death. I understand, sir. Uchiha Hikaru calmly lifted the teacup the maid had left earlier, blew gently across the surface, and took a sip. Acknowledging your mistakes is a virtue. You may rise. As if responding to magic, the crushing pressure dispersed like mist in the wind. The 4 guardian ninja staggered to their feet. Their legs, numb and shaking, barely held them, but they stood nonetheless. Asuma and another of the 12 guardians exhaled in relief. At the same time, Asuma couldn't help but feel a strange, growing respect for Uchiha Hikaru. He had left Konoha because he couldn't stomach his father's actions. He had fled. But this young man, barely older than he had been when he left, had stood firm, changed the course of the entire village, and earned the loyalty of even Tsunade, granddaughter of the first Hokage. Even merchants and travelers coming from Konoha to the capital spoke of it with pride, how the village had become more stable, how crime had plummeted, how even the air felt lighter. And now, with Lady Tsunade as the 5th Hokage, things were thriving. Uchiha Hikaru had done what Asuma hadn't. And he couldn't help but admire that. Grandpa. What do you think? Tsunade waved her hand in front of the daimyo's face. He blinked and came to his senses, clearly pulled from some deep, long memory. Forgive me, age catches up with everyone. Sometimes, when I see a face like that, it's easy to get sentimental. Then he waved his hand, signaling the remaining guardian ninja to withdraw. This time, no one dared object. Tsunade, still curious about the daimyo's earlier words, tilted her head. Grandpa, what exactly were you remembering just now? The daimyo looked at her, and his face softened. Just now. You reminded me of your grandfather, Hashirama. And the man who was always with him, Uchiha Madara. Back then, those 2 were inseparable. Honestly, if one of them had just been born a woman, maybe things wouldn't have ended the way they did. Maybe Madara wouldn't have betrayed Konoha. Tsunade's face twisted in horror at the image forming in her mind. Uchiha Hikaru's lips twitched. But the daimyo was too deep in his nostalgia to notice. He leaned in with a mischievous glint in his eye, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. You know, I used to suspect, maybe Madara couldn't stand the sight of Uzumaki Mito. Maybe he felt betrayed, thought your grandfather had replaced him, and left the village out of jealousy. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, System Update, the novice support phase ends. Ahem. Times. Uchiha Hikaru and Tsunade exchanged a glance and gave identical coughs in tacit agreement. Finally, Daimyo, who had been lost in his own gossip, caught on. He gave the 2 of them a sidelong glance, and then a knowing smile crept across his face. Well, it seems what I once hoped for has finally come true within my lifetime. The Senju and Uchiha, now truly one family. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Hikaru didn't care much for the comment. To him, it was only natural for the two most powerful clans to eventually unite. But Tsunade's face turned beet red. She shot him a sharp glare and pinched his thigh beneath the table, hard. Hikaru's mouth twitched in pain. Later, he chatted with Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru about family matters, keeping the conversation light. The village was barely mentioned. Eventually, Tsunade couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up and excused herself, saying she needed to use the bathroom. He watched her exit the room. Now it was just the two of them. Uchiha Hikaru turned his gaze to the daimyo, who, in an instant, dropped the facade of a genial elder. His eyes sharpened, and the wisdom of a lifetime revealed itself in his expression. Uchiha Hikaru, your visit here today, it's about the matter of succession, isn't it? Daimyo didn't waste time on pleasantries. He cut straight to the heart of the matter. Uchiha Hikaru smiled faintly. He didn't deny it. Seems you already know. After all, your time is limited. The daimyo slowly tore the ceremonial fan in his hands into two neat halves. That's right. I'm only alive thanks to medication that prolongs my life. I'm fully aware of that. Right now, what I care about most is who will succeed me. My eldest son, Luan, is far too ambitious. He wants to replace Konoha and dominate the entire shinobi world. My second son, Lutsuo, is utterly useless. He wastes his days on pleasure and decadence. Only my third son, Reed, has shown any merit. He's inherited a bit of my will. He actually cares about the people of the Land of Fire. But he's been suppressed by his older brother for years, and his timid nature makes him unsuited for great responsibility. How can I entrust the future of this nation to someone like that? Uchiha Hikaru stared at the elderly man in front of him, watching him speak with rare concern for his country's future. It reminded him of the Fire Daimyo from the original timeline. If Hikaru hadn't arrived in this world, then Reed would likely have inherited the title of daimyo by default. While Reed had a reputation for being idle, he'd still managed to maintain the Land of Fire's dominance in the shinobi world. His timidity would later be a perfect match for Danzo's political maneuvering. But that was the original story. This world had Uchiha Hikaru. Who could say which way the wind would blow now? Then, Lord Daimyo, who do you want as your successor? You've said all this for a reason, haven't you? Daimyo nodded. He dipped his fingers into a teacup and began drawing on the lacquered table. Two sets of circular diagrams appeared. On the left, a large and a small circle side by side, touching at the edges. On the right, a small circle completely enclosed within a larger one. Daimyo pointed to the pattern on the left. This represents the current model of the shinobi world, one country, one village. A system Hashirama pioneered. It brought peace for over a decade, but once Hashirama passed, so too did that peace. He then pointed to the right. This was my original proposal, one village within one country. I wanted shinobi and civilians to coexist more closely. But the power imbalance made that dream difficult. Now, I'm less worried about who follows me, and more about whether the shinobi world will ever know peace. Hashirama's ideals inspired me once. But I've come to realize now, they were flawed. We failed. As the words left his mouth, it was as though all strength drained from him. His shoulders sagged. His breath grew shallow. He seemed old. Uchiha Hikaru remained silent, but a trace of respect rose in his eyes. So there were ordinary people in this world, not just descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, who still dared to dream of peace. Maybe that saying from his previous life had some truth to it. Kishimoto really is just a lousy manga artist. He doesn't understand Naruto at all. You don't need to worry, grandfather. Your will won't be lost. There will always be those who strive for peace. And even if they fail, they'll keep trying, again and again, until someone finally gets it right. Hikaru rose to his feet and turned his back on the old man. Behind him, Daimyo sat frozen. For the first time in a long while, a faint spark ignited in his heart again. Like a dying flame finding dry kindling. His gaze fell on Hikaru's back, and just for a moment, it was as if he were looking at Hashirama himself. No. Not quite. There was something different here. In over 90 years of life, meeting countless kinds of people, this was the first time the daimyo found himself unable to see through someone. So many words and questions formed in his heart. But in the end, they condensed into a single sentence. The next daimyo will be Reed. I leave to you the unfinished dream of me, Hashirama, and Madara. Uchiha Hikaru raised a hand, waved behind him without turning, and stepped out of Daimyo Mansion. His pace was unhurried. As he walked, thoughts of peace and war, of the shinobi world and its endless cycle of bloodshed, swirled through his mind. Hashirama. Madara. Yahiko. Nagato. Obito. Each of them had chased peace in their own way. And yet none had succeeded. Even Naruto, the Naruto, only brought about a temporary lull. Then came Boruto. A complete farce. Hatred was magically erased. But the power imbalance still existed. The same borders remained. The same problems, untouched. The land of wind still suffered droughts. The land of earth was still barren. The land of lightning lacked arable land. The land of water was resource poor. And Konoha still sat in the most fertile, resource-rich territory, living in comfort while others struggled. What real progress had there been? Sure, a few scientific tools had popped up, but almost none of them made life better for ordinary people. And that's when the thought struck him. The Sage of Six Paths is dead. The heaven rises today. From this day forward, I, Uchiha Hikaru, will unify the shinobi world. Piece by piece. Ding. A soft chime echoed in his ears. It was a sound he hadn't heard in a long time, and his eyes narrowed. Wait. That wasn't me. Did Reed's mental defense collapse? That shouldn't be possible. And then came the system notification. The host's ninja path has been detected and established. System update beginning. Novice support phase, complete. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 147, the true face of the system. The system has been upgraded to the Ninja World Peace System. Defense breaking capabilities have evolved into 2 new functions. Bloodline enhancement, all bloodline restrictions have been removed. Continue training to improve your unique traits. Defeat and copy, defeat an opponent to copy their innate talent. Note, can be fused with existing Kekkei Genkai and accelerates bloodline mastery. System notice complete. Novice phase concluded. System notifications will cease. Open the mental panel to review status manually. The sudden system update left Uchiha Hikaru dumbfounded. Wait, what? He had only awakened the system at the Uchiha clan assembly by accident after transmigrating. Sure, he'd grown stronger over time with system upgrades. But this? What kind of trash system malfunctions from the start? And I haven't even used it properly yet. Now you're telling me the version I had was just a trial? Still grumbling, Hikaru opened his system panel, and all his complaints instantly vanished. Damn, this is incredible. System panel. Mangekyō Sharingan, 300% pupil power. Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan upgrade progress, 70%. With style bloodline, 40%. Compared to Senju Hashirama. Sage body, fragmented state. Currently attuned to Mount Maiboku and Ryuchi Cave Senjutsu. After examining the panel, Uchiha Hikaru had a solid grasp of his current power level. What surprised him most was that his eternal Mangekyō progress had already reached 70%. He had assumed that the half-pair copied from Itachi was worth 50% at best. But considering he had also replicated Fugaku's and Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan, the extra 20% made sense. His pupil strength was effectively threefold. So that's it. The eternal Mangekyō wasn't just based on Itachi. The others contributed too. And then came the revelation about the sage body. So Hashirama's famed vitality wasn't just some generic, immortal body. It was specifically the would-release sage body. If that were the case, then perhaps the 5 basic chakra natures, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, each corresponded to a unique sage body. Hashirama's must have been a fusion of earth, water, and yang release. As Hikaru mulled over this theory, far above the ninja world, 2 fractured souls hovered quietly in the void. Brother, are you really sure about this? This is our last soul fragment. If we give it away, there's no going back. We'll never return to the Pure Land. Indra gazed at his ever-naive younger brother Azura. Didn't we once agree to break the limits of this world together? To escape and seek peace in another world? We never imagined another world would evolve so quickly. A place that worshipped dragons as its totem managed to reverse its fate in under a century. This boy is our only chance in the time we have left. Are you still hesitating? Without waiting for a reply, Indra pulled Azura's soul into a stream of transparent light. 2 strands of purified soul essence plummeted toward the ninja world. No one noticed as they merged, silently and invisibly, into Uchiha Hikaru's body. Brother, you're right. Time waits for no one. We've already seen what's coming. The Otsutsuki threat can't be handled by the ninja world alone. Let's give this last chance to him. You're still as long-winded as ever. If that senile bastard hadn't meddled. In my last life with Madara, I would have won. It was only Black Zetsu's deceit that turned the tide. Ha ha ha. The two ancient souls dissolved completely within Uchiha Hikaru, transforming into purest soul essence that began to gently nourish the depths of his spirit. If I could, I'd like to live in a peaceful shinobi world. If possible. I just want to be an ordinary man in an ordinary world. As the last echoes faded, Indra and Asura's souls vanished from existence. Nothing remained, only pure spiritual power, strengthening Hikaru at his very core. Not even the sage of six paths in the Pure Land could sense what had occurred. But many years into the future, at a split in time, the sage would suddenly feel it, a vague sorrow, and a glimmer of hope. He looked up into the endless darkness of the Pure Land, gazing upon the war-torn, dying ninja world. And in his heart, a flame flickered to life. Indra. Asura. The future of the ninja world is in your hands now. Back in the mortal realm. Uchiha Hikaru stepped out of the mansion and pulled Tsunade, who had been leaning silently against the doorframe, into his arms. Tsunade, staring blankly at the sky, was jolted back to reality by the sudden tug on her hand. Startled, she turned. Then immediately sank her teeth into Hikaru's shoulder. Hi. He sucked in a sharp breath as Tsunade bit down hard on his left shoulder. Without hesitation, Hikaru came up with the perfect countermeasure. Smack. A resounding slap echoed through the courtyard. Ah. Tsunade yelped and stumbled back, rubbing her stinging rear with both hands. Her glare could have melted steel. Humph. She stomped over to him again, rested her palm, none too gently, on his shoulder, and narrowed her eyes. Tell me something I've been wondering about for a long time. If my grandfather or Uchiha Madara had really turned into a woman, do you think the ninja world would have had peace by now? Hikaru blinked, staring at her like she'd lost her mind. Woman, weren't you shy just a minute ago? Now you're throwing this at me. Disrespecting your own grandfather too. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he posed an even more ridiculous one. Maybe. Who knows? But let me ask you, between your grandfather and Madara, who would make the better woman? Tsunade froze, her mind conjuring images she really didn't want. First, she imagined Hashirama with long hair and curves. Then she imagined, well, she tried to imagine Uchiha Madara. But she had never actually met him. Only heard stories. Only seen the carved face of the man at the Valley of the End. Her gaze slowly turned to Hikaru. Then she smirked. Grandpa said you look a lot like Madara. Why don't you dress up as a woman and show me? Humph, use a transformation jutsu or something. Crack. Ow. What was that for? If you didn't want to, you could have just said no. This side felt lonely. I wanted symmetry. TCH, pervert. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 148, Extra 1, Ninja World. I'll defeat Melina. With the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan, the era of peace became nothing more than a fading memory. The seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, met a tragic end at the hands of the Otsutsuki. Though Sasuke Uchiha narrowly escaped, he was eventually betrayed by a fellow shinobi. Anyone from the Otsutsuki clan who resisted was mercilessly annihilated. Those who surrendered were enslaved, kept in segregated human districts controlled by the Otsutsuki. The entire shinobi world became nothing more than a colony under their rule. People were forced to live like machines, day and night, they produced chakra, their lives drained to fuel the greed of their conquerors. Even the Sage of Six Paths attempted to lead the souls of the Pure Land against the Otsutsuki, but the outcome was clear from the start, it was hopeless. After all, he too was a descendant of the Otsutsuki. How could he defeat pure-blooded members of his own lineage? The final hope of the shinobi world had once rested with the sages from the three great summoning realms, Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and the Shikatsu Forest. But even their half-finished senjutsu arts, while capable of injuring the Otsutsuki, were ultimately no match. One by one, they too were defeated and enslaved. Watching this from beyond the realm of the living, Indra and Asura, the sons of the Sage of Six Paths, looked upon their powerless father in the devastated world of shinobi, and finally made their decision. They would risk it all. In front of a dark wormhole in the void, they stood side by side. All distractions must be cast aside, Indra said solemnly. Only one thought remains, save the shinobi world. Asura, Indra continued, his white robes fluttering in the cosmic wind, do you think there really is another world on the other side of this black hole? I don't know, Asura replied, smiling. But my instincts say the answer lies beyond. We've died before, what's one more time? Asura looked at his brother's back and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. You're right, Ani. We're already dead. What's there to be afraid of? The silhouettes of Indra and Asura vanished into the dazzling star-filled sky, swallowed by the swirling vortex. The wormhole's turbulent currents of space and time tore at their souls and bodies. Their spiritual forms began to disintegrate at a visible rate. But in that moment, visions began to flood their consciousness, the histories of another world, one entirely unlike their own. Golden pyramids, mysterious floating gardens, massive temples, colossal statues, tragic mausoleums, legendary towers, a great wall stretching across the land. Of the 4 great civilizations that once stood tall, only one remained, unbroken by time. "Ani, I can't hold on." Azura shouted, white flames burning across his soul. "Search this land," Indra said through clenched teeth. "Their legacy remains intact. The answer must be here." Far below, on a blue planet, a country faced its own calamity. A deadly plague was sweeping across its cities, claiming lives by the minute. Souls ascended into the sky in a steady stream. "Damn it. We're out of time," Azura shouted. "Choose quickly or we won't make it back." Indra gritted his teeth and shattered his soul into countless fragments. "Wait for me, hold on just a bit longer." His soul shards scattered like light, searching the sky for the right vessel. Many faded instantly, consumed by the wormhole's fury. Yet Indra pressed on, scanning the life histories of each soul they encountered. At last, he found him, a man whose soul, though 70 in age, burned with the vibrancy of youth. Unlike the others, this soul radiated something unique. His spiritual form looked no older than 20. Indra couldn't help but grow curious. And then, memories began playing before his eyes. This man's life was the embodiment of that civilization's resilience. He's the one. Suddenly, the soul's eyes opened, and locked onto Indra's face. "You're Indra. Oh my god. This stuff's real. There's really another dimension. Hurry up. Take me with you." So all that stuff in anime and novels was true after all. Indra was momentarily stunned. But there was no time for hesitation. This man, who had lived 70 years and still held the mind of a wild 20-something, wanted to go to the shinobi world. In the very last moment, the soul was bound and pulled through. Above the world, Ashura stared at what remained of Indra's soul, and then at the boy they'd found. Indra's fading spiritual form hovered before the young man. "How are you even conscious? You shouldn't be awake yet." The boy simply scratched his head, shrugging. "Maybe my soul's just built different. This isn't my first time traveling, you know. I failed a breakthrough in another world, landed in this one, thought I was finally dead, but then I ended up here instead. Lucky me. Geez." Indra and Ashura exchanged a long, stunned silence. There were other worlds out there. Eventually, the brothers laid out their plan. They hoped the young man would take on their will and find a new way to save the shinobi world. The boy simply waved them off, cheerful as ever. "Don't worry. As a proper young man from the Fire Nation, helping people is just what I do. Plus, you helped me time travel again. That's worth something. But, why not do it yourselves?" Azura sighed. "What's done is done. If we return to the past in full, we'll lose all of our current memories and power. Our souls would overwrite our former selves and vanish. That's why we need someone who wasn't meant to exist here." The boy clapped his hands, grinning ear to ear. "No problem. My memories might go dormant for a while, but my soul will remain unchanged, right?" Indra nodded. "You'll still be yourself. That won't change." Then the boy's eyes lit up with mischief. "Well then, since I'm a time traveler now, I need some golden fingers. Come on, you two, help me install a system. Like this, and this." After a lengthy explanation, Indra and Ashura stared at him, speechless. "You're sure this method will make you more motivated to get stronger?" The boy nodded enthusiastically, eyes gleaming. "Absolutely. No man can resist a cheat system." In the 42nd year of the Hidden Leaf calendar, a child was born into the Uchiha clan. His name was Uchiha Hikaru. In the instant before his memory of his past life was sealed, he screamed internally. "Shinobi world, here I come. Damn you, Reiner." The protagonist's memory wasn't lost, it will return during the finale. He didn't reincarnate into anyone else, either. He simply inherited the pure chakra of Indra and Azura. So, have you figured out the protagonist's identity yet? Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 149, Border Intelligence. Late at night, Uchiha Hikaru held Tsunade in his arms. The two were sleeping peacefully. Yes, sleeping properly. After all, they weren't at home. It was better to be cautious in a place like the daimyo's mansion. In the latter half of the night, a nimble black cat leapt silently onto the bed. It stuck out its tongue and began licking Uchiha Hikaru's cheek. Still half asleep, Uchiha Hikaru waved a hand, thinking Tsunade was sleepwalking again. Meow. The sharp mule startled him fully awake, causing him to sit up straight in bed. That's when he saw the black cat perched by his pillow. Tied to its back was a message scroll, marked with the character for urgent. His brow furrowed. Tsunade stirred from his sudden movement, sitting up groggily and rubbing her eyes, blinking as she looked at him. The expression on Uchiha Hikaru's face had already grown serious. Tsunade instantly sensed something was wrong. Her sleepiness vanished. Hikaru, what happened in the village? Uchiha Hikaru handed her the scroll and got out of bed, quickly putting on his combat uniform. Kirigakure has launched an assault on the defensive line along the eastern coast of the Land of Fire, he said. This doesn't look like the usual skirmishes. This place isn't far from the eastern border. I can reach it within a day and a half. As he spoke, Tsunade had finished reading the scroll. She tossed it onto the candle beside the bed, letting the flame consume it until nothing remained but ash. Then she turned to him, throwing the covers aside, intent on joining him on the front lines. I'm going with you. But Uchiha Hikaru turned, placed his hands gently on her shoulders, and pressed her back onto the bed. You can't. The daimyo's successor will be announced tomorrow. I've already passed the intel to Fugaku. Konoha's shinobi will arrive here by morning. We need to eliminate any remaining traitorous officials, except for Reed. His words made Tsunade clench her fists. Her lips pressed into a line of frustration. She understood that the daimyo succession was vital, but something in her heart still screamed at her to follow him. Suddenly, she felt the warmth of lips on hers. The ninja cat beside the bed immediately raised its paws, covering its eyes in mock modesty. After a long moment, their lips parted. Uchiha Hikaru raised a hand and softly brushed her hair, fingers lingering warmly on the crown of her head. Gentle. Steady. Reassuring. That was how Tsunade felt under his touch. Trust me. I've got this, he said. No one's been born who can make the future fifth Hokage lose. Once you've handled the daimyo's succession, return to Konoha, and wait for me. I even had a new set of clothes made for you at the tailor's. The next instant, Uchiha Hikaru vanished from the room. Only his voice lingered, echoing faintly. Tsunade touched the top of her head, cheeks flushed. His final words were still warm in her ears. She muttered softly. Still thinking about that little pervert. Outside, Uchiha Hikaru appeared atop the roof of the daimyo's chambers. The 6 guardian ninja quickly arrived to meet him. Asuma stepped forward. Seeing Hikaru already suited in combat gear, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Assistant Hokage, it's so late, has something happened? Dilu also approached, his face grave. If there's anything we can do to help, please say the word. The other 3, Kazuma and the 2 behind him, stood in silence behind Asuma and Dilu, heads bowed. After the display of Uchiha Hikaru's power earlier, none of them dared speak out of turn again. Kirigakure launched a surprise attack on the eastern coastline, Hikaru said. I'm heading to the front. Stay here and protect the daimyo. Then he formed a seal, crossed his index and middle fingers, and pulled Asuma into his illusion space. The world around Asuma went white, all sound and presence fading, only he and Hikaru remained. It was an unmistakable genjutsu. If Hikaru had pulled him in alone, there must be something he didn't want the others to hear. Assistant sir, what is it you need to tell me privately? Asuma asked calmly. Hikaru's gaze dropped briefly to the guardian ninja emblem on Asuma's belt. The daimyo already informed me of the successor. It will be announced tomorrow, it's Reed. Once he ascends the throne, your job is to assist the Hokage in eliminating all remaining reactionary forces. And protect Reed. At all costs. Hikaru's voice lowered slightly. Be wary of the 4 behind you. Asuma blinked, and the illusion ended. Reality returned in an instant. He felt a light tap on his right shoulder. Turning, he found Hikaru beside him, hand resting there. The daimyo's safety is in your hands now. And then, like a breeze, Hikaru vanished. The weight lifted from Asuma's shoulder, but in its place came a heavier burden, responsibility. He stared in the direction Hikaru disappeared. Raising his right fist into the air, he shouted with resolve. For the Land of Fire. We'll finish this. The next moment. Whap. Ow. Dilu smacked him on the back of the head. Then muttered under his breath. Idiot. Why are you yelling like a maniac in the middle of the night? His Majesty is unwell and sleeping. Asuma, still dazed, rubbed the back of his head and grinned. He gave Dilu a thumbs up. Perfect force. Dazed me but didn't bruise me. Thanks, man. Dilu looked at the foolish grin on Asuma's face and felt a dozen metaphorical alpacas stampeding through his chest. Stay calm. Buddha's heart. Peaceful thoughts. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Uchiha Hikaru raced toward the east at full speed. Damn it. It had to be him, Obito. Maybe Hikaru's appearance in this world had changed things. Maybe it had made Obito rethink his path. Maybe that's why he twisted Kirigakuru's blood mist policy and redirected its bloodline hatred, launching an outright assault on Konoha instead. That bastard. This wasn't just about attacking the village. It was personal. Obito still hadn't let go of his hatred for Kirigakure. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Rin's death had everything to do with the Three Tails and Kirigakure. There was no way Obito would ever forgive them. And now, Hikaru was beginning to understand the agony of not knowing space-time ninjutsu. The distance from the fire capital to the eastern border was twice as far as the distance from Konoha. Using his Mangekyō to teleport would drain both chakra and pupil power to dangerous levels. Without any preset teleportation marks, trying to warp space recklessly was a massive gamble. And worst of all, he knew he'd be fighting Obito. If he didn't conserve his Mangekyō powers, he'd have no chance of countering Kamui. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 150, reinforcements arrive and the situation turns around. After a full day and a half of travel, Uchiha Hikaru was finally nearing the eastern border. He was now only a few dozen miles away from the battlefield. At that moment, on the front lines, Orochimaru and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, were leading 5,000 Konoha reinforcements in a fierce clash against Kirigakure's forces. Despite Fugaku Suikeisen commanding only 3,000 mist shinobi, their sheer ferocity made them deadly. Facing them from the front were Orochimaru and Hiruzen, bolstered by the terrifying summoned beast, Manda the Great Snake. From behind came the Konoha reinforcements. Outnumbered and surrounded, the mist shinobi didn't hesitate. Forget the monster in front, we can't beat him. But the troops behind. Softer targets. We're probably going to die anyway. Might as well drag some bastards down with us. With that mindset, the mist shinobi launched a desperate assault on the reinforcements. And somehow, it worked. At the very least, they could trade one life for one life. 3 kilometers away in the dense jungle, though Mei Terumi had yet to give the order to attack, the 7,000-strong Kirigakure force had reached its breaking point. A jonin in Kirigakure combat gear drew the sword slung across his back, his eyes wild. That cowardly bitch, Mei Terumi. Why hasn't she ordered us to attack yet? Enraged, he stormed into Yugura's command tent, several Chunin trailing behind him. They all knelt halfway before the Mizukage. Mizukage-sama. Mei Terumi is still stalling. Do we attack or not? The stench of blood and burning chakra from the battlefield had reached the shoreline, stirring their bloodlust. Yugura, blank-faced and ice-cold, spoke only 2 words. Attack. Yes, sir. The jonin's face contorted into a savage grin. He turned and stormed out of the tent, waving his sword above his head and shouting to the troops. The Mizukage orders us to attack. Kill them all. The moment those words rang out, the camp exploded into chaos. More than half the shinobi immediately drew their blades and strange, cruel-looking tools. These were the products of the Blood Mist era. They had killed their own classmates just to graduate from the academy. Murder had seeped into their bones from a young age. Bloodlust burned in their eyes, bloodshot, twisted, addicted. The scent of death only intensified their frenzy, and Yugura's order hit their ears like a devil's whisper. More than half of the 7,000 mist shinobi surged forward, charging through the forest toward the rear of Orochimaru and Hiruzen's forces. Back at the main camp, Mei Terumi and Ao's expressions changed the instant they sensed the movement. Damn it. They went ahead and gave the order. Ao. Go. We still have time. The remaining 3,000 or so shinobi were loyal to Mei Terumi. They believed in her leadership and held out hope that she would soon become the 5th Mizukage. As for Yugura, between the bloodline purges and the brutality of the Blood Mist years, he had lost their trust long ago. They had no faith in him anymore. Some had only joined the war effort to avoid being branded traitors. On the battlefield, 3 miles was a matter of mere minutes. As the overwhelming chakra signatures surged from behind, Orochimaru's expression darkened. They're deploying another wave so soon. Is there someone in Kirigakure who understands my tactics this well? He pondered whether a new military genius had emerged in the Mist Village, but there was no time for analysis. The battlefield had fractured into 4 clear segments. Nearly 4,000 Kirigakure shinobi. Orochimaru, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and just over 200 Konoha ninja. Fugaku Suikeisen and about 3,000 more Mist Nin. And the 5,000-strong Konoha reinforcements. Orochimaru's unit was caught in the most perilous position, between the jaws of a pincer attack. Without hesitation, Orochimaru summoned 4 additional giant snakes. Boom. 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 With a hiss, the serpents emerged, towering and fierce. Everyone, mount the snakes immediately, he commanded. Though confused, the Konoha shinobi didn't hesitate. Orochimaru's battlefield reputation from the second and third great ninja wars spoke for itself. The troops climbed aboard the serpents, whose thick, light gray scales coiled and shifted beneath them. Sensei Sarutobi. Shinosuke. Behind me, Orochimaru said. Hiruzen Sarutobi, his son Sarutobi Shinosuke and Mariboshi Kosuke quickly gathered at the head of the lead serpent. Orochimaru, what's happening? Hiruzen asked, grim. The enemy is flanking us. Reinforcements from behind. Too many, Orochimaru replied calmly. We have to move, now. If we stay, we'll be attacked from both sides. We'll be finished. Even with Orochimaru's power, surviving a siege from 7,000 shinobi was impossible. Remember, Third Raikage, a man whose chakra rivaled the tailed beasts and whose body was nearly indestructible, fought 10,000 IWA shinobi for 3 days and nights. He only managed to kill 3,000 before he collapsed and was finally slain. And although Orochimaru had grown stronger, he wasn't deluded enough to think he was on that level, at least, not yet. The 4 giant snakes began to surge forward, pushing through the ocean of mist shinobi. Ninjutsu bombarded them from all directions. Explosions tore into their bodies. Scales scattered. Blood splashed onto the battlefield. Their pace slowed. The Kirigakure shinobi quickly noticed something. These gray serpents weren't as tough as Manda. Even basic C-rank jutsu and standard ninja tools could wound them. Realizing this, the mist shinobi intensified their assault, launching wave after wave of attacks. But the Konoha shinobi weren't sitting ducks either. From the serpents' backs, they rained down kunai, shuriken, and jutsu into the sea of enemies. No need to aim, there were enemies in every direction. Finally, the 4 massive serpents, now riddled with wounds and bleeding heavily, reached the front lines. Only a few hundred meters remained between them and the zone where the Konoha reinforcements were holding off Fugaku's forces. Then, Orochimaru sensed it. A terrifying chakra surged to his left. Wind style, suppress harm. Fire style, head hard. Combined ninjutsu, flame wind wave. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 151, Master and Disciple vs Undead Duo. Orochimaru turned his head, and saw a vast sea of fire surging toward him, made even more terrifying by the momentum of the wind and waves. The sudden blaze caught everyone off guard. All 4 giant snakes were instantly consumed by the flames. Countless mist shinobi in the vicinity were also swallowed up, incinerated on the spot. Only the sharpest jonin, seasoned by years of combat and honed instinct, managed to react in time and escape the wave of fire. Of Orochimaru's group, only a dozen shinobi survived and made it to the Konoha reinforcements. Shinosuke, I'm leaving the battlefield to you. Orochimaru's words were brief. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and dashed toward the origin of the attack. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his eldest son, then at the assembled Konoha shinobi. Shinosuke, I leave this in your hands. He patted his son's shoulder, and his once cloudy eyes sharpened, keen as an eagle's. He then followed Orochimaru without hesitation. Master and student ran side by side. They said nothing, but both could feel that same fire reigniting in their hearts. Whoosh, whoosh. They came to a stop before 2 figures in black cloaks patterned with red clouds. Akatsuki. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. That familiar outfit, and those faces. His blood surged with anticipation. Kakuzu. I didn't expect to see you among the Akatsuki. His gaze shifted to the other men. And Haiden. Though Kakuzu hadn't yet joined Akatsuki when Orochimaru left, the two had done plenty of business in the black market. Kakuzu had always supplied fresh and exotic corpses, ideal for Orochimaru's experiments. As for Haiden, Orochimaru had once tried to extract samples of his flesh for research, but the Akatsuki's leader, Pain, forbade internal conflict between members. That had ruined Orochimaru's plans. But now, fate had offered a second chance. Kakuzu and Haiden leapt down from a branch, landing heavily. Kakuzu shrugged off his cloak, tying it around his waist. The 4 masks on his back writhed unnaturally, struggling against the dense black threads that stitched them in place. From Kakuzu's torso, 4 black, thread-bound monsters emerged. Each bore a different mask and vaguely humanoid form. They lined up beside their host. Orochimaru. Our past dealings were mutually beneficial. But this time, my employer is the Mizukage. If you can survive, maybe we'll do business again. Lightning style, false darkness. The creature with the dark blue mask opened its mouth, releasing a high-speed lightning lance aimed at Orochimaru and Hiruzen. A flash of blinding blue surged through the trees. Orochimaru opened his mouth, and a violent gust erupted outward. The hurricane twisted into a horizontal tornado, tearing through the air and deflecting the lightning. It blew straight toward the masked creature. Just before it hit, the creature's body split apart around the center, opening a hole to allow the wind jutsu to pass harmlessly through. Haiden, meanwhile, saw the battle had begun. Laughing wildly, he hefted his blood-red, triple-bladed scythe and lunged at Hiruzen. Kakuzu. Don't you dare steal this one from me. Hey, old man. Come embrace the arms of Jashin-sama. Ahahaha. Though Hiruzen was old, his reflexes were honed through decades of war. He immediately leapt backward. The massive scythe cleaved into the dirt where he had just stood. Haiden yanked the rope attached to its end, trying to pull it free. Hiruzen responded by summoning his trusted staff. Cough, Enma. With a swirl, the staff transformed midair, enlarging and striking like a hammer straight at Haiden's face. Haiden bent backward at an impossible angle, his spine arching unnaturally to avoid the blow. But then... crack! A loud snap echoed from his waist. Hiruzen frowned. What the hell is this guy? He'd rather break his own back than dodge properly. The staff morphed again, this time fully reverting to the Monkey King, Enma. Enma lunged forward and grabbed Haiden's upper body in a powerful hold. Using raw momentum, he spun in midair, 2 full revolutions, and slammed Haiden headfirst into the earth. Boom. The ground cratered. Dirt exploded outward in all directions, leaving a gaping impact pit. Enma leapt back to Hiruzen's side, wrinkling his nose in disgust. Ugh. What a nasty guy. He reeks of blood. Hiruzen gave a small smile. Thanks for the help, Enma. Still, that's one enemy down. But Orochimaru called out, still engaged in his own battle, poisonous snake spilling from his sleeves and mouth, tangling with one of Kakuzu's masked beasts. Sarutobi-sensei. That guy's immortal. Don't let your guard down. Hiruzen turned, just in time to see something horrifying. Haiden, whose body had been bent backwards beyond natural limits, straightened up like a corpse on strings. Then, he planted his palms on the ground, and pulled his head out of the soil like a root vegetable. With a flip, he stood upright, neck twisted grotesquely. He grabbed his skull, cracked it into place with an audible pop, and flicked his now bloody hair back over his shoulders. Haiden dragged his fingers up from his chin to his scalp, smearing blood through his hair and slicking it back. His formerly white-gray hair now gleamed, deep crimson from soaked blood. He raised his scythe again, licking its blade with his tongue, eyes locked on Hiruzen. Old man, that hurt. Then, with wild laughter, he spun his weapon in front of him like a madman. And then, he began spinning. Like a bladed tornado, he shot forward, charging Hiruzen with murder in his eyes. Ahahaha. The triple-bladed scythe became a crimson whirlwind, barreling toward the third Hokage. Enma quickly transformed back into the Vajra staff and flew into Hiruzen's hands. Think you can keep up with my hands after all these decades? With that, Hiruzen began to spin the staff at blinding speed. It blurred through the air, forming afterimages all around him. From a distance, the overlapping trails of the staff resembled a solid sphere, protecting him from every angle. Haiden's spinning top of death collided with Hiruzen's vortex of strikes. Clang. Crash. Crack. Ding 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 ding. Orochimaru glanced sideways, watching sparks fly in every direction as Hiruzen held his ground with sheer speed and skill. A flicker of respect crossed his lips. Sarutobi-sensei, you're still this strong, even at your age. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 152, Kakuzu, I don't have enough money, so I won't fight anymore. Old man, you're pretty damn strong. You can actually keep up with my speed. The blood-red scythe and the Vajra staff clashed repeatedly, each impact throwing off a burst of sparks, like a storm of fury and fire between them. Young man, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smirk, I think it's time I sped up. Let's see if you can keep up. Even as he swung his staff, Hiruzen formed a one-handed seal, and with a puff of smoke, 2 shadow clones appeared on either side of him. Now there were 3 Vajra staffs spinning through the air. Haiden found himself surrounded, his spinning form caught between the triple assault. One man alone couldn't overpower 3 in synchronized motion. Though he tried to ramp up his speed and use his flying scythe to intercept the strikes, he couldn't keep up. All 3 Hiruzen figures struck simultaneously at the same opening. Bang. Haiden cried out as searing pain shot through his waist. Ah. You senile bastard. No honor at all. Aghh. Haiden crashed to the ground. His left hand gripped the chain of his scythe, and his right clutched his waist. His eyes were bloodshot, he looked like a deranged Uchiha at that moment. You old geezer. You broke my damn kidneys. You're dead. Still cursing, Haiden smeared the blood from his wound across both hands, then grasped his side once more, spinning it viciously as he charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Meanwhile, Kakuzu, locked in battle with Orochimaru, glanced sideways at Haiden's mad charge and let out a low sigh. Let the idiot do whatever he wants. He's immortal anyway. Orochimaru noticed Kakuzu's momentary distraction and struck. His neck suddenly stretched outward like a whip, his head lunging forward. Kakuzu flinched, he hadn't expected the attack to be so sudden. He instinctively leapt back to increase distance, but the strike was too fast to fully avoid. After all, a snake strike is hard to evade, and Orochimaru was no ordinary snake. Orochimaru's mouth unhinged, exposing sharp, gleaming fangs. He lunged, aiming to sink his teeth into Kakuzu's shoulder. But beneath Kakuzu's black mask, a smug grin appeared. Earth style, earth spear. Clang. The sound of teeth on metal echoed sharply. Orochimaru felt like he had just bitten solid steel. The force of the impact reverberated through his skull. His mind buzzed. Kakuzu didn't waste the moment. His right hand morphed into a spear and thrust toward Orochimaru's exposed neck. Orochimaru instantly recoiled with a whoosh, his snake-like neck snapping back into place. The strike missed. TCH, weirder than even me, Kakuzu muttered. Their distance reset. It was back to ranged jutsu, a classic shinobi showdown. Kakuzu raised both arms. All four of his Earth Grudge fear-masked creatures emerged, lined up like a firing squad. Water style, water curtain tent. Lightning style, false darkness. Fire style, searing migraine. Wind style, pressure damage. Earth Grudge fear, final shot. Water, wind, fire, and lightning style chakra exploded outward, converging into a massive, multicolored shockwave of destructive power. Wind pressure propelled the entire storm forward like a missile. Orochimaru quickly crossed his arms and brought them to his mouth, biting down hard on both thumbs. With my chakra reserves right now, this should be fine. He rapidly formed hand seals, so fast they blurred. Then he slammed his palms onto the ground. Reveal your true form. Summoning Jutsu, five-fold Rashomon. Boom, 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 boom. 5 massive demonic gates, red, green, blue, white, and yellow, rose before Orochimaru, roaring up from the earth-like guardians from the underworld. The incoming chakra shockwave collided with Rashomon. The first gate shattered. The second cracked and splintered. Kakuzu increased his chakra output, the wave doubled in size, ripping forward. The third gate cracked, then shattered. But Orochimaru had vanished. All that remained behind the gates was a perfectly round hole in the ground. Rah! Kakuzu roared, pumping more chakra. Just as the shockwave reached the fourth gate. Puff! All 5 Rashomon gates vanished in clouds of smoke. Only then did Kakuzu realize. It was a summoned decoy. Too late. A sharp pain exploded in his chest. Kakuzu staggered back, eyes wide, mouth open in shock. Orochimaru rose from the earth behind him, the Kusanagi sword withdrawing from his body and sliding back into his throat. Kakuzu collapsed backward, unmoving, his eyes frozen open in disbelief. Orochimaru turned calmly, ready to assist Hiruzen, who was still locked in battle with Haiden. But he missed the movement behind him. The Earth Grudge fear creature Kakuzu had deployed, Earth Wrath, was dissolving into thick black threads. The threads snaked across the ground, converging on Kakuzu's fallen body. Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru's voice rang out sharply. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard him. Their eyes met, and in an instant, both understood. Hiruzen flipped backward repeatedly, creating distance from Haiden's spinning assault. Then, teacher and student began weaving hand signs simultaneously. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. Dozens of shuriken multiplied in the air, carried by a howling gale. Compound Jutsu, Earth Dragon Fire style. A mudslide surged forward, then erupted into flames, transforming into a dragon-shaped inferno. Their combined jutsu merged, creating a colossal vortex of mud, fire, and wind that devoured Haiden. Shuriken whipped through the air, slicing into his flesh. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. Akamochi-I. So hot, ah! KKKKMJ. Haiden's body was wrapped in molten earth, hardened by fire and scorched by gales. He couldn't move. The heat evaporated the moisture in his body. His blood began to burn. For the first time in his life, Haiden felt fear. He wouldn't die. But there was a limit. Even an immortal could burn forever and wish for death. Suddenly, a black arm, veined with chakra threads, punched through the wall of flame and earth. It shattered the crusted dirt off Haiden's body with one blow. The threads wrapped around him, yanking him free from the inferno. The tendrils retracted. Both Orochimaru and Hiruzen turned at the same time, tracking the line back to its source. His heart was pierced, and he's still alive, Hiruzen muttered. Haiden landed on Kakuzu's shoulder, his entire body still radiating heat like a furnace. Kakuzu grimaced. Without a word, he threw Haiden off his shoulder, scooped him under one arm, and turned to flee. You know what? Kakuzu said as he ran. The Mizukage's pay isn't worth this crap. Let's do business another time, Orochimaru. And just like that, they vanished into the trees. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, The Three-Tailed Jinchuriki, Yagura, the Mizukage joins the battle. Orochimaru stared at the four masks on Kakuzu's back, only to notice that one of them was now shattered. But I didn't destroy any of those masked monsters. A subtle, dangerous glint flickered across his eyes. For masks and the main body. That's 5 hearts, 5 lives. But before he could speak to warn Sarutobi Hiruzen, a surge of dread swelled in his gut. There was no chakra fluctuation in his sensory range, but his instincts screamed danger. He didn't even have time to shout a warning. Orochimaru's body darted left in an instant. Ugh! A violent impact struck his right shoulder. White coral erupted immediately from the contact point, feeding on his chakra as it spread like a parasite. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not as lucky. Although he sensed the incoming threat, his aged body couldn't react fast enough. The attack slammed directly into his back, sending him crashing forward. He slid over 10 meters across the battlefield. Enma, in the form of the Vajra staff, immediately transformed back into his full monkey form. With a leap, he landed beside Hiruzen and struck swiftly. His 5 claws elongated, and with a heavy swipe, he scraped off a layer of skin where the white coral had latched onto Hiruzen's back. The sloughed coral hit Enma's arm, and immediately began to grow wildly there instead. Hiruzen, looks like I won't be able to help you any further. You're on your own now. Bang. With that, Enma dispersed in a puff of smoke, returning to the summoning realm. TCH. I'll handle it. Thanks for everything, Enma. Orochimaru used the Great Serpent substitution technique, consuming a large chunk of chakra to escape the coral's effects. The discarded snake skin was instantly consumed by the parasitic coral. Then, Orochimaru's eyes fell on the small figure before him, barely taller than 1.4 meters. But the danger radiating from him was on another level. Unlike Kakuzu or Haiden, this opponent was a different beast entirely. He wasn't just a strong shinobi, he was a Kage. And worse, a Jinchuriki. The 4th Mizukage. Yagura. Even the Mizukage himself has entered the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to Orochimaru's side. Upon seeing the new enemy, his expression turned grave. Yagura. As Mizukage, don't you understand that war brings nothing but suffering? Why did you start this conflict? Yagura's gaze flickered, a momentary shadow of inner turmoil crossing his face, but it vanished just as quickly, replaced by cold indifference. He raised his coral scepter horizontally in front of him, ready to strike. No reason. Just killing. It proves the worth of Kirigakure shinobi. A massive, blue-gray tail covered in hard spikes extended from Yagura's lower back. It coiled forward, wrapping completely around his small frame. In the next second, his entire body transformed into a giant, rotating ball, like a monstrous wheel. He launched forward with terrifying momentum, tearing across the battlefield toward Orochimaru and Hiruzen. Shadow. His tail churned the earth beneath it, spikes shredding the stone and flinging debris in every direction. Orochimaru and Hiruzen immediately responded with Earth-style defense. Earth-style, double Earth-style wall. Twin walls of hardened earth surged up from the ground between them and the incoming projectile. Boom. The walls crumbled instantly under Yagura's rolling assault. Orochimaru and Hiruzen were forced to leap to opposite sides, narrowly avoiding the spinning tail. Yagura didn't stop. He pursued them like a possessed wheel of death, charging again and again while the 2 Konoha shinobi evaded and counterattacked. They unleashed wave after wave of ninjutsu, but none of it stopped the assault. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. There was no clear way to break through that spinning defense. The chakra forming the tail came from Isabu, the 3 tails. Isabu's core nature wasn't just that of a tailed beast. It was a turtle. And everyone knew, turtle-type chakra beasts had some of the most absurd defenses in the ninja world. But this one wasn't just a turtle. It was a tailed beast turtle. Their attacks had barely left a scratch. After several high-speed collisions, Yagura finally stopped, staggering a little from dizziness. It seemed even he had trouble handling the G-forces. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a brief sigh of relief. But that moment of hope turned to dread in an instant. A red chakra shroud began to bubble up from Yugura's body. It coiled around him, thick and wild. The tailed beast cloak. The three tails of Aisabu wrapped tightly around him, then began to spin again. His entire body turned a deep crimson. The pressure in the air grew thick. Violence. Bloodlust. Hatred. A flood of negative emotions exploded from Yugura like a wave. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, observing Yugura's transformation. He can control it, completely. He's a perfect Jinchuriki. Things just got significantly worse. Orochimaru had assumed that Yugura's control over Aisabu was partial, like the former Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Blue Bee, from the Hidden Cloud. Someone who used pure willpower to hold the beast back. But this was different. There was no loss of reason. No rampage. He was in full control. Like Killer Bee, the current Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. A perfect Jinchuriki. Yugura shot forward again. This time, his target was Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his half-transformed state, Yugura's physical strength, chakra, and speed had all multiplied. In a single breath, he closed the 40-meter distance between them. The three tails merged into one and lashed out, a massive tail whip aimed straight at Hiruzen's chest. If it landed, the sternum would shatter. The heart would burst. It would be instant death. In that life-or-death moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt time slow. He raised his arms, bracing in front of his chest. Boom. His body flew backward like a rag doll. He crashed through three enormous rocks before finally skidding to a halt more than 50 meters away. Cough. Cough. 2 mouthfuls of dark red blood sprayed from his lips. Even with chakra reinforcement and protective armor on his arms, the bones in both forearms were crushed. His internal organs had taken severe damage. He lay slumped against a stone, blood dripping from his mouth, gasping for breath. So this is the power of a perfect Jinchuriki. Hunched over and wheezing, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Yugura, now cloaked in crimson, and bitterness welled in his chest. If I had sealed a tailed beast into myself back then. TCH. Damn it. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 154, The Runaway Three Tails. When Orochimaru saw Sarutobi Hiruzen suffer serious injuries at the hands of the enemy, he immediately appeared beside him. Without hesitation, he twisted his wrist, revealing a black pill, about the size of his pinky finger, resting silently in his palm. Sarutobi-sensei, this is a secret recovery medicine. Sarutobi Hiruzen wordlessly tossed the pill into his mouth. Crack. He bit into it and swallowed. The side effects are, after the medicine wears off, the user's chakra pathways will be damaged for a full month. They'll be completely weakened, possibly even crippled. It doesn't matter if I can't survive the next few minutes. There's no point worrying about the month after that. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, yes. If we die here, then what do side effects matter? As the secret medicine dissolved in Hiruzen's stomach, it was instantly absorbed into his system. A surge of heat rose through his meridians, his blood felt like it was boiling. His heart thudded violently in his chest, and chakra began gushing out in waves. Pain flared across his entire body, but his face showed no trace of it. Orochimaru, let's go. I feel like I'm 30 again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hunched back straightened with a crack of his spine. He charged straight toward Yugura. Orochimaru caught up instantly. He didn't need the medicine, not yet. After all, Uchiha Hikaru had already used Tsunade to tank a fatal blow for him. Now, Orochimaru was down to only about half of his chakra reserves. Yugura, still in his half-tailed beast form, launched forward to intercept them. His speed was immense, but suddenly, something flickered across his bestial face. Destroy the Konoha reinforcements. Obito's Mangekyō Sharingan cast a genjutsu, seizing control of Yugura's mind. The three were on a collision course when suddenly Orochimaru noticed something strange in Yugura's movement. The Jinchuriki turned and rushed not toward them, but toward the Konoha shinobi reinforcements. Not good. Orochimaru, we can't let a Jinchuriki enter the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed himself even faster, forming hand seals in an instant. Foreshadow clones appeared and flanked Yugura from all directions. With the temporary power boost from the secret medicine, Hiruzen's speed surpassed even that of a half-transformed Jinchuriki. Orochimaru morphed his lower half into a massive snake tail and slithered across the ground at high velocity. He moved even faster than Yugura. Opening his mouth to the dirt, he unleashed a torrent of serpents. The venomous snakes swarmed over Yugura's massive tailed form. Even as the tailed beast chakra eroded their bodies, they continued to constrict and pile on him, refusing to relent. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 4 clones moved into position. Each one raised their hands and began weaving different hand seals simultaneously. His chakra was being drained at an alarming pace. The secret medicine was working overtime to keep his body moving. Finally, in just 2 seconds, the jutsu was ready. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Cyclone. Lightning style, Thunder Fang. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Flames that roared like maddened dragons. Water spirals crashing like tsunamis. Gales howling with slicing winds. Lightning lances tearing through the air. And a torrent of mud exploding like cannonballs. 5 different chakra natures. 5 A-rank jutsu. 1 devastating combined assault. They slammed into Yagura, who had slowed under the onslaught of Orochimaru's snake tide. The moment the jutsu struck. Boom. The 5 techniques fused and detonated in a massive explosion. Even the snakes summoned by Orochimaru were caught in the shockwave. A hurricane-like blast swept across the entire battlefield. Debris and pressure waves slapped against the faces of both Konoha and Kirigakure shinobi, stinging like whips. Bang 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 bang. One after another, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clones vanished in a puff of smoke. The heavy panting from his lungs said it all, unleashing the kind of catastrophic jutsu had drained him significantly. That's the S-rank technique. 5 styles, Great Linking Jutsu. As the smoke slowly cleared, Yagura lay naked and unconscious in a massive crater. He had been blown out of his half-tailed beast form, and his body was torn and scorched from head to toe. Orochimaru approached and examined his chakra. Something felt off. Now that the tailed beast chakra wasn't clouding his senses, Orochimaru noticed the chakra flow in Yagura's body was abnormal. Was this how Jinchuriki normally processed chakra? Then suddenly, Yagura's eyes flew open. Scarlet chakra burst violently from every pore in his body. His wounds started regenerating at an astonishing pace, sealing shut in mere seconds. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. The blank, dazed look in Yagura's eyes, this wasn't how a perfect Jinchuriki behaved. Even Blue Bee, the former 8 Tails Jinchuriki, was able to stay conscious despite being dosed with Orochimaru's experimental suppressants. Wait a minute. Genjutsu. Masaka. Orochimaru's mind snapped to attention. He shouted the warning. He's under a genjutsu. The 3 Tails is going berserk. A sudden pulse of chakra from Yagura shook the battlefield, kicking up a whirlwind of dust and debris. All the shinobi fighting nearby turned to look. Through the swirling clouds of dirt, a massive figure could be seen growing larger and larger. Ha 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 ha. That's Mizukage-sama. It's the 4th full-tailed beast transformation. You damn Konoha scum. You're all dead. Many of the Kirigakure ninja began shouting with excitement and bloodlust. Orochimaru's senses suddenly flared in panic. He realized the ambient chakra around him was dropping rapidly. His face stiffened, fear began to creep in. He turned to look behind him. Densely packed Konoha ninja had gathered behind him, locked in combat with the Kirigakure forces. Then, 2 conflicting voices whispered inside his mind. Why care about ants? Run. Survival is the only truth. You finally returned to the village you once loved. Are you going to abandon them again? Remember those who still believe in you. A visible tremble ran through Orochimaru's face. Then he gritted his teeth and shook his head. His eyes gleamed, wild, intense. Sarutobi-sensei, get back. This jutsu isn't finished yet. But with the chakra I've got left, I'll try it anyway. He tossed another secret pill into his mouth, cracking it between his snake-like fangs. Then pressed his palms together. I'll show you the forbidden jutsu I created, Sarutobi-sensei. Forbidden technique. Yakitsu. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 155, Forbidden Technique. Yukita no Jutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru's back. For a moment, he seemed to overlap with another figure from his memory, his former teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. That same back, facing death. When their team was surrounded by the Kinkaku force during the First Great Ninja War, it was Tobirama who chose to stay behind, sacrificing himself so the others could escape. And now, Orochimaru stood just as Tobirama had. A surge of helplessness swelled in Hiruzen's chest. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails cut into his palms. Damn it, just like back then. Is there still nothing I can do? He grit his teeth so hard that blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, followed by a wave of weakness that spread through his limbs. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen realize, even with the secret medicine, there was hardly any chakra left to draw from his aging body. The medicine's side effects were beginning to set in. His meridians felt fractured. Even breathing was a struggle. His legs trembled, and he collapsed to one knee, barely supporting himself with one hand on the ground. Now, he could only watch, helplessly, as his beloved student prepared to confront a tailed beast alone. Orochimaru's chakra surged explosively, visible even to the naked eye. 2 meters. 5 meters. 10. 20. 40. As he completed the final hand seal, the chakra erupting from his body shifted in color, from blue to white. The massive chakra mass began to separate, 8 distinct streams, like 8 towering white serpents. All around, Konoha shinobi turned toward the terrifying aura gathering before them. Is that one of Lord Orochimaru's summons? No, if it were a summoning, it would have appeared instantly. Wait. Is this the jutsu Orochimaru-sama invented? Hope reignited in the hearts of the exhausted Konoha forces. The fear that had settled when Yugura entered his Three Tails transformation now burned away. Their blood boiled again. The sounds of kunai clashing and chakra roaring surged across the battlefield. Push them back. Drive Kirigakure out of Konoha. Kill them all. The battlefield ignited anew. At the center of it all, Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu, the Yamata no Orochi, finally took form. 8 colossal white serpents, each over 30 meters long, towered above the battlefield. Though each individual snake was shorter than the Three Tails, their combined mass nearly matched it in scale. The serpents' backs were armored in bristling, jagged scales. They didn't resemble ordinary snakes, they looked like white serpentine dragons. They were evolving. Even Orochimaru hadn't expected the 8-headed technique to activate so smoothly. He had forged this jutsu using chakra extracted from the severed horn of the 8 tails, Gyuki. Through years of chakra infusion and forbidden experimentation, he created this technique to one day rival the tailed beasts themselves. But he had always been a step short. The chakra of tailed beasts is cold, violent, corruptive. It threatened to devour his own chakra, twisted and murderous as it already was. If it weren't for Uchiha Hikaru. If it weren't for him, who had stabilized the chaos within Orochimaru. Even Orochimaru himself had forgotten just how vital that aid had been. Whoosh. Crack. The Three Tails swung its massive tails, blowing away the surrounding mist. Its enormous body loomed into view once more. Its 3 tails slammed forward, aimed directly at the Yamata no Orochi. But snakes are faster than turtles. And Orochimaru, master of serpents, whose own body had long since become serpentine, commanded them like extensions of himself. 6 of the white snake heads lunged at once, their fanged jaws locking onto Aisabu's tails. The tails whipped in fury, but the snake heads clamped down harder. Even Aisabu's thick, armored hide couldn't withstand the combined bite force. His tails were pierced, crackling under the pressure. The remaining 2 snake heads coiled and lunged at Aisabu's face. But the Three Tails wasn't so easily overwhelmed. He swung his claws sideways, slamming the lunging serpents aside. Then he raised his upper body and slammed both snake heads beneath his weight. Roar. The thunderous bellow of the Three Tails reverberated through the battlefield, bursting eardrums and rattling bones. Then, with surprising speed, Aisabu struck. He lunged forward and bit down on one of the trapped snake heads. Pain exploded through Orochimaru's soul. Not just physical pain, soul-deep agony. This wasn't like taking damage to the body. It was deeper. Instinctively, Orochimaru released his grip. The remaining 6 heads immediately retaliated, all lunging at the gap Aisabu had left exposed. Aisabu tried to pull his head back, but too late. 2 of the snake heads latched onto his exposed neck. Rah! The Three Tails screamed in pain once more. But this time, he responded with something different. The tips of his 3 tails rose high into the air, then fired a barrage of chakra-infused needles. Orochimaru acted quickly. He twisted his massive body, attempting to shield himself with the Yamata's armored back. But the size of the transformation, once an advantage, now worked against him. The heads moved swiftly, but the body moved slowly. He realized it in that instant. This form, it's too heavy. He made a snap decision. Orochimaru sacrificed 2 of the snake heads, positioning them to shield the others from the incoming storm. Aha. Even bracing himself, the soul-rending pain left him howling in agony. The battlefield heard it. The Konoha shinobi turned toward the source. 2 of the Yamata's heads, skewered and bleeding, writhed in agony. Thick, blackish blood oozed from hundreds of tiny punctures. Damn Kirigakure. Kill them. Fight. Fight. Their commander's pain turned to fury in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, still kneeling, gritted his teeth as Orochimaru's tortured screams rang out through the chaos. His heart clenched. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Stop. At the same time, seizing the opportunity, Aisabu used one of his tails to slam away the two snake heads of the Yamada no Orochi that had been tightly clamped around his neck. Then he rolled backward multiple times. The ninjas from both sides suddenly felt the sky darken above them. Before they even had time to scream, they were crushed into pulp by Aisabu's raised shell and tail. Mizukage-sama. We're not the enemy. Some of the Kirigakure shinobi began shouting desperately at Aisabu. They couldn't understand why their own Mizukage would crush them to death without even distinguishing between friend or foe. It was as if he saw them as nothing more than insects. At that moment, a loud female voice echoed from behind the Kirigakure ranks. All Kirigakure shinobi, fall back immediately. The Mizukage-sama is being controlled. The Three Tails is in a rampage. Retreat. Chaos erupted instantly among the Kirigakure forces. Panic spread like wildfire. I knew something was wrong with this war. Run. I don't want to die. I promised my fiancée I'd come back and marry her after this. The Mizukage undermined control. Damn it, retreat. This is all Konoha's conspiracy. About half the shinobi immediately turned and fled. But the other half, those too far gone, soaked in bloodlust, stood their ground, unmoved by Mei Terumi's warnings. TCH. As if a Jinchuriki could be caught in a genjutsu. That's basic knowledge. Kill them all. I bet that woman's been bribed by Konoha. Yeah. Kill. Kill. Ha 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 ha. Realizing there was no persuading them, Mei Terumi could only gather the loyal and rational shinobi, leading them toward the shoreline to retreat. But Obito, watching from a distance, would not allow such a development. He issued a new command through his Mangekyō Sharingan. Stop the retreating Kirigakure shinobi. Kill them all. Suddenly, Obito felt intense resistance from Yagura's consciousness. Aisabu raised a massive paw, covered his own head, and began slamming it into the ground repeatedly. Hurry, escape. Run. Yagura's will exploded through the haze for a final moment, his voice roaring from within Aisabu's mouth. The sound swept across the entire battlefield, shaking the ground. Every Kirigakure ninja froze. That voice, it really was Lord Yagura. Mei Terumi hadn't been lying. Still, some tried to charge forward, hoping to suppress the rampaging chakra and somehow awaken their Mizukage. But it was too late. Yagura had already lost control, his consciousness had slipped into unconsciousness. All that remained now was a berserk-tailed beast filled with unstoppable rage. Aisabu wrapped his body tightly with all three tails and retracted his limbs and head into his shell. Then, in an instant, he began to spin. He transformed into a colossal, armored death wheel, a living, chakra-powered meat grinder. Defend. Defend. Fire barrier formation. Water style, water formation wall. Hundreds of defensive ninjutsu launched at once, but they were scattered and ineffective. Their fragmented structure made them worthless against Aisabu's charge. The only hope would have been to layer the jutsu together, but there simply wasn't time. The group of Kirigakure shinobi who had turned back to save Yagura were pulverized beneath Aisabu's spinning shell. But the rampage didn't end there. Aisabu's attention shifted, he had spotted Konoha's formation. And he charged. The Konoha shinobi felt the earth itself quaking. Sarutobi Shinosuke leapt to the front of the group. Everyone. Use earth style to create a defensive barrier. Now. Amid the rising panic, his command provided a glimmer of direction. The shinobi of the Sarutobi clan immediately followed his orders. Joint jutsu, 10,000 league earth flow wall. Earth style, earth wall. Earth style, mud rampart. Hundreds of earth-released jutsu erupted at once, forming a vast wall of stone and earth before them. The barrier rose quickly. But so did Aisabu, slamming into it like a living cannonball. Each layer of the wall was shattered, but Konoha's shinobi reinforced it with new layers from behind. However, after 2 days and nights of marching, and a brutal battle before this, most of them were already at their limit, chakra nearly depleted, bodies on the verge of collapse. The wall would not hold for much longer. Just before the last layer was about to break, Orochimaru threw himself in. Controlling the Yamada no Orochi's body, he slammed into Aisabu to intercept the spinning shell. He used himself as a shield. Ayagaha. All 8 snake heads opened their jaws, including 2 that were already torn and mangled, and bit down on the tailed beast's spinning body. The pain should have been unbearable. But Orochimaru no longer felt pain. His nerves had gone numb. The fangs of the Yamada's head shattered from the sheer force, falling to the ground and dissolving into raw chakra. The body of the snake became a twisted, bloody mess. The damage extended beyond the body, cracks began spreading through Orochimaru's very soul. Stop. Finally. The armored scales at the front of Aisabu's tail were torn away by Orochimaru's relentless snake heads. Aisabu recoiled. He leapt back, rolling out of the spin, and landed 100 meters away from the Yamada no Orochi, slamming into the ground. It stopped. That was Orochimaru's final thought. The Yamada's body shrank rapidly, dissolving into smoke and chakra. And then it all returned to Orochimaru. He collapsed, his entire body torn and blood-soaked, lying limp on the battlefield. Konoha shinobi rushed to him. Two genin immediately lifted him by the shoulders and dragged him toward the rear lines. Sarutobi Shinosuke stared at the three tails still looming in front of them. The grief and rage in his eyes were impossible to hide. The Sandaime and Lord Orochimaru have done enough. Now it's our turn. Uhu. The Konoha shinobi roared in unison. Maybe they would all die here today. But the will of fire would never be extinguished. However, Aisabu, standing 100 meters away, felt nothing for their noble spirit. Under Obito's control, there was only one thought pulsing through his mind. Destroy every last one of them. Before the eyes of every Konoha ninja. Aisabu raised his massive head, opened his jaws wide. A small black dot appeared at the center of his mouth. The chakra in the air was being pulled in, swirling around that black point. Blue and black spheres began spiraling toward it, condensing, merging. A tailed beast bomb. And it was growing. Faster than they could blink. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, the final chapter of Ninja Hero, Shiki Fujin. Many people began to realize what Aisabu was preparing to unleash. That's the tailed beast ball. Damn it. Is this the end? Though every heart still burned with anger and a desire to survive. The truth loomed like a death sentence. There was no way they could survive a direct hit from a tailed beast ball. All of it, this despair, fell into the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Still half-kneeling, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose to his feet. In that moment, the image of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, returned to his mind. That night, the night of the Nine Tails attack, it was thanks to that couple that Konoha's casualties had been minimized. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a soft, bitter chuckle and shook his head. Hey, when you're old, you tend to live in the past. His chakra was depleted. His meridians had been torn apart. But he was Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage of Konoha. Even if it meant death, he had to step forward. The deaths of Tobirama Senju and Minato, the grievous injuries to Orochimaru. Both memory and reality screamed at his soul. Gritting his teeth against the backlash of the secret medicine still burning through his system, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood before Sarutobi Shinosuke. He raised a trembling hand and blocked his son from stepping forward. Leave it to me. Shinosuke looked at his father. Wounded from head to toe, Sarutobi Hiruzen's blood had soaked through his flak jacket, staining it a deep crimson. But. No buts. I am the third Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen roared. He looked back at his son, and the Konoha shinobi behind him. You are the future of this village. Let an old man carry this burden. Then he turned and ran toward Aisabu, his hands already moving behind his back to form seals. Lord Third. Shinosuke stared, stunned. The realization struck him like a kunai to the chest. But he couldn't bring himself to shout for his father to stop. Because, he was right. He wasn't just his father. He was the Hokage. The chakra in Aisabu's mouth continued to condense, swelling into a deadly sphere, while Sarutobi Hiruzen now stood directly in front of the beast. Aisabu glanced at the fragile figure before him with one massive eye. Then dismissed him. That tiny flicker of flame, what could it possibly do? Once this tailed beast ball was complete, it would all be over. Everyone would die. But Hiruzen stood tall. He raised his hands, shaking, trembling, and began to form hand seals. In his eyes burned only resolve. Tiger. Boar. Ram. Rabbit. Dog. Rat. Rooster. Horse. Tiger. With the final clap of his palms, the seal was complete. His whole body shuddered violently. It felt as if his soul were being ripped from his flesh, his limbs shackled by something invisible. Ag. He staggered but did not fall. His will kept him upright, hands pressed firmly together. To those watching from behind, Shinosuke and the rest of Konoha's forces, they could only see the third Hokage's silhouette tremble slightly. Tears welled uncontrollably in Shinosuke's eyes. What is this? Then, behind Hiruzen, an ethereal form began to materialize. An enormous figure cloaked in tattered white robes with long, disheveled hair, longer even than the robes themselves. The shape of the Shinigami. Maraboshi Kosuke stood beside Shinosuke, his old eyes turning glassy. He wasn't the only one. All the veteran shinobi who had survived the Nine Tails Rebellion recognized what they were seeing. The dead demon consuming seal. The vague spirit body condensed further, until it could be seen clearly with the naked eye. Its skeletal frame was wrapped in white cloth, with a ghastly purple hue to its skin. Its bony chest and sunken abdomen gave off a grotesque aura of hunger. Its face was demonic, two dark horns protruded from its temples, blackened claws tipped its fingers, and in its mouth, it held a ritual dagger. Bound to the Shinigami's chest was the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The god of death stared directly into his soul. Hiruzen could feel his grip on his body loosening, his soul sliding from his flesh. He bit his tongue hard, blood spilled from his lips, and forced himself back into control. The pain pulled him from the brink, and his eyes locked onto the three tails before him. Sealing Jutsu, dead demon consuming seal. The next instant, a massive spectral hand, inscribed with intricate sealing kanji, erupted from the Shinigami's abdomen. It passed through Hiruzen's soul and pierced his physical body. The hand shot through him, out his back, tearing through his battle-worn uniform. The flesh it touched immediately turned purple, necrotic from the soul corruption. The agony of having both soul and flesh pierced racked his entire being. His vision blurred, but he grit his teeth. I can't collapse, not now. The ghost hand surged forward, aimed directly at Isabu. Sensing the danger, Isabu reacted on instinct. He whipped his tails forward, aiming them at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sealing hand was still several meters from the beast, but Isabu's tails were nearly upon him. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decision in an instant. He changed the trajectory of the ghost hand, redirecting it toward Isabu's tails. The spectral fingers latched onto one of the massive tails, just as that same tail slammed into Hiruzen. A peaceful smile spread across his face. Seal. As the ghost hand grasped both Yagura's and Isabu's souls, it began to drag them back, violently. Wham! Isabu's tail struck Hiruzen dead on, sending his body flying. But the sealing had already begun. The berserk-tailed beast and the unconscious Jinchuriki could not resist the Shinigami. Using that impact as a pull, both souls were dragged from their bodies. Yagura's eyes snapped open midair. The illusion was broken. He saw his body lying limp below, saw the ghostly hand pulling both himself and Isabu toward the Shinigami. In that moment, everything became clear. He reached out, placing his hand gently on Isabu's shell. I'm sorry, Isabu. No need to apologize, the beast replied, its voice deep and calm. We can finally rest now. Yagura smiled faintly. Yeah, it's over. I just hope Mei Terumi can protect Kirigakuru's future. His final gaze drifted toward the sea. ZZZZZHHHH. The ghost hand dragged both souls through Hiruzen's broken body and delivered them to the Shinigami's chest. The death god raised his hand, drew the ritual dagger from his mouth, and drove it between Hiruzen and his soul, severing their last connection. Then, he devoured all three souls. And vanished. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, Obito, everything is in my plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body flew through the air, crashing down in front of Shinosuke and the Konoha ninjas. The light in his eyes began to fade. In his final moment, he looked toward Shinosuke and the shinobi of Konoha. The scene before him blurred. The sounds of the battlefield grew faint, then vanished into silence. Memories flashed like lightning in his mind. This old man's life. Had he been a worthy Hokage? Hashirama-sama. Tobirama-sensei. Minato. I'm coming. Oh. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body struck the ground with a thud. It rolled several times before landing 10 meters in front of Shinosuke. Bang. The ninja blade in Shinosuke's hand slipped free and clattered to the ground. Father. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks as he dashed toward Hiruzen's unmoving form. Monkey. Lord Third. The war was over. But none of the Konoha shinobi wore smiles. There was no joy in this victory. The cost had been far too high. More than 2,000 shinobi lost their lives, and the third Hokage had fallen. Yet behind it all, there lurked a shadow, a manipulator who had orchestrated this from the start. Sarutobi Shinosuke clutched his father's body in silence. Around him, every shinobi lowered their heads, gathering wordlessly around the fallen Hokage. And then. Do you feel it now, Konoha shinobi? A hoarse male voice echoed from across the battlefield. Every head turned east. In the spot where moments ago there had been nothing, space began to twist and ripple. From within the spiraling vortex stepped a man in a white mask, adorned with the red clouds of the Akatsuki. The mask revealed only his eyes. A scarlet three-tomo Sharingan gleamed in each socket, the pattern like a spinning shuriken. Mariboshi Kosuka and Naruto instinctively moved to the front line. Sharingan. Who the hell are you? There's no Uchiha like you in this village. With calm precision, Bayun unsheathed his blade and leveled it toward the masked men. The stranger chuckled darkly. He. Me. I'm just a dead Uchiha, crawling back from the grave. So, do you understand pain now? Everything so far was just a warm-up. The real show's about to begin. Obito clapped his hands together. Inside the white Zetsu body worn by him, the chakra of would release surged to life. Wood style, wood golem jutsu. A tremendous wave of chakra burst forth, merging Obito's power with the wood release coursing through the Zetsu body. With a rumble, the ground beneath him writhed. And from its depths, a colossal wooden giant tore its way free. The Konoha shinobi scattered in every direction. Those skilled in fire style began forming hand seals. Wind style users followed suit, prepping to support the flames. Others hurled explosive kunai toward the masked men. But every kunai passed clean through his body. For a brief second, many thought they were seeing things. No, that's not it. The kunai passed through him. Don't aim for his body, go for the wooden giant. Mariboshi Kosuka, a veteran of countless battles, was the first to see through the technique. The others followed his lead. But Obito's Sharingan only glinted with mockery. Futile. Even as the fire and wind ninjutsu struck the wooden giant, the flames were quickly snuffed out. Worse still, the golem seemed to grow even larger. How pitiful. You call yourselves Konoha shinobi. And yet you don't even recognize the wood release used by your own first Hokage. Unless you destroy it instantly, wood release will continue to absorb chakra from your attacks. The monstrous golem now stood in full view. Its size rivaled a tailed beast, taller even than the three tails they had just faced. Obito stood atop the giant's head, one foot planted with cruel confidence. Beneath the mask, his face twisted with deranged pleasure. You managed to deal with the three tails, so what will you do now? How will you survive against my wood golem? Orochimaru was unconscious. The Sandaime was gone. Their strongest were missing. They had believed the worst had passed. And then this, another towering monster, this time born of the very wood release once used by their beloved Shodai Hokage. At last, despair began to settle over the crowd. Many younger genin collapsed to the ground in horror. Their eyes were wide, blank, empty. No way. That's the first Hokage's wood golem technique. We can't win against this. That jutsu subdued the nine tails like it was nothing. Even the older veterans clenched their teeth in bitter anguish. Nara Yenshui's face contorted, rage burning behind his eyes. His fists were clenched so tight, his nails had pierced his palms, blood dripping to the ground. Damn it. I hate this. But what can we even do against this kind of power? Unless Lord Uchiha Hikaru arrives. But he's still 2.5 days away, traveling from the capital of the Land of Fire. Is this really the end? Obito looked down at the hopeless shinobi with a twisted sense of satisfaction. Yes. That's it. That look. The same despair he had felt the day Rin died. No, this is nothing. Their pain doesn't even compare. Their suffering is shallow. His was absolute. Despair. This is the curse your village has unleashed upon the world. Everything that's happened is your doing. Konoha is the source of this darkness. All of it was part of my plan. Ha 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 ha. Obito threw back his head and laughed to the heavens. The Konoha army remained silent. And then, from behind the ranks of the Konoha forces, a voice rang out. A voice that made Obito's blood run cold. A voice that made fury flicker behind his mask. Oh. I didn't quite catch that. Mind repeating yourself? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Simp, what are you barking about? Uchiha Hikaru's figure appeared directly behind the Konoha ninja army. The rush of wind created by his movement blew his long hair back, flowing wildly behind him. Gazing at the battlefield strewn with severed limbs and corpses, the fury in his heart ignited like a powder keg, detonating all at once. The black pupils in his eye sockets transformed instantly. Scarlet Sharingan eyes locked onto Obito, who stood atop the giant wooden construct before him. He raised his right arm, his blade flashed, appeared in his hand with a metallic gleam. Then, without hesitation, he hurled the blade forward with a flick of his wrist. Whoosh! Sword shot through the air directly over the heads of the Konoha shinobi. The sound of the sword slicing through the wind rang out sharp and clear, echoing in everyone's ears. Pierce him. The moment Uchiha Hikaru infused the blade with his Mangekyō Sharingan's power, it began to expand forward in a streak of light. Obito saw the incoming sword and immediately controlled the wooden giant to raise both arms in defense. He reached out, attempting to catch it mid-flight. Zheng. Although the blade continued forward and had already pierced halfway through the wooden giant's chest, it eventually halted in place. Obito smirked, then mocked Uchiha Hikaru. Hikaru. I'm not the unprepared fool I used to be. Admit your defeat. The Konoha shinobi instinctively stepped aside, making way for Uchiha Hikaru. Hikaru walked forward, calmly grasping hilt. His expression was slightly puzzled, but mostly laced with ridicule. Why would you think that strike was the end? In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of chakra and ocular power erupted from him. Even the shinobi behind him, though not targeted, were forced to retreat under the sheer pressure. At the rear of the battlefield, Orochimaru finally regained consciousness. The first thing he saw was the suspended ninja blade, still glowing under the moonlight. It radiated a cold and deadly beauty, yet carried such isolation that it made people yearn for it. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled upward unconsciously. The heavy stone pressing on his heart finally lifted. He's arrived. He shifted into a more comfortable position and lay back down on the stretcher. Pitch-black chakra surged around Uchiha Hikaru. A translucent skeletal frame began to materialize and expand. Soon, veins and muscular structures layered over it, forming a massive humanoid construct. But it didn't stop there. The dark chakra surrounding the growing Susanoo surged upward in volume and intensity. At the apex, within the hexagonal crystal atop Susanoo's head, Uchiha Hikaru now stood. Then, all at once, the chakra surrounding Susanoo condensed across its surface, forming indestructible armor. Black and gold patterns coursed across the armor shell, and Susanoo's blood-red eyes stared down the enemy, cold, unyielding. It had now transformed into a spiritual weapon, gripped tightly in Susanoo's right hand. The blade grew larger in an instant, swatting away the wooden giant's arms like twigs. The sword that had already pierced halfway into the wooden man now tore the wound open even further. Obito's face twisted as realization set in. He never expected that Uchiha Hikaru's Mangekyō Sharingan had evolved to the fourth stage of Susanoo. His opponent Susanoo was even taller than his own wooden construct. The wooden giant leaned backward, its legs automatically retreating. He couldn't let that blade fall. But of course, Uchiha Hikaru already knew what Obito was thinking. Susanoo's blood-red eyes flared. It stepped forward with a massive crash, and with one mighty swing of its right arm, sliced through the air. Boom. The wooden giant's left arm was severed cleanly. A violent gust of wind surged outward from the impact, sweeping toward the Konoha forces. That wind carried dust, blood, and the raw scent of war. It stung the nose and burned the throat. Yet, standing behind that towering black Susanoo, the Konoha shinobi felt their courage surge again. O, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, O. Despair? What despair? Hadn't Naran No. 1 said it himself, unless Lord Hikaru came, all was lost. Well, Lord Hikaru was here now. What white-masked men? What Uchiha ghost? What cringe middle school syndrome idiot? Who the hell cares? He'd be flattened in a minute before Lord Hikaru. A roaring cheer erupted from the crowd. That's Uchiha Hikaru. That's what it means to be a real Uchiha. That's our hero. Even many young and beautiful kunoichi were starry-eyed, Omega, gazing up at Hikaru's silhouette within Susanoo's crystal, hearts pounding with admiration. The same thought bloomed in everyone's mind. I have to find a way onto this man's dinner table. For all. Obito's face twisted beneath his mask. Uchiha Hikaru, don't think this is all I have. To ensure this plan went smoothly, I prepared plenty of surprises for you. He formed hand seals, and the three tomo in his left eye turned gray. Izanagi. The destroyed limbs of the wooden giant vanished from the ground. The construct regenerated fully, and even expanded, turning from lean warrior to a bloated, overgrown colossus. Uchiha Hikaru narrowed his eyes. So, the wooden man had evolved, into something resembling Hashirama's infamous wooden golem. His eyes briefly flicked up toward Obito in amusement. Still, this wasn't Obito's doing. It had to be something Madara taught him before he died. Knowing that made Hikaru's gaze soften with pity, then twist with mockery. He pitied Obito's lack of original thought, eyes closed face. So. That's it. All you did was make it fatter. That's the surprise you had for me. Sorry, it's too damn ugly. I don't like your gift. You should stop barking like a dog. It's getting annoying. Uchiha Hikaru's words hit Obito like a mental shuriken. What? Did he just imply I'm a bootlicker again? As if that weren't enough, Zetsu's voice rang directly into Obito's ears. Obito, what's a dog licker? Shut up. Obito's rage spiked. Double the insult in one breath. Hikaru mocking him was one thing. But even his dumbest white Zetsu was talking nonsense. Why not just ask what dog shit tastes like at this point? The other white Zetsu were just irritating, always ruining the mood. But he just punctured Obito's lungs. Shut up, too. With that, he sent the bloated wooden giant barreling toward Hikaru's Susanoo. At that moment, Obito understood. He couldn't win with words. Only fists could talk now. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Uchiha Hikaru stood atop his Susanoo. As Obito charged forward, controlling his giant wooden construct, a new idea sparked in Hikaru's mind. Wasn't this the most classic Gundam-style clash in Naruto history? How could he not follow the unspoken rule of mecha brawls? With that in mind, he released the sword, his Mangekyō technique, from Susanoo's grasp. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. In an instant, the sword transformed into a red-orange glowing brick. Susanoo snatched it up again, casually tossing it in its palm and weighing it twice. On each side of the glowing brick were etchings of two wild-eyed girls with gray hair, blood-red irises, twisted grins, and giant thumbs-down stickers. Bold. Gaudy. Completely deranged. Okay. This feels just right. Without warning, Uchiha Hikaru drove Susanoo forward, brick in hand, straight toward Obito's wooden titan. The wooden construct threw both fists at Susanoo. Hikaru blocked the right fist with Susanoo's left arm, smacking it aside. Then, clank, the right arm snapped up, brick poised, wrist twisting sharply as Susanoo wound up the strike. Obito's gaze was drawn to the brick. And then he saw it. The mocking face carved onto the side of the brick. Instant fury spiked through him. TCH. You think some dumb brick can hurt me? Mutta. He instantly activated Kamui, phasing his body out and preparing to use the wooden giant for a surprise counterattack. But as the old saying went, if the Shinigami schedules your death for 3 a.m., you better slit your own throat by 2:59. Crack. One brutal impact later, Obito was sent flying hundreds of meters away, embedded deep into a cliff wall. Uchiha Hikaru sighed and facepalmed. This idiot child. How are you so damn confident in your half-baked divine power? You really thought this was just some normal brick? Eyes closed face. Obito lay there, crumpled in stone, ears ringing. The sound of bang 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 still echoed in his head. His mind was chaos. Spitting blood, he yelled out in disbelief, damn it. Wasn't your Mangekyō technique supposed to be chains that distort space and a blue-white flame? How the hell is your spiritual weapon turning into a brick that punches through Kamui? Uchiha Hikaru stared down at him, realization dawning. So that was why Obito had been so arrogant, not even trying to dodge. He'd misunderstood everything. He thought the abilities that tormented him that night were Hikaru's eye techniques. Well, he wasn't entirely wrong. But he wasn't right either. What a perfect match for that brain of his. Omega winky face. Hikaru playfully flicked his fingers, all innocence. Then he leaned forward with a mysteriously smug expression. My Mangekyō Sharingan. You wanna know? Obito stared back, eyes twitching, desperate for an answer. Hikaru leaned in closer, lips parting as if to whisper the truth. Ah shit, Lei. You seriously thought I'd tell you? Do you expect your enemies to reveal their secrets like that? You've been licking ass for so long, you still haven't figured it out. If you keep licking, they'll just ignore you. // Behind him, the Konoha shinobi began to sweat. Assistant Sama really has a strong personality. Wow, reminds me of my goddess. She talks like that too. Huh. Wait, man. You're a chunin, how can you be a simp? Can't you just get a girlfriend? Woo-woo, she's a Uchiha chunin, woo-woo, do I even have a chance? Another chunin raised an eyebrow and looked at him sympathetically. Bro. Sarutobi clan, right. Huh. How'd you know? Trust me, man. Shave that beard more often, hit Jonin rank, then maybe start chasing that Uchiha girl. Meanwhile, the kunoichi in the back were fully swooning. Even when he's roasting people, he's so cool. Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. What do? I think I'm falling for Assistant Sama all over again. Back off. He's mine. No, you're wrong. Assistant Sama belongs to everyone. Obito, meanwhile, was on the verge of cardiac arrest. Even Hashirama cells couldn't save him from his skyrocketing blood pressure. 200 BPM. Critical. Red zone. With trembling hands, he opened Kamui space and retrieved 2 vials. He yanked out the Sharingan in his left eye, now gray from Izanagi, and shoved in a replacement. Izanagi. The injuries across his body vanished instantly. The second vial went into his sleeve. Moments later, he reappeared atop the wooden giant, charging back toward Uchiha Hikaru, determined to counterattack while the effects of Izanagi still lingered. The wooden giant lunged forward again. This time, Obito's gaze was locked on that brick. Every slight movement, every twitch, he followed it. The wooden construct and Susanoo traded fists, slamming into one another with primal fury. Aura 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 aura. Wood. The brawl intensified. Fist after fist. Punch after punch. But Obito's wild fury had no rhythm or precision. He fought like a berserker, driven mad by taunts and bricks. Hikaru, by contrast, blocked almost every strike with eerie efficiency. Even when a blow landed, it only shaved off 1,000th of Susanoo's durability. His counterattacks. Every time the brick slammed into the wooden giant, it tore off 1 full percent. In a battle of attrition, Hikaru was winning. After all, the brick, born of Uchiha Hikaru's sword technique Chinyue, was a true melee weapon. Infused with the dual Mangekyō abilities, Illusion Bind and Flame Echo. Its powers? Lock on and taunt. It ignored space-time barriers, striking directly. And once a target saw the twisted expression carved into it, they lost all rationality. Like Obito. He didn't even realize it anymore. Each time the brick smashed into the wooden giant, the outer layers of wood splintered and shattered, raining chips across the battlefield. The once imposing construct, reminiscent of Hashirama's majestic jutsu, now looked skinny. Like a malnourished dog. Suddenly, Obito felt a strange tremor beneath his feet. He looked down. His heart nearly stopped. What the hell? Why does my big-ass wooden giant look like a damned skinny mutt now? Didn't I use Izanagi to make it fat again? Sigma, degree. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 161, Obito, if you can't win, just run away, it's not shameful. By the time Obito realized the wooden giant technique was starting to crumble beneath him, it was already too late. At that moment, the brick in Susanoo's hand began to emit a dazzling crimson light. The sudden flash burned into Obito's eyes, forcing them shut on reflex. For a brief second, he swore he saw his grandmother waving at him. Susanoo pulled the glowing brick back, winding up a devastating blow. Obito's instincts screamed. Shit, he'd opened a gap. The moment he forced his eyes back open, a massive shadow had already fallen over him. Uchiha Hikaru's smirk couldn't be contained anymore. You delusional mutt, so what's it gonna be? Abandon the wooden giant? Or sacrifice your pathetic life? One swing of a warhammer costs 100, a brick goes for 80. Now, eat my brick. A chill shot down Obito's spine, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. At that instant, he didn't even try to maintain the wooden giant beneath him. Not even Kamui could phase through this monster's attack. There was only one thing left to rely on, his backup. He shouted his companion's name without hesitation. Hooligan. The moment Zetsu heard Obito call out, he immediately understood what was needed. Got it. Would style, would clone. The brick loomed only 2 meters away from Obito's face. Suddenly, a branch sprouted from his chest. In the blink of an eye, the branch grew and shaped itself into a complete clone of Zetsu. Then, thwack, he kicked Obito square in the chest. Snap. The wooden link severed as Obito is launched off the giant's head. Uchiha Hikaru saw the move, but didn't bother adjusting his throw. Instead, he redirected the brick and slammed it into the wooden giant's head. Boom. The impact blew the head clean off, wooden shrapnel bursting in every direction. The resulting explosion sent roots and splinters flying, forming jagged trees that erupted outward, aiming straight at Susanoo. Hikaru's gaze calmly shifted to Obito, unfazed. Nice try, kid. Trying to pull a fast one on me. The wooden thorns crashed against the 6 crystal armor in Susanoo's body, but none of them left so much as a scratch. Obito landed dozens of meters behind the destroyed giant, panting hard. His face twisted in pure dread. Everything replayed in his head. The wooden giant had been dismantled completely without him even realizing it. He hadn't sensed it. Not at all. Something was seriously wrong. Obito, didn't I tell you that your Bakuto was already done for? Why didn't you listen? Now look, you lost your wooden men for nothing. Zetsu's voice echoed dully in Obito's ear. He blinked, dazed. You said that. Why didn't I hear it? Silence followed. Then it began his verbal execution. You just kept going on about friendship and bonds. You were like, I'll avenge Rin, and charged at Susanoo like a damn lunatic. Now you don't remember anything. Obito froze. It hit him. He hadn't noticed the wooden giant crumbling. The only thing burned into his memory was that goddamned orange-red brick. So that was it. That cursed brick must be some sort of Mangekyō spiritual weapon too. Obito's thoughts kicked into overdrive. He reached into his robe, replacing his pale, used-up Sharingan with a fresh 3-tomo one. The chains that sealed space. The eerie blue-white flames. The sword that could change length. And now, this accursed brick. All of them came from that sword, forged by Hikaru's Mangekyō. Could it be that Hikaru's ability was to grant his weapons different powers? If that was true, then there was no way to win. Not unless he could reclaim the other Mangekyō that was now in Kakashi's possession. Otherwise, even with help and Kamui, he couldn't so much as scratch Hikaru. And even worse, Hikaru was still spamming Susanoo's 4th stage like it cost nothing. There wasn't even blood in his eyes. He must have used Hashirama's cells, probably through Orochimaru. He's just like me now. The more Obito thought about it, the more he wanted to retreat. Even a mad thought entered his mind. The Rinnegan, what if I took back the Rinnegan that Madara left with Nagato? But he quickly suppressed that idea. He couldn't beat Nagato. Not now. Still, he knew Nagato's weaknesses. How about we just run for now? Obito, if you can't win, running isn't shameful. Its advice rang loud and clear. After 2 rounds of utter humiliation from Uchiha Hikaru, Obito had no choice but to admit it. He couldn't win. TCH. It's called a strategic retreat. He activated Kamui's spatial distortion with his right eye. Uchiha Hikaru saw the space twist, and immediately hurled the brick again. As it flew, the carved sneering face of the mysterious girl grew larger and larger in Obito's vision. He clenched his jaw and turned away, refusing to look. He couldn't risk losing his mind again. Izanagi. The brick passed straight through him harmlessly. Hikaru paused. Then smirked. So that's it. He timed his escape perfectly, switching from Kamui to Izanagi the moment his eyes could no longer evade the brick. He erased the fatal outcome. Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Well. Obito actually used his brain for once. Blessed hollowing plus Izanagi, that's the smartest thing he's done all day. Before vanishing completely, Obito hurled one last bitter shout over his shoulder. Uchiha Hikaru. You better remember this. I'll be back. Hikaru didn't miss a beat. You better not come back to lick my boots again. Promise me you'll love yourself a little next time, alright? Dogs who keep licking get put down. Uchiha Hikaru UN at #UN #UN %% at. A final flurry of censored curses, and Obito disappeared into Kamui space. What no one knew was. He kept cursing non-stop for over an hour inside Kamui before finally calming down. Uchiha Hikaru dismissed Susanoo with a sigh. As his feet touched the ground, he staggered slightly, his body trembling from exhaustion. Without hesitation, he pulled out 2 high-grade soldier pills from his sleeve and popped them into his mouth. After all, he had just traveled non-stop for a day and a half and unleashed Susanoo's 4th stage like a maniac. If Obito had brought even one more backup Sharingan, that might have gotten very dangerous. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 162, Mei Terumi, I surrender on behalf of Kirigakure. Fortunately, the enemy probably didn't have many spare Sharingan left. After all, because of my appearance, the Uchiha massacre never happened. Obito simply has no more access to other Sharingan. The 3-tomo Sharingan he's using now is likely just a leftover from Madara. Suddenly, an interesting thought crossed Uchiha Hikaru's mind. If nothing goes wrong, Madara's body is still buried in the cave beneath Canopy Bridge. Why not find a chance to? Carrot. Just as Uchiha Hikaru was still daydreaming about how to mess with Uchiha Madara in the future, he suddenly heard a flurry of rapid footsteps behind him. Turning back, he saw hundreds of female Konoha ninjas charging toward him. Uchiha Hikaru's scalp tingled. Why you? What are you all doing? Wait. Aha. No. Stop. In the next instant, the crowd of kunoichi engulfed him completely. Baji. In a storm of squeals and smooches, Hikaru lost track of up and down. Then, the crowd hoisted him into the air and tossed him up like a hero. Move over. Let me touch him just once. I kissed Master Hikaru. He, carrot. Up and down, again and again, dozens of times. Until finally, Hikaru couldn't take it anymore. Enough. Get off me. The pressure around him instantly dispersed. The kunoichi realized they might have gone too far, and obediently stepped back. Uchiha Hikaru did a 1080-degree spiral midair, then landed steadily on his feet. A throbbing vein pulsed on his forehead. Looking at the gathered kunoichi, each one looking sheepishly down, trying to act innocent, he didn't even know where to begin. At that moment, Mariboshi Kosuka and Naruto appeared beside him. Kosuka took one look at the 7 or 8 lipstick marks on Hikaru's face and gave a knowing smile. Yuto covered his face in embarrassment and began scolding the kunoichi harshly. This is your commanding officer. How could you act like this? You've completely broken rank and decorum. Only Naruto remained calm, standing beside Uchiha Hikaru with a serious expression and muttering. Assistant Commander, should we continue the war? The village has lost a lot of shinobi. Just look at Kirigakure. We can't just let this go. Uchiha Hikaru simply wiped the lipstick marks off his face. Then he locked eyes with Yuto and smiled faintly. This is all Kirigakure's fault. There's no way we can appease the anger of the people without at least 10 or 8 billion ryo in compensation. With that, Uchiha Hikaru stepped in front of the troops and once again drew the sword from his back. The specially crafted military pills, combined with Hashirama's regenerative cells in his body, quickly replenished a portion of his chakra. Though he could no longer maintain his full Susanoo, even a partial frame would be enough. He also subtly activated the chakra-based suggestion technique embedded in his Mangekyō, the word spirit technique. It didn't consume much chakra. Just a bit of pupil power and emotional amplification was all he needed. The war may be won. But our debts with Kirigakure haven't been settled yet. Our 2,000 fallen comrades, our third Hokage, cannot die in vain. Blades in hand. Follow me. March on Kirigakure. Demand justice. With those words, any trace of celebration instantly vanished. The joy of victory was drowned by righteous fury. The Konoha shinobi raised their swords and kunai in response. Blades in hand. Follow him. Strike Kirigakure. Seek justice. Uchiha Hikaru turned around, his sword resting across his shoulders, and charged toward the coastline. For justice, charge. The Konoha ninjas followed close behind, hearts blazing with righteous fury. Damn it. Kill them. All those Kirigakure bastards should die. For justice. For the fallen. Give me your hearts. For Master Hikaru. Attack. Nearly 4,000 Konoha shinobi stormed forward, blades gleaming. Meanwhile, the Kirigakure forces along the coast were in utter disarray, scrambling to board ships. Where's the helmsman? Is he dead? Where's the captain of this vessel? Where the hell is everyone? There were hundreds of ships docked along the shore. But only a dozen had managed to set sail. The rest were still stuck, missing critical personnel. Terumi Mei, flustered and frantic, tried to coordinate the evacuation. Sweat dripped from her brow as her mind raced toward collapse. She couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn this blood mist policy, turned our shinobi into nothing but killing machines. If we don't move faster, Konoha's troops will. Lady Terumi Mei. Something terrible has happened. Ao burst out from the forest, his face full of panic. Mei was already at her limit emotionally, but tried to maintain her composure. Could it be? Konoha's attacking already. Why are you so flustered, Ao? Her tone was calm, but the corners of her lips twitched. Hold it together, Mei. You're going to be Mizukage someday. You must hold your poise. Yes. I stayed 2 miles back to scout the battlefield. I saw a giant wooden humanoid attempt to attack Konoha's forces. But then a giant in samurai-like armor appeared and crushed it. I think he's one of Konoha's top leaders. And now, he's coming straight for us. Suddenly, both Ao and Mei felt their bodies freeze. A wave of killing intent slammed into them like a wall of stone. Yo. What's this? Talking about me behind my back. Didn't expect me to show up, did you? A dark figure stepped out of the woods. Stern face. Tall frame. Navy blue combat uniform hugging a broad chest. A white bandage wrapped neatly around his waist. His physique was lean, powerful, perfect. Long black hair whipped in the ocean breeze. To Mei Terumi, Uchiha Hikaru looked like a blue rose blooming amid bloodshed, deadly, beautiful, and impossible to ignore. Why are you so handsome? The words slipped out of Mei's mouth before she could stop herself. All three present fell into a stunned silence. Ao. Lady Terumi Mei. That's the enemy commander. Hikaru, oh ho why, thank you. Mei Terumi, oh, /////////////////////// Q. Wait, what did I just say? Their inner thoughts were pure chaos. But Hikaru didn't forget his objective. He opened his mouth to speak. I surrender on behalf of Kirigakure. Mei suddenly blurted, leaving both Ao and Hikaru dumbfounded. Both were forced into stunned silence once again. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 163, Humiliation in the Mist. Just after those words slipped out of her mouth, Mei Terumi's mind began racing. The Three Tails, Isabu, and the fourth Mizukage, Yugura, must have already been defeated by the other side. Only then would that colossal wooden golem have appeared. Though she had never witnessed the wood release, wooden golem jutsu firsthand, it was the signature technique of the legendary god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. What ninja in the world hadn't at least heard of it? It was with that very technique that Hashirama captured both the Three Tails and the Six Tails, then sold them to Kirigakure at the first 5 Kage summit. Mei Terumi, a woman determined to become the fifth Mizukage, had of course studied such events in depth. Then there was the armored giant that Ao had mentioned. If nothing went wrong, it had to be Susanoo, Uchiha Madara's terrifying Mangekyō creation. The Shura of the ninja world himself. And most importantly, that wooden golem had been destroyed. From all the evidence available, Kirigakure had started with tens of thousands of shinobi. After the war and the Three Tails massacre, fewer than 5,000 remained. The Three Tails had slaughtered over 2,000 of their forces. Bakuto, if still alive, was even stronger than the Three Tails. And now, the enemy Susanoo had crushed him. If you round it up, their enemy could likely wipe out every last Kirigakure shinobi alone. Not to mention the 4,000 to 5,000 Konoha forces advancing behind him. Only one conclusion remained in her heart. Surrender. Uchiha Hikaru stood before her, tall, broad-shouldered, clad in the same dark blue combat gear she wore, his demeanor both powerful and composed. He studied her carefully and quickly grasped what she was thinking. This must be the famous dual Kekkei Genkai Kunoichi of the ninja world, Mei Terumi. Are you certain you can represent Kirigakure's will right now? Just saying it aloud doesn't mean the militants behind you will agree. At that moment, Mei Terumi put on the act of a seductress reborn, flashing a playful, bashful smile. Are you referring to the souls crushed under the Three Tails rampage? Most of the surviving shinobi are those who support my succession as the fifth Mizukage. So why can't I represent them? As soon as she finished speaking, the Kirigakure shinobi still arguing aboard the ships noticed their leader had gone silent, and immediately turned to follow the voice they'd heard. In the current state of hidden mist, only Mei Terumi had the authority to stabilize the chaos. That relic Yura. The old man had proven useless during the Blood Mist years. How could anyone rely on him now? One by one, the shinobi stepped behind Mei Terumi. When they saw Uchiha Hikaru, they all instinctively prepared for battle. But moments later, Konoha's shinobi emerged from the jungle behind Hikaru, one after another. Red-eyed, bloodied, exhausted, both sides stared each other down. Every ninja stood poised to fight, just waiting for a single order from their commanders. None of them had any clue what Uchiha Hikaru and Mei Terumi had just discussed. Hikaru raised his right hand, signaling the Konoha forces behind him to stand down. Then he looked toward the Kirigakure shinobi gathered behind Mei. Kirigakure has announced its surrender. For a moment, silence. Then, rage. What? Damn you, Uchiha. What the hell did you just say? We're Kirigakure shinobi. How could we possibly? Mei Terumi immediately turned and roared. Silence. I have declared surrender on behalf of Kirigakure. The Mist shinobi stood stunned. Over 5,000 of their comrades had died in this war. They had gained nothing. And now, they were being told to surrender. Damn it all. What about our fallen comrades? Though many of them despised the war-hungry faction within their ranks, they were all shinobi of the same village. Many had lost friends and comrades in battle. Mei Terumi saw the emotions on their faces and felt a deep guilt rising in her chest. She hadn't wanted to surrender either. But when faced with a power they could not overcome, what choice was left? Surrendering now was the only way to keep more of her people alive. This entire war was a trap, manipulated from the shadows by the one who had controlled Yugura. Right now, Kirigakure could do nothing but submit to Konoha. The Konoha shinobi, seeing the chaos and bitterness on the enemy side, felt a wave of relief wash over them. They hadn't expected the Mist to actually surrender. Whatever Uchiha Hikaru had said or done to make it happen, he had spared them a brutal continuation of the war. Admiration surged in their eyes. So damn cool. But at that very moment, Fugaku Suikezen stepped out from the crowd, same hata strapped to his back. During the war, it had become known that the fourth Mizukage had been under genjutsu. The realization had filled him with ambition. The title of fifth Mizukage seemed within reach. And now? How could he let a woman like Mei Terumi seize the spotlight? He eyed Uchiha Hikaru with an ingratiating smile. This must be the famous assistant Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Hikaru. Kirigakuru's future shouldn't be decided by some little girl like Mei Terumi. As for our surrender, he never got to finish. The moment Hikaru saw this revolting man, his chakra flared, his skeletal Susanoo burst forth in a flash of darkness. It grabbed Fugaku by the chest and lifted him high into the air. Wait. Let me finish talking. At this moment, the had completely forgotten his earlier bloodlust, when he had ruthlessly massacred Konoha shinobi at the start of the war. But while he forgot, Shinosuke, Mariboshi Kosuka, and Nara Yudo, standing behind Uchiha Hikaru, did not. Hikaru could feel their rage surge the moment Fugaku appeared. He didn't know all the details of the prior battlefield intel. But as an Uchiha, attuned to emotion and perception, he knew enough. The shinobi behind him didn't react with hostility toward Mei Terumi. That meant she likely hadn't taken part in the initial attack. Perhaps she had even suspected something was wrong from the beginning. In the original timeline, it was Mei Terumi and Ao who discovered that Yagura had been under a genjutsu. That's why he didn't kill her on sight. But Fugaku, he was a known villain in the original timeline. Add to that the way both Konoha and even Mist Shinobi were glaring at him. Hikaru didn't hesitate. He was going to end this man. Even many Kirigaku shinobi were now staring at Fugaku with hatred in their eyes. Wait. I can help. I can unify Kirigaku. Just give me one chance. Crack. Uchiha Hikaru couldn't be bothered to listen anymore. The skeletal hand crushed him into pulp. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, both sides withdraw. The bloated body of Fugaku Suikezen was crushed effortlessly by the pitch-black skeletal hand of Susanoo. Blood and gore splattered across the ground, some even landing on the cheek of a nearby Kirigaku shinobi. The blood was still warm. Only now did the Kirigaku shinobi truly understand the difference in strength. Fugaku Suikezen had once been one of their village's most powerful leaders. Despite the resentment many held toward him, none could deny his strength. But in front of this man, Uchiha Hikaru, he hadn't even had the chance to resist. Terror gripped their hearts. A suffocating sense of death loomed overhead. Uchiha Hikaru gazed at the stunned Kirigaku shinobi, then casually shattered the Susanoo skeleton, flinging the remains to the ground with a splatter of blood. Now then. Does anyone else object to Mei Terumi's surrender on your behalf? At that moment, Ao instinctively activated his Byakugan, trying to get a better read on Uchiha Hikaru's chakra flow. He'd only seen Hikaru from a distance before, riding that enormous humanoid construct. There hadn't been a chance to properly assess his chakra reserves. But the instant he activated the Byakugan, he was stunned speechless. Even after that colossal battle, his chakra levels are still this terrifying. While Ao was still reeling in shock, Uchiha Hikaru, back still turned to him, suddenly vanished from view. He reappeared instantly in front of Ao, grabbed him by the throat with one hand, and hoisted him into the air. His crimson eyes burned with disdain. How dare you spy on me? And with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, no less. Ao clawed at Hikaru's hand, trying to loosen his grip, but it was useless. His face turned red as the lack of oxygen took its toll, but still, he stared resolutely into Hikaru's eyes. This Byakugan was taken from the Hyuga during the Third Great Ninja War. It's my war trophy. Behind Hikaru, several Hyuga shinobi from the branch family clenched their fists tightly. Shame and rage flickered in their eyes. That stolen Byakugan, embedded in Ao's right eye, was the only one the Hyuga had lost since the Warring States era. It was a stain on their clan's history. Uchiha Hikaru stared at Ao with something like admiration in his eyes. You've got guts, boasting in front of me that this Byakugan is your trophy. Schlick. Affa. With a fluid motion, Hikaru's left hand dug out the Byakugan from Ao's right eye and sealed it in a small glass vial. You're right about one thing. I do respect your courage. I'll spare your life. But I'm reclaiming this eye. Consider it my trophy now. He tossed Ao backward. Kirigaku shinobi rushed to catch him. Ao clutched the hollow socket where his eye had been, groaning in pain. But deep down, there was relief. He didn't kill me. At that moment, Mei Terumi stood silently, her expression unreadable. But inside, a faint hope sparked. He'd only taken the eye. He hadn't gone on a rampage or ordered a massacre. Maybe, he's not as bloodthirsty as he seemed. Fugaku's fate had likely been sealed by the slaughter he'd committed against Konoha shinobi. His death was the price for his cruelty, not a result of surrender. For Mei, that was a very good sign. After all, with Fugaku dead, she now had no real rivals for the position of 5th Mizukage. Mei slowly stepped forward, her long legs clad in black mesh beneath her dark blue combat skirt. There's no point in continuing the fight. It benefits neither side. I wonder, would Konoha accept our surrender? If so, may Kirigakure now withdraw. Uchiha Hikaru, what is your answer? Hikaru turned his gaze on her, a playful glint in his crimson eyes. His lips curled into a small, sharp smile. The Kirigakure forces may indeed withdraw. Relief washed over Mei's face. She exhaled deeply, finally allowing herself to relax. Behind her, the mist shinobi felt like they'd narrowly escaped death. But then Uchiha Hikaru spoke again, and her body froze. But you stay. Mei's hands clenched at her sides. She had expected this. There was no way he would just let her walk away. Behind her, the Kirigakure shinobi began to protest angrily. The war's over. Why are you taking Lady Mei? We've surrendered. What more do you people want? Damn Konoha. I knew you'd pull something like this. If it comes to it, we'll fight to the death. In response, the Konoha shinobi behind Hikaru silently drew their swords and kunai. Uchiha Hikaru looked at the mist shinobi with a smirk playing at his lips. Then, his chakra erupted again, crushing, suffocating, and murderous. It slammed down on the battlefield like a tidal wave, silencing the mist shinobi in an instant. He folded his arms and stared down at them with icy amusement. You started this war. You lost. And now you think you can just leave without consequence. You think Konoha is some pushover. Most of the mist shinobi bowed their heads, trembling under his oppressive presence. But a few brash youths dared to lift their heads and speak up, voices tight with defiance. This war only happened because the 4th Mizukage was being controlled. We didn't want this war in the first place. We're victims too. The 3 simple sentences cast a blanket of silence over the entire battlefield. Mei Terumi felt her stomach drop. You absolute idiot. Why would you say that out loud? If I end up in Konoha custody, this kind of admission will only make things worse. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Hikaru suddenly burst into laughter, deep, mocking, and ominous. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 165, capture Terumi Mei and return to the village. Then Uchiha Hikaru sneered and mocked the mentally shaken Kirigakure shinobi mercilessly. You mist shinobi can't even stop your own Mizukage from being controlled by an outsider. Isn't that the ultimate proof of your incompetence? You've lost. You don't get to choose anything anymore. Live on your knees, or die on your feet. Go on, then. Resist. I dare you. None of the Kirigakure shinobi said a word. Mei Terumi lowered her head and slowly stepped to Uchiha Hikaru's side. Enough. I'll go with you. Let them go. Turning her gaze back to her comrades, Mei Terumi's heart was heavy. But the final decision had been made. Return to the village. Kirigakure still needs you in the future. Mei Terumi knew full well, she was the only living shinobi with both the lava and boil release bloodlines. No village could resist the temptation of dual Kekkei Genkai. She could only hope that her sacrifice would ensure the hidden mist's future. Wait. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Uchiha Hikaru recognized it, it felt strangely familiar. Could it be? Let me go to Konoha with Lady Mei. A tall figure stepped forward, arriving at the very spot where Fugaku Suikeisen had just met his gruesome end. He picked up same hata from the blood-stained ground and slung it over his back. His frame was large and imposing, clad in a Kirigakure ANBU flak jacket. His skin was light blue, gill-like slits lined his cheeks, and his blank, dead fish eyes betrayed nothing. Lord Hikaru. I request permission to accompany her. Uchiha Hikaru looked him up and down. Hashigaki Kisame, right. Because I killed Fugaku early, he hasn't joined the Akatsuki yet. This man was known as the tailless-tailed beast for a reason. His chakra reserves were monstrous. Hikaru made a mental note to find a way to pull this beast of a shinobi to his side in the future. He nodded. Approved. Mei Terumi quietly shook her head. Hashigaki Kisame, you fool. Crawling out of the shadows at a time like this. Another precious shinobi lost to the mist. The war was finally over. Ao led what remained of the Kirigakure forces back to the village by ship. Mei Terumi and Hashigaki Kisame, however, had most of their chakra sealed by Uchiha Hikaru. The remaining chakra within their bodies was only just enough to maintain movement, enough to follow Konoha's return march. Combat was no longer an option. At best, they might be able to squeeze out a strong C-rank technique. 2 days later, in Konoha. More than 4,000 Konoha shinobi returned home, proud and victorious. Uchiha Hikaru marched at the head of the formation. As the gates opened, cheers erupted across the village. Families surged forward to search for their loved ones among the crowd. Some found sons, daughters, wives, or husbands returning to them. Others reached the end of the procession, still searching, only to find empty space. A cold stab of realization sank into their hearts. Some searched again, refusing to believe. But when the truth could no longer be denied, they turned away, heads lowered, silent tears tracing paths down their cheeks. They slipped away from the jubilant crowd, knowing the person they most cared about would never return. The joy of victory, the relief of reunion, and the grief of irreplaceable loss, Uchiha Hikaru saw it all. The crowd chanted his name, cheering their assistant Hokage with fervor. But he didn't feel joy. This had been his first true war. In his past life, he'd been a lone cultivator in the world of immortal cultivation, free, untethered. Even though the memories of that life hadn't yet fully awakened. In his second life, he was born in a peaceful nation. Though his childhood was difficult, his later years were quiet and stable. He remained alone. But in this third life, he had people he cared about. Memories from 2 lives, grief from wars both seen and lived, and the weight of survival pressed in on him. What a twisted world this is. After the return, Uchiha Hikaru brought Mei Terumi and Hoshigaki Kisame straight to his home. When he opened the door, he saw the place was coated in dust. No one had lived here for over a week. The floors, the furniture, everything had gathered a dull gray film. Mei Terumi looked at the house, blinking. Is this Konoha's research facility? Why does it look so normal? No, it must be hidden. There must be a secret underground lab. That's where they'll draw my blood, dissect me, perform cruel tests. They might even. On the way back, Mei and Kisame had remained completely silent. Uchiha Hikaru turned to glance at them. Kisame's expression was blank as ever, those lifeless eyes didn't betray a single thought. Mei Terumi, on the other hand, wore an unreadable expression, anxiety creeping into her normally composed face. Seriously, what's with the mood swings? Uchiha Hikaru suddenly got an idea. He spun around, went into the bathroom, and came back with a broom and rag, shoving them into Mei and Kisame's hands. I'll leave this to you too. I'm going out to buy groceries. Make sure the place is clean when I get back. And with that, he stepped outside and slammed the door. He placed a chakra barrier around the entire building, just in case either of them tried anything. Though both of their chakra reserves were sealed, it didn't hurt to be cautious. After all, they weren't Konoha shinobi. Best not to take chances. About half an hour later, he returned from Akimichi Chosa's barbecue restaurant, arms full of ingredients. He dispelled the barrier and opened the door. The scene inside surprised him. Mei Terumi was still wearing her usual dark blue combat uniform, but now she had a black apron tied around her waist. Wait a minute, was that his apron? At that very moment, she was bent over, wiping the last bit of dust off the corner of the sofa. And the angle was, well, perfect. The modest ravine of her cleavage was framed right in his line of sight. Her mesh fishnet supported the big catch snugly on either side, clearly made to prevent anything from bouncing free. Uchiha Hikaru found his gaze wandering for a few seconds longer than necessary. Compared to Tsunade, Anko, and Kurenai. It's probably, Kurenai Anko Mei Terumi Tsunade. Yeah, Tsunade still wins. But Mei is impressive in her own right. He nodded to himself in silent approval, confirming his earlier assessment with utmost seriousness. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, The Stupid Beauty, Mei Terumi. After more than 10 seconds, Mei Terumi finally wiped down the last corner of the sofa. Just as she was about to straighten up and wipe the sweat from her brow, her gaze happened to meet Uchiha Hikaru's. He was standing at the doorway, clearly appreciating the view. Subconsciously, she glanced down. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, following the curve of her chest and sinking into the deep valleys beneath the mesh fabric. Uchiha Hikaru couldn't help but silently give a thumbs up in his mind. Wonderful. Mei Terumi realized what had just happened almost immediately. A blush exploded across her face, traveling up her elegant neck and flooding her ears with color. She yanked her shirt up, trying to hide herself. Cough, cough. Hikaru gave 2 polite coughs. Then he stepped inside, casually closing the door behind him. As luck would have it, Hoshigaki Kisame emerged from the kitchen just then, having finished cleaning. He glanced at the two standing awkwardly in the living room, completely unaware of what had just happened. Walking up to Hikaru, he reported matter-of-factly, "Lord Hikaru, the house has been cleaned. There's only one room left with the door locked, we didn't go in." Hikaru waved it off. "That's my room. I'll clean it myself later." "Yes, understood," Kisame responded promptly. Hikaru's gaze dropped to the pink apron Kisame was still wearing. For a second, the visual impact nearly overwhelmed him. That apron was originally meant for Tsunade. Unfortunately, Tsunade never used it. Shizune had taken a blue one instead when they returned to the Senju compound. This pink one had somehow stayed behind. Suppressing the urge to laugh, Hikaru set down the large bag of barbecue ingredients onto the table. He pulled the grill Kisame had cleaned from the kitchen, along with a few pieces of charcoal, and placed them on the dining table. With a simple fire-style, flame spark jutsu, he lit the coals beneath the grill. "All right, take off your aprons, wash up, and get ready to eat. Also, when you get back to Kirigakure, don't go spreading nonsense. Don't make it sound like Konoha mistreats its prisoners and starves you to death." Kisame immediately shook his head. "I wouldn't dare." A question mark practically floated above Mei Terumi's head. She blurted out, "Back to Kirigakure?" Hikaru, flipping meat on the grill with his chopsticks, glanced sideways at her dazed expression. "What else? You think you two are staying in Konoha, freeloading for life? Keep dreaming. Don't just stand there. Wash your hands and start grilling. You want to eat, grill it yourself. I'm not doing it for you." Kisame, being smart, had already washed his hands and sat across from Hikaru. He bowed slightly. "Thank you very much, Lord Hikaru." Hikaru just nodded in acknowledgement. Kisame took his seat and began grilling for himself, methodically and without complaint. Only Mei Terumi, that dense beauty, was still standing there sulking. "This has to be a trick. He's trying to lure me in with kindness so I'll let my guard down, and then he's after my bloodline, wants to breed Sharingan and Kekkei Genkai hybrids. Damn it. I won't fall into your trap so easily." Even if Hikaru ticked every one of her internal XP boxes, she was a kunoichi of the hidden mist. Not some love-struck fangirl. Still, she hadn't had anything more than a ration pill a day for the past 2 days. Just fill the belly first, then figure out how to escape, for the village. Finally, Mei Terumi took off the apron, washed her hands, and approached the table. But then, she froze. If I sit next to Kisame, it ruins his plan. He might get angry. But if I sit next to Hikaru, I'll be right in his line of fire. Caught in mental conflict, she began calculating battle strategies like a war council. Uchiha Hikaru watched her stand there like a malfunctioning puppet and rubbed his temples. What is going on inside this woman's head? Did hunger rot her brain? With a sigh, he pulled out the chair to his left. "What are you thinking about? The meat smells good, doesn't it? Sit down and eat. Some of it's really good. You're a prisoner now. Don't act all noble. I'm not your butler, lady heiress of the Terumi clan." Hikaru threw her an annoyed glance. Mei Terumi realized she had irritated him and, thinking the safest place is the most dangerous one, sat in the seat on his left. But once seated, she hesitated again. Do I grill my own meat? Or should I grill some for him first to lower his guard? Is that what he wants? Hikaru gave her another side glance. This woman is too far gone. Her brain's starving. Can't be helped. He reminded himself, they're prisoners. We must treat them well. Mei's signature is important for post-war reparations. For Konoha's sake, for the future. Everything is for justice. With that noble conviction, he grabbed a few perfectly grilled slices of meat and dropped them into Mei Terumi's bowl. Eat it already, damn it. Grandma. Why aren't you eating? Isn't a kimchi-style barbecue delicious? Mei's train of thought derailed completely. She stared at the meat. It smelled incredible, juices glistening on the crispy edges, her mouth began to water uncontrollably. But is this a trap? What if it's poisoned? Drugged? Eat it. Don't eat it. She was still frozen in place. Hikaru finally lost his patience. He dropped his chopsticks, leaned in, and grabbed a few slices of meat from her bowl with his fingers. With one hand, he pinched her chin and turned her face toward him. Then, he shoved the barbecue directly toward her lips. Mei Terumi tensed immediately. Shit. He's lost patience. It's drugged for sure. She clenched her lips and teeth tightly shut. Hikaru frowned. The hell? She's not eating it. I grilled this myself. He ditched the chopsticks. His right hand pried at her lips while his left held her jaw firm. Damn. Still resisting. Then, he pinched her nose with his left hand. After a few seconds, deprived of air, Mei Terumi finally had no choice but to part her lips. Hikaru took the opportunity, stuffing the meat, and his fingers, into her mouth. She froze. The meat slid in. His fingers brushed her lips. Realization dawned. It's over. I've been compromised. 3. Meanwhile, Hikaru let out a long breath of relief. Finally got it in. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Mei Terumi is forced to be fed. The moment her tongue touched the grilled meat, the rich aroma of seared oil and sizzling fat instantly overwhelmed Mei Terumi's senses. Uchiha Hikaru withdrew his fingers at that moment, quickly pulling out 2 tissues to wipe them clean. Then he shot her a sharp glare and jabbed his freshly wiped finger toward Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame blinked, utterly baffled. He froze mid-bite, his cheeks bulging with barbecue, his shark-like teeth continuing to chew reflexively. Ah! What did I do? Why is he pointing at me? I didn't make any noise while eating, did I? But then came a comment that made him sigh in relief. Can't you just look at Kisame? Hikaru snapped. You're a grown woman, and you don't even know how to eat on your own. Do I really need to feed you, Lady Mei Terumi? Use your damn hands. Eat. Mei Terumi swallowed the bite of grilled meat and froze, stunned into silence for a full 10 seconds. Hikaru ignored her dumbfounded expression and resumed placing meat on the grill. During those 10 seconds, Mei Terumi focused inward, carefully monitoring her body for any unusual effects. Apart from an intensified desire to eat more, there didn't seem to be any side effects. She cast a cautious glance at Hikaru's profile. No way, it was really just a meal. Was I overthinking it? Her tentative peek, intended to play it cool, only left Hikaru inwardly speechless. Oh, so she'll only eat if I personally put it in her bowl. What kind of pampered noblewoman is this? How is she even still alive? With a sigh, he grabbed a few more slices of grilled meat and placed them into her bowl. This is the last time. Cut out the spoiled princess act. If you can't eat by yourself, then don't eat. If you weren't still useful, I'd have tossed you straight into Konoha's prison by now. Mei Terumi snapped out of her haze as the meaning of his words sank in. Her earlier hesitation now seemed ridiculous, but those last words. They felt like a final verdict, her fate already sealed. I knew it. He's got a plan. He wants me to eat, get my strength back, and then take me straight to the research division to dissect me. Bastard. Even if I, Mei Terumi, have to die, I'd rather starve. Oh. In that moment, Mei Terumi reached full ideological clarity. With an expression of deep grief and rage, she seized the chopsticks and began grilling furiously. Her hands moved so fast that Hikaru blinked in disbelief. Wait a sec. Is Mei Terumi actually from the Akimichi clan? Why is she moving like a starving ghost reborn? Has the food in Kirigakure really been that bad? Poor girl. Maybe this isn't about being pretentious. Maybe she's just never eaten food this good before. He glanced toward Kisame. Kisame, do you guys eat this kind of stuff in Kirigakure? Kisame immediately put down his chopsticks and swallowed the piece of meat he'd been chewing, somehow managing to gulp it down despite a chunk of pork belly still sticking to his lip. Lord Hikaru, we usually eat fish and seafood. Occasionally we get some vegetables to balance nutrients. Barbecue like this. Only the nobles of the land of water can afford it. The country's land is mostly islands and swamps. The little arable land that remains is reserved for crops grown by civilians. Animals like pigs, cows, or sheep. We only see those when merchants come from other nations. This is actually my first time eating pork. Though Kisame tried to keep his face neutral, Hikaru caught the faint upturn of his lips, the joy he couldn't hide. For a moment, Hikaru looked at the nearly 2-meter-tall man seated across from him and couldn't help but feel sympathy. Poor guy, he's grown this big and never even had pork before. It's fine. If you like it, eat as much as you want, Hikaru said softly. Then he fell silent, retreating into thought. He began mentally drafting the future trade treaty with Kirigakure. Tariffs on goods would need close regulation, especially trade routes for meat and grain. At the same time, importing seafood from the land of water at low cost could benefit Konoha. Those ingredients were rare delicacies in the village. Once the routes were secured, the profits could be enormous. After all, Konoha had over 100,000 villagers, and the Land of Fire had millions. In his mind, Hikaru could already see mountains of silver coins waving at him. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. Meanwhile, Mei Terumi continued angrily chewing meat, all while keeping a close eye on the man across from her. She would glance at Hikaru's side profile now and then. Look at that satisfied face. He's definitely planning how to exploit my dual Kekkei Genkai. I have to eat more now. Who knows when I'll get another chance. Once they drag me into the labs, they'll bleed me daily, inject nutrients just to keep me alive, tie me up in chains, and throw me into some nutrient tank like a damn lab rat. On the other side of the table, Uchiha Hikaru was still lost in his grand vision, how to use commerce to turn the land of water into a vassal state of the land of fire. He continued popping meat into his mouth as he schemed. Mei Terumi devoured hers in bitter silence, picturing her grim imprisonment. Only Kisame, pure-hearted in that moment, ate without a care in the world. He had long since grown weary of Kirigakuru's betrayal and hypocrisy, missions where comrades were expendable, friendships fake, survival the only goal. He'd volunteered to follow Mei Terumi to Konoha, even if it meant imprisonment or death. Because this time, he wanted to live on his own terms. Right now, that meant following his own will. And at this moment, his will was that glorious barbecue. Hot, but so good, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Konoha is incredible. I don't have to think about anything. I'll just do whatever Lord Hikaru asks me to. Just keep the meals coming. None of them noticed that this man, who would one day be called the tailed beast without a tail, feared across the 5 nations, had become a simple university student at heart. A true foodie, greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to. The 3 sat in silence, each immersed in their own world. Before long, the entire feast Hikaru had brought back was completely devoured. And without needing a single command, Hoshigaki Kisame stood up and started clearing the table. Then he entered the kitchen and quietly began scrubbing the grill and washing dishes. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, Double Bloodline. Who wants your stuff? After dinner, Uchiha Hikaru lay back on the sofa, turned on the TV, and started watching a movie starring Fujikaze Yuki. Seeing this, Mei Terumi hesitated for a moment, then quietly sat down on the other end of the sofa. Whatever. My fate's already sealed anyway. Might as well enjoy these last peaceful moments. About 10 minutes later, Hoshigaki Kisame finished cleaning the kitchen and entered the living room. Sit down. Watch some TV, then head to sleep. Before long, Mei Terumi and Kisame were absorbed in the movie playing on screen. But no matter how hard Hikaru tried, he couldn't get into it. It was dull, melodramatic, and overacted. The quality of these films wasn't even on par with something like Return of the Dragon King from his previous life. Still, perhaps one day, Orochimaru could advance the television industry. The current TV in Hikaru's house was basically a brick, massive, bulky, with a screen barely bigger than a scroll. When there's enough funding in the future, it would be a good idea to start investing in Konoha's tech development. That would help with long-term cultural expansion. Just imagine, he could adapt old works from Blue Star and give them a shinobi twist. Return of the Dragon King could become Return of the Ninja God. One command, and 100,000 shinobi march. Instant hit. Series like Love Under the Moonlight, The Temptation of the Moon Princess, and Beneath the Crimson Rain, all ripe for adaptation. And further down the line, when mobile phones become a thing, he'd launch a Naruto mobile game. 2 game modes, one for civilians using touch controls, and another for shinobi using chakra to interface with the device via chakra sensors. Just think of the revenue. But of course, all this hinged on Mei Terumi's cooperation. Only if she agreed to the diplomatic terms between Kirigakura and Konoha could the plan move forward, and the real profit begin. With that thought, Hikaru's intense gaze shifted to Mei Terumi. She shivered. Mei Terumi, Hikaru began, his tone firm. You've eaten enough, and you've rested enough. It's time we talked about something serious, don't you think? Mei Terumi stared at him, her expression resolute. She knew it. Her peaceful time was over. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Fine, she said coldly. But make sure to use anesthesia before you start drawing blood and dissecting me. I don't want my body ruined by anyone else. Please, at least grant me that dignity. Kisame, who had been engrossed in the movie's dramatic storyline, turned his head when he heard that. Ah. Wait, is something better happening over here? He looked back and forth between Mei Terumi and Hikaru, eyes gleaming. Uchiha Hikaru slowly turned to Mei Terumi and stared at her determined, death row expression. He raised an eyebrow. What blood draw? Who the hell said anything about ruining your body? Don't slander me. I'm a married man. Watch your mouth before you tarnish my reputation. Kisame's eyes lit up. Wu was so much better than this movie. All I need now is some watermelon juice and popcorn, greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Mei Terumi sprang to her feet and pointed her slender finger at Hikaru. Stop playing innocent. Even if you don't do it, someone else will. You brought me back to Konoha as a prisoner, obviously you want my Kekkei. You want the boil release and lava release. Hikaru just gave a chuckle. A low, dangerous one. His chakra surged, flaring outward and slamming pressure down on Mei Terumi like a tidal wave. Heh. Boil release and lava release. What do those even matter in front of my Uchiha Sharingan? Can your precious bloodlines counter wood release? Mei Terumi faltered, caught off guard. TCH, stupid Sharingan, so what if you have one? Her frontal lobe immediately responded, it is, in fact, a very big deal. Especially if it's Mangekyō Sharingan. Extremely OP, sorry __/. Seeing Mei Terumi tremble under the weight of his chakra, Hikaru sighed and retracted his killing intent. Then, calmly, he explained his real motive. Yes, I brought you back for a reason. But it's not your bloodline. It's because we're waiting for the Kirigakure delegation to arrive. You're here to finalize the post-war reparations treaty. Mei Terumi blinked. Eh? She froze, completely taken off guard. That answer, it was, logical. But it somehow felt more insulting than anything else. Her pride, her dignity, had taken a direct hit. So, even my dual bloodline isn't worth more than a treaty clause. No. Then she thought about the overwhelming strength of Konoha, how far they'd come. And suddenly, the truth became painfully clear. My bloodline really doesn't mean much to them, huh? Silently, Mei Terumi curled into the corner of the sofa. Knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them, her fingers lightly fidgeting together as she looked away with a flushed face and watery eyes. Kisame practically howled with excitement inside his head. Amazing. Brilliant. I'm just a humble local fish, but this drama is top tier. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikaru looked at the dejected Mei Terumi and sighed. Did I go too hard on her? Did I just break her will to resist? Then suddenly, ding, a system notification rang in his mind. Mei Terumi's defenses have been shattered. Successfully copied boil release and lava release. In the next instant, Hikaru felt a subtle wave of heat pulse through his body. His chakra stirred and shifted, more fluid, more vibrant. That sensation lasted just a few seconds, but the aftereffects were clear. His chakra control over water style and earth style had notably improved. As expected, since boil release is a combination of water and fire, and lava release is fire and earth. That explained the boosts to those elements. As for fire style, Uchiha ninjas are practically born with it. If you're an Uchiha and don't master fire style, are you even part of the clan? And for Uchiha Hikaru, fire style was his bread and butter. It was just that, in recent times, elemental ninjutsu had fallen out of favor. Modern battles were mostly massive chakra clashes, Susanoo duels and spiritual blades like Sengetsu. As for Mei Terumi, her pride as a bloodline elite had been shattered by Hikaru's blunt words. It wasn't just the fact that her dual Kekkei couldn't stand up to the Sharingan. No, what stung the most was his earlier line. I'm a married man. Damn it. I finally fell for someone, and he turns out to be a shinobi from another village. And worse, someone else already got to him first. Why couldn't a man like that be born in Kirigakure? Why couldn't we have met sooner? In her village, Mei Terumi had plenty of admirers. But any men who had witnessed her boil release or lava release up close, they all backed away in fear. None of them ever dared to get close again. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 169, Mei Terumi scheming. Although Mei Terumi had a devilish figure and a stunningly beautiful face, whenever someone looked at her soft, juicy red lips, the image that came to mind wasn't desire, it was boil release melting everything into nothingness, or lava release dissolving flesh and bone in an instant. Any inappropriate thoughts would vanish like a popped bubble, snuffed out in a cold sweat. I can't, no way. If I mess with Mei Terumi and piss her off, she might just melt my face off. Degree. In the end, those who initially chose to follow Mei Terumi, whether attracted by her strength or her appearance, eventually shifted from admirers to cautious subordinates. But Mei Terumi quickly snapped out of her earlier gloom. After all, she still had confidence in herself. As the most beautiful kunoichi in Kirigakure, even if Uchiha Hikaru already had a significant other, she firmly believed that with enough digging, no wall was unbreakable. Once she made Hikaru fall head over heels for her and lured him to Kirigakure, she would gain more than just a powerful ally stronger than even a Kage, she would obtain the Uchiha bloodline. Imagine it, children blessed with lava release, boil release, and the Sharingan. Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to. With her plan set in motion, Mei Terumi perked up immediately. Assistant Sama, so why don't you tell me what kind of cooperation you need for me to finalize the Kirigakure treaty? She swayed her long, fishnet-clad legs and twisted her slender waist just enough to draw the eye. Then, with deliberate steps, she walked over and sat beside Uchiha Hikaru. Hikaru raised a brow at Mei Terumi's sudden change in demeanor. He couldn't quite figure out what she was up to, but that didn't stop him from appreciating the view. At the same time, Kisame noticed the bloody tension from earlier had vanished. In its place, a new kind of tension was forming, one that felt strangely intimate. Boring. With an unimpressed grunt, he turned his attention back to the TV. The drama's over. Time for mindless entertainment. Let them talk. Kisame had no interest in politics or flirtation. At this point, only food and good shows held his attention. Meanwhile, Mei Terumi had subtly closed the distance and was now seated right next to Hikaru. Hikaru smirked. So that's your game, huh? Of course, we'll need compensation and ceding of territory. He didn't bat an eye at her tactics. Sure, Mei Terumi's beauty was on par with the top kunoichi of the entire shinobi world. But Hikaru was surrounded by the likes of Tsunade, Anko, and Kurenai daily, each of them legendary in their own right. You think this is enough to faze me? Please. I'm a seasoned ANBU. Veteran resistance. Still, Mei Terumi could feel the heat radiating from Hikaru's body. That aura, that overwhelming presence, it made her subconsciously inch even closer. Despite the confident act, she was no seductress. In fact, she was still a virgin who had never even held hands with a man. Before Hikaru even made a move, she was already starting to panic inside. Calm down. You're the one who made this plan. 3. The compensation part is understandable, she said, voice soft but strategic. But, about the land cession, couldn't we consider other terms instead? After all, Kirigakure is surrounded by sea. We have very little land to give. She was stepping straight into the trap Hikaru had laid from the beginning. He had never intended to seize any of the Land of Water's territory. Konoha, located in the Land of Fire, already held the most fertile and resource-rich geography in the entire shinobi world, lush plains, rivers, and forests. They didn't need more land. What they needed was control. People might resist if you raise the ceiling. But if you just open a window, they'll welcome the breeze. That was the principle. In that case, Hikaru pretended to hesitate, letting just the right amount of thought show in his expression. He offered his next terms casually, but every word was razor-sharp. Then cancel the import tariffs Kirigakure imposes on goods from the Land of Fire. Obviously, we in Konoha can't accept a treaty where we get nothing in return beyond a one-time compensation. When the Hokage returns, I'll have to answer for this deal. Mei Terumi's eyes lit up. He took the bait. My charm worked. What Mei Terumi didn't realize was, this wasn't a political negotiation anymore. It was economic warfare. And she had just handed Konoha the key to economic dominance. In the shinobi world, economics wasn't yet taken seriously. Most shinobi understood only missions, war, and basic trade. The true implications of opening Kirigakure's markets to Konoha's goods hadn't dawned on her. Not until years later, when Kirigakure's economy had become completely dependent on Konoha's products. By then, both she and her village would have long since clung obediently to Hikaru and Konoha. But, about the compensation, we really don't have much money to spare, she added sweetly. We're surrounded by sea, our resources are limited. Couldn't you be a little more flexible? Just as those words reached Hikaru's ears, he felt his left arm sink into a soft pressure, something warm and yielding. This isn't a pillow. Winky face. The sensation was definitely different from Tsunade's softness, or Anko's, or Kurenai's. Curious, he evaluated the sensation a little more carefully in silence. Degree. Mei Terumi's entire face flushed crimson, the color spreading from her cheeks to her collarbone. But for the good of her village, she must endure. Underscore. Even if his biceps were ridiculously toned and his chakra network absurdly refined. She was not going to be seduced by a hot body. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Hikaru remained quiet for a moment, then sighed and put on a troubled expression. As for the compensation, that's not something I can decide alone. It depends on the finance division's calculations regarding damages caused to Konoha during the war. The final decision will be made by the Hokage. Let's table that part for now. As her assistant, I'm here to represent Konoha, not to negotiate in bad faith. Mei Terumi blinked. Oh. She had miscalculated. He was acting not out of personal desire, but out of loyalty to his village. The beauty trap had failed. Still, avoiding a land cession was already a huge win. As for the compensation, what Hikaru said made sense. They'd need time to calculate the losses accurately. And now, she saw him in a slightly different light. She lowered her head and peeked at him from beneath her lashes. Handsome. Strong. Devoted to his village. And immune to temptation. The more she looked, the more she found him irresistible. But even so, there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. If only Hikaru had been a ninja of Kirigakure instead of Konoha. If only this war hadn't been provoked by that mysterious man in the black cloak with red clouds. Then maybe they wouldn't be enemies. Maybe they could have fought side by side. Maybe she wouldn't have had to use a cheap trick like seduction to try and sway him. He probably thinks I'm some shallow woman now. But what Mai Terumi didn't know was, Uchiha Hikaru already knew everything that would happen to her in the future. There was no way he'd be fooled by a beauty trap that clumsy. Especially not one executed with the awkward hesitation of someone who had clearly never done it before, not even as bold as Anko or Tsunade back in the day. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 170, Returning the Byakugan. After that, the living room fell into a strange silence. Kisame continued watching TV while Uchiha Hikaru and Mai Terumi sat quietly next to each other. Hikaru slowly lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, Mai Terumi's expression flickered, at times like a young woman smitten with love, at other times like a widow mourning her lost husband. No one could guess what was going on in her heart. As the cigarette burned down to its end, Hikaru rose to his feet. There are 2 guest rooms. You can rest in either of them when you're ready. With that, he turned and headed toward his own room. As she watched Hikaru's back retreat into the hallway, Mai Terumi finally relaxed her clenched right hand. She had started to raise it, only to slowly let it fall back to her side. The next morning, Uchiha Hikaru rose early. With the Byakugan he had recovered from Ao, he leapt across the rooftops and made his way directly to the Hyuga clan estate. Brother Hikaru, what brings you here so early in the morning? Is something the matter? Hayashi Hyuga looked up at the approaching Hikaru, and his usually stern face softened with genuine warmth. The corners of his mouth curled upward unconsciously. Seeing this, Hikaru handed over a tightly sealed scroll. You already knew yesterday, didn't you, Brother Hayashi? Look at you, can't even hide that smile. This is the Byakugan the village lost during the Second Shinobi World War. It rightfully belongs to the Hyuga clan. I'm just returning what should never have been lost. Hayashi's smile deepened. Hikaru's words were carefully chosen. On one hand, he shifted the blame for the Byakugan's loss onto the village itself, implying it was a result of poor wartime handling. On the other, he emphasized that the Byakugan was, and always would be, the Hyuga clan's legacy. Hayashi already knew Hikaru had retrieved it. A branch family ninja who had returned from the front line had reported it the night before. But it had left a bitter taste. The one who lost the eye had been the grandson of an elder, a young shinobi who had rushed to the battlefield with 2 guards, unsanctioned. It was shameful enough that this happened. To top it off, he had no way of demanding the Byakugan's return. After all, it had been recovered by Uchiha Hikaru. A trophy of war. It wouldn't be right to ask for it back. Hayashi had barely slept last night, torn between shame and indecision. Dark circles clung to his eyes. And yet, Hikaru appeared this morning of his own accord, offering the Byakugan with no strings attached. How could Hayashi not be pleased? He took the scroll and opened it carefully. Inside, suspended in a vial of nutrient solution, the Byakugan floated in pristine condition. Only then did Hayashi finally breathe a full sigh of relief. Without another word, he turned and ushered Hikaru inside. Brother Hikaru, it's been some time since you last visited. We're just about to have breakfast. Why not join us? It'll be a good chance to show you Hinata's training progress. And that little girl Hanabi has been asking about you non-stop. Hikaru blinked. Hanabi. Why would she want to see me? His thoughts immediately jumped to the future, the confident, graceful sister-in-law from the Boruto era. Hayashi chuckled, clearly pleased. Ever since you pointed Hinata in the right direction during her training, Hanabi has been pestering her constantly, asking her to retell every story. She's heard them so many times, she's become curious herself. As they stepped into the living room, Hikaru barely had time to register Hinata's greeting when a small voice rang out. Teacher Hikaru. Wow. It's really Brother Hikaru. Something warm suddenly latched onto his leg. Looking down, he saw a tiny girl with chin-length dark hair hugging his thigh tightly with both arms. Hinata rushed forward, hands flailing as she reached for the back of Hanabi's collar. Hanabi. This is my teacher. Don't be so rude. Her voice was noticeably louder than usual, and her pale cheeks turned pink. For some reason, the moment Hanabi threw her arms around Hikaru's leg, Hinata felt a strange pang of unease. She didn't know whether it was because she feared Hikaru being taken away by her sister, or her sister being taken away by Hikaru. Gently, Hikaru placed a hand on both of their heads, ruffling their hair with a calm smile. It's all right, Hinata. Hinata slowly let go of Hanabi's collar, her face reddening further. Teacher Hikaru spoke to me first. Omega. Hikaru looked down at Hanabi again. Little Spark, you're so cute. How could I possibly hate you? But if you keep holding me like this, I can't get to the table for breakfast. Hanabi immediately released his leg, spun around, grabbed his hand, and dragged him excitedly toward the table. Hinata watched them go, that odd feeling surfacing again for just a moment. Only for it to vanish the next second, because Hikaru's left hand reached back and gently clasped hers. Come on, Hinata. It's time to eat. Okay. And so, led by Hanabi, the three sat in a row on one side of the dining table. Hikaru waved over to Hayashi. Brother Hayashi, come eat. Your breakfast spread is pretty impressive. Hayashi quietly put away the scroll containing the Byakugan and forced a laugh. Ha ha ha, coming, brother Hikaru. He took a seat across from Hikaru, glancing at his two daughters with a helpless expression. I was glad you got the recognition you deserve, brother Hikaru, truly. But why do both of my daughters like you so much? I'm their father. I've never even held both their hands at the same time like this. Hayashi sighed internally. It wasn't just Hinata and Hanabi, either. Even the maid who'd first greeted Hikaru earlier had looked at him with curious admiration. As for the women in the village who liked Hikaru, too many to count. Even Lady Tsunade, the Hokage herself, now had an ambiguous relationship with him. Fortunately, Hinata and Hanabi were still young. Surely, Hikaru's dangerous magnetism wouldn't affect them this early, right? Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, The Use of Byakugan to Break the Caged Bird. Uchiha Hikaru thoroughly enjoyed the breakfast. After all, the Byakugan no longer held any use for him. But the presence of those two little girls, Hanabi and Hinata, somehow lifted the heavy mood that had lingered in him since the war. Just being around them soothed something within. His overall condition had improved significantly. As for Hayashi, he looked just a little too defeated. So, after finishing his free breakfast, Hikaru promptly dragged Hayashi out of the Hyuga household under the pretense of needing to head to the Hokage's office. But instead, he took him up Hokage Rock and led him straight toward Orochimaru's Ninjutsu Science Research Institute. They entered through a hidden passageway. As the door creaked open, Hayashi caught sight of rows upon rows of biological specimens inside the dim hall. Even as a veteran of countless battlefields, a chill crept through Hayashi's heart. This was unlike anything he had seen before: jars containing grotesque specimens, humanoid shapes suspended in liquid, and even some still-living prisoners confined in reinforced glass cylinders. Uchiha Hikaru, these people. Don't worry, brother Hayashi, Hikaru replied calmly. They're all death row inmates from Konoha prison or captured spies from other villages. We never use our own people for experiments. Hayashi let out a quiet breath of relief. At first, he had feared this might be like the Root organization, kidnapping innocent villagers for inhumane experimentation. If so, he would have been no better than Danzo. Hizashi's spirit would never forgive him. But seeing Hikaru's sincerity, his doubts began to fade. Hikaru noticed his discomfort and smirked slightly. Still don't trust me, brother Hayashi. Then he gestured to the specimens suspended in the glass tubes, bubbles rising slowly from their mouths. This one's a Chunin who betrayed the Land of Fire during the Third Shinobi World War, leaking classified intel to Fugaku. That one. A bandit leader who slaughtered 2 entire civilian villages in the Land of Fire, his hands are soaked in innocent blood. And that one's an IWA spy responsible for inciting a failed rebellion. Captured by ANBU. Hayashi listened in silence, then nodded. The worry in his eyes vanished, replaced by a subtle hostility toward the criminals before him. If their bodies can be used to contribute to the future of Konoha, then I suppose they can be considered their final act of value. But, brother Hikaru, did you bring me here to begin work on the caged bird seal? Hikaru nodded, continuing forward through the winding passage with practiced ease. Exactly. The war delayed everything. But now that I finally have a bit of breathing room, I intend to start working on cracking and improving the caged bird seal. They arrived at a large metal door illuminated by a green indicator light. Clack, clack, clack. The heavy door slowly creaked open, and from the shadows stepped Orochimaru. But of course, the Sannin drawled, his hoarse voice echoing softly in the sterile air. After all, Hayashi-kun has funded quite a bit of my recent research. How could I possibly take the money and not produce results? Hayashi instinctively stiffened. Then, as if only now remembering, he quickly pulled out the scroll containing the Byakugan that Hikaru had returned to him earlier and handed it to Orochimaru. Only then did the full picture become clear. Uchiha Hikaru hadn't simply returned the Byakugan out of kindness, he'd needed to bring it here before the rest of the Hyuga clan learned of its return. Once the elders knew, they'd surely reclaim it. Those old men were rigid, steeped in outdated doctrine. The very idea of using a Hyuga eye for experiments would throw them into outrage, even if it meant improving their future. As for the branch family's Byakugan, many had already been lost. Some had gone blind due to the effects of the caged bird seal. Others had died in battle, their eyes rendered unusable. Orochimaru took the glass container from Hayashi, lifting it carefully and peering into it under the dim lab light. A faint glimmer of excitement shone in his reptilian eyes. A Byakugan untouched by the caged bird seal. This was no lifeless husk like those harvested from the corpses of the branch family during the war. The eye in his hands, pure, white, radiant, was untouched. The light passed through it, unmarred by corruption. The branch family's Byakugan, in contrast, had always been dull. Lifeless. When Orochimaru had dissected some in secret during the previous war, he'd found the optic nerves were scorched, burned by chakra. The vitreous fluid had turned cloudy. The lens and cornea showed signs of extreme chakra erosion. This one, however, was pristine. Orochimaru gently lowered the bottle, eyes gleaming. Hayashi-kun, one eye isn't enough. I'll need several more Byakugan from deceased branch family members. And, of course, the complete caged bird seal formula. Hayashi's brows furrowed. There are those in the clan who look down on the branch family, he admitted. But, the caged bird seal. He hesitated. Handing over the technique, even just the formula, would be tantamount to surrendering control over the branch family. It was a tool that kept their internal hierarchy intact. To give it away, could unravel everything. Orochimaru saw the flicker of doubt and chuckled lightly. Hayashi-kun, you misunderstand. I don't need the part of the seal that controls the branch members. I'm not interested in that kind of power. What I need is only the part of the seal that protects the Byakugan from being stolen. My goal is to transform it, not into a brand of control, but a safeguard. A sealing jutsu that ensures the Byakugan remains secure even in death. Hayashi blinked in realization. He had fallen into a trap of old thinking. Wordlessly, he reached into his robes and pulled out a blank scroll. Then, picking up a nearby brush, he began to write out the complex sealing formulas from memory. It took a long time. By the end, the scroll was packed with intricate, overlapping runes and chakra pathways. Hayashi wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed it over. Orochimaru, I'm leaving this in your hands. I judged you by my own pettiness. That was wrong of me. Orochimaru didn't even respond. He took the scroll and immediately began poring over it, already lost in the labyrinth of sealing theory and research potential. Uchiha Hikaru smiled quietly to himself. He recognized that look. Orochimaru had officially entered his scientific obsession mode. At this point, it was impossible to get any useful words out of him unless it directly involved research. So, with a pat on Hayashi's shoulder, Hikaru turned and silently led him out of the Ninjutsu Science Research Institute. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 172, How Could I Forget You? After parting ways with Hayashi, Uchiha Hikaru originally planned to head straight to the Konoha Police Department and spend the day slacking off. But then he remembered Tsunade was currently in the capital of the Land of Fire, overseeing the transition of power to the next daimyo. For a brief moment, his conscience pricked at him. Tsunade was working so hard. How could he justify lazing around like this? With a sigh, he stopped by Ichiraku Ramen, picked up a deluxe takeout bowl, and made his way to the Hokage building. Standing at the base of the structure, he looked up at it, and recalled the many times Shizen had prepared meals for him and Tsunade in their shared home. He also thought of the 2 sets of bedsheets and quilts that always hung in the yard to dry. Tsunade might not notice Shizen's gaze during normal days, but Hikaru had always sensed it clearly. Whenever their eyes accidentally met, Shizen would immediately look away, either lowering her head, turning aside, or busily occupying herself with work. Hikaru understood that feeling all too well. Shizen was still young, and with Tsunade away, it was the perfect opportunity to turn the slow-burning warmth between them into something more tangible. He made his way slowly up the stairs, stopping outside the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Opening the door, Hikaru stepped into the office and found Shizen seated at the desk, sorting through an intimidating stack of documents. Just leave the file on the side table, she said without looking up. I'll get to it in a bit. Without a word, Hikaru walked over and placed the bag containing Ichiraku Ramen down on her desk. The familiar scent tickled Shizen's nose. She blinked, raised her head instinctively, and... Lord, Uchiha Hikaru. You're here. The moment their eyes met, Shizen's chair scraped sharply against the floor as she jumped to her feet, having accidentally kicked the desk in her panic. The chair nearly tipped backward before she righted herself, flustered. Hikaru walked slowly behind her. Shizen avoided his gaze, her eyes flicking away nervously as he approached. Then, she felt two warm, broad hands settle on her shoulders. In one smooth motion, he gently pressed her back down into the chair. Ah. Hikaru pushed the chair in slightly, ensuring she sat comfortably again. Tsunade's not in the village right now. With the aftermath of the war, there's too much going on in Konoha. Even Shikaku is run ragged. You're handling all this yourself, Shizen. You've been working so hard lately. Take a break. Eat something. I'll help with the documents. He turned back to the desk, unwrapped the plastic bag, and placed the steaming bowl of ramen right in front of her. Shizen stared at him in a daze, momentarily lost for words. He's so thoughtful. Hikaru gathered the paperwork from her desk and carried it over to the nearby table, then sat down and began working through them without another word. Shizen watched in a daze as his fingers moved gracefully over the documents, handling them with surprising focus. Sunlight streamed in through the window behind him, casting a warm glow along his shoulders. A few loose strands of hair fell across his face, shadowing his sharp jawline and striking profile. His features were as captivating as ever, handsome and commanding, effortlessly magnetic to a woman of her age. But it was the contrast between his rough, commanding aura and his current silent dedication to paperwork that made her heart race. Her pulse quickened, her cheeks flushed pink. Unconsciously, she rested her chin in her hand, quietly observing him. His angular brows knit slightly as he concentrated. His posture was relaxed, but his focus never wavered. The sleeves of his cloak slid slightly up his forearms, revealing strong wrists and well-formed hands. Her eyes trailed silently over his frame, his shoulders, back, waist, chest, fingers, devouring the view with growing boldness. If you don't eat soon, the ramen's going to get cold. Wouldn't want Tochi-san to get angry about that. Sorry. Shizen jolted upright. She hadn't even realized how blatantly she'd been staring. Even in the middle of paperwork, Hikaru had noticed. Flustered, she fumbled for the chopsticks. Snap. She split them hastily, shut her eyes, and clapped her hands together. Thanks for the food. Then, cheeks still burning, she began to eat. For days now, she had been working late into the night, sometimes sleeping right in her chair, only to wake up and dive back into unfinished work. She hadn't even realized how hungry she was. But as soon as she took the first bite of those soft, springy noodles, the suppressed hunger burst forth. Her entire body reacted, as if thanking her for finally providing energy and warmth. She'd eaten Ichiraku ramen many times before, but this was, without question, the best bowl she'd ever had. Maybe it was because of how hungry she was. Or maybe it was because he brought it. She ate quickly, savoring every bite of the noodles and drinking down the savory broth until the bowl was empty. I'm full. Replenished and revived, Shizen leaned back slightly, feeling warmth settle in her stomach and her mood improve dramatically. She tossed the disposable bowl and chopsticks into the trash, then turned to glance at Hikaru, still diligently processing documents nearby. Her lips curled up in a soft, satisfied smile. Then she returned to her own stack of papers, quietly continuing her work. But something felt different. There was a quiet joy in her chest now. A strange motivation rising from deep inside. It wasn't like working with Lady Tsunade. Sure, Tsunade's presence was comforting, and her eccentric reactions often made Shizen laugh. But with Hikaru, there was something else. Beyond the usual peace of companionship, there was warmth. A strange feeling she couldn't describe. Comforting, yet charged with a subtle energy. Like basking in a field of flowers on a perfect spring day. Uchiha Hikaru glanced over at her, catching the peaceful look on her face and the small smile she wore. His lips quirked upward slightly. How could I forget you, such a lovely girl? Then he returned his attention to the documents in his hands. And continued working silently beside her. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 173, Chapter. The whole day passed just like that. In the evening, Uchiha Hikaru even took Shizen out to dinner at the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant. The two of them dined alone together. Hikaru didn't even order pork like he usually did, he remembered well that Shizen hated pork, and he hadn't forgotten. There was quite a bit of physical contact during the meal, enough to turn Shizen's face red more than once. But after dinner, they parted ways. Shizen was a quiet, reserved woman. Sometimes, things moved better when they weren't rushed. With that, Uchiha Hikaru decided to take the opportunity to stop by the Konoha Police Department and check in on how Fugaku and Itachi had been managing things lately. As soon as Hikaru arrived and opened the door to Fugaku's office, he saw two familiar figures. Patriarch Fugaku, hasn't Hikaru come to the police department today? Asked the elegant woman. Not yet, Fugaku replied to the refined woman in the floral-patterned kimono and the girl standing beside her in an Uchiha combat uniform. But then he saw Hikaru standing in the doorway. He immediately raised his hand and pointed, "Ah, speak of the devil. Hikaru's here. You can talk to him yourselves." The woman in the light purple kimono and the girl beside her turned around simultaneously, both fixing their gazes on Hikaru. Era, I've been coming by so many times," the woman said with a soft lilt, her voice tinged with charm. "And I finally get to meet the elusive, busy Uchiha Hikaru." For a moment, Hikaru froze. "Uchiha Yayue? What does she want from me? I haven't even visited their family's tailor shop recently." Then he noticed the girl, Uchiha Izumi, quietly lowering her head, fingers gripping the sash at the back of her mother's kimono. A soft blush colored her cheeks. "Oka-san. Don't speak to Lord Hikaru like that," she whispered, embarrassed. Hikaru blinked. "Izumi? Wait, could this be about that Uchiha boy band and girl band idea?" Ever since the police department celebration event, that idea had kind of been forgotten. But considering Konoha had just emerged from a war with Kirigakure, things hadn't exactly settled down enough to talk about talent troops. Hikaru glanced at Fugaku, silently raising an eyebrow. Fugaku simply lowered his head and rubbed his forehead, waving dismissively at Hikaru. "Don't ask me, I can't help you." But Hikaru misinterpreted it as, "It's not about the dance troupe." "Oh. Then what could it be?" Hikaru-kun Yayue chimed again, "Why don't we talk outside? We wouldn't want to disturb Patriarch Fugaku's work, now would we?" Fugaku nodded rapidly. Yes. Go talk outside. The police department's buried in paperwork lately, I've got my hands full. Take Yayue and Izumi outside for a proper chat." So the three of them moved to the stone pavilion just outside the police department. Under the moonlight, Yayue's graceful silhouette glowed softly, and Izumi's delicate profile looked especially charming. Izumi sat quietly beside her mother, hands clenched on her knees. "She looks nervous. Could something have happened?" But Yayue doesn't seem troubled. Hikaru still hadn't figured out what this was all about. "Lady Yayue," he asked directly, "is there something you and Izumi needed from me? If there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate." Yayue suddenly reached across the stone table and clasped Hikaru's right hand in both of hers. Hikaru instinctively tried to pull his hand back, startled. "Lady Yayue, this isn't really appropriate." Hearing that, Yayue's expression stiffened, and her cheeks, rarely flushed in recent years, blushed faintly pink. "Hikaru-kun, what kind of thoughts are running through your head?" "It's about Izumi." That brought his attention to Izumi again. "Izumi? But didn't Fugaku just signal it wasn't about the troupe? Then what's this about? What's going on with her?" Still holding Hikaru's hands, Yayue glanced back at her daughter, who now looked like a mortified ostrich, clearly wishing she could bury her head somewhere. "Ah," Yayue sighed softly. "Izumi has hit a bottleneck in her training. Her Sharingan is still stuck at 1.5 tomo. Her squad leader is also an Uchiha with a fully awakened 3 tomo Sharingan. You know how it is, Hikaru-kun. Once we awaken the 3 tomo Sharingan, we tend to focus everything on developing it. That means Izumi isn't really learning anything new from her current mentor. You've taken in a few students recently, perhaps Izumi could join them." At last, Hikaru understood what she was asking. "Ah, so that's it. That's no problem at all, Lady Yayue. Just have Izumi meet me at the training field tomorrow afternoon. I'll test her skills one-on-one. I'll also see what chakra nature and ability she leans toward. Then she can join the others under my guidance." Though Hikaru said this with ease, he already understood the subtext. Yayue, despite being a widow now, had once been married to the youngest elder of the Uchiha clan. She herself was an elite jonin with a fully developed 3 tomo Sharingan. If this were merely about helping Izumi train, she wouldn't need to come to him. After her husband's death, Yayue had chosen to retire rather than take up an elder position, focusing instead on raising Izumi. Now, Izumi had been out of the academy for over a year. But due to the unrest in the village, she'd had no real chances for promotion over the past 6 months. Yayue likely wanted to place Izumi under his direct supervision. That way, even without the Chunin exams, she could be promoted through special task-based evaluation, and perhaps more importantly, build the standing needed to succeed Yayue as an elder in the clan when the time came. Both of Izumi's parents had been elite jonin. She had the potential. Her father had died in battle. Giving her that future wasn't a favor, it was justified. Even if she didn't become his student, Izumi was still destined to become an Uchiha elder as long as she continued growing. After all, in the original timeline, Izumi was a prodigy who awakened the three-tomo Sharingan at a young age, and Hikaru hadn't forgotten that. And now, he was sure he understood exactly what Yayue meant. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 174, Izumi Strength. But unfortunately, Yayue's intentions and Izumi's thoughts were not quite the same. Yayue had made this request because she understood her daughter's feelings. She knew that Izumi liked the men in front of her. If this were merely about Izumi's future prospects, that alone wouldn't have been enough to move someone like Yayue to action. After all, she had already given up her position and reputation within the clan for the sake of her daughter. She had chosen instead to raise and be present for Izumi. If she wanted to, with her strength and connections, she could easily ensure Izumi became a clan elder someday. Yayue turned back to her daughter, a proud little smile appearing on her face. She raised her hand and flashed a cheerful V sign. Izumi, upon hearing Uchiha Hikaru's answer, was so excited that her earlier shyness vanished completely. She stood up straighter, her chest lifting with pride, unconsciously showing off her gently developing figure. Then she bowed. That's wonderful. Thank you, Lord Hikaru. She immediately grabbed Yayue's hand and skipped away joyfully toward home. Even her steps radiated happiness. Yayue allowed herself to be pulled along by Izumi, but suddenly felt a tug on her kimono. She glanced down and realized the hem had gotten caught between the wooden slats of the pavilion. The pull yanked the fabric downward in an instant. Her ample cleavage was suddenly exposed directly in front of Hikaru. Hikaru froze, his vision held hostage by the sight before him for half a second, then he immediately snapped out of it and reached forward to help free the kimono hem from the wood. Ah. Hee. Hikaru-kun, I'll leave her in your hands from now on. With her back turned to him under the moonlight, Yayue's face had flushed a deep wine red from embarrassment, but she still waved at him with a smile. Hikaru gave a small smile and waved back at Yayue and Izumi. Izumi, meanwhile, was so overwhelmed with joy that she hadn't noticed a thing. She remained completely unaware of what had just occurred behind her and was still glowing from Hikaru's approval. The next morning, Uchiha Hikaru assigned Mei Terumi and Kisame to odd jobs around the village. After all, they were still prisoners of war. He couldn't just let them laze around at home all day, they had to be put to use. To prevent any conflict with villagers during their work, their chakra had been completely sealed. Then, he waited until the afternoon before heading to the training field to begin Izumi's special training. Sasuke, Hinata, Shino, and Hayate already had their training paths mapped out. And as for paperwork, Shizen had things covered. Itachi and Hayashi had been asked to put in extra hours. Hikaru wasn't slacking off, he was guiding Izumi, after all. That was contributing to the village too, wasn't it? When he arrived at the designated training ground, Hikaru spotted Izumi standing beneath a tree, looking a bit nervous. Izumi, over here. The moment his voice reached her ears, Izumi's head snapped up like a startled kitten. Then she walked stiffly toward him, her limbs a little tense. Good afternoon, Lord Hikaru. Hikaru found her awkward demeanor a little unusual. He raised his hand and gently patted her head. You weren't this nervous when we were practicing singing before. Relax. I'm not going to hurt you or anything. It's not like I'm going to toss you into a pit of snakes. Hearing that, Izumi immediately recalled when she and Hikaru had rehearsed together for the police department celebration, singing side by side on stage. The memory warmed her heart and helped her relax. That's right. I wasn't nervous then, why should I be now? It was just a shift from singing to ninjutsu. Soon, she mentally prepared herself and shed her earlier awkwardness. All right, Lord Hikaru. Let's start with a spar, so you can get a sense of my current level. She took a few steps back and swiftly drew two kunai from her pouch, holding them in a reverse grip. She slid into a proper fighting stance, and in the blink of an eye, her black pupils morphed into the crimson Sharingan. Seeing this, Hikaru immediately switched into instructor mode and focused intently on her movements. As expected of an Uchiha. Once she enters combat mode, that earlier shyness vanishes completely. If she falls for someone one day, she might end up a little Yandere. Izumi darted forward, swinging her left arm and launching a kunai toward Hikaru's right side. Whoosh! Hikaru calmly leaned his right shoulder back, dodging with ease. At the same time, he drew a kunai from his own pouch with his left hand. Clang! The two blades collided in midair. Good form. You knew I'm right-handed and forced me to block with my weaker side. But unfortunately, the physical gap between us, caused by age and experience, is still too wide. In this situation, even if your opponent blocks, you won't be able to overpower them. Before he could finish, Izumi suddenly crouched, pushing off the ground with her legs as she slashed upward with her kunai. Good, using the power of your whole body. Another solid instinct. Hikaru flipped backward to create distance. But as he landed, he noticed Izumi grinning proudly at the praise. So, he pressed harder. Still, you're only at a Chunin level right now. High-8 is your age, and honestly, he might be ahead of you. The moment those words hit her ears, the pride on Izumi's face vanished, replaced by icy seriousness. That's the Uchiha pride. Praise makes them glow. But criticism, even implied, ignites their fire. Uchiha pride would never allow them to fall behind their peers. With a sharp flick of her wrist, the fabric of her sleeve tore slightly, revealing the pale skin of her forearm beneath. Then, 10 shuriken hidden inside her sleeves flew out, guided by taut steel wires from both sides, aimed squarely at Hikaru. At the same time, Izumi rapidly formed hand signs, her chakra building in her throat and mouth. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. A large fireball, nearly a meter wide, blasted toward Hikaru. Simultaneously, 10 smaller fireballs ignited along the steel wires and chased the flying shuriken. Boom. The explosion engulfed Hikaru completely. Izumi's eyes lit up. It landed. But then realization struck, what if I really hurt him? Her joy turned to panic. Just as she took a step forward. Whoosh. Her entire body was yanked down into the earth. Wah. Earth style, Headhunter Jutsu. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 175, Izumi's illusion talent, illusory sound. Then, Uchiha Hikaru stood directly in front of Izumi, looking down at her as only her head remained above the ground. He crouched and gently placed his hand on her hair, tousling it softly. With an amused look on his face, he continued to explain. The Uchiha clan is naturally skilled with shuriken jutsu and fire-style techniques. You've already reached the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. But you forgot, Sharingan can't distinguish another Sharingan user. Your strength is almost on par with high-8s, but you still need to push yourself a bit harder. Hikaru had noticed this proud little girl's sensitivity. While he encouraged Izumi, he also wanted to push her further, see if she had other abilities yet untapped. After all, Izumi still hadn't demonstrated the signature strength the Uchiha excel at once their Sharingan awakens. Hearing those words, Izumi couldn't help but feel a flush of joy at being recognized, but that joy was quickly replaced with a sense of frustration. It was like Hikaru had just told her, "You're good, but not good enough." Chakra surged through her body, shaking loose the soil around her, and in a burst of force, she leapt free from the ground. Hikaru smoothly jumped back, creating space between them once again. "Teacher Hikaru, then let me show you my unique ninjutsu." The moment the words left her mouth, Hikaru sensed something was off. Though he'd intentionally not resisted her earlier genjutsu, he immediately noticed something different about this one. The Izumi standing before him suddenly appeared bashful, walking slowly toward him, her steps graceful, her figure gradually maturing with each stride. For a brief second, Hikaru thought he saw Yayue in her place. He couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh in his mind. From across the training field, Izumi smirked confidently as she saw Hikaru freeze. Humph. This is an illusion I developed myself. It's cast through sound. You touched my head earlier, and now you're caught in my trap. She happily skipped up to Hikaru, rising on tiptoe as she reached out to touch his forehead in return. Smack. Hikaru's hand shot up and caught Izumi's wrist mid-motion. Just as her hand was about to rest atop his head, it froze in place. Izumi's eyes widened in shock, and she instantly tried to break free. She shoved her left hand toward Hikaru's chest in a counterattack. Smack. Her left wrist was also snatched up and held firmly. Now both her hands were restrained by Hikaru, but Izumi didn't back down. She raised her right leg and kicked toward the space between Hikaru's legs, aiming to trip him. But Hikaru didn't give her the chance. With a grin, he spun her in place by her arms. Spin technique. Ah! Izumi's body was lifted off the ground and whirled around in circles until she was horizontal, screaming the whole time. And just when she thought it was over, Hikaru launched the already dizzy Izumi into the air. She shrieked in surprise as the world suddenly grew distant beneath her. Panic bloomed across her face as she fell. But before she could hit the ground, Hikaru caught her princess style in his arms. Startled, Izumi instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, her cheek pressed against the warm space between his neck and collarbone. A few seconds passed before Hikaru's voice finally broke the silence. All right, how long do you plan on holding me? You're not a kid anymore. Hop down already. Izumi's eyes snapped open as the reality of her position hit her. Flustered, she quickly let go of Hikaru's neck and hopped down from his arms. Hikaru looked at her as she stood straight before him, chest puffed out in anticipation of praise. He reached out and gently flicked her forehead, then let a satisfied smile appear on his face. You're not at Jonin level yet. But you're doing pretty well. You're already stronger than high 8. Well done. Izumi leapt with joy, a radiant smile spreading across her face. She had finally heard the word she had longed to hear the most. Even as Uchiha Hikaru's student, she wanted to be the strongest among them. Then, curious, Hikaru tilted his head and asked. Izumi, where did you learn that sound-based genjutsu from? Did your mother teach it to you? This is the first time I've seen someone use sound to cast illusions. In Hikaru's memory, the only sound-based genjutsu he'd seen was the legendary Toad confrontation chant, cast by the two great Toad sages of Mount Myaboku. That was part of the sage art, frog song. Even Pain, wielder of the Rinnegan, had fallen victim to that one. Aside from that, only Taiyuya, one of Orochimaru's underlings, had performed genjutsu using a flute. Later, Kabuto had used something similar, the demonic flute, illusionary sound lock. That jutsu had even affected Mangekyō Sharingan level Sasuke and an Edo Tensei revived Itachi, until Itachi freed himself using Koto Amatsukami. In Hikaru's mind, sound-based genjutsu had always been extremely advanced and rare. He hadn't expected Izumi to surprise him like this today. Izumi shook her head. No, Ka-san doesn't know anything about sound genjutsu. Actually, it's thanks to the song we sang together at the celebration. When I saw how happy the villagers looked, almost as if they were in a dream, I had the idea of using sound to cast illusions. So I experimented with it and figured it out on my own. She stopped speaking, but her face still radiated a clear message, praise me. Amazed face, / Oh my god. You're a little genius, Izumi. Hikaru's exaggerated praise made Izumi burst into laughter. Ahahaha. Teacher Hikaru yahaha. Stop it, you're making me laugh too hard. Release me. But the next moment, Izumi noticed something odd. Hikaru, who had been standing in front of her, hadn't made any over-the-top movements. Her expression shifted to one of shock. Wait, Teacher Hikaru, you saw that? Hikaru raised a hand to stroke his chin with a mysterious grin. Of course I saw it. If you can come up with it, don't you think I could too? But what were you thinking about, huh? You looked way too happy a second ago. I just copied the genjutsu you used on me. What did you see that made you react that way? Realization dawned on Izumi. She hadn't just been tricked, she'd completely humiliated herself. Her knees buckled, and she squatted down to the ground, poking the dirt with her finger as if drawing invisible circles. My ladylike image, gone. Winky face. What she didn't realize, though, was that from the very beginning, whether it was her shy stiffness, her fierce determination in combat, or her scream when flung into the sky, she had never once looked like a proper lady. She was just a beauty. A wild, radiant beauty. Dizzy. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, K-On! Alright. Our little Izumi is still adorable. But if you keep drawing circles on the ground like that, you really will turn into a paramecium, and that's not cute at all. The moment she heard this, Izumi sprang to her feet. What's a paramecium? I'm not turning into a paramecium. In an instant, Izumi regained her energy, stood up with her hands on her hips, and wore an expression so cute it almost made one sick. Then she looked at Uchiha Hikaru expectantly and wrapped both arms around his right arm, pressing it tightly against her chest. She began recalling the techniques her mother had once taught her. Izumi, remember, if you want a man to like you, first, show him the most attractive part of yourself. Watch me, Ka-san. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest confidently, and her mountain trembled. Izumi suddenly realized what she was doing and looked down at her chest. It's okay, Izumi. Small is cute too. When you grow up, that charm fades. That's right. Ka-san said small ones are cute too. I can do this. I believe in Ka-san. However, Uchiha Hikaru didn't react at all. All he felt was something hard pressing against his hand. Was that a rib? He couldn't help but recall Mei Terumi from the night before. Big is better. He glanced down at Izumi, who was gazing at him full of anticipation, and could only lift his left hand and press it to his forehead. Who taught her this? In truth, even Yue wasn't quite sure herself. Her marriage with Izumi's father had been arranged by the clan elders. Both were strong and attractive. They had no objections and accepted it matter-of-factly. That's also why, within the Uchiha clan, it was rare for couples to awaken the Mangekyō Sharingan due to each other's death. A lack of talent was only part of it. More importantly, the Uchiha were too proud. If their partner wasn't a strong match, they'd never truly respect them. Only the strong were worthy. As a result, most Uchiha couples lacked deep emotional bonds. But the Uchiha's obsession with love meant they also wouldn't easily seek another after losing someone. If their loved one died, they'd rather stay single forever. Instead, their emotional bonds were often stronger in wills and beliefs, or between siblings, friends, and comrades. So even though Yayue didn't know how to pursue a man, her Uchiha pride wouldn't allow her to admit it to her daughter. She taught Izumi based on her own interpretation of things. But what Yayue originally meant was, use your own strengths to win a man's heart. The line, small is cute too, was only meant to comfort Izumi temporarily. She hadn't expected Izumi to believe it completely. Far away at home, Yayue suddenly sneezed. The weather's warmed up. I'm not catching a cold, am I? Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikaru had no idea what to do next. So, he used his ninja tactics to change the subject. Izumi, let go for a sec. Let me break things down for you. The moment she heard that he was going to help her plan her future training path, Izumi's focus instantly shifted from seduction back to the battlefield. After all, the Uchiha loved to fight. It was something carved into their blood and bones, unchangeable. You're good at manipulating shuriken and using fire-style techniques. On top of that, you've developed your own sound-based genjutsu. Compared to the average Uchiha, that unique sound illusion is your true strength. You should focus on refining that now. Eventually, it'd be ideal if you could manipulate the vibrations of airborne kunai. And use the sound from your fire-style techniques to trigger illusions. It'll be difficult, but if you master it, no matter who you're up against, even a Kage-level shinobi could get caught off guard. Uchiha Hikaru drew upon his knowledge of sound-based illusions to outline a future path for Izumi. Back then, Taiyuya and Kabuto's sound illusions had massive wind-ups. If that had been a real fight, if not for plot armor, Sasuke and Itachi would have been long dead before those illusions landed. This was the real shinobi world, not a cartoon. If you're still pulling out a flute mid-fight, unless you're fighting across a field, only an idiot would stand still and let you play it. In that regard, the two great toads were a better model. They could unleash their illusion just by opening their mouths. Still, in actual battle, many experienced ninja deliberately avoided their opponents' voices to prevent psychological tricks or genjutsu triggers. While it's hard, it is possible to filter out certain sounds by training your ears and subconscious mind. It's the same as how you can't hear people speaking when you're completely focused. But only a handful of elite jonin bother with this kind of mental conditioning. No one ignores the sound of kunai or jutsu. In battle, shinobi rely on hearing and intuition to detect incoming threats. Their attention is always partially tuned to environmental noise. That's why Uchiha Hikaru proposed this concept to Izumi, and broke down the logic behind it in detail. After listening, Izumi couldn't help but start thinking deeply. That actually makes sense. I only lost my cool earlier when you said I wasn't as good as Hayate. If I had kept a level head and analyzed the situation rationally. If I had hidden the illusion within my shuriken manipulation. Maybe I could have actually hit you. Clang. Ack, Auntie Yayue, what are you doing? The sharp tap to the top of her head made Izumi wince as she reached up with her delicate fingers to rub the sore spot. Uchiha Hikaru gave a small scolding in a half-exasperated tone. I spent all this time laying out your training path. And you immediately go trying to betray your teacher with that technique. Watching his annoyed expression, Izumi only stuck her tongue out and made a teasing face. Just a little. You're the one who threw me into the dirt earlier. You got my clothes all messy. When I master this technique, you will be the first one I use it on. I'll show you how powerful Huanin really is. Hikaru raised his hand to smack her but playfully. But Izumi was quick this time. She twisted her waist and dodged smoothly. Then she turned and ran. Hey. You missed. Catch me if you can. If you catch me I'll let you. Smack. Ah. A sudden sting lit up her backside, and a strange tingling followed. Her face flushed bright red as she whirled around and pointed furiously at Hikaru. You. Hikaru raised his hand casually and brushed away the accusatory finger. What about me? If you ever dare to spout such rebellious nonsense again, you'll really see how I deal with you. With that, he turned and started walking out of the training ground, waving casually behind him. Come on, student. I'll treat you to a proper meal. Izumi trotted after him in little steps, pouting. Not only am I being rebellious, but I'm going to keep leveling up, too. The two of them walked together beneath the setting sun. Teacher Hikaru, do you think I'll get my own title once I become famous in the ninja world? A title, huh, let's go with Keion. Eh? Why does that sound like some weak girl? Doesn't matter if you protest. I make the rules. You're Keion from now on. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 177, Unexpectedly, Kurena's Question. Although Uchiha Hikaru was thrilled to have dodged 2 days of duty at the Konoha military police, his conscience had begun to sting just a bit. Laziness. Absolute laziness. As the de facto leader of the Uchiha clan, second only to the clan head and commanding absolute authority over everyone else, how could he possibly justify skipping out on his responsibilities at the police department for 2 straight days after returning to the village? Well, it's not like he hadn't gone at all. He did technically visit, only to be kicked out by that stubborn Fugaku the moment he walked through the door. Everything at the department still seemed to be running smoothly. No major incidents. No noticeable issues. Still, Uchiha Hikaru had no clue what to do today. Maybe I should actually go and put in a day of honest work. See if anything interesting has come up in the village. With that thought, Hikaru walked toward the front door of his house. The moment he opened it, there stood a woman he hadn't seen in a long time. Hikaru. Before she could even finish speaking, Uchiha Hikaru pulled her into his arms. He pressed the corner of his lips gently against her ear, his voice low and warm. Long time no see, Kurenai. Kurenai felt his broad, powerful arms wrapping around her waist, the very same arms that haunted her nights and filled her dreams. Her expression instantly softened. Her deep red eyes met Hikaru's, filled with affection and longing. Long time no see. I came today because. She will talk later. Hikaru raised his index finger and gently pressed it to Kurenai's soft lips, tracing lightly along her face until his hand rested under her chin. Then, he tilted her face up. And leaned down. At first, Kurenai instinctively tried to push him away. After all, they were right outside his house. What if some passing Uchiha saw them? But soon, her resistance melted. She surrendered to his kiss, arms going limp as she collapsed softly into his embrace. Hikaru couldn't help but feel thankful in that moment. Thankful that Mei Terumi and Kisame had found things to occupy themselves with outside the village. Thankful that he'd stayed in bed a little longer that morning. Thankful that Kurenai had come looking for him. Otherwise, he might have ended up wasting the day buried in paperwork at the police department. But now that Kurenai was here, he had much better things to do. Hikaru scooped her up and carried her toward the bedroom, where the sheets were still warm from this morning. Kurenai didn't need any explanations. She nestled against his chest silently, lips curved in a small, blissful smile. She knew exactly what came next. More than 3 hours later, it was already noon. Hikaru finally helped her into the living room. Kurenai flopped onto the sofa, her long wavy hair tousled and sticking to her flushed cheeks from sweat. She was still breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling as she recovered. Her clothes, though rumpled, remained intact. It wasn't until Hikaru brought out the lunch he'd prepared that she was able to finally relax. As they ate together, Kurenai suddenly remembered the actual reason she had come here today. Hikaru, I've hit a wall in my training recently. I feel like I've taken my genjutsu as far as my talent will allow. Is there any other way to improve my strength? Or maybe a different path that would suit me better? At that moment, Hikaru was thumbing through a business proposal he'd drafted the night before. Kurenai's question made him pause. He thought about her performance in the original timeline. It was true, neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu were her strong suits. Even though he'd provided her with various chakra-enhancing herbs to support physical training, the results were limited. Physically, her stamina had definitely improved, as evidenced by the last 3 hours. But things like flexibility and reaction speed were largely innate. That's why she was feeling like she'd reached a ceiling. For a profession as high-risk as a ninja, an elite jonin was usually the upper limit for most people. With Hikaru's help, Kurenai had already gotten there. As the saying goes, the rich rely on tech, the poor rely on mutations. In the ninja world, it was more like, clan-born shinobi rely on technique, commoners rely on bloodline limits. Unless Kurenai could awaken a new Kekkei Genkai by herself, her only other option was Orochimaru's body modification methods. In terms of strength, you're not wrong. You come from a civilian background, and you don't have a bloodline limit. If you want to go further, you'd need to develop one yourself. Or, like Anko, you could train under Orochimaru. I could talk to him for you. The moment Hikaru said Orochimaru, Kurenai shook her head vigorously. Orochimaru. She instantly thought of the eerie men who always carried an unnatural aura. Though her ninjutsu talent was average, as a genjutsu specialist, Kurenai was extremely sensitive to in-release chakra. Every time she'd encountered Orochimaru before, she could clearly feel it, he was no longer human. His chakra felt more like a snake's than a person's. Even Anko, who didn't emit any strange chakra, had developed habits that resembled a snake's. Kurenai had no desire to become like that. She loved beauty, her own sense of femininity mattered to her. Sure, Anko was beautiful too, but that wasn't the kind of woman Kurenai wanted to become. No thanks. I'll try finding a different path. Then, she scooted her chair closer to Hikaru and glanced at the papers in his hand. Is this a business plan? Oh. You're actually writing one. What Hikaru held was indeed a business proposal, but just a rough draft. It was mostly scribbled keywords and a few looping arrows connecting them. Nothing polished yet. He'd been planning to hand it off to Shikaku Nara for refinement. But now. Kurenai had glanced over it once and already grasped the gist of it. That surprised him. Ninjas typically scoffed at things unrelated to battle. You could see that during the Chunin exams, most struggled with the written portion. Shinobi only bothered to learn things useful in actual combat. Even theoretical knowledge had to be combat-related. As for stuff like agriculture, commerce, or tech, completely outside their realm. Hikaru turned and looked at Kurenai, intrigued by her curiosity. Then tell me what you see. If you can actually make sense of it, I'd rather have you handle this. I was originally planning to hand it to Shikaku. But maybe you're more suited to the role than he is. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Amazing Business Intuition. The look in Uchiha Hikaru's eyes, as if he had just discovered a priceless treasure, made Kurenai all the more intrigued by what he called a business plan. I've been unsure about where my future's headed, maybe this is it. Without hesitation, she took the draft straight from Hikaru's hands. Her eyes scanned the abstract sketches and scattered keywords. Judging by what she saw, the central parties involved were likely Konoha and Kirigakure. Fishery, animal husbandry, merchandise, company, shares. These 5 terms seemed to be the key components. She began interpreting based on what she knew. After a few minutes, Kurenai pieced together her thoughts and laid them out. So, it looks like the idea is to import seafood from Kirigakure and export livestock, pigs, cattle, sheep, from our end to them. The merchandise part likely includes daily necessities produced in the land of fire and Konoha. Stuff like clothes, kitchenware, tableware. I'm not entirely sure what this company structure means, but it seems like a group of merchants working together. And profit sharing probably means each contributor gets a cut of the final profits based on their investment. As she spoke, Uchiha Hikaru's eyes lit up more and more with each sentence. He grabbed Kurenai and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Kurenai, you're a born capitalist. If I'd known you were this sharp, I'd never have let you waste time as a shinobi. This whole project, it's yours now. Kurenai blushed slightly from Hikaru's enthusiasm, pleased by his reaction, but her smile faded into something more hesitant. I don't know what capitalist means. But in the shinobi world, if you don't have power, you're nothing. If I could have helped the village as a ninja, I'd never have looked elsewhere. But I've already hit my limit. I only started thinking about other paths because I knew I couldn't go any further. Hikaru immediately noticed the faint self-deprecation in her voice. His expression turned serious as he took her hand and held it firmly. Kurenai, that way of thinking, it's outdated. That was before. Things are changing now. As long as I'm here, no other village will pose a threat to us ever again. Don't sell yourself short. What you just did. That kind of insight is rare in this world. Picture this, I'll defend the village from external threats with force, while you use your brilliance to dominate economically. One day, the other villages will be completely dependent on goods from Konoha. Their economic lifeline will be in our hands. Over time, we'll get wealthier and wealthier, while they bleed out their funds. No money to train ninjas, no resources for weapons or food. Even if they want to start a war, they'll think twice, because if it starts, Konoha will seize total control over all resources, and they'll be left with nothing. Kurenai could feel that Hikaru was trying to lift her spirits, but at the same time, he was presenting a vision too compelling to ignore. She wanted to counter him, to challenge the scope of what he said. But in truth, she didn't disagree. This wasn't a rebuttal, Hikaru thought as he listened. This is someone truly hungry to understand. Someone brimming with the desire to learn everything there is to know about economic strategy. They continued the conversation deep into the evening. Kurenai, now fully invested, sat at the table scribbling furiously, guided by Hikaru's suggestions. She was jotting down every idea she could think of, every connection that might matter. At some point, she completely forgot her earlier insecurities about her strength. Power. Who needs it? She already had someone strong. Her new ambition. To become filthy rich. The wealthiest woman in Konoha, or better yet, in the entire shinobi world. She wanted to fuel Konoha's prosperity, squeeze profit from every other land, and make enough for herself to one day buy a village. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. Of course, that was a distant goal. For now, she focused on gathering information, prices for goods across the land of fire, the market values of exports in Kirigakure, trading patterns, and resource scarcity. She began sketching out a solid outline of the business plan on paper. Uchiha Hikaru watched as Kurenai's rough notes came together. It was still a little raw, a bit simplistic, but this was the ninja world. For here, it was more than enough. It wasn't something she could master overnight. She'd need hands-on experience and time to refine her instincts, but she was well on her way. By the time it was past 7 in the evening, Kurenai had completed her first draft. She got up and handed it to Hikaru proudly, only for him to push it gently back toward her, along with a letter. "Keep it," he said with a grin. "If you think there's anything that needs improvement, come to me anytime." Kurenai opened her mouth to say something, but Hikaru cut her off again with a confident smile. "Don't worry, I watched you write every word. I know exactly what's in there. It's solid. You've got this. Here, this is your appointment letter from the newly formed Foreign Trade Department. From today onward, you're the Minister of Foreign Trade for Konoha." Kurenai blinked, confused. Foreign Trade Department. But that doesn't exist in the village. Hikaru reached out and flicked her lightly on the forehead. "Exactly why I'm creating one. And now that I've discovered a business prodigy like you, the job's all yours." What Hikaru didn't realize was that his half-joking words had just lit a fire in Kurenai's heart, a spark that would eventually give rise to the business queen of the shinobi world. Kurenai stood still for a moment, his words echoing in her head. She began to imagine the future. A sprawling, elegant estate filled with loyal attendants. A dazzling, palatial home grander than even a daimyo's. In the center hall, Uchiha Hikaru sat like a king, cool, commanding, adored. She curled up next to him, lovingly leaning into his chest, while Anko and Tsunade stood beside them holding fruit trays, gently peeling the skin and feeding them bite by bite. // omega / / A flush bloomed across her cheeks. Hikaru blinked, confused. Wait a minute, why is her expression suddenly like that? Did I say something weird? Did I just awaken something dangerous? Kurenai wordlessly took the appointment letter from his hand and turned to leave. But just before vanishing out the door, she looked back over her shoulder, and winked. Bounding over rooftops, her movements became sharper, more focused, her crimson eyes glinting with ambition. Supporting Hikaru just thinking about it gets me excited. Tomorrow, I'll find Yamato and have him build my headquarters. Kirigakure, you'll be my first target. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Tsunade returns to the village. Why are there a woman and a fish in the house? Not long after Kurenai left, Mei Terumi and Kisame returned to Uchiha Hikaru's home. Mei Terumi dragged her exhausted body inside and collapsed onto the couch. So tired. Is this how hard normal life is for civilians? Usually, even with chakra flowing through her body, she had never imagined that washing dishes all day could leave her this drained. Even during missions, trekking across terrain for hours, she hadn't felt this beat. As for Kisame, his physical strength was monstrous, he didn't seem tired at all. Following Uchiha Hikaru's suggestion, both Mei Terumi and Kisame had been working part-time at Ichiraku Ramen for the past 2 days. When Tucci found out, he was ecstatic. Business at Ichiraku Ramen had already been booming, especially after the war's end. A wave of returning shinobi meant non-stop foot traffic, and their first stop was often Ichiraku, for a long-missed bowl of ramen. When some of the shinobi noticed that the kitchen help wore Kirigakure forehead protectors, they curiously asked Tucci what was going on. After learning that they were Kirigakure prisoners of war arranged by Uchiha Hikaru to work at the shop, the customers immediately ordered extra bowls. Even if their stomachs were full, they forced it down anyway. Seeing Mei Terumi and Kisame serving them was just too satisfying. Even Tucci was laughing so hard he couldn't stop. He really hadn't expected Uchiha Hikaru's prisoners of war to actually increase sales. A total win-win. Mei Terumi handled dishwashing while Kisame took charge of prepping ingredients. Fillet the fish. Chop the shrimp. Slice the pork. At first, he was a bit unfamiliar with the anatomy of the ingredients. But within 30 minutes, Kisame's knife skills had reached an astonishing level, razor-sharp, lightning fast. When he returned to Uchiha Hikaru's home, Kisame felt a strange sense of peace. He genuinely liked this ordinary life. At this point, he had fallen in love with, become obsessed with, the art of processing ingredients in Ichiraku Ramen's kitchen. If only I could live like this forever. Even the customers and chefs who came in were full of praise for Kisame's cutting technique. Their recognition filled him with pride and a sense of belonging. Kisame approached Uchiha Hikaru, his face glowing with excitement. Hikaru was slightly taken aback. Is this guy asking me for a raise? Well, he deserved it, but that wasn't what Kisame had in mind. Finally, it dawned on Hikaru, he had never lifted the order restricting Kisame from speaking freely. Kisame, Hikaru said with a sigh, you can say whatever you want now. You don't need my permission anymore. Kisame bowed at a perfect 90 degrees. Thank you very much, Master Hikaru. I want to show you the knife skills I've mastered at Ichiraku Ramen. Uchiha Hikaru blinked. Knife skills, at a ramen shop. Huh. What kind of enlightenment did he have while cooking? Oh no. Don't tell me this guy is an actual genius. Still confused but intrigued, Hikaru nodded. He couldn't lie, he was very curious to see what kind of so-called knife technique Kisame had learned in the kitchen. Kisame returned from the kitchen carrying a fish, a shrimp, and a hefty slab of char siu pork. Hikaru watched, utterly bewildered. Is he going to attack them like enemies? Is this some food-based taijutsu demonstration? Honestly, not impossible. Kisame raised the knife and struck the joint between the fish's head and body with the back of the blade. Thunk. The fish twitched once, then passed out completely, its eyes turning into little XS. With practiced ease, Kisame stuck his thumb into the fish's mouth, pinned it to the board, and began scraping with blinding speed. First one side, then the other. In moments, the guts were removed, the belly was split, and the fish head and spine were pulled out in one clean motion. With a smack of the blade against the board, he launched the fish carcass aside. Then, switching to two smaller knives with a quick flick, he moved into slicing. Pa 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 pa. Two perfect rows of sashimi fell onto the board like petals in the wind. Next, shrimp. Then, char siu. None were spared. Mei Terumi, watching this madness unfold, buried her face in her hands on the couch. This guy, why the hell does he love working in a kitchen so much? Uchiha Hikaru watched, going from curious to speechless to completely stunned. Is this what they call the legendary kitchen sage? But just as he was about to comment, a familiar voice came shouting from outside. Hikaru. I'm back. Get some sake ready for me. Bang. Tsunade kicked the door wide open. From her perspective, what she saw was horrifying. A man with a shark-like back stood towering in the kitchen, a cleaver raised high, standing before her beloved Uchiha Hikaru. You bastard. You dare try to assassinate my men. With a powerful stomp, she dashed forward and threw a fierce punch. In that moment, Kisame felt an overwhelming pressure behind him. His eyes sharpened with resolve. Is this it? Am I going to die here? No. He screamed in his heart. Even if I die, I have to finish this last slice. I've finally found meaning in life. I must peel this shrimp, for Master Hikaru. Just one more cut. Seeing Tsunade's fist approaching, Hikaru immediately recognized the misunderstanding. His Mangekyō Sharingan activated with a flash, summoning his skeletal Susanoo arm to intercept her midair. Tsunade. Calm down. Kisame is just peeling shrimp. Ha. Still airborne, Tsunade's fierce expression faltered into pure confusion. Peeling shrimp. Suspended midair by the black ribcage of the Susanoo, she blinked. Kisame, finally safe, exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Phew, all done, now I can slice the char siu in peace. With that, he turned back to the cutting board, continuing his culinary barrage with a loud bang bang bang. Uchiha Hikaru gently lowered Tsunade into a chair beside him. Now that the moment of violence had passed, Tsunade finally noticed what was laid out on the table. Perfect rows of sashimi, glistening and translucent. Shrimp, uniformly sliced. Thick, juicy slabs of char siu pork. She leaned closer and sniffed with her sharp nose. Smells amazing. But something was off. Two unfamiliar feminine scents clung to the air. Tsunade's expression darkened. Tell me right now. Which two other women were in our house? Before Hikaru could respond, Mei Terumi, still half dead on the sofa, weakly raised her hand. I'm one of them. Tsunade turned, her eyes landing on Mei Terumi sprawled lazily on the couch, her appearance completely disheveled, like she'd just gone through an intense battle. Uchiha Hikaru. Her voice dropped an octave. You really had the nerve to cheat behind my back. You're even dating a woman from Kirigakure now. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 180, long talk all night, thoughts on would release. Tsunade's sharp accusations made Mei Terumi blush, but she quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Wait, does that mean? She thinks I'm one of Uchiha Hikaru's women. That thought shattered whatever brief fantasy she'd entertained, and a sudden emptiness settled in her chest. Still, she composed herself and began to explain. Godame Hokage, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Kisame and I are prisoners of war in Konoha. It's not what you're thinking. Tsunade's expression cooled slightly as she regained her composure, but her eyes still burned with suspicion as she locked eyes with Uchiha Hikaru. That part I'm fine with. But. Explain this, there's still another woman sent in this house. What's going on? Her eyes narrowed, sharp and unrelenting. Uchiha Hikaru just raised his hands in mock surrender, looking every bit like someone who'd given up trying to explain. Who else could it be? It's Kurenai. It's not like you don't know her, you just haven't spent much time with her. How about I arrange for all three of you to sit down together one day? Like sisters, you can talk things out. Tsunade stared at him, a mix of amusement and frustration bubbling in her chest. Without warning, her fist flew into his chest. But Uchiha Hikaru was already moving. He hooked his heels around the chair's lower rail and swung to the side, catching Tsunade around the waist as he moved. With a smooth twist, he pulled her onto his lap, flipping her upside down in the process. Kisame respectfully turned his back to the scene, while Meitarumi stared blankly, watching Uchiha Hikaru and Tsunade openly flirt in front of her. Her heart soured with jealousy. Still, with others around, Uchiha Hikaru didn't take things too far. He simply pressed Tsunade firmly into the chair. Okay, don't be mad. Eat something first. You shouldn't be angry on an empty stomach. Tsunade snorted but didn't resist. She picked up her chopsticks and reached for the sashimi Kisame had just prepared. Dipping it in wasabi and soy sauce, she popped it into her mouth. Uchiha Hikaru silently walked to the kitchen, retrieved a charcoal grill, and set it on the table. He couldn't help it. Even though he knew sashimi was supposed to be eaten raw, it still felt off to him. Something inside just twitched at the thought. So he grilled it instead. Kisame continued preparing more food for both of them. Watching the contented expressions on Tsunade and Uchiha Hikaru's faces as they ate filled Kisame with a deep sense of satisfaction. Compared to slitting comrades' throats on bloody missions in Kirigakure, this kind of life was 100 times better. And the looks of delight on customers' faces after tasting the food he made were worth more than all the hollow praise he'd ever received from Kirigakure's higher-ups. As for Meitarumi, she simply turned away with a bitter expression. In this house, both she and Kisame held the lowest status, or so she thought. But now, Kisame's standing in Tsunade's eyes had just skyrocketed thanks to his cooking. That only deepened Meitarumi's frustration. She could sense Tsunade's thinly veiled hostility toward her, and not just between Konoha and Kirigakure. It was something more primal, pure, woman-to-woman tension. But she had no choice but to suppress it. Still, her mind was already racing, plotting ways to earn a place in Uchiha Hikaru's heart. After all, she'd just learned something shocking. He already has 3 women. Later that night, once the meal was finished, Uchiha Hikaru and Tsunade headed into the bedroom, Meitarumi's eyes silently following them the entire way. Before closing the door, Uchiha Hikaru even remembered to activate a sound barrier. That night, their long-overdue reunion burned especially hot. Tsunade was unusually eager, her passion ignited by all the emotions swirling inside her. By the time it was over, Tsunade lay nestled against him, spent and satisfied. Uchiha Hikaru, however, had already entered sage mode. After all, he and Kurenai had gone at it earlier that day. Now, with his desires fully extinguished, he was completely calm, his mind as clear as polished glass. Tsunade pressed her cheek to his chest and asked softly, her voice tinged with sorrow. What were the losses from the war? Uchiha Hikaru gently rested his hand on her back and replied. About 2,000 Konoha shinobi died. 2,000. Tsunade whispered the number, her voice barely audible. Even though she knew it was relatively small compared to the past 3 great ninja wars, it still struck her like a kunai to the heart. And the Sandaime. To stop the rampaging Three-Tails Jinchuriki, he used the demonic sealing technique, and died with him. The old man's dead. Tsunade bolted upright, fists clenched, her expression conflicted. She had long since severed her ties to Sarutobi Hiruzen, she despised much of what he had done, and could never forgive him for what happened to Nawaki. But even so, he had once been her teacher. The emotions swirling in her heart were a tangled storm. And as those feelings settled, her gaze grew resolute. This wouldn't have happened if she and Uchiha Hikaru had been in the village. The enemy had taken advantage of their absence. If only I were stronger. If I could master Grandfather Hashirama's would release. Tsunade lifted her head, meeting Hikaru's eyes with fierce determination. Uchiha Hikaru understood immediately what she was thinking. Tsunade, is Orochimaru working on anything lately? Her voice was calm, but firm. His expression darkened slightly. Orochimaru is currently working on optimizing the caged bird seal. You want to transplant your grandfather's would-release cells? Tsunade nodded. Yes. If I could gain grandfather's power, no other village would dare threaten Konoha again. That's what it means to be Hokage. Uchiha Hikaru knew there was no stopping her now. Objectively, the technique had come a long way. Orochimaru's research had improved the safety of the transplant dramatically. But even so, it wasn't without risk. Even with Hashirama's bloodline, success wasn't guaranteed. But then he remembered, he still had a workaround. Izanagi. Their clan had a good number of 3-tomo Sharingan in reserve. With Izanagi, they could rewrite reality if something went wrong. Even if the transplant failed, Izanagi could force the would-release cells to integrate into Tsunade's body and chakra system. She might not awaken would-release, but her chakra capacity would increase significantly. Uchiha Hikaru quietly explained the plan to her. As she listened, the tension in her brow gradually eased. Now, Hokage-sama was about to reward her loyal right-hand man. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 181, Funeral. Konoha Village, Konoha Square. Thick layers of dark clouds loomed overhead, completely blotting out the sun. The village, usually vibrant and full of life, now felt cold and gray, its heart heavy with grief. In the village square, a sea of shinobi dressed in black stood in silence. Each wore a Konoha forehead protector, their expressions solemn, their stances respectful. A white altar had been erected at the front, blanketed in chrysanthemums. Standing on the altar were Tsunade, Uchiha Hikaru, and Hyuga Hayashi. Before them stood the clan heads and department leaders of the village, an assembly of Konoha's elite. Even Mito Hamura and Uchiha Kohara stood at the forefront, their aged faces tense with emotion as they gazed at the coffin before them, which held the body of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone's gone. Among their generation, those who had trained under the Nidaime Hokage, only the two of them remained. Tobirama, Kagami, Toka, Danzo, all had already passed on. And now, even Hiruzen, the one who had borne the weight of the Hokage's mantle for decades, had fallen in battle. They stood there, hollow-eyed, surrounded by a new generation of shinobi. The old era was truly over. Tsunade, clad in black funeral robes, stepped forward with a solemn expression. In front of her stretched a crowd of mourners. The Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan. The Nara clan. The Yamanaka clan. The Akimichi clan. The Sarutobi clan. The Aburame clan. The Inuzuka clan. Even civilian shinobi and students from the academy had come, dressed in plain black, each holding a chrysanthemum as they paid their respects to the third Hokage. Surrounding the square were members of the Uchiha police force and the ANBU, quiet sentinels maintaining order during the ceremony. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi stood among them, both clad in mourning black. Their expressions were conflicted as they looked toward the coffin. If Uchiha Hikaru hadn't appeared when he did, it might have been Fugaku lying in that coffin today. Though both father and son had harbored resentment toward Hiruzen in the past, today, they let those feelings go. Today, they honored a man who died not in politics, but in defense of his village. Whatever his mistakes, Sarutobi Hiruzen had died a shinobi's death. As the dark clouds began to release a gentle rain, Tsunade stepped forward and spoke. Her voice, amplified by chakra, carried through the square. As the third Hokage of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen led our forces to the front lines the moment the war with Kirigakure broke out. To confront the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, 4th Mizukage Yagura, he cast aside his aging body and entered the fray. Though ultimately defeated, he did not falter. To protect Konoha shinobi, to defend the lives behind him, he gave his life willingly. With the Reaper Death Seal, he bound both the Three-Tails and Yagura's souls, sealing them for eternity. She paused. A hush fell over the crowd as Tsunade finished reading the eulogy. Then, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Shinosuke stepped forward, mirroring her movements. The four of them stood at the corners of the coffin. Let the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, take one last look at the village he loved, Jiraiya said, his voice low and resonant. Together, they lifted the coffin onto their shoulders. From the crowd, Mito Hamura and Uchiha Kohara stepped forward, walking behind the coffin silently. Monkey, let us send you off one last time, Kohara whispered, eyes moist. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Land of Fire, Sarutobi Asuma still hadn't received the news. It had only been 2 days, too soon for messages to reach him, and the return journey to Konoha would take just as long. But something in the air felt off. Frowning, Asuma reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigarette and a lighter. Click. 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 What the hell? Why won't it light? He scowled. I bought the exact one the old man liked, expensive, too. Why the hell won't it work? Sighing, he lit the cigarette using fire-style chakra. But just 2 puffs in, the rain began to fall. SSSHHH. The cigarette hissed as the rain snuffed it out. He froze. Suddenly, his father's words echoed in his mind, fragments from old letters, old arguments, long conversations. Asuma, don't pick up my bad habits. Learn something good instead. You stubborn brat. Why do you insist on becoming a guardian ninja? Asuma, when will you come home? I'm no longer Hokage. You don't have to rebel anymore. The rain mixed with his breath as his hands trembled. Old man. Crack. A bolt of lightning split the sky. Asuma felt something tear inside, a sudden, terrible emptiness. Asuma, what's wrong? A soft voice came from behind, a fellow guardian ninja. Asuma turned slowly, eyes hollow. Tell the daimyo. I'm returning to Konoha. Without waiting for a response, he dashed into the storm, heart pounding. It's just an illusion. It has to be. The old man, he wouldn't die like this, right? If he's gone, who else is going to argue with me anymore? Back in Konoha, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Shinichiro carried the coffin through the village, surrounded by shinobi bearing the urns of fallen comrades. Rain soaked them all. No one spoke. Only the silent rhythm of feet on wet stone echoed through the village. By nightfall, they reached the cemetery. One by one, they placed Sarutobi Hiruzen's coffin and the urns of the fallen into the soil. And one by one, they covered them, by hand, with earth. Uchiha Hikaru stood in silence, his heart heavy as he watched the final rites unfold. So this is the life of a shinobi. No matter how powerful we become, we still die. Just like that. A single mistake, a jutsu too slow, a moment of hesitation, death always lingered nearby. In this twisted world of blood and conflict, human life is so easily discarded. His fists clenched. His kaleidoscope Sharingan spun wildly, the tomo blurring into a furious spiral. His hatred for this world, for its endless cycle of war, surged to the surface. But it was no longer a hatred born of revenge. Now it was sharpened, focused, by a singular, burning desire. The desire to bring peace. To end this world of pain. To stop this history from repeating again, and again, and again. This ninja world. I will bring it to an end with my own hands. And history will be rewritten because of me. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 182, Regret. After the funeral, all of Konoha was shrouded in mourning. Asuma was in shambles. His once clean vest, made of thick shinobi cloth, had been torn to ribbons by brambles and branches. The rain drenched him to the bone, streaming down his face so thickly it was impossible to tell whether it was tears or just water from the storm. He had pushed himself to the limit, traveling non-stop for 2 days and 1 night. And now, finally, he staggered up to the gates of Konoha, barely staying on his feet. Kotetsu Hagane and Izumo Kamizuki, stationed at the gate, squinted down the road as a lone figure approached. Their posture tightened instinctively. The speed of the figure's approach, it was too fast. Enemy. Tetsu, Izumo said quietly. Yeah. Kotetsu's voice dropped low. Both men drew their weapons immediately, preparing to intercept what looked like a potential threat. But as the drenched figure slowed, panting, Asuma caught sight of the 2 gatekeepers, his old classmates, and realized how different he must look now. He hadn't been back in years. His beard had grown out, his hair was longer and ragged, and exhaustion clung to him like a second skin. He slowed down a few meters from the gate, raising both hands slowly before reaching into his flak vest. Pulling out a familiar object, he held it forward. Tetsu. Izumo. It's me, Asuma. Asuma. Both men froze, blinking at the disheveled man before them. He was barely recognizable at first glance, but the voice, that tone, it was unmistakable. Did you get attacked? What the hell happened to you? As they inspected his identification, Asuma shook his head, already putting the card away. No. I'm fine. Doesn't matter what happened to me. How's the old man? Is he injured? Kotetsu's expression darkened instantly, his mouth twitching. He was just about to speak, to reach out and place a hand on Asuma's shoulder. Izumo. But Izumo placed a hand on his arm, stopping him silently. Kotetsu glanced at his friend. Izumo shook his head slowly. It wasn't the time. Let Asuma see it himself. Come on. I'll take you there. But Asuma shook his head immediately. You're on gate duty. Leaving your post would violate protocol. I won't have either of you getting punished on my account. Just then, Genma Shiranui and Reito Namishi arrived at the gate and paused when they spotted the worn figure standing nearby. Their brows furrowed in confusion. Who? Long time no see, Genma, Reito. It's me, Asuma. Genma and Reito blinked, stunned into silence. Kotetsu and Izumo stepped around them with Asuma between them, ushering him toward the village. You're just in time for your shift, Kotetsu said as they passed. We've got something to handle with Asuma. Genma and Reito exchanged a look, eyes following Asuma's unsteady steps. Even without words, the mood around him made everything clear. Something had happened. And it was bad. The three men walked in silence. Neither Kotetsu nor Izumo said anything. They didn't need to. Asuma, walking between them, stared at the familiar streets as the realization settled in. The route burned into his memory. He knew exactly where they were headed. His heart stopped. His vision dimmed. The pounding of his feet vanished beneath the pounding of his heart. The world grew eerily silent. Soon, they stood before the cemetery gates. Asuma took a single shaky step inside. And there it was. The first grave that greeted him. The third Hokage's grave, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma's eyes locked on the words carved in stone. His knees buckled instantly. Thud. He collapsed in front of the grave, kneeling before the marker as if his entire body had gone numb. Izumo. I don't think his body can take this, Kotetsu murmured. Give him a soldier pill. Force him to take it if you have to. But Izumo just shook his head, looking at Asuma's hollow form. No. Judging by the state he's in, I'd bet he's already eaten plenty just to get here. Let's just stay here. We'll keep watch from outside. If anything happens, we'll rush him to the hospital. Yeah. The two leaned against the cemetery wall, silent. Asuma knelt, unmoving. Then the memories came, flooding him. The first time he stole a cigarette from his brother Shinosuke's drawer. The way the old man caught him lighting up in secret and beat the crap out of him. The day he realized the cemetery was the one place no one would follow him. Where he learned to smoke in peace, hidden in the trees. But now, this was no casual trip to sneak a smoke. This was goodbye. The bickering. The long arguments at the dinner table. The day he stormed out of the house. The day he left Konoha because he couldn't stand the old man's decisions anymore. Shinosuke had stayed. Loyal to the end. Even when he disagreed with Hiruzen's actions, he chose to support him in silence. But Asuma? He was the opposite. Always pointing out what was wrong. Always arguing. But now. He stared at the stone, lips trembling. Why the hell did you rush to the battlefield at your age? Why didn't you leave it to us? We're the ones who should have protected the village. If you're gone, who the hell am I supposed to argue with now? His voice dropped from a shout to a broken whisper. Tears slid down his face, mixing with the endless rain. He reached into his pocket with shaking fingers and pulled out a single cigarette. He hunched forward, shielding it from the rain with his body. Then, carefully, he took out the lighter. The one that used to belong to the old man. He thumbed the wheel. Click. A spark burst from the flint, just enough to ignite. Clatter. The worn-out wheel snapped free and fell to the soaked ground. Asuma stared. Eyes wide. Lips trembling. Old man. Are you lighting it for me? For just a moment, brief and faint, like mist, Asuma could almost see him. A transparent figure. Sarutobi Hiruzen crouched in front of him with that familiar smile, gently lighting the flame. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 183, Visit of the Kirigakure. A few days later, the Kirigakure delegation finally arrived in Konoha. At this time, Ao, acting as Mizukage, stood in the Hokage building's conference hall with two guards behind him. Ringo Amiri and Mangetsu Hozuki, both wearing Kirigakure forehead protectors, stood silently behind him. Their twin blades, Amiri's thunder swords, Kiba, and Mangetsu's dual swords, had been temporarily confiscated by Genma Shiranui and Reito Namishi upon their entry into the village. Not only were Genma and Reito stationed at the Konoha gate, but even Aoba Yamashiro was hidden in the shadows, tasked with additional security. All of this had been arranged the moment Uchiha Hikaru learned of Kirigakure's impending visit. Although Genma and Reito were officially ranked as Tokubetsu Jonin, and even Aoba was just a chunin, Uchiha Hikaru never once underestimated them. After all, the three of them had once been handpicked by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to serve as his personal guards, ninja trusted enough to be taught the Flying Thunder God formation. Before assigning them this mission, Uchiha Hikaru had personally tested their abilities. As expected, all three had already reached elite Jonin level. Each one's true strength was second only to Kakashi's current level. If the three of them fought together, not even Kakashi could match them. Only after confirming this did Uchiha Hikaru entrust them with guarding Konoha's gates during the delegation's stay. Initially, the hot-tempered Ringo Emuri had refused to surrender the Thunder Swords, Kiba. Before she could resist, however, her hands were immediately restrained by Aoba Yamashiro from the shadows, forcing her to give them up. Mangekyō, by contrast, saw the situation clearly. He understood that Fugaku was the defeated side. There was no room for pride here, so he handed over his dual swords without protest. Besides, he knew Konoha wouldn't keep the blades. Each sword was engraved with a unique Fugaku summoning seal. Without the proper technique, Konoha couldn't control them. Even if they tried to use sealing techniques to block the spiritual connection, Mangekyō wasn't concerned. The Uzumaki clan had been nearly wiped out, and Fugaku had stolen numerous sealing scrolls over the years. As a genius in both ninjutsu and swordsmanship, Mangekyō was confident in his ability to break any seal they applied. Compared to Mangetsu's calm and Emuri's simmering restlessness, Ao sat stiffly at the table, haunted by the memory of the massive Susanoo. Now he was just sitting there, waiting for him. He was terrified of facing Uchiha Hikaru again. But at the same time, he wanted it over with. The waiting, the uncertainty, the torment, it was unbearable. After the war, Fugaku was in shambles. Already in a transitional period, now they were on the brink of collapse. Many of their ninjas had died in the battle, and two of the most promising, Mei Terumi and Kisame Hoshigaki, had been captured by Konoha. As for Mangetsu and Emuri, both were chronically ill with inherited bloodline diseases. If there had been other strong candidates, Ao would never have dragged them out of their sickbeds for this. And the demon Zabuza. Though powerful, he lacked a blade. The executioner's blade would have suited him, but it had been taken by Biwa Juzo when he defected, and its whereabouts were now unknown. Just thinking about it gave Ao a migraine. The only consolation came from the elder, Master Genji, who had supported Ao this time around and set just one bottom-line condition for the negotiations. Bring Mei Terumi back. Everything else, however outrageous, could be negotiated, so long as it didn't involve territorial concessions or demands outside Fugaku's threshold. That gave Ao some comfort. After all, a village couldn't function without a leader. And right now, only Mei Terumi had the strength and presence to lead. Most of the others were dead, missing, or bedridden. An hour passed. Ringo Emuri was visibly growing impatient. At last, she snapped. Where the hell is Konoha's negotiator? She shouted. Don't tell me they're so scared they're hiding from us. Get out here already. Ao's heart stopped. It was the sound of a cardiac arrest, or at least that's what it felt like. It's over. He'd just begun hoping the representative might be late, maybe the delay was a good sign. But then. Bang. The door of the conference room slammed open, ricocheting off the wall with a heavy crack. No 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 no. Ao prayed silently. Please don't let it be Uchiha Hikaru. Please don't let it be him. Please don't let it be him. Then. Shizen stepped into the room. Ao saw the black-clad woman and let out a deep sigh of relief. Phew. As long as it wasn't Uchiha Hikaru. Shizen walked into the room and bowed slightly. Then Uchiha Hikaru stepped into the room behind her. Ao's breath caught in his throat. The relief vanished instantly. Ha ha ha. We're doomed. Mangetsu glanced sideways at Ringo Emuri with something like pity in his eyes. Winky face. She's a good girl, but wow, she's insanely bold. Uchiha Hikaru strode directly toward Ringo Emuri. He stopped right in front of her, his gaze cold as steel. And then, his chakra exploded outward. A crushing pressure filled the entire room like a tidal wave. Even on the top floor, Tsunade paused mid-signature in the Hokage's office, her eyes narrowing. Seriously, she muttered. All that chakra just for negotiations. Whatever. I'll leave it to him. A Hokage candidate is allowed to be a little domineering now and then. She returned to her paperwork. Back in the room, Emuri felt like a giant shadow was looming over her, pressing down from every direction. She couldn't even lift a finger. Mangetsu's body instinctively liquefied halfway in response to the sheer pressure. This chakra. It was terrifying. Ao's covered right eye began to throb beneath the eye patch. It was happening again. His worst fear, standing just a few steps away. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 184, you're going too far. I'm the one in charge of Konoha's negotiations. Why? Got a problem with that. If there's anything our village has done to make you feel unwelcome, by all means, speak up. After all, Konoha prides itself on being a civilized and hospitable village. Uchiha Hikaru's words made Ao's scalp prickle with dread. It's over. That eerie tone, it's definitely him. This time Kirigakure is going to be forced into a treaty harsher than anything we've seen before. Sigh. If I'd known, I wouldn't have brought Ringo and Miri along. Mangekyō Hozuki, too, had his doubts. The chakra pressure from this so-called Hokage assistant was terrifying, and yet, the man wore a warm smile like a friendly neighbor. This was going to be a pain. Smiling tigers were the worst. As for Ringo and Miri, who had all the depth of a puddle, she was still trembling from the earlier chakra surge, frozen in place. Then she looked up and saw the sunny, handsome face of Uchiha Hikaru. In that moment, clarity struck her like a lightning bolt. It must have been that woman who kicked open the door. She must be the one with the bad temper. That means the chakra burst just now, yeah. It must have come from her, not this guy. This gentle-looking man. He's gotta be the real Konoha representative. I've heard Konoha's upper ranks are filled with corruption and nepotism. He's good-looking, sure, but he's so skinny. His waist looks like it couldn't handle anything. Oh. I get it now. He probably seduced the 5th Hokage with that pretty face to get promoted to assistant Hokage so young. Ringo puffed out her chest, face full of smugness. She was so brilliant. She saw right through it all. Ahem. Why did you Konoha people confiscate our ninja swords at the gate? And how dare you make us wait for so long? We're Kirigakure's official delegation, you know. How could you make your guests wait over an hour? Uchiha Hikaru's smile only grew brighter. Ao's expression, meanwhile, was rapidly approaching rigor mortis. He just wanted to lie down and die. I'm so done. Let it all burn. Whoever wants this negotiation, they can have it. Hikaru waved a hand. Uchiha Itachi silently appeared behind him. Itachi, please escort this young lady around the village. We can't have our guests leaving with a bad impression, now can we? Itachi, clad in his ANBU armor and black combat gear, bowed slightly. Understood, Lord Assistant. Then he turned to face Emiri, expression utterly cold. Please follow me. Ringo blinked and stared openly at Itachi's face. Compared to that smiling little schemer, this ANBU guy was more her type. He looked younger than her, maybe, but that icy gaze. Oof. Hot. All right. I'm starving anyway. Take me to get some of your Konoha snacks. She started walking out the door, but paused in the doorway to glance back at Ao and Mangekyō. You want me to pack something for you too? Ao turned his neck slowly like an old machine. No. No need. I ate too much earlier. Can't eat another bite. Ringo raised an eyebrow, then turned to Mangekyō. What about you, loser? Mangekyō just gave her a long stare, scoffed, and turned his head away with an annoyed click of his tongue. Emiri rolled her eyes and followed Itachi out into the street. Back in the conference room, Shizun was calmly recording everything onto a scroll, her brush quietly gliding over the parchment. Uchiha Hikaru strolled to the seat across from Ao, pulled it out, and sat down with an elegant casualness. He leaned back, raised one foot to rest over his knee, and propped his right elbow on the armrest, fist against his cheek. He sat like a naval admiral about to pass judgment. His expression shifted, still smiling, but with a dangerous undertone now. Well, Ao. Has Kirigakure really fallen so far? Sending a ninja suffering from a serious bloodline illness to lead such a critical negotiation. Ao forced a smile and kept his hands off the table like a scolded child. Lord Hikaru, the truth is, after our 4th Mizukage stepped down, the rest of our elite ninja have been focused on the upcoming leadership transition. So, we could only send people like us, sick and unfortunate, as temporary representatives. Please forgive us. Ao was panicking inside. Everything he just said was meant to bluff, to create the illusion that Kirigakure still had untapped strength. He wanted to discourage Hikaru from making outrageous demands. But this was Uchiha Hikaru. A man who'd come from another time, who knew Kirigakure's true state better than Kirigakure did. The words old, weak, sick, and crippled summed them up perfectly. Still, Ao clung to his last thread of dignity. Don't overdo it, Ao. Don't embarrass yourself pretending to be something you're not. Oh. So from what you're saying, this war actually strengthened Kirigakure? Then I suppose we at Konoha deserve a thank you. After all, it was our 3rd Hokage who gave his life sealing your rampaging 4th Mizukage. Ao blinked. He couldn't keep up with Hikaru's logic at all. Didn't he just say Kirigakure came out stronger? Why wasn't Hikaru intimidated? Why was he now demanding compensation? What kind of logic is that? No sane person would think like this. Haha. Lord Hikaru, perhaps we should get straight to business. This is the treaty Kirigakure has prepared. Please take a look. He pulled a blue scroll from inside his robes and gently slid it across the table. Hikaru didn't open it immediately. Instead, he gave a light signal. Shizen stepped forward and placed a red scroll on the table, indicating Ao should take it. This is the treaty drafted by Konoha. Why don't you take a good look, for your village's sake? The two men picked up their scrolls and began reading silently. Ao's gaze darted down the red scroll, and instantly, fury ignited in his gut. Whatever fear he'd buried came roaring back as anger. Lord Hikaru, forgive me for being blunt. But this contract. This is impossible. You're going too far. If we're going to be humiliated like this, then Kirigakure would rather die fighting than accept it. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 185, Pulling. War reparations, 20 billion Rio. Territorial cession, all islands belonging to the Land of Water, excluding the Hidden Mist Village, will be ceded to Konoha. Task Commission Division, Kirigakure must forfeit half of all mission contracts. Military rights, Konoha reserves the right to station armed forces outside the Hidden Mist Village for border security. There were only 4 clauses listed, and Ao had already broken into a cold sweat after reading just those. He didn't dare look further. The rest of the densely packed clauses might as well have been a declaration of surrender. This isn't a treaty, it's outright humiliation. Uchiha Hikaru paused, then gave an awkward smile. My apologies. This plan was originally drafted by Danzo during the Third Great Ninja War, back when he served as Hokage assistant. Looks like we handed you the wrong scroll. He reached into his cloak and pulled out another red scroll, handing it across the table to Ao. Ao's tense expression eased slightly. Ah, so it was Danzo's handiwork. That explains everything. Danzo Shimura's reputation as the dark shadow of the shinobi world was well known across every nation. Accepting the second scroll, Ao forced his mind to stay sharp. He wasn't naive. He knew that the first scroll was no accident. Uchiha Hikaru was testing Kirigakure's limits, gauging just how far they could be pushed. But Ao believed that his own decisive reaction would serve them well in the upcoming negotiations. At least now, Konoha wouldn't expect them to roll over without resistance. Meanwhile, Hikaru casually skimmed the scroll Ao had offered earlier, the treaty drafted by Kirigakure. War reparations, only 500 million Rio. They're poorer than the Hyuga clan. Hinata gave Orochimaru that much just to research the caged bird seal. There was no mention of commission shares. Tariffs were reduced to allow Konoha trade caravans to enter freely. The entire document tried to place the blame for the war solely on the rogue Uchiha, Obito, denying any responsibility on Kirigakure's part. Of course, Uchiha Hikaru understood, this was just their starting position. An attempt to bait Konoha into a more favorable negotiation. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were still Hokage, he might have swallowed it. But Hikaru? He wasn't some pushover soft enough to play nice with the village that just tried to wage war on Konoha. I'll squeeze Kirigakure until they have nothing left to give. Across the table, Ao had finished reading Konoha's real proposal. He now had a better understanding of what Konoha truly wanted. Lord Hikaru, Ao said carefully, this proposal is certainly more reasonable than the first. But as you are aware, Kirigakure's current state is fragile. I wonder if we can revisit the specifics of the reparations, commission shares, and tariffs. We simply cannot pay 20 billion Rio. 500 million is the maximum we can manage. We're willing to drop our mission commission share from 30% to 15%. As compensation, we can reduce tariffs to 5%. What do you think of that, Lord Hikaru? Hikaru didn't respond. His expression darkened, and the chakra in his body began to churn ominously. 500 million Rio. A 15% commission share. 5% tariff. Are you mocking Konoha? Is Kirigakure trying to buy off a beggar? The air around them turned heavy again, and Ao's pulse quickened. That was a lot, wasn't it? That's our entire annual income. We only have 300 million in the village's treasury, and we'd have to beg the daimyo for the rest. The entire war was funded by us alone. Yagura never got official support. Without the fishing industry, the entire village would have starved to death. If you have alternate terms, please share them, Ao said, trying to stay composed. I'm open to negotiation. Hikaru slung one leg over the edge of the conference table. 500 million Rio isn't even enough to fund a single Konoha department for the year. At least 1.5 billion. That's non-negotiable. That's still too high, Lord Hikaru. Then pay in installments. How about 600 million? 1.4 billion. 700 million. 1.1 billion. 1 billion. 1 billion, Lord Hikaru. That's as far as we can go. Hikaru's face shifted suddenly into a sly smirk, like an old merchant who'd been playing this game his whole life. Then I've changed my mind. 1.2 billion. Ao stiffened. How did he know? That's exactly the upper limit we can bear. Damn it, I was careful. I didn't give him any tells. This man, he's terrifying. Reluctantly, Ao nodded. Very well. Then 1.2 billion Rio in reparations. But the mission commission share must stay at 15%. Anything more would collapse our finances. Hikaru gave a casual nod. After this war, the whole ninja world saw what happened. Konoha emerged victorious with a brand new Hokage at the helm. That's a reputation money can't buy. Even if the commission share is small, more countries will come to us over Kirigakure. Soon, we won't have enough shinobi to handle all the contracts anyway. Lord Hikaru, are there any other terms? By now, Ao was practically trembling. He didn't want to offer up anything else by accident. It was safer to stay quiet and let Hikaru name his price. Tariffs. Once the treaty is signed, Konoha and Kirigakure will become allies. Frankly, I think we can even raise the tariff from 5% to 10%. Of course, there are a few minor strings attached. Would you like to hear them? Ao blinked. Raise. He wants to raise the tariff. Who does that? His instinct screamed danger. The fox wishes the chickens a happy new year, there's no way this is sincere. Still, an additional 5% tariff would massively increase Kirigakure's revenue. He couldn't ignore that. Please go on, Lord Hikaru. If the conditions are within reason, Kirigakure is prepared to accept them. Uchiha Hikaru chuckled inwardly. The shinobi world is such a fragile place. Flash a bit of gold, and they'll gladly sell their future. Free things are always the most expensive. Let them grow dependent on Konoha, on our wealth, our merchants, our systems. Eventually, Kirigakure will become Konoha, without ever realizing it. By the time they see the chains, it'll be too late to break them. Your territory is small, Hikaru began, voice smooth as silk. Konoha understands that. Which is why this treaty doesn't involve land cession. Instead, we'd like to lease. That is, Konoha wishes to lease land directly from the nobles of the land of water. Nothing military. Purely for commercial use. Any armed security will be outsourced to Kirigakure shinobi. Can your village accept that arrangement? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 186, Tariffs. Although Ao was doing his best to keep his expression neutral, a storm of suspicion had already begun to brew within him. What is Uchiha Hikaru really planning? He was willing to offer Kirigakure an additional 5% tariff increase just for the right to set up a few commercial warehouses. What stunned him even more was the fact that the other party actually entrusted Kirigakure's own shinobi to handle the security for those warehouses. Did he not realize that if the Mist Village developed even a shred of greed, they could simply appropriate the stored goods? Although Ao wanted to accept the deal on the spot, his instincts screamed that it couldn't possibly be that simple. After all, this was the man who, through sheer force and cunning, had triggered a total power shift at the top of Konoha. There were also persistent rumors that he had played a quiet but decisive role in the recent succession crisis in the Land of Fire's capital. If Kirigakure received an extra 5% profit, wouldn't the fire daimyo object? Ao didn't believe for a second that Uchiha Hikaru's words could represent the full authority of the Land of Fire. After all, the shinobi villages, Konoha included, were still only villages. The real wealth and control over land, infrastructure, and economy still rested with the country and its daimyo. Ao forced himself to suppress the unease in his heart, keeping his expression as composed as ever as he looked across the table. Lord Hikaru, may I ask, does this 10% tariff apply only to goods from Konoha? Or does it include goods from the entire Land of Fire? That's not a small difference, after all. A village's production is nothing compared to that of a country. Uchiha Hikaru leaned back lazily in his chair, his posture relaxed. The sharpness in his brow faded slightly. Don't worry, he replied with a soft smirk. Our Godame Hokage is a direct blood relative of the current daimyo. So of course the tariff applies to the entire Land of Fire, not just to products from Konoha. The daimyo has full trust in Lady Tsunade. Is there anything else you're concerned about? Ao heard him clearly. Everyone in the shinobi world knew who Princess Tsunade was. But, somehow, when those words came from his mouth, it all sounded just a little too rehearsed. It sounded like truth, but felt like a lie. Still, with the tariff confirmed to apply to all goods from the Land of Fire, the economic benefit was undeniable. The Fire Country's territory was vast and rich in resources. Its lands were fertile. It had everything: minerals, forests, lakes, maybe not in extreme abundance like other nations, but it lacked nothing. That balance and wealth made it the most enviable country on the continent. But Ao still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Lord Hikaru, with all due respect, he said carefully, I must ask you to clarify this extra 5% tariff. Is there some underlying reason? This truly is a great offer, for both Kirigakure and the Land of Water. But it's a significant move. I must proceed with caution. Hikaru's expression tightened, as if there was something inconvenient he didn't want to admit. After a moment of apparent hesitation, he exhaled a sigh. Well, it's not anything particularly important. Just a little embarrassing. You must promise not to spread this around. Ao's curiosity spiked immediately. Hikaru's tone, his demeanor, none of it felt like acting. Of course, Lord Hikaru, Ao nodded. As high-ranking shinobi, confidentiality is second nature to us. You've given us such a generous offer, 5% more tariff revenue. Naturally, we'll keep this matter quiet. All I want is to ensure my village's stability and security. Only after Ao's reassurance did Hikaru seem to ease up. To be honest, this clause wasn't even in the original draft of the treaty. But unfortunately, the succession of the Fire Daimyo has involved too many ministers. We tried bribing them, but those bastards already have more money than they know what to do with. So instead, they gave us two unusual conditions. Across the table, Ao and Hozuki Mangetsu, who had been standing behind him silently, perked up at the same time. This smells like good gossip. I'm all ears. Hearing rumors about the internal affairs of nobles was a rare treat. What were the two conditions? Mangetsu asked without thinking. Ao immediately turned to glare at her. Insolence. Mind your manners. Then he turned back toward Hikaru, putting on a polite, apologetic smile. Forgive her, Lord Hikaru. I failed to discipline her properly. Please continue. Hikaru waved his hand. It's fine. These two demands might sound ridiculous, but please, take them seriously. The first is this: the ministers want increased access to foreign luxury goods. Specialty items from other countries: Thunder countries thunder beef and thunder wine. Water countries deep-sea fish. Wind countries rare minerals. Earth countries rock lamb and stone artworks. They want it all. Ao blinked in disbelief. That's it. They just want to go shopping. Hikaru nodded. They're sick of the usual black market routes. They want official, easy-to-access channels. The second demand is warehouse space. Apparently, transporting goods back and forth was too expensive. Too many caravans, too many middlemen. So they came up with this idea: build the warehouse in the target market. That way, they don't have to ship everything themselves. Just store it on site and let the demand come to them. That's why this clause was added to the treaty. Ao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is this really the leadership of the Land of Fire? It sounds so ridiculous that it just might be true. But then again, this was the world of shinobi. The daimyo and the ruling class controlled wealth and power far beyond what most ninja could even imagine. Their lives were so luxurious, so disconnected from reality, that this kind of indulgence made perfect sense. Ao himself had once served as a bodyguard for the water daimyo. He'd seen that kind of wild excess firsthand: wine, women, banquets, and blinding wealth. That's why, in this moment, Hikaru's story made sense to him. Very well, Ao finally said. Since you've shared the true reason with me, how could I refuse? The 10% tariff increase and the land lease, I agree to both on behalf of Kirigakure and the Land of Water. With the security details still in Kirigakure's hands, Ao could now accept the treaty with confidence. If anything really happens, we'll handle it. It's just a rental. No harm in that. In fact, he was even starting to feel optimistic. If more merchants from the Land of Fire set up shop in Kirigakure, the influx of high-quality goods could improve everyday life for his villagers. Better daily necessities. A better standard of living. But what he didn't know was, everything Hikaru had just told him was made up. The real reason Tsunade had spent so long in the capital wasn't to indulge herself, it was to settle the Fire Daimyo succession. Behind the scenes, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Taxation had both handed their seats to their sons. And those sons had surrendered entirely to Tsunade's influence. As for the daimyo himself, he was firmly within her grasp. It wasn't a battle for control. It was a silent alliance. A new regime was already in place, quiet, methodical, and rooted in Konoha. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 187, there is no way, he gave too much. As for the daimyo subordinates and other nobles who held differing opinions, most of them eventually chose obedience, bowing under the pressure and persuasion of Tsunade and the Konoha shinobi aligned with her. Those who still harbored secret ambitions or refused to yield, were quietly sent to the Pure Land through covert operations carried out by the 12 Guardian Ninja and Konoha's Black Ops units. After that, their legitimate heirs were supported to inherit their titles. As for explaining their cause of death, simple. They had all contracted a rare illness, were placed into voluntary quarantine, and, unfortunately, didn't make it. And if they could die with a decent reputation, even better. On the surface, it portrayed them as noble souls who passed away with dignity, allowing the people of the Land of Fire to believe in the goodness of their nobility. At the same time, it sent them off with clean hands, to the Pure Land, with their reputation intact. How poetic. Afterward, Ao and Uchiha Hikaru spent a long time negotiating over minor treaty details. For instance, once the merchants from Konoha settle in Kirigakure, if they get married, will they be considered citizens of the Land of Fire or the Land of Water? What about preferential pricing at the shops operated by Konoha merchants? How much inventory would be allowed to pass customs each season? These trivial matters took the entire day to hammer out, and only by nightfall had Uchiha Hikaru and Ao managed to finalize a rough draft. By the time the talks ended, Ao's mental exhaustion had all but vanished. Instead, what replaced it was genuine admiration for Uchiha Hikaru. On the battlefield, Hikaru was a terrifying force, a weapon in human form. But in this treaty, aside from the initial demands for war reparations and mission commissions that pressed Kirigakure hard, everything that followed felt like a deliberate attempt to nurture them. Of course, Ao also understood Konoha's reasoning. Konoha had always been the most powerful of the 5 great shinobi villages, and power attracts enemies. Tsunade had launched multiple wars against Konoha in the past, only to surrender again and again. To most, this cycle made sense. But Ao saw it clearly for what it was. Konoha had originally intended to support Tsunade, to cultivate them as a loyal junior partner. That's right, a little brother, not even a vassal. But Tsunade had ambitions of its own, and again, they betrayed Konoha's goodwill, launching wars whenever they thought they had the chance. So, if your little brother turns out to be disobedient, well then, you just go find a new one. And right now, Kirigakure, still reeling from internal upheaval, was the perfect candidate. If not for the natural geography of the Land of Water making it hard to invade, the hidden cloud village in the Land of Lightning would have already pounced on them. The fact that the treaty negotiations went so smoothly genuinely surprised Ao. And that was exactly what he admired about Uchiha Hikaru. Later that evening, back at the Konoha Inn, Ao, Hozuki Mangetsu, and Ringo Emuri reunited. I brought you both a bunch of snacks and food, come, try them. Konoha's really something. The streets are packed with goods and snacks I've never even heard of. The clothes are pretty, the food's delicious. Way better than all the fish we have back in the Land of Water. Ringo beamed and stood up to twirl in place, showing off her new outfit. She wore a soft pink kimono embroidered with clusters of cherry blossoms. A teal blue obi belt was tied neatly at her waist. She had removed her forehead protector and loosened her usual bun, letting her long dark red hair fall freely behind her. The sharp-toothed kunoichi, normally so fierce-looking, actually seemed cute now. Mangetsu glanced at her, blinking. She actually looked pretty nice like this. Humph, don't stare, I know I'm cute, Ringo huffed smugly. But eat quickly, this stuff's gonna get cold. Only when she spoke did Mangetsu remember, she might have dressed up, but she was still the same sharp-tongued woman at heart. Well, don't mind if I do. We've been negotiating all day, I'm starving, Ao said, sitting down and immediately reaching for a box of tempura. They began sampling everything Ringo had brought back, sweet dango skewers, ichiraku ramen, crispy takoyaki, fried tempura, steaming oden. Each bite sent warmth down his throat and into his belly. Ao hadn't felt this content in years. If only someday, the people of Kirigakure and the Land of Water could live like this. Hey, Ao, Mangetsu said between slurps of ramen, how'd the negotiations go? I didn't really understand the part about tariffs. Can you explain? Ao swallowed a mouthful of dango and nodded. Of course. As far as war reparations and commission shares go, we were squeezed to our absolute limit. But everything else in the treaty. Pure win-win. How could I not be pleased? Mangetsu slurped more noodles, then bit through the last strand with his shark-like teeth. He sipped the umami-rich broth thoughtfully. Win-win, huh? Wouldn't Konoha want us to stay weak? Why would they include terms that support us? Ao only shook his head. He looked at Mangetsu's youthful face, still half-child, half-man, and sighed inwardly. So young. Always thinking about swords and battles. And yet, today, he was asking about politics. If not for that cursed bloodline disease, you would have made a fine Mizuki's right hand someday. Because war demoralizes the people, Mangekyō, Ao said quietly. Konoha and Kirigaku just fought a bitter battle, both sides took damage. But Kumogaku, Iwagaku, and Tsunade, they've been lying low ever since the Third Shinobi World War. Resting. Rebuilding. If Konoha and Kirigaku keep bleeding each other dry, it's only a matter of time before one of the others pounces. Stabilizing the power balance among the 5 great nations means helping both of us recover quickly. And that's what makes Uchiha Hikaru terrifying. He took advantage of the fire daimyo's needs, of the noble class's vanity, and wove it perfectly into a strategy that accelerates the recovery of both Konoha and Kirigaku. In the end, Konoha rises back to power, and we become strong enough to make the other 3 villages think twice before challenging us again. Hearing that Konoha was actively supporting Kirigaku, Ringo scowled. TCH. Why should we need help from the Leaf? We're Kirigaku shinobi. Ao didn't reply immediately. Instead, he stared at Ringo's current getup, the soft kimono, the bright eyes, the box of dango in her lap. And he asked, one by one. Was Konoha's food good? Yeah. Was your kimono pretty? Of course. Did you buy it yourself? No. Uchiha Itachi bought it for me. And were you happy spending the day with him? I was. I had fun, wore nice clothes, ate good food, and didn't spend a single ryo. Then how could you be unhappy? Ao asked softly. Ringo blinked. Ao nodded. Today, you are Kirigaku. And Uchiha Itachi is Konoha. You got to eat, play, and relax. He got to fulfill a mission and forge a bond. You both walked away satisfied. It's the same between our 2 villages. Now tell me, what's not to like? Ringo and Mangekyō both paused. And then, they nodded silently. They understood. It wasn't about bowing or losing pride. It was about survival. Strategy. Soft power. Kirigaku wasn't lacking ambition. But right now, it needed Konoha. And besides, holding onto a powerful ally's leg doesn't feel so bad when the leg's this warm. Omega. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 188, each choice. 2 days later. Uchiha Hikaru and Ao finally concluded discussions on all the terms of the treaty. When drafting its contents, Uchiha Hikaru followed one guiding principle, opening the gates of the Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water to trade and diplomatic exchange. He wanted the goods of Konoha and the Land of Fire to flow freely into the region, and more importantly, he wanted Kirigaku to feel Konoha's intent to nurture them as a younger sibling village. Ao, naturally, had no objection to this. As a result, the treaty was finalized smoothly. That night, Uchiha Hikaru even took Ao, Hozuki Mangekyō, Ringo Emuri, Itachi, and Shizen out for grilled meat. Only. It seemed Ringo Emuri had developed a certain fondness for Itachi. The way she looked at him, those eyes, there was definitely something there. And that gave Uchiha Hikaru a bold idea. If Itachi and Ringo Emuri were to marry, it would undoubtedly bring the 2 villages even closer. After all, they were both prodigies with considerable fame in their respective villages. Still, that kind of decision couldn't be made on a whim. He'd have to talk to Itachi about it in private. Marriage was no small matter, it concerned his entire future. He needed to understand how the boy felt first. After dinner, Uchiha Hikaru walked home at a leisurely pace. The moment he stepped inside, he saw Terumi standing by the window. Her hands rested on the windowsill, her right hand propping up her cheek. Her usually bright and elegant brows were knit together slightly, and there was a sadness in her expression. Her gaze stretched far to the east, and in her eyes, undeniable longing, anxiety, and melancholy. Uchiha Hikaru silently approached her from behind and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. What are you thinking about? You look so down. Did I mistreat you? Not feed you enough at dinner? If you've got a complaint, just come out and say it. Mei turned to glance at him, then sighed softly. No. For a prisoner of war, this is already a good life. Her words caught in her throat, pausing mid-sentence. Hikaru casually slipped his arm around her shoulder and patted her smooth, pale shoulder twice. Don't hold it in. Say what's on your mind. We in Konoha treat captives like you and Kisame with basic human decency. He even tilted his head toward Kisame, who was lounging on the couch, hugging a giant salted fish pillow and watching TV. Kisame turned his head lazily, resting both arms on the back of the sofa, his armpits draped casually over it as he glanced at Hikaru and Mei. That's right, Mei Terumi. If you have something to say, just say it. Life's pretty good here. I've got no complaints. He held up the salted fish pillow proudly. See this? First time in my life someone gave me a gift. He grinned. Uncle Tucci gave it to me after I helped get fish all day. Mei stared at him in disbelief and rubbed her forehead. This guy. Kisame. Has he seriously gone this soft in such a short time? Doesn't he even care about the village? Or the people still in it? Yeah, life's not bad. I just miss home. Kirigakure is where I grew up, after all. When Uchiha Hikaru heard this, he quietly withdrew his arm and walked over to the sofa, sitting on the opposite end from Kisame. I finished the negotiations with AO today. You can return with them tomorrow. No need to overthink it. Just go back. See it with your own eyes. The moment those words reached her ears, Terumi Mei moved in a blur. She rushed to Hikaru's side and clung to his arm tightly. That familiar softness pressing against him. Uchiha Hikaru glanced down at the curve pressed up against his bicep. Oi, this move again. This doesn't work on a grizzled old man like me. But Terumi Mei wasn't thinking about that at all. She was simply overjoyed. So happy, in fact, that her body moved on its own. Smack. A sudden, warm pressure touched his cheek. Uchiha Hikaru froze. What the hell? Did this woman just... He stared, stunned, as Terumi Mei suddenly realized what she'd done. Panicked, she scooted back on the couch, her face bright red. Ahem. That was a moment of poor judgment. Please forget it. Uchiha Hikaru didn't say anything. He honestly didn't know what she was thinking either. Terumi Mei covered her cheeks, absolutely mortified. That was her first kiss. Why the hell did she throw it away like that? Omega. A heavy silence settled between them. Until Kisame broke it in typical Kisame fashion. Sir Hikaru, can I stay in Konoha? His voice, low and faintly resentful, paired with that eternally expressionless fish-eyed face, made Mei's temple throb. This traitor. You really want to defect to Konoha? But she didn't lash out. Instead, she held her breath and asked through gritted teeth. Why don't you want to go back to Kirigakure? Kisame turned toward her, dead fish eyes heavy with exhaustion. Why would I return to that slaughterhouse? That was before. The fourth Mizukage was under Genjutsu control. It's different now. Don't you have anyone you care about there? Her words triggered a memory in Kisame. That Umbu Kunoichi. What was her name again? The one he was ordered to kill with his own hands. His jaw tightened. He slowly shook his head. His face twisted into a strange mix of sadness, mockery, and suppressed rage. The hidden mist village. What's left there for me? All my comrades, I killed them myself. The village demanded it. For the sake of secrecy. For the sake of control. I crushed every shred of mercy in my heart. For the village. And now you're telling me all of it, was because the fourth Mizukage was being controlled. That it was all fake. Then tell me what the hell was real. What about the people I butchered with my own hands? Kisame's voice cracked, then fell quiet. He leaned back against the sofa, eyes on the ceiling, arms stretched limply at his sides. I don't care anymore. I don't care about villages, or duty, or loyalty. All I know is that here, in Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen's old man treats me like a friend. Mr. Hikaru treats me with respect. Sure, people stared at me at first. They looked at me like I was a freak. But after a while, they started looking at me like I was just a regular guy. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with an ordinary life? I'm tired. I just want peace. I just want to be normal. Uchiha Hikaru looked at the men before him, a man forged in blood and betrayal, and felt something deep in his chest stir. He stepped forward, placed a hand on Kisame's shoulder. Kisame. You'll be Kirigakure's ambassador to Konoha. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 189, Mei Terumi returns to the village. The village envoy. Mei Terumi and Kisame were both caught off guard by the unfamiliar term. Uchiha Hikaru pulled a chair over to the dining table and sat in front of them. Yeah. A village envoy. Kisame will still be a shinobi of Kirigakure, but from now on, he'll have permanent residency rights here in Konoha. He'll remain here as a symbol of friendship between our two villages. If other Kirigakure shinobi come to Konoha in the future, he'll be fully in charge of managing them. How about that? Pretty good, isn't it? When the time comes, we'll appoint someone from Konoha to act as our envoy to the Hidden Mist village as well. The idea moved even the towering figure of Kisame. His shark-like eyes softened slightly, and his gaze moistened. Though he still held a trace of loyalty toward Kirigakure, the blood-soaked life he'd lived there left him unwilling to return. Just as he was ready to give up on his village, Uchiha Hikaru had offered a perfect solution. Not only could he continue to serve Kirigakure, but he could also stay in Konoha and live the peaceful life he had longed for. Even Mei Terumi, who had initially intended to convince Kisame to return, couldn't help but nod in agreement. With the introduction of envoys, the relationship between the two villages would grow even closer, like two clans forming an alliance. Plus, future visits between villages would be smoother with a guide and point of contact in each. That thought made Mei Terumi suddenly raise a question. What if Kisame marries someone from Konoha and has children in the future? Would they be considered Kirigakure or Konoha shinobi? At that, Kisame's relaxed mood vanished. He rolled his eyes, slumped onto the sofa, and turned his attention back to the TV. Typical nosy woman. What a headache. Uchiha Hikaru wasn't surprised by Kisame's silence. After all, Mei Terumi had no idea about the female shinobi who once had feelings for Kisame, only to be killed by him under ANBU orders. Still, the question was a fair one. It could very well happen. Considering his long-term plans, Uchiha Hikaru didn't hesitate. Sooner or later, Kirigakure and the Land of Water will fall under Konoha's domain anyway. So, he casually offered a half-truth to pacify Mei Terumi. Well, it depends on where the child is born. If born in Kirigakure, they're Kirigakure shinobi. If born in Konoha, they're Konoha shinobi. What about the parents? One of them would be from the other village. What happens then? Uchiha Hikaru looked at her, helpless. This woman. Why is her head full of marriage logistics? Then one of them will have to officially defect and join the other village. But if they're a shinobi, they'll need to accept a curse mark to prevent leakage of sensitive information. That's acceptable. Mei Terumi nodded, satisfied. The curse seal condition would naturally deter most casual defection. Only those who were truly in love would go through with it. To her, it was a romantic safeguard, a small price for the possibility of love between villages. She didn't realize that Uchiha Hikaru had just dug a deep strategic pit. Civilians didn't matter. They had no secrets to keep, no chakra techniques to protect. But shinobi. Once they had children, they would inevitably choose to raise them in Konoha, for better healthcare, education, and resources. Konoha outpaced Kirigakure in every category. But Mei Terumi didn't notice this at all. She was too focused on fairness, and that fleeting hope of true love. The next afternoon, village gates. The Kirigakure delegation assembled at the village entrance. Uchiha Hikaru walked forward and removed the chakra suppression seals from Mei Terumi and Kisame, doing it publicly in front of the entire escort unit. The moment her chakra surged and flowed again, Mei Terumi felt a subtle tension return to her body. She stepped toward Ao and then looked back at Uchiha Hikaru. Thank you. And thank Konoha for your hospitality these past few days. Then she turned to Kisame. Kisame, more of our comrades will likely come to Konoha in the future. I hope you'll look after them. If any of them stir up trouble, just take them down. You have full authority as our envoy. Kisame grinned, exposing those rows of serrated shark teeth. No problem, Lady Terumi Mei. If someone dares act out in Konoha, they'd better be ready to face the same hata in my hands. Ao raised an eyebrow at Kisame's response. He'd spent all morning discussing the details of the envoy position with Uchiha Hikaru and ultimately agreed it was a smart arrangement. But Kisame's tone. It didn't sound like someone serving Kirigakure while stationed in Konoha. It sounded like someone living in Konoha who happened to be from Kirigakure. Was it just his imagination? Ao didn't press the issue. With Mei Terumi returning, his title as acting 5th Mizukage would soon be officially revoked. She would take power, and Ao wasn't foolish enough to interfere based on a gut feeling. That woman, she's not one to cross lightly. Mei Terumi waved her hand, signaling the mist shinobi behind her. Head out first. I still have something to discuss with Lord Hikaru. Uchiha Hikaru gestured casually to his escort detail, and they tactfully left as well. Hey, Itachi-kun. Come visit me in the Mist Village sometime. Ringo Amiri cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted toward Itachi. Itachi, who had just turned away, froze mid-step. He turned back, forced a polite smile, and gave her a quick wave. No one noticed the faint red flush at the tips of his ears. // Once both squads were gone, Mei Terumi grabbed Hikaru's hand and tugged him toward a grove near the gate. He reached up, brushing a few leaves off his shoulder with a mildly exasperated expression. This better not be something weird. Mei Terumi, face slightly flushed, pulled a small box from her waist pouch. Turn around. Uchiha Hikaru raised an eyebrow. Why? Just turn around. He sighed, but complied. She opened the box and took out a pitch-black ribbon, embroidered with chakra metal threads, and carefully tied it into his hair. All right. You can turn around now. He turned and gave his head a small shake. He could feel the slight weight of the ribbon swaying with his movement. It's nice, I guess. But I still think I'd be more comfortable without it. The pleasant mood May had moments ago evaporated instantly. This guy, what a block of wood. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. That's a thank you gift, okay. I made it myself last night. Hand-stitched. Goodbye. She spun on her heel and rushed off toward her waiting team. Uchiha Hikaru stood there, watching her back as she left. He raised a hand and touched the ribbon. Chakra metal embroidery, silk base. Where the hell did she even get the money to buy materials like this on her allowance? At that moment, Mei Terumi's face was burning red. No one could see that beneath her clothes, she had already changed into something she'd secretly bought using all the savings from her recent days in Konoha. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 190, The Ninja Clan Gathers. As soon as Mei Terumi left, Uchiha Hikaru headed straight for the council chamber. All the clan heads and department leaders of Konoha were already gathered. Even Jiraiya, who normally only busied himself taking care of Naruto, had shown up. Naturally, the person leading this initiative, Kurenai Yuhi, was also present. Jiraiya yawned and stretched the moment he saw Uchiha Hikaru enter. Hikaru, what's so urgent that you had to drag me in too? Let's get this over with, I still need to go home and cook dinner for Naruto. Orochimaru glanced sideways at Jiraiya's carefree demeanor and shook his head slightly. Still the same as ever, but maybe that's not a bad thing. It suits him. Tsunade snorted in annoyance as she looked at Jiraiya. All that strength, and he wastes it sitting around in the village. He'd be more useful wandering the world like before, at least than he was gathering intelligence. The others in the room were just as puzzled. None of them understood why Uchiha Hikaru had summoned this meeting immediately after the Mist delegation had left. Without a word, Hikaru moved the blackboard that had been leaning against the wall to the center of the room. Don't worry, he said calmly. Let me just prepare. He picked up a piece of chalk and began scribbling quickly. Before long, the entire blackboard was filled with diagrams, numbers, and notes. Hikaru tossed the chalk aside, clapped the dust from his hands, and stepped to the side. This is Konoha's upcoming strategy, our new war with Kiritake. Jiraiya, who had been slouching casually until then, suddenly shot to his feet and slammed the table. Bang. What? Hikaru, are you out of your mind? The Mist delegation just left, with a peace agreement, no less. And now you want to declare war on them? Are you crazy? Orochimaru calmly reached out and pressed down on Jiraiya's flailing arm. You're as impulsive as ever. Why don't you look at the board before yelling? This isn't the kind of war you think it is. Have you ever seen a village prepare for war by sending supplies to the enemy? Jiraiya froze. He glanced around. Everyone else was silently studying the blackboard, some frowning, others deep in thought. He was the only one out of the loop. Trying to save face, he turned to examine the board, squinting at the detailed writing and diagrams. After a long pause, he sat back down with a serious expression, pretending to ponder what it meant. No way I'm embarrassing myself again by saying I don't get it. Eventually, Narashikaku's eyes lit up. He gave Uchiha Hikaru a small nod of understanding. Hikaru scanned the room, gauging everyone's reactions. The time was right. He stepped forward. As you can see, this isn't a traditional war. It's a war without bloodshed. A war fought not with blades or jutsu but with commerce and ideology. I call it a business war, or a cultural invasion war. Jiraiya perked up at the terms. The novelty caught his attention. Business war. Cultural invasion. How do you fight a war with commodities and culture? Hikaru turned to face him directly. Why can't we? Let me give you a simple example. Say Konoha and Kiritake both produce a batch of explosive tags. The price is the same, but Konoha's tags have a stronger blast. Which would you buy? Jiraiya answered without hesitation. Konoha's, obviously. If it's better for the same price, why wouldn't I? Hikaru nodded. Exactly. Now, expand that concept. What if all our products, daily necessities, tools, food, were better in quality, design, and performance than Kiritake's? Jiraiya, if you were a civilian in the land of water, would you buy your own country's goods, or ours? This time, Jiraiya hesitated. After a few seconds, he finally responded. I'd buy Mists. Even if Konoha's were better, as a Mist civilian, I'd rather support my own village. That answer earned nods from nearly half the room. Many murmured in agreement. But Hikaru only sighed and shook his head, visibly disappointed. Of course, this is still the shinobi world. This kind of answer is to be expected. Wrong, he said calmly. Civilians don't think like shinobi. It's not their job to protect the village. That's our job. Their priority is using their hard-earned money to buy the best value for themselves and their families. They already show loyalty to their village by paying taxes and following the laws. Beyond that, they'll spend what's left to improve their lives. Jiraiya looked confused. We're all part of the same village, why does it matter? Most people in Konoha aren't exactly starving. That's where you're wrong, Hikaru continued. Take Konoha, for example. How many imported goods do you see in the markets? Just ninja tools from the land of craftsmen, right? And that's not just us. Even the other great nations buy from them. But how many people live in Konoha? Maybe a few 100,000. A few 100,000 isn't enough? Jiraiya asked incredulously. He looked ready to argue, but Orochimaru quietly interrupted him. Jiraiya, compared to the entire land of fire, Konoha's population is minuscule. You realize the total population of the fire country is in the millions, right? Possibly tens of millions. Jiraiya blinked. Wait, really? That many? Tsunade sighed at his clueless expression. Jiraiya, how long does it take you to run around the entire village? If I go all out? Maybe an hour. And how long would it take you to run around the whole land of fire? The whole country? About a week, I guess. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 191, Target. Destroy the entire Kirigakure. As Jiraiya's voice gradually faded, the weight of what Uchiha Hikaru had said began to settle over him. Only now did he truly realize how small Konoha was compared to the vastness of the fire country. At that moment, Tsunade gave Uchiha Hikaru a quick blink, a signal between them. Hikaru nodded in understanding. Yes, Hokage-sama is right. I'm sure you all know that only a select group of wealthy and powerful shinobi can afford to live within a ninja village. But the majority of civilians may never set foot in a ninja village in their entire lives. They're poor. They simply don't have the money. Jiraiya, do you get what I mean? For example, do you remember your time in the Land of Rain? At those words, Jiraiya immediately thought of the 3 orphans he once trained. Nagato. Konan. Yahiko. Now, they'd all taken separate paths from him. He shook his head, pulling his mind away from memories, and looked back at Hikaru. Despite everything, he still disagreed. The Land of Rain ended up like that because of the war, he argued. If peace were restored, it wouldn't be that poor anymore. Hikaru's gaze deepened, full of quiet disappointment. How can Jiraiya, of all people, not see this? He's traveled through the entire shinobi world for decades. He's given everything in pursuit of peace, following the Toad Sage's prophecy, seeking the child of prophecy. How could he not understand something so simple? He looked around the room again. But it wasn't just Jiraiya. Most of the people present wore puzzled expressions. Only a few had serious, contemplative looks. Then someone spoke. Senior Jiraiya, you're wrong. Poverty doesn't come from war. It comes from oppression. It was Hayashi Hyuga, seated near Jiraiya. Jiraiya blinked. Oppression. Hayashi nodded. There was sorrow in his eyes, and anger too, buried deep. Yes. Oppression. The village to the country. The country to its people. It's like how Danzo treated the ninja clans, like how our Hyuga main house treats the branch family. If the village lacks money, it demands funds from the daimyo. If the daimyo lacks money, he raises taxes. And in the end, the burden always falls on the common people. Didn't Danzo demand people from all the major clans? Our Hyuga clan, the main family, keeps extracting value from the branch family. By the end of his words, Hayashi's hands were clenched into fists. Everyone knew the story. His own twin brother, Hisashi, had died to protect him, sacrificed under the weight of that system. And just a few months ago, Niji had nearly been taken away under direct pressure from Danzo, who was still Hokage's advisor at the time. Hayashi's quiet fury sent a ripple through the room. Jiraiya lowered his gaze, jaw clenched. He didn't want to admit it, but reason told him it was the truth. He'd spent his entire life chasing the prophecy. The vision of the great Toad Sage. The hope that one, child of prophecy, would bring salvation to the shinobi world. But when it truly mattered, it wasn't the child of prophecy who saved the village. It was the collective uprising of the ninja clans, led by Uchiha Hikaru, that brought down Danzo and forced the third Hokage into retirement. Not a chosen one. just a group of people who stood together. Suddenly, a chill ran through Jiraiya's spine. He took a step back and bumped into the chair behind him, nearly tripping. Clatter. Heh, haha. You all continue. I need to go make dinner for Naruto. Without waiting for a response, he turned and dashed for the exit. Bang. The door slammed shut behind him with a loud crash, leaving silence in its wake. No one moved. No one spoke. Everyone in the room had heard Jiraiya boast countless times about the child of prophecy. About the peace he believed was destined to come. But this moment shattered the dream he had clung to for most of his life. Even Orochimaru looked sympathetic. He knew that kind of despair well. It was the same despair he'd felt when Itachi revealed the flaws in his reanimation technique, exposing the cracks in his pursuit of immortality. But it was Uchiha Hikaru who had given him new hope, who showed him a path beyond obsession. Hopefully, Naruto can bring Jiraiya back to his senses. Clap. Clap. Hikaru struck the blackboard with his palm twice. The sound snapped everyone back to the present. You understand now, don't you? In terms you can grasp, wars erupt because of oppression. And true peace cannot exist as long as that oppression remains. Unless everyone in the shinobi world has enough to eat and a roof over their heads, peace will remain a fantasy. That is our ultimate goal. To create a world where the dream of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha can finally come true. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then. Chozo Akimichi hesitantly raised his hand, his fingers trembling. So, how exactly did we get from business wars and cultural invasion to world peace? I don't quite get it. Could you maybe explain again? Immediately, half the room let out small sighs of relief. Thank God. He asked it first. I thought I was the only one who didn't understand. Heads subtly nodded. Nervous glances exchanged. I'm not the only fool. Thank goodness. Uchiha Hikaru stared at the group before him, holding his forehead in exasperation. Seriously. So the only people who understood the whole damn thing are Shikaku, Hayashi, Orochimaru, and Kurenai. He glanced at Tsunade. She looked back with those big, confused eyes. Oh no. Even the Hokage doesn't get it. Eyes closed face. He couldn't help but feel like a high school math teacher again. Everyone understands, right? No questions. And all the students nodded solemnly. Teacher's thoughts, good. Everyone understood. Students' thoughts, I nodded because I have no idea what you said. I thought I was the only one who didn't get it. Please, someone ask the question. And then, like a divine hero, classmate Chozo raised his hand. The true savior of the class. Finally, teacher Hikaru realized the painful truth. Most of the room was totally lost. So he sighed. No choice but to start explaining everything, all over again. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 192, Arrangement. The meeting had begun in the early afternoon and dragged on until nearly 10 at night. Uchiha Hikaru's throat was dry from hours of non-stop talking. At some point, he couldn't help but feel like a high school teacher desperately drilling students in review classes before exams. But no, that wasn't quite right. It felt more like being a stressed-out college student trying to cram an entire semester's worth of quantum theory before finals. Because, in truth, Hikaru didn't expect them to ace the exam that was the shinobi world. A passing grade, just 60 points, was good enough. After all, reshaping one's way of thinking was no easy feat even with the passive enhancement of his word spirit technique. Hikaru knew there was no way he could completely shift their perspectives in just half a day. Luckily, there were still those who caught on: Hayashi, Orochimaru, Shikaku Nara, Kurenai Yui, and Tsunade. They were like the class representatives, and now Hikaru, the overworked, guidance counselor, could finally delegate some of the heavy lifting to them. That thought alone made him smile while eating. Tsunade, seated across from him, caught the expression and raised an eyebrow. After working your ass off the whole afternoon, only a few of us actually understood it, she muttered. The rest barely even got the gist. And yet you're sitting there grinning like an idiot. Here, drink. She downed her own glass of sake in one smooth motion. Tsunade wasn't like Hikaru. Right now, she wasn't amused at all. She was frustrated. To her, the clan heads felt cold, detached, utterly disconnected from the people they were supposed to protect. They gave off the arrogance of those who believed the civilians of the shinobi world had nothing to do with them. As if even if every last commoner died, their lives would go on unaffected. But Hikaru just shrugged. This is normal. If everyone could understand in one afternoon. Well, your grandfather Hashirama and our old Uchiha leader Madara wouldn't still be turning in their graves. It's hard for people to truly understand one another. This isn't the kind of thing that gets resolved just by talking. No more speeches. Drink. Hikaru raised his cup and tilted his head back, downing it in one go. Tsunade stared at him a moment longer, then silently lifted the sake jug and took several long gulps straight from it. The liquid scorched down her throat, heating her chest and jarring her thoughts back into focus. Right, this was never supposed to be easy. Even my great-grandfather and Madara failed to do it. They split apart because they couldn't agree on the same future. Maybe I've been too naive. Off to the side, Shizen quietly ate her bowl of rice. Watching the two of them banter with soft smiles and flushed cheeks, a gentle expression settled on her face. Yep. It's definitely more cozy when it's the three of us together. That night, after a bit of a chaotic brawl between the two, Uchiha Hikaru triumphantly snatched the want rock jelly from Tsunade's hands. Afterward, Tsunade lay curled in Hikaru's arms, still catching her breath, and asked curiously. What's this? Want rock jelly you mentioned earlier? Hikaru's eyes lit up. A grin crept onto his face, and he subconsciously glanced toward the curves between Tsunade's ample peaks. Want rock jelly. It's a dessert that's a lot like pudding. Wobble wobble wobble. Isn't it, kind of similar? Tsunade's mind conjured up an image of milky white pudding swaying gently on a porcelain plate. Then her face flushed a deep red as she remembered what he had just done. Why you pervert? Get away from me. You shameless little creep. She pushed him back in a panic, but Hikaru's hand caught her wrist mid-swing. His grip was firm. After all, thanks to the Hashirama cells in his body, along with years of physical training and medicinal soaking, his physique now rivaled or even exceeded Tsunade's in raw strength. And Tsunade, well, she was already drained by their previous battle. Unlike Hikaru, she didn't have an inhuman regeneration ability to fall back on. Be good. Come on, let me see. As she kept resisting, Hikaru's hand accidentally slapped her on the butt. Smack. A jolt of tingling pain shot up her spine, and her brain fizzed like a shaken soda. Tsunade's entire face turned scarlet. For a moment, she felt like a new door had opened in her mind. It's like Columbus discovering the new world. / omega / And so. They had another fierce round, as the big bad wolf once again pounced on the helpless little lamb. The next morning, Uchiha Hikaru arrived in the bustling commercial district in western Konoha. As soon as he stepped into the area, a masked ANBU agent wearing a red and green cat mask appeared before him with a quiet swoosh. Good morning, Assistant Hokage. Hikaru looked at the masked ANBU and slowly reached out to remove the mask from his face. Starting today, you're no longer part of ANBU. Yamato froze. Wait, huh? Did I just get fired? Assistant Hokage, did I do something wrong? Hikaru raised an eyebrow at the panicking man and gave him a look. Young man, don't overthink it. Technically speaking, this is a promotion. You're no longer an ANBU team captain. You're now the deputy director of Konoha's foreign trade department. And since you're leaving ANBU, you'll need a new name. Just call me Yamato, the man replied after a pause. At that, Yamato's entire demeanor shifted. Wait, what? A promotion? I'm out of ANBU. Like, actually out. For someone like him, born in darkness, modified with Hashirama's cells, and forced to live in the shadows, this was nothing short of a dream. He'd always longed for the sunlight. But he also knew, his power, his existence, brought up painful memories for the village. Things best left buried. That happiness in his chest slowly gave way to unease. Assistant Hokage. I mean, sir. Are you sure this is appropriate? I mean, I am, you know, that bloodline. And I don't really know anything about business. Hikaru smiled like he'd seen this conversation coming a mile away. Don't worry about your bloodline. If the time comes, use your wood release freely. And if anyone asks, just say it's a technique developed by Konoha's Ninjutsu Science Research Institute. He waved a hand forward. Together, they turned toward the vast clearing ahead of them. Hikaru raised his fist in front of Yamato. Yamato. It's time to put that wood release to good use. For the sake of the village, use wood release, multiple house technique on this land. Realization dawned on Yamato. So this is what being Deputy Minister of Foreign Trade means. With a resigned sigh, he formed hand seals and slammed both palms to the ground. Wood release, multiple house technique. Chakra surged from his body, draining fast. His skin paled. But the results were immediate. Thick wooden pillars erupted from the earth, winding together like vines. Trunks, floors, supports, all grew and shaped into 6 beautiful, grand, traditional-style wooden buildings. An entire district of commerce, raised in seconds. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Preparation. Assist you, sir. With my current chakra levels, 6 houses of this size are my limit. Uchiha Hikaru looked at Yamato, who was visibly drained, and for a rare moment, felt a slight pang of guilt. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and took out a special military ration pill, placing it into Yamato's hand. 6 is enough for now. Eat this first. If it's not enough later, we'll just build more. The first part of the sentence made Yamato breathe a sigh of relief, but the second half made him question his entire life. Ah, this guy's gonna work me to death. Underscore. After swallowing the pill, Yamato felt his chakra begin to recover quickly. His pale face regained some color. Uchiha Hikaru handed him an official appointment scroll, then turned around and began to leave, tossing out one more task before he went. Next, for the interiors, find a few craftsmen and buy furniture. Decorate the exteriors too. I'm leaving that to you. Don't forget to add some green belts. Yamato stared at Hikaru's retreating figure and suddenly felt like the appointment scroll in his hands was cursed. I've stepped into the sunlight, but somehow, life still feels harder than when I was in ANBU. Underscore. Uchiha Hikaru didn't linger, he headed straight to the underground ninjutsu science research institute hidden behind Hokage Rock. Orochimaru was inside, nose buried in a scroll, not even looking up. Do you have some new project for me, Hikaru? I'm already swamped with research. Still trying to crack the caged bird seal. If you've got something, just say it. I'll make time later. Hikaru walked up and placed a scroll onto Orochimaru's desk without a word. You'll find it simple enough. Once you're done, just have Anko deliver it to Kurenai. I have another matter, something more important, I need your help with. That caught Orochimaru's attention. He set down his scroll and turned to face Hikaru. Oh. What is it? I'll be leaving Konoha soon, Hikaru said calmly. I'm heading to the Land of Wind to locate the Dragon Vein and use its power to push my Mangekyō Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru's expression shifted as he recalled a particular classified mission. The 4th Hokage once tapped into the Dragon Vein's power. I remember. He sealed it personally, but after the mission, he seemed to forget everything about it. Even Aburame Shibi and Akimichi Choza, who were with him, lost all memory of what happened. Hikaru tossed Orochimaru another scroll. I figured it out while going through old mission logs. The clues were buried there. I have no siblings, he added. Even if I did, I wouldn't sacrifice their eyes to obtain the eternal Mangekyō. So, I had to find another path. Orochimaru opened the scroll. It described the massive chakra reserves of the Dragon Vein but said little else. But you already have Hashirama cells in your body, Orochimaru noted. You shouldn't have to worry about blindness. Wait, could it be the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan continues to evolve in power? Hikaru took back the scroll and tucked it into his cloak. I'm no longer at risk of going blind, yes. But my current pupil strength is still far from what's required. Only the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan can unlock the full potential of the Uchiha bloodline. And it's one of the prerequisites for evolving into the Rinnegan. At that, Orochimaru's mind snapped to the leader of the Akatsuki, the men rumored to possess the Rinnegan. He'd been so focused on his recent research that he had nearly forgotten the threat the Akatsuki posed to the shinobi world. True, after all, that man has already awakened the Rinnegan. But even if you reach the eternal Mangekyō, can you really stand against him? The Rinnegan is the evolved form of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, after all. A wave of intense chakra suddenly burst from Uchiha Hikaru. It surged through the room like a thunderclap, thick and heavy like a living force. Dark violet bones began to materialize around him, Susanoo, its skeletal frame forming without any visible use of pupil power. I can now use Susanoo without activating my eyes, Hikaru said coolly. No matter how strong the Akatsuki leader is, so what? If he were truly that powerful, Madara and Hashirama would have conquered the world back then. He's just another insect. Even now, I could crush him. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. This man carried both the power of Wood Release and the Mangekyō Sharingan. The combination was terrifying, perhaps even equal to the legends of old. This guy, with this level of power, and he's still so damn cautious. Underscore. After leaving Orochimaru's lab, Hikaru made his way straight to Anko's research facility. As soon as he opened the door, Anko looked up. The next second, a snake slithered from her sleeve, wrapping around the ceiling beam above him, and she launched a cheeky smirk. Well, Hokage's right hand himself. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? What's a humble researcher like me supposed to do to entertain such an important guest? Before Hikaru could respond, Anko slid into his arms, letting him carry her over to her desk as she sat on the edge, legs swinging. Her lab coat slipped from her shoulders, revealing a tight purple top that clung to every curve. The fabric rose and fell with each breath, warping against her body in a way that made Hikaru's temperature spike. Haven't seen you in your old combat gear lately, Hikaru noted, eyes flicking down. Trying out a new look. Anko stretched, hands behind her head, and her ponytail came loose as the tie slipped free. I'm always holed up in the lab. No missions. So why bother dressing like I'm heading to war every day? You don't like this look? Isn't it pretty? Her movements, her voice, every bit of it was calculated to tease. And it worked. Hikaru could feel the heat creeping down his neck. His body reacted before his brain could catch up. Anko, we're not at home. Are you sure this is the right place? Anko blinked innocently, eyes sparkling with mischief. Hokage-sama's assistant, I don't understand what you mean. This is my official lab uniform. If there's anything improper, you'd better teach me how to fix it. Hikaru grabbed both her wrists. The look in his eyes grew darker, hotter. Then as Hokage's assistant, it's my job to instruct you thoroughly. He didn't even bother setting up a barrier. They were underground. Sound didn't carry easily here. And this was a research lab, built with natural soundproofing from the stone and insulation. Nothing would escape. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Farewell. A week had passed. From the sky above Konoha, one could see the flow of people across the village streets converging toward a single location, the newly established Foreign Trade Department on West Street. Every now and then, one could spot high-ranking officials of Konoha, as well as clan leaders and elders from prominent families. At that moment, Shikaku Nara was guiding a horse-drawn cart loaded with crates of medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs for clearing heat and detoxifying included honeysuckle, forsythia, isatis root, and berberine. Those that promoted blood circulation and dispelled stasis, peach kernel, safflower, salvia, and chuanxiong. Herbs that relieved pain and expelled wind, ligusticum, nodoterigium, sapochnikovia, and gentiana. And tonics that strengthened the body and aided digestion, cotinopsis, astragalus, atractylodes, and tangerine peel. These were all common medicinal herbs in Konoha, typically used to help regulate civilians' bodies. As for the rare and expensive ones with higher potency, such as cordyceps, ginseng, and reishi mushrooms, those wouldn't be casually exported. Even so, this shipment alone was substantial. After all, the environment in Kirigakure was damp and rainy year-round. Not only was it difficult to cultivate crops, but civilians there frequently suffered from chronic ailments due to the humidity. In Konoha, these herbs were commonplace. But in Kirigakure, they had once been luxuries only available to the wealthy. As Shikaku checked the scroll in his hand, one that listed the market prices of these medicinal goods in Kirigakure, he was constantly recalculating and adjusting the numbers based on the shipment's contents. He then led several clan members toward the Foreign Trade Department to find Yui Kurenai. After all, without the proper seal and authorization from the Foreign Trade Department, this batch of goods couldn't legally leave the village or be delivered to Kirigakure. As for tariffs, Konoha's export duty was 5%, and the import duty was 10%. Kirigakure had adopted the same rates. That meant for every 100 ryo worth of goods traded between the two villages, a total of 15 ryo in taxes would be collected. When Ao had first negotiated tariffs with Uchiha Hikaru, he had been shocked by Konoha's generosity. Because in truth, once trade began, Konoha would certainly export more goods to Kirigakure than it would import, meaning Kirigakure would collect more tax revenue than Konoha. Kirigakure's exports, mostly seafood, were comparatively limited. Frankly, Konoha didn't mind collecting a bit more tax on those imports. Inside the Foreign Trade Department office, Kurenai was reviewing documents non-stop. She was responsible for overseeing large-scale commodity transactions, while smaller vendor applications were processed by a team of clerks on the lower floor. Many of those clerks were from the Uchiha clan, former police force members who had worked under Fugaku and Uchiha Hikaru for over half a year. Now, under the guidance of Kurenai and Hikaru, they'd picked up the basics of trade operations within days. Whenever they encountered something difficult, they could send the case up to Kurenai, or ask Shikaku Nara for help. Yes, Shikaku also held a position within the Foreign Trade Department, an honorary title as director. It was largely symbolic. The position didn't exist before, and he had gone to Uchiha Hikaru to request it personally. Though he held no real authority, it gave him access to sensitive data within the department. And that data, in the right hands, it could reveal far more than surface-level trade. Not to mention, it was a way for his clan to earn extra profit. Uchiha Hikaru hadn't objected to Shikaku's intentions. After all, if someone had the brains to work harder and earn more, why not? But Hikaru added 2 conditions. First, if anyone in the Foreign Trade Department asked Shikaku a question, he had to answer, no excuses, even if he was busy. Second, he was to assist Kurenai whenever possible, to share some of her burden. Yamato, the deputy minister, had been recruited solely for construction purposes and security. No one expected him to contribute much beyond that. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikaru stood on the rooftop of the Hokage building, gazing at the bustling activity of the Foreign Trade Department with a contented smile. Half a month of peace talks with the Kirigakure delegation, and another week of non-stop meetings. At last, it's over. Finally, not my problem anymore. At his side, Tsunade rested her right hand on his left arm, watching the lively village with him. The village was thriving. Her lover stood beside her. For Tsunade, this was a rare moment of peace, like everything in life had finally come together. Not your problem, huh? She said, raising an eyebrow. If things are slow at the police department, you can help me with the paperwork. As Hokage's assistant, it's perfectly reasonable for you to support the Hokage. She rolled her eyes at him. Uchiha Hikaru gently nudged her forehead away from his shoulder, a hint of melancholy appearing on his face. I'm afraid I won't have time, Lady Hokage. I'll be leaving the village soon. Tsunade froze. Her arm slipped from his, and she stepped in front of him, frowning. Leaving the village? Why now? Everything's finally settled. Uchiha Hikaru raised a hand and tapped near his eye socket. The Mangekyō Sharingan eventually causes blindness. I never told you before, but my vision has already begun to fail. The constant strain has damaged my eyes. He reached out and gently touched Tsunade's cheek. I don't want you to wake up one day and find I've disappeared. Impossible. Tsunade muttered. She refused to believe it. She shoved him to the ground, knelt beside him, and pressed glowing green chakra against his eyes. But as her chakra probed deeper, her expression crumbled. Her pupils trembled. Tears spilled down her cheeks. The optic nerves. She whispered. They've been nearly burned out by chakra. She couldn't speak any further. Uchiha Hikaru sat up and pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back. Don't worry. I won't lose my vision so easily. I'm leaving the village to find a way to restore it. This is the Uchiha clan's deepest secret. He leaned in close and whispered into her ear, revealing the truth about the Mangekyō Sharingan and how the eternal Mangekyō could be awakened. Even after hearing everything, Tsunade still couldn't understand how he intended to restore his eyesight without stealing another Uchiha's eyes. Her thoughts darkened. Was Hikaru planning to disappear somewhere and die quietly? She feared that once the other nations learned of his condition, they would seize the opportunity. The Akatsuki's Rinnegan-wielding leader would surely act. To her, it seemed like Hikaru was stalling, buying time for Konoha to prepare. Her shoulders began to tremble with fresh sobs. I haven't finished explaining yet, don't cry. You're the 5th Hokage. You can't cry this easily. Tsunade punched his chest hard. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. I won't let you die alone. Die alone. Uchiha Hikaru sighed. I'm not going to die. I'm going to the Dragon Vein. What? The Dragon Vein, Tsunade. Oh. Now it was her turn to be embarrassed. She wiped her tears with his sleeve and cleared her throat. Ahem. Well then, as Hokage's assistant, you'd better explain this solution to me properly. Uchiha Hikaru looked at her, arms crossed, her face serious, but her eyes still swollen, tear tracks glistening. He struggled not to laugh. Didn't the 4th Hokage go there once? The Dragon Vein holds vast chakra, more powerful than even the tailed beasts. I plan to fuse that time-space chakra into my eyes to reverse time flow, and restore my vision. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. You think I'm stupid? Uchiha Hikaru broke into a cold sweat. Crap. I overdid the illusion to make my eyes deteriorate, is she seeing through it? Winky face. No matter how powerful that chakra is, it can't restore burnt-out nerves. If it could, everything I've learned in medical ninjutsu would be a joke. What are you really doing? Don't tell me, you've got some little mistress out there. Uchiha Hikaru flicked her on the forehead. What the hell are you thinking? The Dragon Vein contains time-space chakra. Didn't Minato record it? I'm not healing with chakra. I'm using time itself to reverse the damage. See? That's totally different. So that's your plan. But what if it doesn't work? Hikaru grabbed her by the shoulders and began shaking her gently. The chakra has already merged with my eyes. There's no way I'll go blind again. Snap out of it. It's over, my beautiful, smart, generous Tsunade-sama has become brain dead. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Tsunade's world spun as he jostled her, until she broke free with a huff. Fine, fine. I get it. But, how long will you be gone? They stood together on the Hokage building rooftop, arms resting on the rail. It could be as short as a year, or as long as 3 or 4. This method is written in the Uchiha ancestral records, but no one has ever tried it before. So I need to be cautious. Of course, Hikaru wasn't being entirely honest. His real reason for visiting the Dragon Vein wasn't just vision restoration. Lately, he'd been having vivid dreams, fragments of memories that didn't belong to this life. Visions of himself in strange robes, like ancient shinobi sages. Like something out of the old legends. He suspected it had to do with his soul, his past life, and he believed the Dragon Vein might help unlock the truth. But he could never tell anyone that. If the truth came out, that he came from another world, it would be too dangerous. If the shinobi world turned on him like they did the Otsutsuki, he'd be hunted by everyone. At that moment, Tsunade stared at him, silently realizing the danger of his plan. She finally understood the real risk, that the Dragon Vein's chakra might not just touch the optic nerves, it could burn straight into his brain. She clenched his hand. Then, without a word, she pulled him and ran straight toward the Senju compound. Why are we suddenly running home? But when he saw her flushed face, he understood. Tsunade's back was to him, her voice trembling slightly. You're leaving soon. And you'll be gone for a long time. Spend more time with me. Yeah, he'd noticed. These past nights, she'd been unusually energetic. With her youthful appearance and restored vitality, she was in her prime again. As soon as they entered the house, Tsunade shoved Hikaru onto the couch. Then the living room, the kitchen, the bedroom, even the bathtub. Nothing was spared. By the time Tsunade collapsed onto the bed, Hikaru could barely move. Okay, you can leave tomorrow. He groaned and stared at the ceiling. From morning until 9 p.m. Tsunade today was absolutely insane. He hadn't realized she'd secretly prepared so many outfits. All kinds. After Hikaru left, Tsunade curled under the blanket, her fingers resting gently on her lower abdomen. With this many rounds, I should be able to get pregnant. A warm smile touched her lips, her eyes sparkling with maternal light. She didn't say it aloud, but Hikaru already understood. They both knew. But deep down, Hikaru also knew the chances were slim. The physical difference between them now was immense. Conceiving might not be possible. Not unless Tsunade awakened would release someday. The next morning, Uchiha Hikaru stood before Hokage Rock one last time, gazing down at the village he loved. Everything's arranged. Time to go. A/N, his Mangekyō is not truly eternal Mangekyō and the rewards from system just provided temporary eternal Mangekyō. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Thrilling. It took Uchiha Hikaru about a week to leave Konoha and reach the borders of the Land of Wind. Because he wasn't just rushing to his destination. During that time, he stopped by several towns within the Land of Fire. He deliberately took time to observe the daily lives of the local villagers and inquire about various bits of regional information. Along the way, he encountered quite a few merchants from the Land of Fire, driving horse-drawn carriages loaded with goods, all headed toward Konoha. After chatting with them, one kind-hearted old man even mistook Uchiha Hikaru for a wandering ninja and tried to hire him as a bodyguard for their caravan to Konoha, hoping to cash in on the business boom. But Uchiha Hikaru politely turned them all down. He was only interested in one thing, determining whether the trade agreement between Konoha and Kirigakure would genuinely stimulate the economies of both nations. It seemed that among the common folk, there were still many sharp minds. Though it had only been half a month since the contract was announced, some savvy merchants had already sniffed out the business opportunity. Konoha's official plan was to delay opening the trade routes to outsiders for the first 2 weeks, giving itself time to monopolize Kirigakure's markets. But clearly, the people didn't wait. These experienced grassroots merchants had already taken action. Uchiha Hikaru couldn't help but sigh with admiration. No matter the world, working people had their own kind of wisdom. This was the first time Uchiha Hikaru had ever personally investigated the life of civilians in the shinobi world. Though life in the Land of Fire was relatively harsh, most households still had enough to eat and managed to get by. But as he journeyed farther, the sky grew darker. Ominous clouds began to gather and swell, until they completely engulfed the heavens above. Uchiha Hikaru looked up at the gloomy sky. Rain started to fall, pattering against his cloak. Looks like I've entered the land of rain. The Mangekyō Sharingan swirled to life in his eyes as he scanned the falling raindrops. Each droplet shimmered faintly with traces of chakra. The chakra was incredibly subtle, so weak that even a fully matured Sharingan might miss it. Word Spirit, Conceal. He immediately activated his Word Spirit ability, masking his chakra presence completely. Far away, inside a Mangekyō, within the towering iron spire at its center, an array of steel pipes extended from the back wall into a massive chakra conduit. Inside the device sat Nagato. His eyes suddenly snapped open. Konan, standing behind him, immediately sensed the change. She looked at Nagato's withered body and pale face, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Nagato, what's wrong? Nagato slowly withdrew his right hand from the interface, a look of hesitation in his eyes. Just now, while using my Rain Tiger at Will technique, I thought I sensed a powerful chakra signature on the western border of the Land of Rain. That's my weakest area of perception. I'm not certain. I'll increase my chakra output and check again. He formed a seal with one hand, and his chakra surged through the machine beneath him, channeling upward through the connected iron tubes. It shot into the storm clouds above. At that moment, Uchiha Hikaru noticed a sudden, drastic change in the weather. The dark clouds thickened, and the rain intensified instantly. Oh! Looks like his Rinnegan picked up something after all. If it were truly Uchiha Madara himself, he might be able to pierce through my concealment. But you're just a puppet, and you think you can peek at me? Ridiculous. Uchiha Hikaru scoffed under his breath, then turned and continued deeper into the rain country, ignoring the shifting sky. Back in Mangekyō, Nagato panted heavily, his face scrunched in frustration after executing the massive scale technique. No. I can't sense anything. I can't be wrong. I know I felt something. How can someone evade the perception of my Rinnegan? Konan's expression changed the moment she heard that last part. Evaded perception. A long-sealed memory stirred within her, a buried truth she'd tried to forget. The door to that memory creaked open once more, dust falling away. Her instincts screamed at her. It might be him. Let me go check it out, Konan said quietly. Countless paper cranes fluttered to life behind her, folding into two wide paper wings. Without waiting, she launched herself into the sky. Konan, I don't have enough chakra to deploy the 6 paths of pain right now. Nagato called out. Be careful. Konan turned back briefly, offering a soft smile. That fleeting smile made Nagato pause in a daze. It's all right, she said calmly. Even if I run into someone strong, no one can keep me here. The paper wings snapped once, and she vanished into the rain. Nagato stared blankly after her. I've never seen Konan smile like that before. Then he lowered his gaze, looked at his trembling hands, and gave a bitter chuckle. Of course. She's stuck with someone like me, trapped in this dark tower all day long. It's only natural she'd want to get a little fresh air. But even as he said it, he knew he was only lying to himself. Soaring across the skies, Konan's thoughts turned to a shadow from her past. She had never seen his face. Not truly. And yet, she had never forgotten. The memory that resurfaced now was the one she had always treasured most. Don't eat food given by others without checking it first. Use a silver needle to test for poison. When you're alone, no matter who you meet, learn to hide your heart. You have to be on guard with everyone, even me. No matter what happens, always remember, escape and stealth are your most important tools. You only have one life. The voice echoed in her mind. Konan flew faster. 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 Is it you, masked Oni-san? Please, don't leave me behind again. But Uchiha Hikaru was long gone. By the time she reached the area, the rain had washed away all traces. She landed softly, surrounded by nothing but wet earth and quiet mist. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, empty. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly felt hollow. More than 2 decades of waiting, of buried pain and longing, surged to the surface all at once. Konan collapsed to her knees in the rain, tears mixing with the downpour. The figure wearing the half-fox mask still hadn't appeared. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, A Girl Diary. Brother Mask, and Sayaka. Where are you two? How much longer do I have to wait? It wasn't until more than an hour later that Konan slowly stood up from the ground. The rain had long since washed away the tears from her face, but her eyes were still red and swollen. Her gaze regained its usual coldness and calm indifference. Fortunately, Nagato didn't send the 6 paths of pain with me. Brother Mask said that no matter what, I must learn to hide my emotions. The paper wings behind her folded back in, then flared with a gust of wind as she rose into the sky. She returned to the towering iron tower in the heart of Mangekyō not long after. Nagato, I searched the surrounding area but didn't find anything suspicious. My chakra's been heavily consumed, so I'm going back to rest for now. With that, she turned and headed straight into the depths of the tower. Nagato glanced at Konan. She looked like her usual self, expressionless, composed. Nothing seemed out of place. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated as he watched her fading figure. In the end, he said nothing. Konan. Forget it. We've been combing the land of rain non-stop. It's no surprise she's low on chakra. Konan returned to her quiet room. She sat on her soft, light purple bedsheets and reached under her pillow to pull out a somewhat worn, white notebook. She opened it slowly and began reading from the first page once again. June 39, Year 6 of the Ninja Calendar. Not long ago, Jiraiya-sensei chose to stay and accept Yihiko, Nagato, and me as his disciples. I wonder where you are now, Brother Mask. It's been 2 years since you and Sayaka disappeared. When will you two return? June 39, Year 6 of the Ninja Calendar. Sensei built us a new house today. It's beautiful. As a girl, I finally have my own room, but it doesn't feel warm like it did when I was with Brother Mask and Sayaka. June 39, Year 7 of the Ninja Calendar. Today, Nagato and Yihiko were attacked by a Wagakure ninja. I was home with Jiraiya-sensei. When I arrived, I saw Nagato's eyes, Rinnegan, ringed, violet blue. Terrifying. I still feel safest when I'm with Brother Mask and Sayaka. June 39, Year 7 of the Ninja Calendar. Sensei finally started teaching us ninjutsu today. But he trains Nagato separately every day. Is it to help him control that terrifying power? Even though we're companions, those eyes still scare me a little. Brother Mask. Sayaka. Are you two doing well? June 42, Year 7 of the Ninja Calendar. It's been 3 years of training with Jiraiya-sensei. Today, he said goodbye and returned to the village. Yihiko, Nagato, and I all felt a little empty inside. It reminded me of the day you and Sayaka left me behind. June 42, Year 7 of the Ninja Calendar. Yihiko wants to form an organization called Akatsuki. He says he wants to create a peaceful nation. It sounds so idealistic and naive, but if it could really come true, I'd want to live there with you, Brother Mask. With Sayaka, too. Maybe even with Yihiko and Nagato. June 50, Year 9 of the Ninja Calendar. Today, a man in a white mask appeared. He talked about saving the world and called Nagato the savior. It was absurd. I could feel he was trying to manipulate Nagato. He only wanted the Rinnegan's power. If Brother Mask were here, he'd definitely call him an idiot. Sayaka would too. I just know it. June 50, Year 9 of the Ninja Calendar. Yihiko and Nagato were speaking in private today. I don't know what they said, but I think it was about that masked man. I just hope those two idiots don't get brainwashed. Brother Mask, Sayaka, please knock some sense into them if you see them. June 50, Year 12 of the Ninja Calendar. Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, wants to negotiate with us. But something feels wrong. It doesn't match what you told me, Brother Mask. Our power is nowhere near equal to Hanzo's. It reeks of a trap. But Yihiko and Nagato believe it. I can't convince them. What should I do? June 50, Year 12 of the Ninja Calendar. Yihiko is dead. It was a conspiracy, Hanzo and Danzo of Konoha. I tried to warn them, but I was caught by Hidden Rain Ninja. Yihiko committed suicide to save me. Nagato's legs were crippled. He awakened the full power of the Rinnegan and used it to protect me. I'm grateful. But I also hate them for being naive. For being so foolish. Why were you so stupid, Yihiko? I told you. Brother Mask told me. We can't afford to be idealistic in this world. I hate idealists. I hate that kind of ignorance and arrogance. If you'd been rational, Yihiko wouldn't have died. Brother Mask. Sayaka, what should I do? June 50, Year 12 of the Ninja Calendar. Today should be New Year's Day. But Yihiko's death hit Nagato hard. He's not the same person anymore. He sought out the white masked man and came up with a plan to hunt the tailed beasts. It's terrifying. His mind's been poisoned. I can't reach him anymore. His thoughts are twisted, filled only with pain and peace. But he's still my companion. Brother Mask, Sayaka, what would you do? June 51, Year 13 of the Ninja Calendar. I talked to Nagato about Yihiko today. He still doesn't see Yihiko's ideals as naive. He just hates the world now. I can't reach him. But he's still our companion. Only you two can wake him up now. That's the only way to get through to a guy like Nagato. June 60, Year 15 of the Ninja Calendar. Today, a mysterious chakra appeared on the border of the Land of Rain. Nagato sensed it briefly. I didn't see the person myself. But the moment he said it, I suddenly felt. I don't know. It was like you were back. I know that's stupid. Unrealistic. But I truly felt it in my heart. Is this the woman's sixth sense you always talked about, Brother Mask? I'm 27 now. When will you come back to marry me? You promised that you'd marry both Sayaka and me. Conan gently closed the notebook. The worn white cover still held her warmth. She placed it back under her pillow, lay back down, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Don't leave me behind again. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Damn Minato Namikaze. Conan finished writing the last word slowly, gently running her fingers across the page. She closed the diary, tucked it back under her pillow, and walked to the window, gazing silently toward the west. At that same moment, Uchiha Hikaru was moving quickly across the shifting terrain, heading westward. He had spent a long time in the Land of Fire, carefully studying the lives of the villagers there, how they lived, what they ate, how trade moved between towns. As for the Land of Rain and the approaching Land of Wind, that could wait. There was no need to observe them yet. Civilians in those lands undoubtedly lived harder lives than those under the protection of Konoha. A few days later, Uchiha Hikaru followed the mapped route into a forgotten ruin. All around him were collapsed structures, shattered bricks, and scattered footprints pressed into the sand. He guessed these were the last lingering traces left by the survivors of Rorin. Uchiha Hikaru expanded his chakra sensory range to the maximum, and just as expected, 10 miles ahead, nestled within an oasis, were faint chakra signatures. Dozens of them. Satisfied that no one was nearby, he moved straight toward the center of the ruins, a massive, crumbling tower. Inside the ancient structure, he descended deeper until he found a hidden altar. A narrow, 1-meter-wide path extended out over a dark chasm, connecting the outer platform to a central pedestal. He crossed the narrow path slowly, his Mangekyō Sharingan scanning the surroundings for traps or residual chakra. In the center of the altar was a kunai stabbed into a ceiling array, one of the flying thunder god kunai. On its handle were 4 engraved words, Sword of Ninja Love. Uchiha Hikaru knelt down and pressed his palms to the ground, infusing chakra into the seal. In response, glowing rings of intricate sealing formulae spiraled out from the center. TCH. I didn't expect Minato's sealing technique to be this damn advanced, Hikaru muttered with annoyance. He studied the layers of the seal and couldn't stop himself from complaining. What the hell was going through your head, Minato? Did you really need to make it this complicated? Are you overly cautious or just bored out of your mind? Uchiha Hikaru cursed under his breath. The seal on the dragon vein was no joke. In fact, it was even more complex than the 8 trigram seal used to seal the 9 tails inside Naruto, which was already a dual 4-symbol seal. Unlike sealing a living creature, the dragon vein was a volatile, inanimate source of chakra capable of destabilizing time and space itself. To fully suppress it, Minato had stacked 4 separate seals atop one another. The outermost layer, a 5-element seal used as the locking mechanism. The second layer, a 3-party seal for internal chakra balance. The third layer, a 4-symbol seal to stabilize the dragon vein's chaotic chakra. The final core, a contract seal directly binding the dragon vein's chakra, severing any inherited ties, like those once shared with Lolan royalty. It was brilliantly done, textbook even. As Hokage, Minato had not only completed the mission but ensured that no one, not even Konoha, could exploit the dragon vein again. But for Uchiha Hikaru, who was here to break that seal, it was a nightmare. He couldn't brute force his way through. Not with this. The dragon vein wasn't just dangerous, it was a chakra bomb tied to time-space. A misstep could mean warping his limbs into separate dimensions, or worse. Trying to force it open would be like lighting a match next to a bundle of paper-wrapped explosive tags, he muttered. He had no choice but to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan and work through it seal by seal. He began with the outermost layer, the 5-element seal. Through his eyes, the complex chakra inscriptions were visible as faint glowing kanji. Wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. All 5 are present. He raised his right hand, and orbs of elemental chakra appeared in sequence, flames, wind, sparks, swirling water, and a dense clump of stone-like chakra. The 5 elements support and restrain one another. Fire, wind, fire, water, thunder. 5 elements seal, release. He slammed his palm into the ground. The outermost sealing circle flared once, then shrank and faded. 1 layer down. The second seal was more complex, the triangular stabilizing seal. Uchiha Hikaru stepped back, raised his hand, and summoned his sword, the Mangekyō Sharingan empowered weapon. The ethereal blade shimmered with ghostly blue-white flames. He guided the edge of sword to the outermost corner of the triangular formation, letting the chakra-infused blade hum against the seal. He soon heard it, a sharp crack, then several more. The lines fractured like spiderwebs. He sheathed and dropped to one knee, infusing chakra through his palms into the altar. The second layer fell apart like dried leaves in the wind. The triangle grants stability. Break the foundation and the whole thing collapses. Easy enough. But the real headache came next, the four symbols seal. Quadrilaterals are, by nature, unstable. That instability allowed Jinchuriki like Naruto to access tailed beast chakra, but in this case, it made the seal extremely dangerous to tamper with. And there was another problem. He didn't have the damn key. Minato had sealed everyone's memory about the sealing key. There wasn't even a mention of it in the original mission record. Classic Minato. Uchiha Hikaru groaned and sat cross-legged on the altar. Minato. Minato. Your damn four-symbol seal is a menace. I swear, the day I drag you out of the Pure Land, I'm putting you on sealing duty forever. And when Naruto calls me, Big Brother Hikaru, in front of you, I'm going to make him punch you twice just for fun. With that declaration, he sighed and opened his eyes again. Using the Mangekyō Sharingan, he began slowly tracing the chakra threads, unraveling the patterns. It was like working through a massive, layered labyrinth, one mistake, and it could trigger backlash. Time slipped away. 4 days and 3 nights later. Uchiha Hikaru's face was pale. His eyes were bloodshot. He was lying face down on the altar, completely exhausted. Damn you, Minato Namikaze. I'll have Naruto deck you 3 times now. And I'm telling Kushina everything, you bastard. He barely raised his hand, summoning one last time. Guard me. With that, he closed his eyes and finally succumbed to sleep. But just then, blade began to vibrate softly. A gentle glow lit up along the length of the weapon. Strangely, its frequency matched the pulsing chakra flow of the dragon vein beneath the altar. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 198, Chapter. Sword floated in the air, greedily absorbing the chakra overflowing from the dragon vein. The chakra all around was drawn inward, converging at the center of the altar. Sword hovered slowly above Uchiha Hikaru's body, who lay unconscious at the center. With Uchiha Hikaru and sword at the center, the surrounding chakra began to swirl into a vortex, pouring into both the blade and the body. At this moment, Uchiha Hikaru, deep in sleep, felt something warm enveloping him. In his dream, he once again saw himself wearing a white robe, holding a jet-black blade in his hand. It was Sword. She had appeared in his dream again. Meanwhile, outside the dream, the chakra flowing from the dragon vein was being devoured by Sword. The space itself seemed to empty, the energy vacuum consumed completely by the black blade, yet Sword still wasn't satisfied. She began circling Hikaru's unconscious form. The blade gently tapped his chest, trying to rouse him. But Hikaru lay there like a passed-out college student after finals, snoring softly and completely unaware. No matter how Sword nudged or buzzed, he didn't stir. The blade trembled, letting out a faint hum, like a girl pouting after not being fed enough. And then, as if throwing a tantrum, she shot straight toward the center of the altar, and pierced the flying thunder god kunai planted there. The kunai shattered into dust. Sword floated upward again, summoning a gust of wind that scattered the broken metal into the air. She drifted toward Hikaru, brushing her flat of the blade gently against his chest. It wasn't clear if she was brushing off the dust like a perfectionist, or, doing something more mischievous, eyes closed face. Then, Sword plunged herself into the semicircular stone at the altar center. The dragon vein's power erupted instantly. A pulse of black light spread from Sword's core, wrapping around Uchiha Hikaru's body. But even in her greedy hunger, Sword did not forget her master's order. No matter how ravenous she was, she would never feast freely until the mission was done. As the black blade absorbed the overflowing chakra, its color deepened. The altar dimmed, its light devoured by the thick darkness radiating from Sword. Suddenly, she hesitated. The chakra pouring into her had an emotion, rage and fear. Was the dragon vein itself alive? A juicy, frightened little dragon, maybe. Sword tilted in the air, then vibrated and plunged deeper into the altar. If it has a soul, fine. As long as it's tasty, I'll eat. Meanwhile, in the depths of the dragon vein, the soul of a middle-aged man cowered in the dark. If Uchiha Hikaru had seen him, he would have recognized the man instantly. Makade, the former minister of Rorin. A man who had thrown his soul into the dragon vein long ago. He also went by Baizu. Now, and Lushan huddled in terror, hoping the terrifying black blade floating above him would go away. When the seal had lifted, he thought he'd been freed. He had prepared to seize control of the dragon vein again, to fulfill his delusion of ruling the world. But instead, he found himself imprisoned, sealed within the chakra itself. Worse still, the dragon vein hadn't become part of him. He had become part of it. Even when he tried using its chakra, he could barely manipulate it, and that overflow earlier. It had been his desperate cry for help. And now that chakra was being eaten. Eaten by a black sword with a will of its own. His rage exploded. The dragon vein belonged to him. How dare anyone else touch it? That fury, pouring into the chakra, was what made Sword pause. But Sword didn't care. Delicious chakra is still delicious chakra. Time passed. An entire day went by. The dragon vein's chakra was now only half of what it once was. Sword spun slowly, black light radiating from her body. And finally, after a full day and night, Uchiha Hikaru began to stir. His eyelashes fluttered, and his body shifted. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was the surge of chakra around him. Enemy. No. This presence, it's familiar. My sword. He sat up suddenly, and then saw it. A massive, floating black egg. Huh. He blinked. Then blinked again. Thousands of mental alpacas began stampeding through his head. Winky face. This chakra. He stepped closer to the egg. Sword. The black egg trembled lightly, as if answering him. My sword, turned into an egg. Uchiha Hikaru's face contorted with disbelief and a tinge of disgust. His mind couldn't help but wander. One day, in battle with Uchiha Madara, the great Madara wielding his war fan and scythe with godlike might, and he, Hikaru, stood across from him, summoning a giant black egg. Cue internal screaming. As if sensing her master's horrified thoughts, the black egg began bouncing on the ground. Violent chakra surged from within, and cracks formed across the shell. Hikaru took a cautious step back. Don't tell me this is Kundan. Suddenly, chakra exploded from within, and the black egg shattered. Stupid master. You're the little black guy. A burst of chakra lit the altar, and standing before Hikaru was a lowly-sized girl, about 1.4 meters tall, with long black hair and fiery eyes. The light reflected off her skin like polished jade. Hikaru's Mangekyō Sharingan activated instinctively. He blinked again. Wah. The egg shards floated in the air, transforming into threads of black chakra, wrapping around the girl to form a gorgeous jet-black dress. She landed gently, her bare feet creating ripples of black chakra on the stone floor as she stepped toward him. She tilted her head, scrutinizing him. That's not right, master. When did you get so big? Still stunned, Hikaru muttered, isn't it more like, you're too small? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. I must still be dreaming. How the hell did my sword become a sword girl? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 199, Absorbing Dragon Veins. Sword looked down at her hands and her much smaller body, then jumped up. Why am I so small? No, something's not right. The little girl thought for a moment. Then, as if something clicked, realization flashed across her face. I get it. It must be because I didn't absorb enough chakra. No problem. I'll just take a few more gulps. Sword turned around, ready to absorb more chakra from the dragon vein to restore her full form. But as soon as she turned, she felt her wrist get pulled, and looked back. Her gaze met Uchiha Hikaru's. The warm, knowing smile on his face made Sword pause. Didn't I tell you to protect me while I was unconscious? Hikaru said softly. You glutton. You already devoured half the dragon vein's chakra. If I let you keep going like this, what's going to be left for me? Come back. It's my turn now. Sword froze, then scratched the back of her head awkwardly. Master, I just woke up, and I was super hungry, I couldn't help myself. Then, without another word, she dissolved into a stream of black mist and returned to the seal on Hikaru's right hand. Master, I'll leave the rest to you. Make sure to find me some more tasty chakra later, okay? I've only recovered halfway. Her voice echoed directly in Hikaru's consciousness. For a moment, Hikaru just stood there, expression caught somewhere between amusement and disbelief. He still hadn't fully come to terms with the fact that his blade had become a sword spirit in the form of a little girl. He rubbed his temples and sighed. Ah. What kind of karma is this? Whatever. I should deal with the important stuff first. As curious as Hikaru was about Sword's current transformation, absorbing the dragon vein's remaining chakra took priority. Hikaru sat cross-legged in the center of the altar and pressed both palms onto the semicircular stone slab. He began to absorb the remaining chakra from the altar. Deep beneath the flow of the dragon vein's chakra, Makade, whose soul was fused into the vein itself, sensed his power being drawn away again. As the chakra levels dropped, he gradually noticed something. His ability to manipulate the chakra was beginning to improve, little by little. From only being able to stir a sliver of chakra before, he could now control about 1/10 of what remained. It wasn't much, but it was enough to reignite his hope. Let him absorb a little more. Maybe I can manipulate him into becoming my ally. Then I'll return to the past again, and this time, I'll rewrite everything. Konoha's shinobi. Sarah, just wait. This time, you'll all pay. Mangekyō was already planning his revenge. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikaru, above the surface, had no idea there was still a living soul sealed inside the dragon vein. He had long since assumed Mangekyō was dead. And now that the men had become part of the dragon vein itself, unless he exposed himself willingly, Hikaru wouldn't have noticed anything. Right now, the dense purple chakra of the dragon vein surged violently as Hikaru continued absorbing it through his palms. Chakra flowed from his hands, racing up his arms and toward his eyes. The sheer intensity of it made his eyes ache as if they were swelling from the pressure. TCH, a mere dragon vein dares to resist me. Do you not know who I am? I am Uchiha Hikaru. In the next moment, his Mangekyō Sharingan flared to life. He used the cold, forceful chakra of the Uchiha clan, along with his formidable eye power, to suppress the unruly chakra coursing through his body. Before long, the once frenzied chakra of the dragon vein had calmed, tamed like a beast brought to heel, and was absorbed steadily by both Hikaru's body and Mangekyō. He could feel his body changing. The chakra extended from his eyes along the optic nerves and reached deep into his brain, where it began hammering at a seal embedded in his mind. Azura and Indra. Fragments of a conversation with the two. Then came flashes of memory, scenes from another world. Though broken and incomplete, the memories were enough to spark recognition in Hikaru's mind. There was a seal, not one meant to restrict him, but more like a container. A box that held the rest of his soul. Its power wasn't even sealed tightly, more like it had been left there waiting for him to find it. As he continued drawing chakra from the dragon vein, Hikaru directed a sliver of it deeper into his consciousness. Xiantian continent. Mystic realm. Heavenly rank. Sword. Nascent soul. Failed to overcome the heavenly tribulation. More and more familiar memories resurfaced, ones he had glimpsed before in dreams. At last, it all came together. He wasn't just a shinobi of this world. He was a soul reincarnated across 3 lifetimes, one who had made a pact with Azura and Indra long ago. And the Otsutsuki clan was still out there, looming in the future. He also realized the origin of the sword spirit, Sword. She wasn't just a sentient weapon. She was his original spiritual weapon from his first life, his natal blade. After thousands of years of cultivation, Sword had awakened her own consciousness. And in their final tribulation, the two had perished together. Somehow, she had reincarnated with him, and taken form once again in this world. Her earlier comment about only being half recovered now made perfect sense. In his memories, Sword's original form was that of a graceful woman in elegant black robes, refined and commanding. Now she was, a hungry little loli hopping around the altar. For all. Hikaru didn't really mind, but Sword probably wasn't too thrilled. With a deep breath, he pulled his thoughts back from the memories and focused once more on the chakra in front of him. His Mangekyō Sharingan flared again, and the dragon vein continued pouring chakra into him. Eventually, the energy began to feel overwhelming. Pain shot through his eyes. He could feel it, his Mangekyō was evolving. He was reaching for something greater. But something about it didn't add up. If this were just bloodline evolution, it should stop at the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Yet his soul still held the purest essences of Azura and Indra. Even with all this chakra, he suspected it wasn't enough, not yet, to reach the Rinnegan. It was then that a figure appeared before him, projected by the chakra of the dragon vein. I wonder. Would you consider forming an alliance with me? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 200, purple light rising into the sky, a sign of chaos in the ninja world. You are. Uchiha Hikaru stared at the slovenly-looking man in front of him, not recognizing him at first glance. After all, this guy was just some third-rate villain from an old movie, hardly worth his attention. Mangekyō's hazy, semi-transparent figure slowly emerged from the depths of the dragon vein and floated up toward the altar. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mangekyō said politely. I am Mangekyō, once a minister of the ancient kingdom of Roran. Many years ago, a group of rogue ninja from Konoha attempted to seize control of the dragon vein. To stop them, I asked our queen, Sarah, to seal me within the dragon vein, ensuring its chakra wouldn't fall into their hands. Hikaru's brow furrowed as memory stirred. Wait a second, wasn't this the centipede bastard who tried to take over the world? His inner evaluation, a delusional idiot making up fairy tales. But outwardly, Hikaru frowned as if considering something seriously. Rebel ninja from Konoha. That's an unforgivable crime, he said coldly. Makede's heart nearly leapt out of his chest in excitement. He'd heard long ago that the Uchiha clan had once been at odds with Konoha. Clearly, the men in front of him bore a deep grudge. That could be exploited. Exactly, my friend, Makede said, leaning in conspiratorially. I've long since died. This projection of mine exists solely to make one final request of you. Join me. Use the remaining spacetime chakra of the dragon vein to travel back into the past. Help me rewrite the fate of Rorin. If you agree, all the remaining dragon vein chakra will be yours. And my soul will finally be free from this prison. Hikaru stifled a laugh and continued to listen as Makede rambled on like some grand actor in a cheap stage play. The guy was surprisingly convincing. He almost deserved an award. Still playing along, Hikaru nodded solemnly, acting like the selfless, benevolent Uchiha he most definitely was not. At that moment, Makede felt like he had complete control of the situation. There was only 1/5 of the dragon vein chakra left. Not enough to seize power or return to the past alone. But if he could get Uchiha Hikaru to help him channel it, maybe, just maybe. He hadn't even decided how to broach the request when. I'm in, Hikaru said calmly. Minister Makede, I've already absorbed most of the dragon vein's power. If we're going to use it to return to the past, you'll need help. I'll lend you my chakra. Without hesitation, Hikaru's body surged with a powerful current of chakra. Makede laughed maniacally, throwing his head back as if already victorious. Ha 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 ha. Truly, you are a hero of justice, Uchiha Hikaru. On behalf of all the people of ancient Rorin, I thank you. With that, Makede's spectral form dissolved into multicolored light and plunged back into the dragon vein. Merging with the torrent of chakra Hikaru had released, it burst skyward like a beam piercing the heavens. High-voltage collision. A massive purple pillar of light erupted from the ground. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Shizun turned toward the window, wide-eyed. Lady Tsunade, look. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the distant light. That direction. Hikaru, is that you? In Tsunade's Kazekage building, Raza immediately summoned the ANBU hiding in the shadows. Move out. Something massive has appeared. It could be a relic of the Sage of Six Paths, or at the very least, a vast chakra reserve. In Kumogakure, the Raikage shattered his 14th desk of the month with a single punch. Mabui sighed, not even surprised anymore. Lord Raikage, that's the 14th table. Mabui, this is no time for furniture. A barked. Summon all Jonin and ANBU immediately. We head for the land of wind. That light must signal the appearance of the Six Paths' noble phantasms. Maybe even the ones stolen by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. We're taking them back. In Iwagakure, Anoki flew out the window of his office, staring down the purple aurora to the south with greed blazing in his eyes. Konoha and Kirigakure won't act for now. Kumo and Suna are the only competition. TCH, Iwagakure will claim it. Yellow, assemble the shinobi forces. Prepare for war. This noble phantasm will belong to us. Elsewhere, within the Akatsuki hideout, Nagato gazed coldly at the light piercing the sky. That chakra, overwhelming. Even a god like me would struggle to contain it. This power must belong to someone divine. Obito, begin preparations. We're heading to the land of wind. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikaru was completely unaware of the chaos he had just unleashed across the shinobi world. Within the blinding pillar of chakra, Makede carefully controlled the time-space energy, calculating. If I send this Uchiha to the moment the Konoha brat first appeared, he might help me change everything. As for me, I'll go even further back, and build my strength in secret. This time, you damn yellow-haired kid, you'll die without even a grave. But what Makede didn't realize, was that every single move of his had been seen through by Hikaru from the start. He thought he was manipulating the Uchiha. How laughable. Because Hikaru had an idea, a truly insane one. The current dragon vein has been mostly drained by me. But if I go back in time, when it was still full, could I absorb that version too? Would I end up with 2 sources of dragon vein chakra? Sword was still only half recovered. Her full power as a weapon spirit hadn't yet returned. The Mangekyō Sharingan was saturated, yes, but still far from full evolution. He could feel the eyes evolving, but they hadn't yet crossed the final threshold. Would they become the Rinnegan? Something else? He didn't know. But that wouldn't stop him. Back when he was still a chakra cultivator, this was his style, no restrictions, no fear. And sure, maybe he'd slept with too many priestesses and gotten hunted down by half the world's elite shinobi clans. But that was ancient history. In his first life, he thought he could solo the world after passing his final trial. Too bad one of those holy maidens turned out to be a complete yandere who licked a soul seal onto his foot during their first night together. She tried to die with him, just to keep him for herself. Good thing he got reincarnated. In this life, no more random flings, probably. Just as he was recalling those insane first life memories, everything shifted. The scene around him warped. A dim light flickered. In front of him, a blonde-haired boy lay unconscious. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 201, Naruto, Princess of Rorin, Sarah. Hikaru slowly walked to Naruto's side and crouched down. Looking at the 16-year-old Naruto in front of him, he couldn't help but feel curious. This Naruto. Which timeline is he from? Is it the one who knows me, calls me Brother Hikaru when he sees me? Or is it the Shippuden-era Naruto, who didn't even know his father was the fourth Hokage and was proficient only in talk no jutsu? Uchiha Hikaru raised his right hand and gently patted Naruto's cheek. Crack, crack. Hey, wake up. Don't sleep. I know teenagers sleep like the dead, but this is a bit much. How can you just knock out cold like this? Naruto, lying unconscious, stirred at the sound of a man's voice and the sensation of something lightly tapping his cheek. Ugh. Naruto sat up groggily, rubbing his eyes. Didn't I just get swallowed by the dragon vein? Where's Yamato-sensei? He blinked and looked up, right into the face of a handsome man with long black hair, clad in a sleek Konoha combat uniform. Especially striking was the Konoha forehead protector on the man's brow. It caught Naruto off guard. Oni-san. You're a Konoha ninja too. Seeing Naruto's confused expression, Hikaru immediately understood. So, this is the Shippuden Naruto. That confirms it, he'd somehow traveled back into the main timeline of the original series. Then he remembered what Azura and Indra had warned him about. The ninja world he now stood in wasn't supposed to exist. If that was the case, Hikaru could more or less guess the reason. From the moment he unified the Uchiha clan during the clan meeting, the timeline had likely veered into unknown territory. That must be why Obito secretly stirred up Kirigakure to launch war against Konoha. But that didn't matter. There were only a handful of people in this world who could threaten Uchiha Hikaru. Nagato with his Rinnegan, Madara revived through impure world reincarnation, and Black Zetsu lurking in the shadows. As for the Sage of Six Paths and the Otsutsuki on the moon, technically, they weren't part of this world. And they wouldn't appear for a long time. No need to worry. What interested Hikaru more right now was Naruto himself. The idea of teasing him rose like a spark. Of course I'm a Konoha ninja, Hikaru said, grinning. Why, Naruto, don't tell me you've forgotten me, your big brother Hikaru. With a laugh, he hugged Naruto tightly and lifted him up. Naruto just blinked in confusion. Huh? Big brother Hikaru? Do I know you? Why don't I remember anything? What the hell is going on? Smack. Hikaru swatted the back of Naruto's head lightly. You're still here, aren't you? Then he turned and pointed proudly at the red and white fan on his back. It's me. Your big bro, Uchiha Hikaru. Don't tell me you've forgotten everything, Naruto. Still dizzy from the slap and the shock, Naruto stared at the familiar Uchiha crest. His mind raced. Wait, weren't Sasuke and Itachi the only two left in the Uchiha clan? Then this guy claiming to be Uchiha Hikaru must be. Naruto's face turned pale. He took several steps back, then bolted. Ah! You're the ghost of the Uchiha. There's a ghost. Don't kill me, Date Bayo. Hikaru watched this with deadpan silence. Winky face. So this was Shippuden Naruto, the one who jumped to the weirdest conclusions first. Truly the most unpredictable ninja. In a blink, Hikaru appeared behind him, placed a firm hand on Naruto's shoulder, and pinned him in place. Hey, Naruto. You're Konoha's #1 unpredictable ninja. But there's no need to act this dumb. If I can hit you, how could I be a ghost? Naruto blinked, then slapped his palm with his other hand. So caught Date Bayo. Then you're really not a ghost, big brother Hikaru. But I don't remember you at all. I thought only Sasuke and Itachi survived the Uchiha clan. Smack. Another light slap landed on Naruto's head, gentle, but just right. Hikaru retracted his hand with satisfaction. That feeling, perfect. What are you even saying? Our Uchiha clan is still here, doing just fine. I, your big brother, even became the Hokage's assistant. How could what you're saying be true? Naruto's eyes spun. You're the Hokage's assistant. But aren't the Hokage's assistants those two old geezers, Koharu and Hamura? Before Naruto could ask more, a haunting melody floated through the air, cutting through the tension. Mixed emotions, the dragon vein must be protected. A flash of the blade, eyes on the sky. Naruto and Hikaru stopped talking. Hikaru patted Naruto's shoulder. We'll talk later. Seems like someone's over there. Let's check it out. Oh, got it, brother Hikaru. They moved toward the sound and spotted a girl sitting on a pile of rocks, singing softly while staring up at the ceiling. She had long, dark red hair tied back, her cheeks adorned with twin buns connected to her ponytail. Crystal-like tears glistened on her face, reflecting the faint light. Dust and storm gather. The sun of glory, flowers dancing in the sky. Spiraling inheritance. Naruto, growing impatient, shouted first. Hey! What is this place? The girl stopped abruptly. At the sight of them, she jumped down from the rocks and bolted toward a stone wall's massive gate. Hey, wait! Naruto ran to chase her, but was stopped by Hikaru's hand. What are you doing, brother Hikaru? If she runs off, we won't have anyone to ask. Naruto was getting flustered. He'd been distracted by the mysterious Uchiha and forgotten all about Yamato-sensei and the others. Now that girl was the only lead. Before Naruto could say more, Hikaru vanished, leaving only his voice behind. Leave it to me. Naruto turned, just in time to see the girl reach the door. In the blink of an eye, Hikaru reappeared right in front of her. He crouched, sprang up, caught her by the waist with one hand, and slung her over his shoulder. Let me go, you pervert. The girl beat on his back with both fists, bang bang bang. Smack. Hikaru slapped her but lightly. I said shut up. Keep screaming, and I'll really act like a pervert and show you what that means. The girl immediately went silent. Naruto watched blankly. You're fast. Hikaru jumped over the rocks with her still slung on his shoulder, dropped her in front of Naruto, and asked. Who are you, and why are you here? You were trying to sneak off. What are you hiding? The girl sat up, holding her but with a furious blush. I am Sarah, Queen of Rorin. How dare you treat me like this? When I report this to Minister Makaid, he won't forgive you. Naruto blinked in confusion. Queen of Rorin. This is Rorin. But it doesn't match what I remember at all. And who's Minister Makaid? I was chasing a rogue ninja named Centipede with Yamato-sensei, Sakura, and Sai. What the hell is going on? Sarah frowned, visibly confused. We have no Centipede here. And certainly no traitorous ninja. You've asked your questions. Now let me go. I have to attend the ceremony. If you delay me, the Konoha ninja I hired won't let you off easily. Hikaru just waved dismissively. Yeah, off you go. A real princess wouldn't be sneaking around. Sarah wanted to argue but then remembered this was a restricted area. Makaid had forbidden her from entering. If he found out she'd gone in. No, worse, if he found out she got spanked here. She could never live that down. Humiliated and angry, she just glared at Hikaru, then ran toward the stone gate and disappeared. Hikaru and Naruto remained behind. Naruto sat cross-legged, overwhelmed. There was just too much to process. Hikaru patted his shoulder again. Looks like the dragon vein warped time and space. We're probably in ancient Rorin. I'm going topside to scout the area. You going to find your teammates? That snapped Naruto out of his daze. You're right, brother Hikaru. Now's not the time to sit around. I need to find Yamato-sensei. Thanks. Hikaru vanished again, his voice echoing behind him. No need to thank me. I'll find you later, we'll regroup here. Naruto took off. Meanwhile, Hikaru appeared on the surface, staring at the majestic towers and unfamiliar landscape. Huh. Not bad. For all his scheming, Makaid really knows how to build. I should get the blueprints later. Maybe Orochimaru can do something interesting with them. After wandering Rorin, Hikaru headed for the massive central palace. Puppet soldiers patrolled the gates. He ignored them all, slipping through the shadows, and soon stood deep within the grand hall. There, he saw Sarah, and the obese, oily-faced Minister Makaid standing before her. Yo, Hikaru called casually, stepping into view. Minister Makaid. I came as promised. I heard Her Highness hired another guard team from Konoha. Makaid flinched at the sudden voice. Both he and Sarah turned sharply. Makaid's bloated cheeks pulled into a greasy smile. So you've arrived. The ceremony is important. It's only natural for Her Highness to be cautious and request an extra squad. No offense intended, Lord Hikaru. He pulled Sarah forward with a fake smile. Come now, greet Lord Hikaru. Sarah's cheeks turned crimson. She stared in disbelief. This was the man who'd spanked her earlier. And now he was the Konoha guard her minister had summoned. Her mind flashed with shame, guilt, and a strange heat. She raised her eyes to meet Hikaru's face, and suddenly, it didn't feel like such a bad thing after all. Hikaru just waved. No need. We've already met outside. Her Highness kindly showed me the sights of Roran. The city's design is truly magnificent. I'm grateful. He turned to Sarah, eyes locking. His gaze was bold, almost daring. Sarah froze, speechless. The message was clear. Keep quiet, or who knows what I'll do next. But in Sarah's eyes, that warning came wrapped in a strange, dreamlike glow. Why yes. Lord Hikaru is right. We've met before. I can still feel the warmth on my /////////////// Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 202, their respective ill intentions. Sarah's performance made it difficult for Minister Mangekyō to deal with her. Mangekyō, whose mind was filled with puppets, the dragon vein, and world domination, had never encountered a scene like this before. He didn't think much of it at the moment and only forced a smile. Haha, that's fine. Since the two of you already know each other, Princess, Lord Uchiha Hikaru. Then there's no need for further introductions. Your Highness, please go and change into your ceremonial attire. Lord Hikaru and I have something important to discuss. At Mangekyō's command, Sarah simply nodded, then raised her eyes to look at Uchiha Hikaru before jogging out of the hall. Now only Hikaru and Mangekyō remained in the chamber. Hikaru watched Mangekyō's self-righteous and pretentious demeanor, already calculating in his mind. Minister Mangekyō, Princess Sarah has already shown me around Roran. But for such a grand place, with towering buildings everywhere, why are there so few people living here? Don't tell me you're trying to deceive me. Mangekyō's expression twisted in panic as a cold sweat broke out across his back. Damn, he had forgotten about that detail. Just like before, he had traveled back a few years before the ceremony and assassinated Sarah's mother. To him, that woman was too sharp. Once she'd uncovered his plot to seize the dragon vein's power, she had to be eliminated. As for Naruto and the Konoha shinobi who were supposed to arrive for the ceremony, he hadn't been concerned with them. After all, he had Hikaru on his side. He originally believed that Hikaru, seduced by sweet words and the allure of the dragon vein, would pose no future threat. But now, the Uchiha before him was clearly no fool. Thinking fast, Mangekyō scrambled to come up with a convincing excuse. Ah. Lord Hikaru, there's something you don't know. Like you, I've only recently returned to this time and space. As for why Roran feels so deserted, it's because of the previous minister, Baizu. That centipede enslaved the citizens of Roran, using them as labor to construct a puppet army. That's why the residents have grown deeply distrustful of outsiders. They've all hidden themselves in the ruins of old Roran beneath the surface. They refuse to come out, fearing they'll be captured again. Although I've already driven off the centipede, the people are still traumatized. Her Highness is still young, and I didn't want to worry her. So I had to use puppets to simulate citizens, to maintain appearances. I hope Lord Hikaru will help me get through the ceremony peacefully. After hearing this nonsense, Uchiha Hikaru suppressed the smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. His crimson eyes scanned Mangekyō's face. Ugly bastard. You've got thick brows, a stupid face, and now you're pulling lies out of your ass to save yourself. You even lie to yourself? Really? Baizu, huh? Hikaru scoffed inwardly. If Naruto were standing here, that naive idiot might have believed your bullshit. But unfortunately for Mangekyō, the man before him was none other than the cunning and unmatched Uchiha Hikaru. Next time you make up a lie, at least try not to make it so hilariously absurd. If you keep this up, I might burst out laughing for real. I see. In that case, Minister Mangekyō, you'd best prepare for the ceremony. And get more puppets to act like citizens. If Princess Sarah notices something's off, that'll ruin everything. I'll take my leave. I passed by a magnificent palace earlier, it caught my eye. Might as well enjoy the view. With a casual wave, Hikaru disappeared in a blur. Mangekyō let out a long, trembling breath once Hikaru was gone. TCH, this Uchiha Hikaru isn't easy to fool. He nearly saw through my plan. He began reworking his strategy. He needed to stir conflict between Hikaru and the Konoha shinobi. If Hikaru could absorb the dragon vein's power, then his strength might rival his own. And those Konoha brats, Naruto and the rest, they had already beaten him once. Recalling that humiliating defeat, Mangekyō rushed toward the dragon vein chamber, now remodeled into a military factory. No. I need more defenses around the dragon vein. I failed last time because that bitch Sarah sealed off the chakra flow, cutting off my energy. This time, I'll be meticulous, one step at a time. No more slip-ups. With that, he vanished from the palace. Meanwhile, Hikaru wasn't actually wandering around admiring the view. He had already sensed the commotion outside. In an instant, he appeared on top of a high tower and looked down at Naruto, who was fighting off Mikade's puppet army. Hikaru folded his arms and clicked his tongue. Plenty of chakra, but your style is way too rigid. All you ever use is shadow clone jutsu and restraining. Oh, nice, finally figured out how to sever chakra threads using that chakra blade. But your swordplay is garbage. You should be refining that wind nature chakra, not swinging like a caveman. This idiot, why hasn't he gathered senjutsu chakra from underground? Jiraiya's already dead by now, so don't tell me he still hasn't learned sage mode. Just as Hikaru was enjoying the spectacle, things took a turn. Naruto, mid-swing with his sword, got blindsided by a puppet's attack that broke through the ground. He withstood the impact thanks to his monstrous physique, but still cried out in pain. A swarm of puppets surged through the hole after him. Hikaru shifted position again, disappearing from the rooftop and reappearing behind a pile of boulders near the battle. The puppets unleashed a flurry of kunai, all controlled with precision. Naruto tried using his chakra sword to deflect them, but there were too many, he couldn't block them all. Damn it. Just when he thought he was done for, a man with spiky blonde hair and an all-faced ANBU mask grabbed him and pulled him out of danger. At the same moment, a red-haired, heavy-set man with a large pot strapped to his back dropped in front of the puppets. Partial expansion jutsu. Ninjutsu, human boulder. The redhead's right arm ballooned in size. With a single swipe, he crushed 4 or 5 puppets instantly. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to, asterisk. Let's go. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Minato Shock. The black-haired man carrying the pot was not to be outdone. Under his control, dense parasitic insects crawled over the remaining puppets, directly devouring their chakra. Even the puppets' bodies were eaten away, leaving behind only scattered remnants. At that moment, Naruto, having escaped from the trap, stared at the destroyed puppet below and couldn't help but grumble. What the hell were those things? The blonde man answered through his mask. It looks like they were enhanced using the dragon's chakra. Naruto frowned, looking the men in front of him up and down, then glanced at the 2 others below before turning his gaze back to the yellow-haired men. Who are you guys, anyway? Minato Namikaze, still wearing a mask, looked at the forehead protector on Naruto's head. You're a Konoha ninja, right? Then he removed his mask, revealing the Konoha forehead protector on his own forehead. We're also shinobi of Konoha. We'll talk more later. For now, let's deal with that wound of yours. With that, Minato took Naruto, Aburame Shibi, and Akimichi Chozo away from the site of the puppet battle, moving to the edge of Rorin. Minato began bandaging Naruto's wound patiently, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed one of Shibi's parasitic insects. It moved secretively in his field of vision, its body slowly forming a message. There's a powerful ninja observing us from the shadows. My insect is trembling in fear. Minato remained calm on the surface. The moment he finished wrapping Naruto's bandage, he suddenly jumped back and hurled a flying thunder god kunai toward a nearby ruined wall. The kunai pierced straight through it, only for Minato to instantly reappear beside it, hand outstretched, grabbing the weapon and swinging it toward a shadowed figure. But as he did, he caught a glimpse of the Konoha forehead protector worn by the figure. Shit. Minato realized he might have made a terrible mistake. The black-haired man in front of him could be that missing teammate Naruto mentioned earlier. But it was already too late to stop. As the kunai neared, the man, Uchiha Hikaru, calmly moved his fingers. 3 fine steel wires yanked the kunai right out of Minato's hand. Minato squinted, now noticing the ring of the kunai had been looped by a steel thread. He hadn't even sensed it. Everything halted. Hikaru leapt to Naruto's side and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Naruto. Damn, it's good to see you in one piece. Who are these guys? Friends of yours? He pointed at the 3 men in front of him. Naruto shook his head. I dunno. I just know they're Konoha shinobi. And also, brother Hikaru, how does this look like I'm okay to you? He pointed dramatically at his freshly bandaged left leg. Look, I'm injured. Hikaru waved him off. Kid, don't be dramatic. You're the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This kind of wound will heal in minutes. That's not an injury, it's a scratch. Superscript 33. His offhand comment instantly shocked everyone around them. He's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You're the host of the Nine-Tails. Brother Hikaru, how the hell do you know that? Nanny. Hikaru shrugged with practiced nonchalance. How wouldn't I know? Naruto, remember. Danzo broke the seal on your stomach, you went into Seven Tails form and rampaged, and I was the one who subdued you. Then I fixed your damaged chakra network myself, and got Tsunade to help patch you up. Don't grow up to be an ungrateful brat. Before Naruto could respond, Hikaru appeared behind him and clamped both hands around his head, shaking it wildly. You little menace. Time for your punishment. Gaia high. Times_times. Brother Hikaru. What are you saying? I don't remember that at all. And stop shaking my head, it's gonna fall off. Minato suddenly grabbed Hikaru's wrist, his voice trembling slightly. Your name is Hikaru, right? Please, could you say again what you know about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Minato, usually so calm and composed, was visibly shaken upon hearing about Naruto's identity. Hikaru looked pleased by Minato's reaction. After all, everything he had done up to now, teasing Naruto, exposing information, had a hidden motive. In the Naruto Shippuden, the Lost Tower movie, Minato realized Naruto was his son, but he never truly acknowledged it. To him, Naruto was just a traveler from the future, someone who would return to his timeline. So, the bond between father and son remained unspoken. But Hikaru refused to let that bond be wasted. Without a proper connection, how could he confirm the theory gnawing at his mind? Hikaru sat cross-legged on the ground and turned to Minato and the others behind him, expression suddenly serious. Then, his brow furrowed. Wait a second, why are you two here? Shibi, Choza. Choza and Shibi froze, stunned. How did he recognize them even with their masks on? Hikaru scoffed. Why the hell are you still wearing those things? You two are in my office half the time as assistants to the Hokage. And now what? You're playing dead just cause we're on a mission. Pretending you don't know me, Uchiha Hikaru. Choza and Shibi exchanged baffled looks, caught completely off guard. At that moment, Naruto's ears perked up at the familiar names and he jumped up. Nanny. It's Uncle Choza and Uncle Shibi. I didn't see Choji or Shino, but you guys are here. What the heck, uncles? Hearing Naruto call their names stirred something in both men, something that felt oddly warm, and yet distant. Minato sat down cross-legged, motioning to the two men behind him. Looking at Hikaru and Naruto, he slowly removed his mask. I think I understand now. You two came from a different time, from the future, didn't you? Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 204, Minato, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Hey. Naruto finally reacted after hearing Minato's guess. Is that really the case? No wonder I always felt something was off. This place doesn't exactly feel like Rorin, but it also does feel like Rorin. And even you, Hikaru, so familiar somehow. So I've time traveled. Then, Naruto turned to Uchiha Hikaru, who now looked completely calm. Wait. Hikaru, you already knew about this. Hikaru just smiled silently and nodded. Of course I knew. From my perspective, Naruto, you're only 9 years old. The first time I saw you, I could tell you were the grown-up version. Naruto finally understood, after all this time, he was the only one who hadn't realized it. Winky face. Meanwhile, Shikaku and Choza stood silent. As long as they didn't speak, no one would realize they hadn't figured it out either, and they wouldn't be embarrassed. Hikaru, you're so awful. Naruto pouted. You actually teamed up with this blonde guy to mess with me. Then he looked more closely at Minato's face. There was something familiar about it. Wait a sec, this guy. You look just like the fourth Hokage from the Hokage Rock. Behind Minato, Choza furrowed his brow and opened his mouth. Hey, brat, the current Hokage is still the third. What fourth? Shikaku patted Choza's shoulder lightly and whispered. Choza, this kid is from the future. That means he becomes the fourth. Stop. The less we know about the future, the better, he added quickly. Even if it's contradictory, it's best not to tamper with what's ahead. Minato, meanwhile, turned toward Uchiha Hikaru. The worry and confusion in his eyes were evident. My future assistant, could you please tell me everything I'm worried about once this mission is over? He stood and bowed deeply, a 90-degree bend of respect. Hikaru glanced at Naruto beside him. Sure enough, the moment Minato realized Naruto was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he'd also realized Naruto was his son. The name Naruto, he'd gotten it from Jiraiya's novel, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja. And Naruto's hair color was the same. His personality, so similar to Kushina. There was no way Minato wouldn't recognize it. Hikaru stood up, dusted himself off, and gently helped Minato to his feet. No problem. You'll know everything when the time comes. A meaningful smile played at the corner of his mouth. Naruto looked between Hikaru and the man who was clearly the fourth Hokage, feeling lost and confused. Still, something in his gut told him what they were about to discuss was deeply related to him. Anosa, he called. Can I come too? I want to know. Hikaru flicked Naruto's forehead. Out of the way, kid. Shoo, ring in equal to. This is top secret business between the Hokage and his assistant. A genin like you has no clearance. Naruto was about to retort that he wasn't a child, but the moment Hikaru mentioned genin, he deflated like a wilted daikon. Damn it. If only I hadn't been training with Jiraiya-sensei, I would have made it to the Chunin exams. TCH, damn it. Hikaru waved at Minato, who nodded and left with Shikaku and Choza. Just as Naruto tried to follow, Hikaru stopped him. Why are you stopping me, Hikaru? Naruto asked, frowning. He's the fourth Hokage. Since you know me from the future, you know the nine tails inside me is him. I have to ask him. His voice cracked with emotion, anger, confusion, longing. Hikaru gently placed a hand on Naruto's head and ruffled his hair. I know you have questions. But right now, both of you have different missions, don't you think? Compared to answers. I think finding your teammates comes first. Naruto's expression turned solemn. You're right, Hikaru. In that case, I'll go ahead. I'll search in this direction. I'll leave the other side to you. Without another word, he dashed off out of Rorin's ruins, taking the left path. Hikaru watched him go. Not long after, a flash of golden light lit up the ruins. Minato reappeared beside Hikaru. Without a word, Hikaru pulled out a sealing scroll from his waist pouch, unrolled it, and popped out two reclining chairs. Sit. Then he plopped down like it was just another day at the hot springs. Minato blinked at him. For a second, he didn't know how to respond, but eventually sighed and sat down as well. So, in the ruins near ancient Rorin, two handsome Konoha shinobi lay side by side in the shade. No one knew that here, a tale that would shake history was quietly beginning. Sir Hikaru, I'm still on a mission, you know. Minato muttered. This really isn't. But the recliner had some sort of jutsu, binding his body with the soft pull of laziness. He tried to resist, but gave in. Shikaku. Choza, forgive me. This is all for Kushina, and the village. But man, this recliner really is comfortable. Hikaru folded his hands across his chest and looked relaxed as ever. Minato glanced at him, then asked quietly. Assistant-sama, please. Tell me about Kushina. If Naruto became a Jinchuriki, then that means Kushina has. Hikaru nodded solemnly. Yes. You were right. And not just that. In the future, both you and Kushina are killed by the Nine Tails. Minato shot up like a spring. What the hell happened? Hikaru slowly opened his eyes and pointed at the recliner. Easy. Youth burns fast, but the future hasn't happened yet. There's still time to change it. Sit down. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 205, Obito, you are a born evil traitor, I will personally. Minato sat back down in the recliner, but at this moment, he felt tormented in his heart. This chair wasn't comfortable to begin with. It felt more like a torture device than a place to rest. Minato's mind raced, deducing countless possibilities. The Second Great Ninja War had ended not long ago, and Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, had committed suicide only a few years back. Iwagakure, Tsunade, and Kumogakure were all still eyeing Konoha, eager to strike again and seize the Land of Fire's resources. Recently, several small-scale skirmishes had already broken out on the Fire Country's borders. And the future promised only more escalation. This mission to Rorin had been given by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the goal of earning the favor of Rorin's queen and preventing the Wind Country Tsunade from joining any future wars. After all, since the Second Ninja World War, Konoha had lost two of its most powerful figures, White Fang and Tsunade. If another war erupted now, Konoha would once again become the target of everyone's aggression. In Minato's opinion, Konoha's current combat strength couldn't compare to what it had before the last war. Winning another full-scale conflict would be extremely difficult. His thoughts spiraled until he arrived at what he believed to be the most logical outcome. Assistant-sama, could it be that after I become the fourth Hokage, the Third Great Ninja War breaks out? Kushina happens to be pregnant, but is still forced onto the battlefield. The Jinchuriki is at her weakest during pregnancy. The seal must have failed at that moment. And that's when the Nine Tails broke free and attacked. In the end, I won the war, but I had no choice. I had to sacrifice myself and seal the Nine Tails into Naruto. Is that right? Uchiha Hikaru quietly listened to Minato's reasoning. Although Minato's assumptions were mostly wrong, his conclusion about the Nine Tails was surprisingly spot on. Hikaru didn't know whether to praise Minato for his insight or sigh at his ignorance. Minato, you're partly right, Hikaru said calmly. The third great ninja war did break out. But with your mastery of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, you turned the tide of the war almost single-handedly. You and Kushina died not during wartime, but during the era of peace that followed. And yes, it was because Kushina was pregnant. On the day Naruto was born, Obito removed the seal. You fought him, and won, but to seal the Nine Tails, you still, well, you know the rest. Minato's mind buzzed. For once, the normally composed shinobi felt utterly out of control. Hikaru's few short sentences left him drowning in doubt. I improved the Flying Thunder God so much I can end a war by myself. Am I really that amazing? But why would Obito attack Kushina and the village? That's his teacher's wife. Kushina treated him like a brother, reminded him to be careful before every mission. I was even jealous of how close they were. That bastard betrayed all of that. He attacked Kushina. Minato's hands clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked from the force. The usual warmth in his expression vanished. After learning of Kushina's future death, Minato's calm exterior was overtaken by a deadly aura. He now radiated the full fury of the yellow flash. Although he looked like a gentle big brother in the village, Minato was feared by his enemies on the battlefield. In the future, he would be known as the Golden Flash. Suppressing the rage boiling in his chest, Minato turned to Hikaru and bowed. Thank you, Master Assistant. I understand this might affect the timeline. But I suppose you and I aren't from the same time anyway. After all, I've never heard of you in the village before. Don't worry. I'll watch over Obito more closely from now on. With that, Minato turned and walked away. He was tempted to abandon the mission right there and then, but he knew that if he wanted to become Hokage, he couldn't afford even one failed assignment. And so, all of Minato's fury turned inward, into resolve. As he headed to regroup with Shikaku and Choza, he muttered to himself repeatedly. Obito, you traitorous bastard. If you behave, I won't interfere. But if I ever find you crossing the line, I, the future fourth Hokage, will personally. Uchiha Hikaru watched Minato's figure fade into the distance. He almost called out to stop him. But then he remembered that he'd meet Minato again soon, and would need him to avoid sealing the dragon vein. He didn't want to spend 3 days breaking that godforsaken seal again. Better to save the full explanation for then. Although, leaving him in suspense is kinda fun. But just in case Madara goes nuts and really decides to nuke Konoha, better not risk it. Hikaru packed up the 2 lounge chairs and looked up at the blazing sun. He mentally calculated the time. The ceremony should be starting soon. Might as well check it out. If McCade has backup plans, I need to catch them early. After all, this was his second time messing with the timeline. If he hadn't made extra preparations, that'd be way too careless. Cautious as always, Hikaru dashed away from the ruins, flickering between buildings at lightning speed toward the center of Rorin. It wasn't long before he saw the puppet-infested civilians down below. Queen Sarah stood among them, dressed in a flowing purple gown trimmed with red that matched her hair. She wore a white top hat perched atop her head. Hikaru glanced at the hat and grimaced slightly. That thing's so weird, it ruins the whole aesthetic, Omega Dash. Just then, he noticed something strange about the 2 puppet soldiers behind her. One of them, on the right, suddenly extended a hand from beneath its cloak and shoved Sarah in the back. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward. The moment her feet hit the edge of the platform, the stone beneath her gave way and collapsed. Sarah screamed in shock, panic seizing her voice. Ah. Help. Degree winky face. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 206, Sarah's suspicion. At this moment, Uchiha Hikaru looked up at Queen Sarah, high above, and subconsciously began to consider whether he should rescue her. After about 0.1 seconds of deliberation, he decided to give up. If he jumped in to save Sarah now, McCade would definitely grow suspicious. Although McCade had fabricated a false identity for him, claiming he was a Konoha guard nin, they both knew the truth, they were each after the dragon vein. In Uchiha Hikaru's eyes, McCade likely wanted to use him to eliminate Naruto, Minato, and the others, only to betray him later. If McCade could defeat him, he would. If not, he'd probably just surrender. Either way, McCade would never back himself into a corner. If he saw Uchiha Hikaru saving Sarah now, it would be tantamount to announcing, yes, I am a guard from Konoha. Worse, Makade might activate the dragon vein and self-destruct. The destruction of Rorin would be one thing, but if the dragon vein's chakra vanished as well, Uchiha Hikaru would suffer a major loss. So, Hikaru simply leapt down into the shade beneath the white stone pillars, pulled out a glass of orange juice from his storage scroll, and settled in to watch the show. After all, it was 3 o'clock. Tea time. Just then, Naruto, nearby, saw Sarah falling from the platform. He didn't even pause to think about the pain in his injured leg. Bracing himself, he launched upward and caught Sarah midair. Using chakra, he stuck his feet to the palace wall, launched again, and landed in a white stone-pillared corridor in the palace's backyard. As soon as he landed, Uchiha Hikaru casually handed him a plastic bag filled with juice and a straw. Yo, Naruto. It's 3 o'clock. Let's put Princess Sarah down and have some tea first. Oh. Thank you, brother Hikaru. Naruto immediately let go of Sarah to take the juice. A second later. Ah. It hurts. Sarah had been completely forgotten and dropped straight onto the ground. Jigo Manasai. Slap. Slap. Bam. Sarah stood up, delivered 2 resounding slaps across Naruto's cheeks, and finished with a sharp elbow to his face before launching into a verbal barrage. You idiot. You pervert. You stupid pervert. Naruto clutched his red, swollen cheeks with one hand while still holding the fruit tea bag in the other, eyes watering. Omega winky face. Why am I the one getting hit when I saved her? Sniffling, Naruto took 2 big sips of juice through the straw. Sarah's face turned red with embarrassment. She quickly realized she had overreacted and bowed to Naruto. Thankfully, Naruto wasn't one to hold a grudge. He waved it off with a grin. Hikaru handed another juice bag to Sarah. Silently, she accepted it, and the 3 of them sat in a row under the pillars, sipping juice together under the shade. Naruto finished first and, remembering Sarah's fall, turned to her with concern. Sarah, how did you fall from up there? With juice still in her mouth, Sarah paused and frowned, trying to remember. I think I was pushed. I took 2 steps forward, and then the platform collapsed. Uchiha Hikaru continued sipping his juice leisurely, ready to enjoy the next part of the drama. Naruto, however, grew serious. That did seem suspicious. Her 2 steps had looked unnatural. And the collapse was too coincidental. Could someone be trying to kill you? At his words, Sarah panicked slightly and shook her head in denial. No. That's impossible. Didn't you see everyone cheering for me at the ceremony? But Naruto still felt something was off about the crowd, like it was all too perfect. But you felt like you were pushed, didn't you? Sarah hesitated again, beginning to question herself. Maybe she just slipped. This must have been my own mistake. Just then, 3 masked figures appeared. Have you found your comrades, Naruto? Naruto instinctively pulled a kunai from his pouch and held it defensively in front of him. There's nothing I could do. She fell right in front of me. Sarah stepped forward abruptly, placing herself protectively in front of Naruto and Uchiha Hikaru. Hikaru tossed away his empty juice bag. Oh ho. It's getting exciting. Live broadcast. Must not blink. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Who are you people? You just show up with masks on, how suspicious. Naruto's eyes narrowed. His mind raced. Wait a minute. Are you the ones who tried to kill her? He lunged toward the masked Minato with his kunai. From the sidelines, Uchiha Hikaru gave Naruto an approving nod. Nice. That's some real ninja guts. Going for your own father, 10 out of 10 points for guts. Minato dodged and, in a flash, gripped Naruto's throat with one hand, the flying thunder god kunai pressed to his neck. As expected of Minato, Namikaze grabbed his own son without even flinching. Naruto struggled against his grip, clutching at Minato's arm. We're here to protect Her Majesty the Queen. Don't misunderstand. No one noticed the crowd in the square had suddenly begun dispersing in waves, making strange, eerie sounds as they fled. Minato glanced at Uchiha Hikaru, who was still casually seated behind them. Hikaru shrugged. Not his problem. Minato then escorted Sarah back to the palace. Inside, Sarah leaned against a stone pillar, knees hugged to her chest. Her eyes were distant and filled with confusion. Naruto turned to Minato. There was a puppet attack, then the platform collapsed at the celebration. Just what the hell is going on here? Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 207, Controlled Puppet. Minato led the 2 behind him as they faced Naruto's questions and Sarah's gaze. He exchanged a look with them, sighed, and finally reached up to slowly remove the mask from his face. Naruto once again saw the face that haunted his thoughts day and night. But he swallowed all the confusion in his heart and clenched his fists inwardly. After this mission, I'll get the answers from him myself. Uchiha Hikaru glanced at Naruto, who looked tense, then at Minato, who appeared calm on the surface. Father and son, separated by time and space, each burdened by their own thoughts, countless questions hung unspoken between them. Naruto wanted to know why the Nine Tails was sealed inside him. At this moment, he still didn't know that Minato was his father. Minato, though aware that Naruto was his future son, was more focused on his wife, Kushina. To him, no matter what happened, his son would eventually grow strong. Naruto standing before him was proof of that. But his wife's safety came first. Still, this ignorance only caused Naruto more anguish. After all, Minato hadn't yet lived through the Night of the Nine Tails, so he couldn't answer Naruto's questions. Did Naruto consider this? He probably did. Uchiha Hikaru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Finally, Minato looked at Shikaku and Chosa, nodded to confirm something silently with them, and began to speak. I didn't want to say anything if I didn't have to. But now, I'll tell you what I can. We came from Konoha on a classified mission. Minato turned his gaze toward Naruto with conflicted eyes, then at Uchiha Hikaru, who was casually resting his hands behind his head, and Sarah, who sat slumped against the wall, staring at him. I've already said it once, you're from the future. Upon hearing this, Sarah looked up at the one she called Savior, disbelief in her eyes. Future? Naruto, you're from the future. Minato and Naruto both nodded in unison, revealing a silent understanding between them. Yes. Naruto is a ninja from the future, Minato confirmed. The reason I didn't speak of it earlier is because when people from different times interact too closely, they risk altering the timeline. That could change the future entirely. This place, this era, is about 20 years before your time. And 6 years ago, another ninja arrived here from the future. Like you, he appeared suddenly. His name was Makade. Nani? Naruto's eyes widened as he gasped, stumbling back a few steps in shock. Then, hurriedly stepping forward, he waved his arms in front of Minato. The guy we've been chasing during this mission is Makade. What? Naruto felt like his brain had short-circuited. He couldn't think. Why did the men he was chasing just hours ago arrive here 6 years before him? Time travel. How? What the hell is going on? Ah. My brain can't take this, he shouted, clutching his head in both hands. He began jumping up and down in frustration, panic taking over. Minato watched Naruto's antics, and the image overlapped in his mind with someone he loved deeply. They were so alike, down to the exact same expression Kushina made when she was overwhelmed. But he didn't let himself get distracted from the mission. Tell us what happened during the chase. Maybe we'll find a clue. Naruto paused, then nodded as he began to calm down. He knew he wasn't the brightest, but the man in front of him was the future 4th Hokage, and Uchiha Hikaru was sharp as hell. Even if he missed something, they'd pick up on it. We chased Makade all the way to the dragon vein. But he swallowed the sealing technique into his own body, and then I ended up here. Minato nodded slowly. So, you and Makade both used space-time ninjutsu to travel from the future to this era, right? Naruto scratched the back of his head, worry written all over his face. Even if that's true, I still don't understand. But, doesn't that mean I can't go back? Minato took a moment, then nodded again. Right. But if what you said is true, and he absorbed the jutsu into his body, then defeating Makade might stabilize the timeline, and allow you to return to your era. Really? Naruto lit up. He didn't understand the technicalities, but he got the most important part. Defeat Makade, and everything goes back to normal. In that case, we have to stop him. No matter what. As long as he lives, his existence will continue distorting time. Minato walked to the edge of the large glass window, looking out at the majestic city of Rorin. His expression grew grim. The power of the dragon vein slumbers beneath Rorin. Makade is tapping into that power to build puppet weapons. Uchiha Hikaru sighed silently upon hearing this. What a fool. With all that power, and he still obsesses over puppets. Well, typical of a Wind Country shinobi. Puppet obsession ran in their blood. Naruto, meanwhile, recalled Makade's last words before the dragon vein was sealed. Soon, my puppetry will be empowered by the dragon vein. Not just the 5 great nations, soon the entire ninja world will kneel before me. So, he really did say something like that. At that moment, Sarah suddenly stood up and began yelling at them with a righteous fire in her eyes. Can you stop lying already? The person who arrived here 6 years ago wasn't some ninja named Makade. His name is Makade, and he's a man of great talent. She stepped forward, her gaze steady and filled with conviction. As Roran's minister, Mangekyō inherited my mother's legacy. He has worked hard for Roran. That peace-loving man would never create weapons of war. Sarah waved her arm angrily, completely rejecting Naruto's and Minato's claims. Uchiha Hikaru gave her a sidelong glance and shook his head with a sigh. TCH. Just a puppet, a figurehead under Mangekyō's control. What a waste of a beautiful face. Though, if he remembered correctly, in his original timeline she'd have a daughter in the future, 18, maybe 19 years old. Far more stunning than Sarah. She could be useful in Wind Country someday. Right age, right lineage. And conveniently, she'll be right where I need her. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 208, Father and Son. Minato looked at Sarah, her face full of doubt and self-denial, as he tried to help her understand the truth. Your Majesty, I'm sorry that you were deceived by that man. Sarah cut him off before he could finish, clenching her fists in frustration and growing fury. Right now, she believed the Konoha ninja standing before her had ulterior motives and was trying to drive a wedge between her and Minister Mangekyō. Your words mean nothing to me. Compared to Minister Mangekyō, you Konoha ninjas, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, are far more suspicious. She pointed at Naruto, Minato, Fugaku, and Choza, then turned her gaze to Uchiha Hikaru, who was leaning casually against the wall. Her words were full of confidence and pride. Minister Mangekyō told me this morning. Lord Hikaru has just accepted a mission from the Konoha shinobi. Minato turned toward Uchiha Hikaru, suspicion flickering in his eyes. That didn't make sense. Wasn't Lord Hikaru also someone who had traveled back from the future? Just then, Uchiha Hikaru raised a finger to his lips and winked. Minato understood immediately. Hikaru must have his own reasons for staying quiet. For now, it was best not to reveal anything. But Naruto, standing nearby, wasn't thinking that far ahead. He stared at Hikaru, completely stunned. Brother Hikaru, you're just like me. You're also from. Before he could finish, Minato quickly wrapped one hand around Naruto's neck and clamped the other tightly over his mouth. With a sheepish expression, he looked at Hikaru apologetically. Haha. Yes, we're all Konoha shinobi. Her Majesty is right. Lord Hikaru did accept a commission from the minister. But that's only because Konoha discovered something strange about all this. That's why we were sent. Enough. Lord Hikaru, let's go. Don't waste your time on them. Sarah turned angrily and stormed off down the corridor. Hikaru turned to look back at Minato, Naruto, and the others. He gave them a wave and walked after the princess. See you later. I'll go protect Her Majesty for now. With that, he casually followed after Sarah. At the same time, Choza and Fugaku looked at Minato with confusion. Minato, isn't Hikaru? Minato raised a hand to signal them to stop, then released Naruto, who had been struggling beneath his grip. Let Lord Hikaru handle Her Majesty's protection. As he spoke, he pulled a special kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal from his waist pouch and handed it to Naruto. Naruto took a deep breath, looking down at the kunai. In an instant, the memory of what he'd seen at the Dragon Vein seal resurfaced. This kunai, it was identical to the one stuck in the seal. Exactly the same. Before, Naruto had only thought the men in front of him looked familiar, somewhat like the fourth Hokage. But now, seeing this kunai, he was sure. He was the fourth Hokage. Naruto's throat tightened as overwhelming emotion surged up inside him. He should have hated the men before him. All the pain he'd endured in childhood, loneliness, rejection, being shunned, it had all started with this very man. No matter what sacrifices he had made for the village, to Naruto, he was still the one responsible for all of it. Minato, meanwhile, stared at his son, the future child he had never met. The pain in Naruto's eyes cut deeper than any blade. How much suffering had he endured alone? How could Minato ever begin to face him? This is my special kunai. As long as you carry it, I can reach you instantly, no matter where you are. I'd like you to follow Lord Hikaru and protect Her Majesty. If anything happens, I'll come immediately. With that, Minato slipped on his mask again, turned, and walked away without another word. Choza and Fugaku nodded at Naruto. Protect Her Majesty for us, Naruto. We're counting on you. Then they turned and followed after Minato. Naruto stood alone in the hallway, clutching the kunai in his hand. His right fist trembled, then suddenly smashed into the nearby wall. Damn it. Why couldn't I say it? That feeling, of anger and happiness at the same time. What the hell is it supposed to mean? Why did you seal the nine tails inside me? He tilted his head back and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, his eyes welling with tears. For some reason, he felt like crying, but also like he shouldn't. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe, deep down, it wasn't even sadness at all. What Naruto didn't know was that before Minato left, after putting on his mask, silent tears had already begun slipping down his cheeks. He didn't know what mistakes his future self had made to bring such agony to his son. But he knew one thing clearly: he had failed as a father. His own weakness had forced Naruto to suffer alone. Behind the mask, his eyes were bloodshot, tears falling freely. The looming threat of Kushina's fate. The pain of the son he never had the chance to raise. All of it was tearing him apart. At that moment, the warmth of Konoha's yellow flash faded. What remained was a searing storm on the verge of erupting. Obito, you'd better be ready. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Minato wrestled with their pain, Uchiha Hikaru was walking calmly beside Sarah, listening to her grumbling. Hikaru, how come all those other Konoha shinobi are so different from you? They actually had the nerve to question the person who hired them. They're ridiculous. I don't care what they think. I will clear Minister McCade's name. I'll prove he's innocent. Hikaru quietly endured the princess's chatter. Why is this girl so noisy? Sayaka was so much better. Gentle, thoughtful, quiet, these young girls, honestly. He glanced at Sarah and sighed internally. Too small. Not enough to satisfy me, definitely would starve to death. The two continued walking toward the palace corridor. But just then, a door beside them creaked open, and a black-gloved hand suddenly reached out, grabbing Sarah by the arm and yanking her inside. Hikaru raised an eyebrow and feigned surprise, shouting aloud. Your Highness. Watch out. Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 209, Chapter. Uchiha Hikaru followed Sarah into the room. The moment he stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him with a loud bang. Through the iron-barred windows on the wall, he could barely make out the surroundings of the dimly lit room. At that moment, Sarah was being choked by the neck. It became clear, someone in Rorin truly wanted to kill her. The woman holding Sarah hostage turned her attention to Hikaru, interrogating him without delay. Hey, you over there. Is she really the queen of Rorin? Lady Sarah. Before Hikaru could respond, Sarah fiercely bit the woman's wrist. The woman let out a sharp scream of pain. Ah. Sarah seized the moment, scrambling to Hikaru's side. She pointed at the group of masked figures in front of them and began scolding them angrily. I am Queen Sarah. If you want my life, then come for it directly, don't hide behind cowardly tricks like these. That declaration seemed to provoke the masked group. One by one, they raised crude weapons, hoes, shovels, even cooking spatulas and iron spoons. Give it back to us, they shouted. Sarah blinked in confusion. Ah. Give what back? The mob pressed forward, inching closer to her and Hikaru. If you don't return it, don't blame us for being merciless. They grew louder, shouting and waving their makeshift weapons. Give it back to us. Give it back. At that moment, Uchiha Hikaru stepped forward. He had been silent too long, now it was time to act. After all, he wasn't here to stand around. He was Sarah's bodyguard. And this was the moment to prove it. He calmly stepped between Sarah and the mob, raising one hand. A cold, suffocating chakra radiated from him like a blade pressing against their throats. Then tell me, he said softly, what exactly do you mean by no mercy? A small child among the mob dropped to the floor with a cry. Help! Please don't kill me. The crude tools clattered to the ground. The overwhelming pressure of Hikaru's chakra was too much. They weren't shinobi, just civilians. But even without understanding chakra, they could feel death creeping close, and none dared take another step. Just then, the door swung open and the lights overhead flicked on. Ah, great! Hikaru, Sarah, you're both here. It was Naruto's voice, cheerful and clueless. Why didn't you turn the lights on? It's so dark. What were you doing in here? Then he caught sight of the group standing behind Hikaru and Sarah, people in masks, some collapsed on the ground, all clearly shaken. Who are these people? The masked woman at the front slowly reached up and removed her mask, revealing her face. I apologize. My name is Masako, she said, bowing slightly to both Hikaru and Sarah. The chubby boy beside her pulled down his mask as well. I'm Sarai. We're not here to cause trouble, he added awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. We just needed to speak with Lady Sarah. Sarah frowned, unease settling in her chest. Something about today had been off from the start. What's going on? She asked. What exactly do you want from me? Masako glanced back at her companions and nodded. Lady Sarah, please come with us. There's something we want to show you. That night, the square of Rorin was packed with people. Giant puppets decorated with glowing ribbons waved back and forth, and the entire plaza sparkled with color and celebration. The air was filled with laughter and cheers. It seemed the whole city had come alive with joy. Nearby, the cover of a sewer entrance quietly lifted. Masako climbed out first, followed by Uchiha Hikaru, Sarah, Naruto, and Sarai. As Sarah emerged, the sight of the glowing, festive crowd took her breath away. People held hands over their hearts, faces shining with pure happiness. "So beautiful," she murmured. Naruto tilted his head, glancing from the crowd to Sarah. He muttered. "I still think Ichiraka's ramen looks better." "It's way better seeing this from down here than from above," Sarah added dreamily. Hikaru gave her a silent, sideways glance and sighed softly. "Straight face. She's too far gone." To him, she wasn't someone who needed rescuing anymore. She'd already been brainwashed by Makade. Her heart was too soft, her mind too easy to fool. Even Naruto beside him gave a sigh, shaking his head. "I'm talking about you," he muttered, casting another look toward Sarah. Sarah, completely unaware of the two boys' judgmental stares, continued speaking with a faint smile. "This parade was arranged by Minister Makade. He said it was to comfort me, after my mother died suddenly." Sarai, standing nearby, muttered under his breath. "This is so wrong." The bitterness in Sarai's voice cut through Sarah's nostalgic mood like a blade. Her expression darkened instantly. "What did you say?" she asked sharply, eyes narrowing with intensity. Sarai blinked and looked up, unfazed. "Everyone's been treating you like a puppet princess. A marionette. They're not cheering for you, they're laughing at you." Sarah's expression froze. Puppet princess. Marionette. Masako quickly placed a hand on Sarai's shoulder and scolded him softly. "You little brat, shut it." "Okay," Sarai replied with a careless shrug. Masako turned back to Sarah and bowed again. "My apologies, Your Highness." "But you can't blame Sarai for saying it. Our families, they were taken one morning without warning. And when we demanded answers, we were told you ordered it." Sarah's eyes widened. Naruto, hearing those words, immediately turned to Sarah with an intense stare. But before he could say anything, Sarah shouted back, her voice firm and unwavering. "You're lying. I never gave any such order. Send Power Stones." Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 210, The Truth. After hearing what Sarah said, Sarai couldn't help but lower his head. His whole mood dimmed, and he began drawing circles on the ground with his finger. "Really? But, my father and brother were taken away." Masako gently placed her hand on Sarai's head, trying to comfort the poor child. She softly added to his words. "I heard they were forced to build weapons of war somewhere in this country. We really don't have any other choice but to directly ask you, Lady Sarah, to release our family." Even Naruto, who was usually bright and optimistic, found himself unable to smile in this moment. He could feel that something was deeply wrong. This is exactly what the fourth Hokage warned me about, and what the masked guy said too. But Sarah refused to admit her mistake. Instead, she seemed lost in the beautiful illusion before her. She pointed toward the bustling crowd in the square and insisted. "If that's true, then why are so many of my people welcoming me with such warmth?" Sarai looked up at the princess, who was still lost in her dreamlike fantasy. He frowned, his big front teeth showing as his brows twisted together. "Where's the welcome you're talking about? What are you saying? Look. Aren't there so many people cheering for me, right before my eyes?" Uchiha Hikaru, who had been silent on the side, stepped forward and pointed to the air above the crowd. "Hey. Can you see those lines?" "Huh. Let me take a closer look." Naruto stepped up and focused his gaze. In the light, he barely made out several thread-like lines above the crowd. "These are..." He immediately drew the chakra blade from his waist, channeled chakra into it, and hurled it into the air. The blade spun through the sky and then returned to Naruto's hand. Suddenly, several figures at the back of the crowd collapsed, slamming into the ground with strange, hollow thuds. Bang. Bang. Naruto dashed forward, picked up one of the bodies, then turned to look at Hikaru. Hikaru nodded slightly and gestured for him to come back. Naruto threw the villager to the ground. Clang. "See for yourself, this is clearly a puppet. Its exterior's just made to resemble human skin. No wonder I felt something was off, even though it looked normal." Only after seeing it with her own eyes did Sarah begin to feel her world crumbling. Could Minister Makade, the man who had been with her since she was a child, really be the traitor? The monster everyone warned her about? No. She couldn't believe that. Sarah pointed at the rest of the large crowd ahead, still clinging to her hopes. That's impossible. There are so many of them, how could they all be fake? They're just puppets, filler, created on purpose by Mangekyō to make you feel at ease, Naruto replied, frowning. Hearing that, Sarah shook her head in denial. But Naruto crouched down again and poured chakra into the puppet's chest, trying to trace the flow back through its chakra lines. Boom. Ah. Brother Hikaru, what are you doing? I was focusing my chakra. Hikaru rolled his eyes. Idiot. You cut all the chakra threads on the puppet. How are you supposed to trace it now? Ah. Step aside. I'll do it. Hikaru raised his right hand. A thin, 2-finger-wide blade slid out from his palm. Suddenly, it was as if countless thunderbirds sang at once, crackling sounds filled the air. Electric arcs flickered, and a long lightning blade stretched outward in a brilliant arc of bluish-white light. Brother Hikaru. Your jutsu, it's just like Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear. With a flick of his wrist, the lightning blade swept across the sky above the square. In the next instant, the crowd collapsed like dominoes, row by row. Sarah stood in stunned silence. There were no people. No welcoming crowd. Just an army of puppet subjects, all playing along with the illusion she had been living in. A puppet princess in a puppet kingdom. Sarah, Hikaru said quietly. Do you see now? These people, your people, aren't real. They're controlled by the chakra flowing through the dragon vein pipes above. This entire illusion of Reborn was built using the dragon vein's power. And tragically, your people have become the price of this false prosperity. Suddenly, the square filled with music. Instruments began playing a dignified, solemn tune. The doors above the square's platform opened, and another Sarah appeared. She looked identical to the real Sarah. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were twins. But her movements were stiff, her eyes lifeless and tinted with a chaotic purple hue. Sarah stumbled forward a few steps, staring in disbelief at her puppet double. Her entire reality shattered. Her dream became a nightmare. What is this? Hikaru didn't answer. He stood still, watching the scene with cold detachment. That bastard Baizu is planning to turn you into a puppet too, he finally said. Masako bowed her head in silence. This wasn't just Sarah's tragedy, it was the fall of all of Reborn. She had suspected this all along, but witnessing it made her tear up nonetheless. Even little Sarai had a grave look on his face. He knew now, this place was no longer his home. Sarah's mind couldn't handle the collision of her memories and the truth before her. She kept shaking her head, her expression hollow, as if refusing to accept the nightmare playing out. You're lying, this can't be true. Mangekyō would never do something like this. She dashed into the fallen crowd, running through the collapsed puppets. Hey! Sarah, wait! Naruto called, chasing after her. Sarah, where are you going? But the massive puppet still stood tall in the square, blocking Naruto's view. He couldn't see where she'd gone. After a moment of searching, he gave up and returned to Hikaru. Brother Hikaru, I can't find her. I'll leave it to you. He scratched the back of his head, looking helpless. Hikaru shook his head. If not for Ashura's chakra within Naruto, constantly keeping his heart bright, he would have been swallowed by darkness a long time ago. Only Naruto could still accept a princess like that. Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 211, Awakening. Then he summoned Sword from the seal on his right hand. Sword, quit sleeping. Go find that heartbroken little princess. A thick black mist poured from Uchiha Hikaru's right wrist, flowing down to the ground before silently gathering. The fog coalesced into a silhouette, her figure gradually took shape, delicate jade-white toes landing softly on the dusty floor, scattering it like petals in the wind. Her heels and ankles were faintly pink. Her calves were pale and flawless like carved jade. Above them, the hem of her black skirt shimmered with stars, interconnected in chain-like constellations, reaching up to the upper part of her dress. Wide sleeves hung loosely, concealing her hands. With her graceful swan neck and a cute, childish face, she looked like a porcelain doll. Her long black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. But right now, Sword didn't look too happy. Her small mouth was puffed out in a pout as she put her hands on her hips and turned her face away. What a heartless man. The first time you summon me, it's just to look for some crying little girl. So boring. Still, despite her grumbling, her body acted on its own. Sword walked straight in front of Uchiha Hikaru and Naruto, leading the way forward. Naruto's eyes went wide in disbelief, jaw nearly hitting the floor. Even though he wasn't exactly innocent, Naruto, who wrote Make Out Paradise sequels better than Jiraiya himself, had seen a lot. But even he was stunned speechless. He pointed at Sword, then at Hikaru, stammering like an idiot when he saw the perfect, petite little girl standing there, who looked only 11 or 12. Brother Hikaru. You actually sealed a little girl in your body. She. You're into this kinda thing. But she's so small. Clearly, Naruto's imagination had gone in very strange directions. Hikaru just sighed, palm covering his face. LLL, I should have known. He silently vowed that after this was over, he'd give Sword half of the Dragon Vein's chakra, if only to stop people from misunderstanding his tastes. But in reality, Hikaru knew what Sword meant. She wanted to fight. She loved battle more than most Uchiha. She was annoyed because she'd been summoned but hadn't gotten a chance to slash anything. At the moment, walking ahead, Sword was pouting inside too. Surrounded by the towering structures of Roran and a gigantic puppet standing tall in the distance, her battle hunger surged. The thing that pissed her off most. She hadn't recovered her full power yet. This was the only form she could manifest in for now, and it irritated her to no end. Anything big just reminded her of how small she was right now. Sure, small could be cute, but Sword knew damn well that Hikaru preferred big. No one wants to fight with a dagger when you could be wielding a great sword. Cute might be fine for kids, but it wasn't good for combat. For Sword, her priorities were simple: Hikaru first, battle second, devouring energy and rare metals third. And now? She was like a starving blade. No wonder she was pissed. Hikaru and Naruto followed her as she led the way. Before long, a soft, familiar singing echoed from the staircase ahead. The Dragon Vein must be protected. Found her. I'm going back to sleep. Don't summon me again unless there's combat, got it? I'm still recharging. With that, Sword's body dissolved into black mist, spiraled around Hikaru a few times, then returned to the seal on his wrist. Hikaru touched his lips, they felt cold. Naruto looked at him with undisguised envy. I really envy you, brother Hikaru. Unlike me, I've got a giant grumpy fox living in me. Wouldn't it be nice if the Nine Tails turned into something like that? As he spoke, Naruto's imagination went wild. He pictured the Nine Tails in the form of a voluptuous, busty older sister, with 9 fluffy orange tails swaying behind her and sharp fox ears on her head. Yeah, that would be awesome. But before Hikaru could interrupt, Kurama stirred violently inside Naruto. You little bastard. How dare you imagine me like that? Don't make me tear this seal apart. In his mind, Naruto casually stood before the cage, picking his nose and flicking a booger toward the bars. Hey, I was just thinking about it. Chill out. You're a male fox anyway. Why so serious? Don't be so stuck up. I can use sexy jutsu too, you know. You're such a feudal relic. Whatever, I've got other things to do. And with that, Naruto ignored Kurama's furious roars echoing in his consciousness. Hikaru glanced at him sideways. Winky face. No wonder Jiraiya thought you were a genius. To be able to write Make Out Paradise sequels at this level. But don't get it twisted. Sword is my weapon, not a tailed beast. It's a completely different relationship. Then he turned and walked down the stairs. Naruto was still muttering behind him. Weapon, huh? So even that little girl counts as a weapon. He tilted his head and followed after Hikaru. I heard that song the first time we met, he said. Sarai sat on the stairs, hugging her knees. She looked up at them with a rare, tender smile. My mother used to sing that to me. Behind her, the mural of a woman holding a baby glowed faintly, echoing her words. Once, Makaid gave my mother advice. He wanted to use the power of the Dragon Vein to help the people. My mother's ability to control the Dragon Vein, combined with Makaid's talents, made Roran bloom with towers overnight. But my mother died on the road. After that, only Makaid was left by my side. No one else. Just him. Naruto walked 2 steps down, the mural's light reflecting off his face. I never knew my parents either. But I had a master, the pervy sage. He's gone now too. But I got something precious from him. That's my ninja way, never go back on my word. Once I decide on something, I follow through no matter what. That's what I inherited from him. I'm sure your mom left something important for you too. Sarai nodded softly. Yes. Naruto stepped forward and placed a hand on the railing, gazing up at the mural. Then think hard about what your mother treasured most. You already know what you have to do. Do what you believe in, and never give up. Sword setting, she's completely devoted to Uchiha Hikaru, he's her world. She lives for battle, craves energy and rare metals, loves teasing him, clinging to him, and is the only spirit to follow him through 3 lifetimes. Omega, Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 212, Puppet Factory. Sarah looked at the mural on the wall, frowning, her mind drifting back to memories of her time with her mother. Not long after, her gaze sharpened with renewed determination. From beginning to end, her mother had always cherished the people of Reborn most. Now, she would inherit that will. She stood up slowly, her eyes filled with resolve. Her expression mirrored the pride and dominance of an eagle. There was a glint of Shikaku-like chakra in her aura, strong and unwavering. It was as if she had reached an epiphany. We need to confirm the true state of the city first, she said, turning her eyes toward the tangled network of pipes above. The Queen of Reborn can sense the flow of the dragon veins chakra. If we can trace where these pipelines connect. Naruto, now fully energized seeing Sarah's renewed spirit, nodded eagerly. Yash. Let's go. Uchiha Hikaru observed Naruto's enthusiasm and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Was this the power of the future 7th Hokage? As expected, Naruto's most dangerous ability wasn't the Nine Tails or being Azura's reincarnation, it was his terrifying Talk no Jutsu that even Obito couldn't resist. Winky face. Following Sarah's lead, the 5 of them reached the heart of Reborn, the hidden origin point of the entire pipe network. They came to a massive exhaust shaft surrounded by thick, tangled tubes. Sarah closed her eyes, focusing, and once again sensed the pulse of the dragon vein. This is it, she said firmly. The convergence point of the entire city's chakra flow. Uchiha Hikaru glanced back at Masako and Sarai, both breathing heavily from the run. We'll find your families and get them out safely, he assured them. But for now, go find shelter with the others. Stay hidden. Sarai looked up at Hikaru, Naruto, and Sarah with pleading eyes, her voice trembling with hope. Really? Sarah placed a hand over her chest. I swear in the name of the Queen of Reborn, we will save everyone. Naruto's blood burned with conviction. Yeah. And I swear on the name of Konoha's next Hokage, I'll make sure we do. Masako exchanged a glance with Sarai, then gave a small nod. They both understood, if a battle broke out, they'd only be liabilities. The best thing they could do was find a safe place to hide. She grabbed Sarai's hand and darted down a side alley. Hikaru stepped forward and kicked the metal grate off a nearby sewer opening. No time to waste. Let's move. He jumped down first, followed closely by Naruto and Sarah. Hikaru immediately began sensing chakra signatures, scanning for the highest concentration. Moving swiftly through the tunnels, he eventually found a ventilation shaft and silently carved away the grate with a kunai before dropping in. Naruto, too impatient to wait, jumped down after him. Only Sarah remained above, feeling awkward now that she was alone. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to leap, only to catch her foot on the edge of the vent and fall forward. She barely managed to grab onto the side with both hands. Seeing this, Naruto rushed to catch her, bracing himself below. Bang. Sarah landed squarely on top of him. Ugh, that hurts. She groaned, rubbing her back. Oddly enough, Naruto didn't even flinch. Sarah was the one in pain. Shoo. Hikaru gestured for silence. Come quickly. You have to see this. Sarah hurried to his side with Naruto, and together they peeked through the maze of pipes from above. Below them was a haunting sight, dozens of malnourished laborers chained hand and foot, slowly pushing massive poles connected to some kind of machine. The clang of metal echoed around the chamber. They looked like walking corpses, empty-eyed and broken. All around, puppet soldiers stood on alert. Nearby was a puppet assembly line and a massive chakra furnace, pulsating with power. Hikaru's hands clenched into fists. This is the truth hidden in Reborn. Damn Mangekyō. He was using an assembly line set up to mass-produce puppets, forcing these people to labor under the dragon veins chakra, even though human effort barely added 10% efficiency at best. How heartless could one man be? Naruto's face darkened as he recognized the puppets. They're the same kind I fought before. But there's just so many. Sarah's voice trembled. Unbelievable. Mangekyō used my name to enslave people, to build this. Naruto surveyed the crowd of puppets, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. There's way too many of them. I want to charge in, but what do we do? He looked over to Hikaru and Sarah. He didn't expect himself to have the answer, but Hikaru always did. Hikaru met Sarah's gaze as if to ask, well, princess. She looked around, searching for something, then her eyes locked onto a spot near the base of the massive chakra furnace. She pointed firmly. Take me there. If I can reach that point, I can cut off the dragon veins power. Please, we have to hurry. Dark chakra mist surged from Hikaru's right wrist. As he willed it, the shadows coiled into the shape of two jagged blades, his Mangekyō technique, sword, manifesting in full. Naruto, get her there, Hikaru ordered. I'll release the prisoners to keep them from being caught in the fight. Without waiting for a response, Hikaru leapt down into the furnace chamber below. Naruto grabbed Sarah and took off toward the altar at full speed. _ Send power stones. Bonus chapter at 150 power stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 power stones. Your support is truly appreciated. Chapter 213, Chapter. Uchiha Hikaru could feel Sword's eagerness to fight through his grip, and in that moment, his own blood surged with excitement. It had been so long, nearly half a year since the battle with Obito, and he hadn't fought seriously since. Now, the fire in his veins was roaring back to life. The three-tomo Sharingan spun into existence in his eyes. As the puppets swarmed toward him, Hikaru stepped forward and tore into them with his claws, destroying them one by one. Before the puppets could fully converge and before the enslaved workers could even react, Hikaru darted around the furnace, severing the chakra-forged chains that bound their bodies. I was sent by the queen to free you. You're free now. Go, escape through the passage ahead. I can return to my family. With that, he charged straight into the horde of puppets gathering before him. The workers were stunned for a moment, then comprehension and joy dawned on their faces, and tears welled in their eyes. I knew it. Her Majesty the Queen would never give such an order. This was all the scheme of that bastard minister, Mangekyō. Clang. Enough shouting, run. We'll talk later. My wife and kid are waiting for me at home. The group of exhausted laborers scrambled toward the escape tunnel that led to the surface. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikaru was fully immersed in the thrill of combat, slicing through puppet after puppet with gleeful abandon. Damn, this is great. No wonder Madara-sama danced through battlefields with nothing but taijutsu. Fighting like this really feels incredible, like stomping through a fishpond full of brittle shells. With a fragile puppet in each hand, it was no wonder the Uchiha clan was addicted to battle. Anyone would feel exhilarated like this, completely unburdened. Elbows, knees, spinning kicks, jabs, roundhouse strikes, sharp cleaves. In a matter of moments, Hikaru had torn through all of them using nothing but raw physical prowess and the blade in his hand, sword. He exhaled a hot breath, rolled his neck, and felt the blood in his body surging like wildfire. As expected, there's no better way to awaken the blood than battle. Then, his gaze shifted to the platform overhead. Mangekyō, how long do you plan to hide? These disposable toys aren't even worth a warm-up. Suddenly, dozens of glowing purple chakra threads erupted from the pipes above, snaking toward the puppet fragments scattered across the floor and linking to the assembly line puppets nearby. A bloated silhouette emerged from the shadows atop the platform. Sir Hikaru, he sneered. Do you truly fancy yourself the princess's protector? That identity was fabricated for you, just a convenient disguise. Are you really so naive as to believe in such child's play? Or have you decided to betray our alliance? Hikaru dropped onto a pile of rubble nearby, casually spreading his clawed hands and shaking his head with a contemptuous smirk. That's not what you said before, Mangekyō. Oh no, should I call you Puppet Master Mangekyō instead? The deal was between me and the loyal minister of Reborn, Mangekyō. What does that have to do with a traitorous centipede like you? I'm simply honoring my agreement, cleansing Reborn of this farce and protecting its people. Mangekyō scowled. He felt mocked by the men before him, and though some fear lingered in his heart, his grip on the dragon vein's power made him confident. He believed himself superior. After all, this Uchiha was just another vessel who had absorbed the dragon vein. He, however, was a puppetry genius, one who had fused his art with the dragon vein and turned scraps into armies. He believed he could conquer nations alone. And, he remembered, the Uchiha had only absorbed half the dragon vein's energy. The other half had been consumed by that strange, weaponized entity in his hands. Mangekyō's greedy eyes locked onto Sword. It had to be a custom puppet, a masterpiece of craftsmanship, capable of both human transformation and deadly combat. A perfect fusion of artistry and utility. His mind returned to the first time he saw her transform. Flawless. The pinnacle of puppet craft. The ultimate war construct. I must possess her. His expression twisted with desire. His eyes burned red with obsession. Uchiha Hikaru. Hand over the weapon, the puppet. Do that, and I'll spare your life. You can walk away. Refuse, and I won't show mercy. Hikaru's expression went ice cold. Sword trembled in his hand, enraged. Man and weapon were united in one furious thought. Kill this arrogant bastard. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes spun wildly, blurring, twisting, before snapping into the form of the Mangekyō Sharingan. With a roar, skeletal structures and sinewy muscle began erupting from his body, forming a colossal humanoid frame that encased him entirely. Sword. Kill him. Hikaru's voice was low, final, like a god delivering judgment. Sword shifted in response, transforming into a sleek, curved in Susanoo's hand. This form was made for one purpose, to reap lives. And Mangekyō had just volunteered. In an instant, the third stage of Susanoo emerged, half-armored, its massive frame cloaked in jet-black plates. He didn't invoke the complete form. The battlefield was too small. The refugees hadn't all escaped yet. If he went full power here, everything would be reduced to rubble, and no one would survive. But from McCade's perspective, this was all Hikaru had. McCade let out a maniacal laugh. Ha 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 ha. With this strength and chakra, fine. I acknowledge you. In the past, maybe I couldn't defeat you. Then he yanked on the purple chakra threads. Puppets and puppet fragments fused into his flesh, warping and shifting until his body transformed into a monster centipede-shaped puppet. It stood as tall as Hikaru's half-body Susanoo, but its long, coiled mass extended far beyond. Behold. My latest masterpiece. Did you think I've been idle these years? No, I've evolved. I spent 6 long years crafting this perfect puppet form. Witness it and despair. I am now the strongest being in the ninja world. Back near the chamber's rear, Sarah and Naruto stared at the two monstrous figures, Susanoo and the puppet centipede, with wide, stunned eyes. They both had the same thought. We need to seal the dragon vein. Fast. What is that? Sarah whispered. Inside Naruto, the Nine Tails opened its eyes behind the seal, its deep voice filled with rare confusion. This chakra. Old man. No. Ashura. Indra. Why does this feel so familiar? Yet so different. Send Power Stones. Bonus chapter at 150 Power Stone. Second bonus chapter, 300 Power Stones. Your support is truly appreciated.